Chapter 1 Monopoly System. Jiangbei University. In the square in front of the library, a tall figure is particularly eye-catching. Look, it's campus beauty Chin. A boy lowered his voice and spoke to his companion, but he couldn't bear to take his eyes off the figure. Not far away, a tall girl came over holding a book. She was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, which made her skin look as white as snow. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail, and her cool temperament made people unable to take their eyes off her. Sister! A girl with delicate makeup ran over and took her sister Chen Shiyan's arm. Go shopping with me. Chen Shiyan frowned and said, I still have to prepare internship materials. TSK, that's boring. The girl pouted and suddenly lowered her voice, saying with a bit of boasting, by the way, sis, I dumped that guy. Chen Shiyan's footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked at his sister. What did you say? Dumped? Why? Didn't you always like him? That was when I was in high school, but now I've met someone better. The girl rolled her eyes. Besides, he's just a food delivery guy who only pays me 6,000 yuan a month. I don't want to suffer with him. Chen Xinyan, do you have a conscience? Chen Shiyan's cold voice suddenly rose. I left my hometown and came to Jiangcheng with you. I worked so hard delivering food for 2 years to support your college education. Now you think I'm useless? What were you doing before? Sister, why are you yelling? I am your biological sister. Okay. Chen Shiyan took a deep breath. Since you've broken up, you can go work part-time to earn money and pay them back for the tuition and living expenses they gave you over the past 2 years. Sister, I don't want it. He did it voluntarily. Why should I pay him back? The girl suddenly raised her voice, attracting the attention of several passing students. She leaned closer to her sister and lowered her voice. Sister, you are really something. You were named the most beautiful girl in Jiang University, but you still have to work to earn money for your studies. If I had your looks, I would have kept a bunch of licking dogs long ago, so that I wouldn't have to live such a hard life. Shut up. Chen Shiyan interrupted sharply, her fair face flushed with anger. Give me the contact information of that person. What are you doing? I've already found a boyfriend who's a rich second-generation guy, so don't ruin my life. If you don't pay it back, I will. I can't let others poke our Chen family's spine. After saying that, Chen Shiyan turned and left, leaving only a beautiful back behind. The girl was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot, and the branded bag in her hand was deformed by her grasp. Several boys passing by whispered, Isn't that Chen Xinyan from the Department of Economics and Management? I heard that her boyfriend works 3 jobs a day to support her school. Now that you've climbed to the top, you dump her? That's pretty cool. The sound of discussion drifted into Chen Xinyan's ears, and she glared at them fiercely. What are you looking at? After saying that, she angrily walked in the opposite direction in her high heels, leaving behind a series of crisp tapping sounds. Hello, here's your takeaway. The door opened. Lu Chen saw a girl in black pajamas. Although only her delicate collarbone was exposed, her unflattering figure could not be concealed. Her face was just as pretty, but her cold temperament gave off an oppressive vibe, and she looked somewhat like his ex-girlfriend. But it's obviously much more beautiful. Lu Chen unconsciously looked at him a few more times, until the other party looked at him in confusion. He quickly looked away. Thanks. The girl took the takeaway bag and said thank you. The door closed again. Lu Chen walked downstairs reluctantly. People always yearn for beautiful things. He had been delivering takeout food in a university town for 2 years, but this was the first time he had seen a beauty of this level. Even without makeup at home, her face is still so delicate that people can't take their eyes off it. This is probably the legendary school beauty level, right? No. Even the famous campus beauties in the university town are not as pretty as this girl. He glanced down at his yellow delivery uniform. If it were in the past, he would definitely feel ashamed and think that a girl like this would probably never even look at him. Just like Chen Xinyan before. Chen Xinyan was his ex-girlfriend, and they just broke up a few days ago. The reason why Lu Chen came to Jiangcheng was because of her. In high school, he was the school's most handsome boy, but because he grew up in an orphanage, he had an indelible inferiority complex in his bones. Chen Xinyan pursued him for 3 whole years, from the first year of high school to the 3rd year of high school. She brought him breakfast every day, knitted him scarves in the winter, and sent him drinks in the summer. He was afraid of delaying her, so he kept hiding. It wasn't until her senior year of high school that Chen Xinyan confessed her love again while drunk. That night, in a $30 a night hotel, she gave him her first time with trembling hands. As an orphan abandoned by his parents, Lu Chen's world was filled with darkness and no sunshine. But now something has appeared to replace the sunshine. Although it is not as bright as the sun, it is enough, so Lu Chen vowed to be good to her all his life. College entrance examination results are announced. Chen Xinyan only got admitted to Jiangbei University and couldn't even afford the tuition. Lu Chen received the admission letter from Dongda University, but secretly tore it up. He put his arm around her thin shoulders and said, "I'll go to Jiangcheng with you." It's been 2 years and he remembers every detail. On the day Chen Xinyan reported for her freshman year, she was spinning in the sun wearing a dress that he had bought with his 1 month's salary savings. "Lu Chen, do I look good?" When they went shopping together, Chen Xinyan always liked to hold his arm, her eyes full of love. Everything was fine at first. When did it start to change? It was after her second semester of sophomore year that she began to dislike the gifts he gave her as being too tacky. She started talking about my classmate's boyfriend all the time. There are a lot of message alerts on my phone, which always ring in the middle of the night. Lu Chen believed her very much at that time and didn't care. Until last week, at the entrance of a shopping mall, he saw Chen Xinyan arm in arm with a boy dressed in designer clothes, and the boy casually bought her a coat that he could not afford with 2 months' salary. When Chen Xinyan saw him, her eyes looked like she was looking at a piece of chewing gum on the ground. "Lu Chen? Let's break up." "Hate it?" "Of course I hate it. But Lu Chen actually has to thank her. If it weren't for this betrayal, how could he have awakened the monopoly system? The first task released by the monopoly system is happiness of the rich. As a rich man, you should have a strong body to cope with the tiring nightlife in the future. Task content: walking. Mission reward: the host will be rewarded 1 yuan for each step he takes, with a minimum of 20,000 steps per day, for a time limit of 30 days. Taking out his mobile phone, Lu Chen opened the WeChat app and checked the step count: 33,800 steps. That is to say, when the settlement is made at 2400 hours, he can get at least 33,800 yuan. Lu Chen, who was wearing a delivery uniform, slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Chen Xinyan's incident made him understand a truth. If you are rotten, mosquitoes and flies will swarm around you. If you bloom, butterflies will come. Bite. With a slight sound, a red dot for adding a friend suddenly popped up in the new friend column of WeChat. Lu Chen thought it was a customer, so he clicked on it and saw a profile picture of a girl's back. The note read, "Hello, I am Chen Xinyan's sister." Chapter 2 Tutor. Lu Chen stared at the screen of his mobile phone and the avatar in the WeChat friend request with the note Chen Xinyan's sister. It is the back of a girl, with black hair like a waterfall, wearing a white shirt and jeans, standing on the steps of the library, with the sun shining on her, looking cold and distant. He hesitated for a moment and clicked yes. Almost in the next second, the other party sent a message. "Hello, I'm Chen Xinyan's sister, Chen Shuryan." Lu Chen stared at the screen, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Of course he knew who Chen Shuryan was. The recognized campus beauty of Jiangbei University, a senior student in the Department of Economics and Management, has always topped the list of the most desired girl in campus forums. She is Chen Xinyan's sister. Lu Chen has always known that she is Chen Xinyan's sister, but he has never met her. It should be said that Chen Xinyan never took him to meet any family members or friends. At this moment, the phone vibrated again. "I'm sorry about my sister." Lu Chen frowned and started typing. "It has nothing to do with you." The other party was silent for a few seconds, and then sent a long message. "I know she owes you a lot, whether it's money or affection. If you want, I can pay it back for her." Lu Chen stared at the message and suddenly found it a little ridiculous. It's up to her to pay it back. You don't need to pay it back. But she won't give it back. Chen Shuryan responded quickly, as if she had anticipated his answer. "So I came to pay it back." Lu Chen stared at the screen and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He directly opened the photo album on his phone, found the transfer records to Chen Xinyan, tuition payment screenshots, and gift purchase records for the past 2 years, and sent them all to her. "Okay, if you want to pay it back, then follow this." After sending the message, he locked the screen, put the phone back in his pocket, and walked towards the takeaway station in the university town without looking back. Evening. At the takeaway station, several part-time college students were gathered together chatting. Hey, do you know those beauties in the drama club? A boy with dyed yellow hair lowered his voice, looking excited. Nonsense, everyone knows that. Another boy wearing glasses pushed up his glasses. Shinjashia, Jiang Yining, Lin Chuchu, they are all top notch. But I tell you, the most beautiful one is still the senior girl in the senior year, Chen Shiyan. Huang Mao looked mysterious. Last time I delivered food to the downstairs of her dormitory, and I happened to see her coming out to get it. Damn, that figure, that temperament. He covered his chest and said, "You don't know," she smiled at me. Ha, you're just bragging. The man with glasses laughed and scolded, "If the school beauty looks at you for even one more moment, I lose." Really? She came out to get takeout in her pajamas, her collarbone was exposed, and her legs were long and straight. The yellow-haired man was intoxicated. And her voice was very nice. When she said thank you to me, my bullet almost exploded in the chamber. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have to kneel on the spot. Awesome. When Lu Chen pushed the door open, he just happened to hear this conversation. Hey, brother Lu. Huang Mao came over immediately when he saw him. How many orders did you run today? Unlike Lu Chen, who was a full-time delivery man, these people are all students of Zhang University. They only work part-time when they are free to earn some living expenses. Not bad. Lu Chen replied casually, walked to the locker, took off his delivery clothes, and changed into his own black sweatshirt. In fact, he only completed less than 20 orders today, mainly because he needed to count his steps, so his efficiency would definitely not be as good as riding an electric bike. Of course, now he no longer cares about the little money he makes from delivering food, he just treats it as a side job. After completing the step count in 30 days, you can earn at least $1 million, which is enough to cover 10 years' salary. Therefore, completing system tasks is the main job. Brother Lu, are you still working as a tutor at night? Asked the man with glasses. TSK, Brother Lu is so awesome. He delivers takeout during the day and works as a tutor at night. You are going to crush us. The yellow-haired man shook his head. Lu Chen didn't respond, just smiled, picked up his backpack and walked out. Before leaving, he heard the yellow-haired man speak in a low voice again. By the way, do you know? I heard that Chen Xinyan from the Department of Economics and Management just dumped her boyfriend who was a delivery boy. Lu Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped. Is it true? The man with glasses was surprised. It's absolutely true. My buddy saw it with his own eyes. The man worked 3 jobs a day to support her schooling, but she ended up finding a rich second-generation guy instead. That guy is so miserable, isn't he? He paid for her to go to school, but in the end he got cheated on? I heard that the rich second generation drives a 5 Series and his family runs a supermarket. Lu Chen turned around and walked back to them, pointing at himself, "That person is me." The sight fell silent instantly. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened, and the cigarette in the glasses man's hand fell to the ground with a pop. Lu, brother Lu. The yellow-haired man stammered, I don't know. The man with glasses swallowed his saliva and suddenly slammed the table, damn it. Brother Lu, next time that couple orders takeout, I will definitely spit some 2003 phlegm into it. Yes. Sprinkle some more laxative. The yellow-haired man was filled with righteous indignation. Need not. Lu Chen suddenly laughed out loud. He reached out and patted the yellow-haired man on the shoulder. It's okay. I should thank her instead. The man with glasses picked up the cigarette with a confused look on his face and asked carefully, Brother Lu, are you okay? What can I do? Lu Chen shrugged, if she hadn't dumped me, how would I have discovered that life could be so beautiful? He said as he pulled out his phone and checked the time, well, I have to go tutor now, bye. Looking at Lu Chen's back as he left humming a little tune, the yellow-haired man and the man with glasses looked at each other. Brother Lu, are you upset? The yellow-haired man swallowed. The man with glasses pushed his glasses up, looking serious, I don't think so. He just smiled happier than if he had won the lottery. Could it be? Huang Mao suddenly lowered his voice, Brother Lu has that kind of hobby, right? They looked at each other and shuddered suddenly. 20 minutes later. Lu Chen came to an upscale residential area called Zhangyuan Century City. During the peak period, the housing price here was as high as 35,000 per square meter. Even though it has dropped now, it is still 31,000 per square meter. It is considered a high-end residence in Jiangcheng, a second-tier city. Walk into the unit door. I looked up at the door number, Building 8, Room 1602. Lu Chen rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly. Lu Chen, you're here. A beautiful woman stood at the door. Su Wanqing, 28 years old, is a full-time housewife. She was leaning against the doorframe, wearing a pink silk pajamas that outlined her figure like a perfect hourglass. The hem of her skirt stopped just above her knees, revealing her fair calves. Her toes, which were wearing women's slippers, were painted with red nail polish. Lu Chun. Su Wanqing chuckled and unconsciously fiddled with the ends of her hair with her left hand. Well, where's Sugar? She's in her room, having a bad temper. Su Wanqing smiled helplessly. She doesn't know how to do her math homework, so I taught her, but she complained that I didn't explain it well enough. Lu Chen smiled secretly, remembering that when he came to deliver takeaway a few days ago, the mother and daughter were arguing about a math problem for a large class. If Lu Chen hadn't given the answer in time, the mother and daughter would have probably fought. After learning that he had been admitted to the University of Tokyo, Su Wanqing took the opportunity to appeal to his emotions and invited him to be Tongtong's tutor. Lu Chen originally didn't want to agree, as it would affect his ability to make money, but the system suddenly released a new task, and the reward was too much. Come in quickly. Su Wanqing stepped aside to make way. When Lu Chen passed by, he could smell a faint scent of perfume coming from her. The living room of the house is decorated exquisitely, but it feels cold and deserted everywhere. There was an unfinished glass of red wine on the coffee table and a half-smoked mint-flavored lady's cigarette in the ashtray. Lu Chen followed Su Wanqing to the door of a bedroom. Tang Tang, the teacher is here. Chapter 3, Empty Room Mom. Su Wanqing pushed open the door of the children's room. A pretty little girl was lying on the desk, staring at her homework angrily. She looked up when she heard the voice, her eyes lit up. Brother Lu. Lu Chen walked over and ruffled her hair. Which question do you not know? Tang Tang pointed at the addition and subtraction in her homework book and said aggrievedly, my mother taught me the method, but the teacher said I can't calculate it this way. Su Wanqing stood aside, a little embarrassed. I am not very good at math. Lu Chen smiled, picked up a pencil, and drew a few small apples on the draft paper. Tang Tang, look, isn't this easier? The little girl stared at it for a few seconds, then suddenly clapped her hands. Wow! Brother Lu is so awesome. Su Wanqing looked at the two people getting along harmoniously, and her eyes became softer. After the tutoring is over, Tang Tang was taken by the nanny to take a bath. Su Wanqing knew that Lu Chen had just delivered the takeaway, so she brought him a cup of coffee to wake him up. Thanks for your hard work. Su Wanqing sat down opposite him, her legs crossed and the hem of her silk skirt sliding down to her thighs. Tang Tang is very smart, just a little naughty. He took the coffee and took a sip. Su Wanqing chuckled, she likes you very much. After a pause, she suddenly asked, Lu Chen, are you only a tutor? Lu Chen raised his eyes and looked at her in confusion. Su Wanqing's fingers gently stroked the edge of the coffee cup, and her voice was very soft. I mean, if I need other help, will you agree? There was a hint of tentativeness in her eyes, like some kind of invitation or hint. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, not understanding what it meant. Suddenly, he noticed that the drawer under the coffee table was not closed tightly, and a corner of the document was exposed. Divorce agreement. Su Wanqing obviously saw it too. She gently put down the coffee cup, her voice a little bitter. My husband cheated on me. Cheating? She looked up at Lu Chen and explained, he is a middle-level manager at Yida Group and often travels on business. He only comes back once every 1 or 2 months. Slender fingers tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. I found a lipstick mark on the collar of his shirt when I came back last time. Lu Chen was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes unconsciously fell on Su Wanqing. Although she is not as youthful and attractive as the girl just now, she has her own mature charm. The silk nightgown outlines her graceful curves, her full breasts rise and fall slightly with her breathing, and her waist is so slender that it can be held in one hand. How could her husband cheat on her with such a beauty? Is it true that other people's wives are the most fragrant? So are you planning to get a divorce? Lu Chen asked curiously. I have no idea. Su Wanqing sighed softly and hugged herself unconsciously with her hands. This action made her already proud bust even more prominent. So what if I get divorced? It will be the same if I change a man. Her voice became softer and softer, with a hint of self-deprecation in her voice. Looking at the lonely beautiful woman in front of him, Lu Chen seemed to understand what she meant by other help just now. No, this bandit is actually me? The next moment, he quickly suppressed this ridiculous thought. But then again, if this happened in a novel, the next plot would be, "Madam, you don't want your husband to know, do you?" Su Wanqing looked at Lu Chen's handsome profile with an uncertain expression, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. What am I doing? She cursed herself for being so stupid. I'm almost 30 years old and a married woman. How could I say that to a little boy? Su Wanqing carefully and secretly looked at Lu Chen's face, fearing that her previous words had frightened him. She admitted it. Just a moment ago, she really wanted to retaliate against her cheating husband, so she impulsively said that tempting thing. But now she regrets it. He wouldn't think I'm a bad woman who hooks up with others casually, would he? Lu Chun. Thinking of this, she spoke hurriedly, her voice a little tense. I just said it casually just now, don't take it to heart. Sister Su, what are you talking about? Lu Chen looked confused and pretended not to understand. Unfortunately, his acting skills are really bad, and his eyes always unconsciously look into the bottomless trench. I didn't have any lustful thoughts before, but now I do. Su Wanqing's face flushed, and the atmosphere in the living room became a little awkward for a moment. Mom! Tang Tang suddenly ran out of the bathroom wearing cute little pajamas. Su Wanqing felt as if she had been pardoned, and quickly squatted down and hugged her daughter. The silk nightgown slid up a bit because of this action, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. She hurriedly pulled down the hem of her skirt. Lu Chen, let's leave it at that for today. She lowered her head and her voice was quieter than a mosquito. Lu Chen nodded tactfully, picked up his backpack and walked towards the door, then suddenly turned back and said, Sister Su, let me tell you something. Instead of staying in one place and complaining, you might as well muster up the courage to walk out of here. Su Wanqing was stunned when she heard this. When closing the door, Lu Chen heard Tong Tong's innocent voice coming from inside. Mom, why is your face so red? Mom is too hot. Standing in the corridor, Lu Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the surging hormones in his heart. Can he be blamed for this? How could he, a 20-year-old young man full of vigor and vitality, withstand such a test? The old cadres can do it, but my younger brother can't. When I walked out of the community gate, my cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a transfer message sent by Qin Shiyan. A full 10,000 yuan, with the note reading first repayment. Fuck, are you really going to pay me? He stared at the screen for 2 seconds and suddenly remembered the meme on the internet. My ex-girlfriend's sister insists on supporting me, what should I do? I'm waiting online and it's urgent. Just as I was thinking about it, my phone vibrated again. Chen Shiyan sent a voice message, I will pay back the remaining 130,000 yuan monthly, and I will pay the interest, but it may take a little longer. Also, I'm really sorry about my sister. Nearly 150,000 yuan was indeed the money he had spent on Chen Xinyan in the past 2 years. Lu Chen shook his head and sighed inwardly. TSK, these two sisters are really. One treats it as an ATM, while the other wants to calculate both the principal and interest. They are sisters, so why is there such a big difference between them in terms of character? He had never heard of any rumors that Chen Shiyan was taken away by some rich second-generation man, or that she had a few bootlickers hanging around. Therefore, a debt of nearly 150,000 yuan is definitely an unimaginable amount of money for a senior student who has not yet officially started working. But even so, Chen Shiyan had no intention of defaulting on her debt. To be honest, Lu Chen actually had no intention of asking her to pay it back. Why should the elder sister be held responsible for the younger sister's mistakes? Just as I was about to reply, I suddenly heard the sound of high heels behind me. He looked back and saw that Su Wanqing had actually chased him out. Chapter 4, The Cold School Beauty Serves as My Nanny. Lu Chen, you're. She stood still, panting, still holding the glass of water he had dropped. The neckline of the silk dress opened slightly due to the intense exercise, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. Lu Chen quickly looked away, his mind frantically scrolling through the screen. Ba, this is not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame the wife for being so big. Thank you, Sister Su. He took the cup, unscrewed the lid deftly and took a sip to calm himself. Su Wanqing gathered her hair, her face still flushed from exercise. What happened just now? I understand. Lu Chen waved his hands quickly. Sister Su was just joking. Don't people on the internet say that young women's jokes should not be taken seriously? He regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth. Su Wanqing's face turned pale in an instant, and her fingers tightly grasped the hem of her nightgown. That's not what I meant. Lu Chen realized that he had said the wrong thing. It's okay. Su Wanqing forced a smile. Go back soon, you still have to go to work tomorrow. Looking at her embarrassed back as she left, Lu Chen wanted to slap himself in the face. What is this? Depressed Lu Chen walked towards his rental house. On the way he called out the system panel. A translucent panel suddenly appeared before his eyes, glowing brightly in the darkness. Today's tutoring task completed, progress 430. Mission, become a good assistant to the empty house mother. Task content, as a caring tycoon, how can you bear to see the empty house mother suffer alone? Please step forward immediately to help her tutor her daughter. Reward, after 30 days of coaching, you will receive 67% of Yida Real Estate S shares. Yida Real Estate is the leading real estate developer in Zhengchang. Its main business is commercial real estate operation. The operation rights of the University Town Commercial Street come from Yida Real Estate. The company's current market value is over $1 billion. In other words, after completing the system's tutoring tasks, Lu Chen, who owns 67% of the shares, will immediately see his net worth soar to hundreds of millions. By the way, isn't Sister Sue's husband a middle-level manager at Yida Real Estate? Lu Chen stroked his chin and pushed open the door of the rental house. It's not big, just a 40 square meter one-bedroom apartment, but the rent is as high as 2,000 yuan per month. In the university town where every inch of land is valuable, this is already the cheapest rent Lu Chen can find. Of course, there are places with lower prices, but most of them are shared. Bang! Lu Chen threw himself on the bed and let out a long sigh. There was a mountain of dirty clothes on the bedside. Jeans, t-shirts, and socks were piled together in a mess, along with a few wrinkled delivery uniforms. He collapsed on the bed, took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. If I use that outdated washing machine at this time, the old lady downstairs will definitely come up and curse at me again. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. He pulled the quilt over his head, and the quilt smelled moldy. This quilt hasn't been washed for 2 weeks, but it's his fault that he comes home tired as a dead dog every day and even takes a quick shower before going to bed. Lu Chen was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, waiting for 12 o'clock in the morning. The happiness of a rich man. As a rich man, you should have a strong body to cope with the tiring nightlife in the future. Task content, walking. Mission reward, the host will be rewarded 1 yuan for each step he takes, with a minimum of 20,000 steps per day, for a time limit of 30 days. System prompts. Task progress 530. Today's step reward, 38,560 yuan has been received. Looking at the extra number in the account balance, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Brother has made 30,000 yuan a day for 5 consecutive days. He opened the character attribute panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Wealth, 190,585 yuan. Charisma, 88. Physical fitness, 50 sub-options include strength, energy, speed, kunkan and other physical fitness. Skills, none. He seemed to remember something, took out his cell phone, opened Chen Shurian's chat box, and typed a line of words on the screen. 4,000 yuan a month, once every 3 days, cleaning and laundry, do you want to do it? After sending the message, Lu Chen realized what he was doing. Chen Shurian is the most beautiful campus beauty in Jiangnan University. How could she do a nanny job like that? Lu Chen quickly clicked on the screen and withdrew the message. But the other party has displayed entering. It's over. Lu Chen secretly cried out inwardly, oh no. He could already imagine Chen Shurian's reply. Babysitter? What do you take me for? Lu Chen, please respect yourself. I will pay you back the money I owe you, but don't think you can humiliate me by doing this. Who knows, the campus forum might explode the next day. Shocking. A delivery man was so delusional that he asked a school beauty to be his nanny. The comments section is all the same. A toad wants to eat a swan's flesh. This kind of loser deserves to be dumped. It is recommended to check your mental status. The sense of immersion is so strong that Lu Chen is already considering using money to delete the comments. At this moment, the cell phone dinged. Chen Shurian's reply came. Chen Shurian? Just a question mark? Before Lu Chen could reply, the other party sent another message with only one short word. Good. Are you serious? Yes. Chen Shurian replied quickly, send me the address and start tomorrow. Lu Chen stared at his phone for a long time, but he always felt something was wrong. In fact, it's not his fault. After leaving the orphanage, without the help of his parents, he has experienced too many ups and downs in human nature, and the inferiority complex hidden in his heart has never disappeared. It is difficult for ordinary people to imagine that kind of loneliness and hardship. This is also why, after being with Chen Xinyan, Lu Chen would try his best to give her everything. Because that was the first time he felt worthy of being loved. However, after his sincere efforts were betrayed, Lu Chen felt that it would be difficult for him to trust anyone else. If affection is not worth cherishing, then why doesn't he live a more carefree life? Haven't you heard that saying? The degree to which a man's wallet is filled represents how confident he is. People with money can be confident in doing anything. Of course, a bulge in the crotch also counts. Now that he has the system in hand, Lu Chen is confident in both. So without much thought, he sent the address directly. What happened to the school bell? Don't despise the poor young. Chapter 5 Live like a human being. He said it very hard. But the reality is that Lu Chen suffers from insomnia. I tossed and turned in bed all night and couldn't sleep. I always look forward to meeting Chen Shurian. Lu Chen splashed cold water on his face and looked at his handsome face in the mirror. He suddenly realized that his sense of anticipation was not fear or inferiority, but a subtle sense of revenge. Several fictional plots kept flashing through my mind. Just like the late-night theater plots such as Sister's Redemption and Secret Tutoring of Girlfriend's Sister. After all, in this kind of plot, who wouldn't he expect to be the protagonist? Who can? After washing, he left the rental house. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the streets of University Town were already bustling. On the way to the takeaway station, Lu Chen prepared to buy a pancake for breakfast. Xiao Lu is here. The owner of the pancake stall greeted us with a smile, his hands moving non-stop, skillfully flipping the batter on the griddle with a spatula. As a delivery man who has been delivering food in this area for 2 years, there is no merchant nearby who doesn't know Lu Chen. Morning, Uncle Wang. Same old situation? No, today we had 2 eggs and some sausage. Hearing this, Uncle Wang suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked up at the sky in surprise. The sun is rising from the west today? He smiled and joked, why are you so generous all of a sudden? He has known Lu Chen for almost 2 years, and this is the first time he has seen Lu Chen so open-minded. Before, this little guy only ordered the cheapest basic models. He remembered very clearly that when he suggested Lu Chen to add something before, the boy blushed and said, save some money to buy a gift for your girlfriend. Lu Chen scratched his head, isn't this a dumping? Broken up? Uncle Wang was stunned. He had seen the girl before. She was pretty, but it was obvious at first glance that she was not someone who knew how to live. He sighed, it's better to break up. You've been too hard on yourself in the past 2 years. He saw how good Lu Chen was to that girl. While his peers were enjoying campus life, playing games and drinking, Lu Chen worked hard regardless of weather conditions just to make more money for his girlfriend to go to college. Unfortunately, in the end, it was all in vain. At this time, Aunt Li, who was selling soy milk next door, also came over. Xiao Lu, you are a good child. It is her loss that the girl broke up with you. Aunt Li will introduce you to a better one someday. She handed Lu Chen a cup of hot soy milk and said, this is a gift from Aunt Li. You will feel better if you drink something sweet. Thank you, Aunt Li. Lu Chen took it with a smile. Aunt Li couldn't help but sigh. What a good child. If her son could be half as motivated as Lu Chen, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. But having said that, most girls nowadays have high standards but lack the ability to achieve them. With Lu Chen's conditions, a migrant worker from another place with no house or car, it would be difficult for him to catch their eyes. It's not like their generation, as long as they are attracted to each other, dowry and gifts are not important, and 2 people can work hard together. Uncle Wang, Aunt Li, I'm leaving first. Lu Chen ate the pancake and turned to leave. At this time, the small speaker in the booth rang with the information of the bank account arrival. 11 yuan has arrived via WeChat. I'll transfer 3 yuan to you later. Uncle Wang said with a smile. Aunt Li looked at Lu Chen's departing back and scolded with a smile, this stinky boy. Along the way, Lu Chen walked quickly in small steps, silently counting how many steps he had taken in his mind. Hey! Watch the road! A roar woke him up. Lu Chen stopped suddenly and almost hit the BMW in front of him. You're looking for death, poor bastard? A bald middle-aged man poked his head out of the car window and yelled at him, even if I sell you, you still can't afford to pay for a headlight. In the past, Lu Chen would have definitely bowed his head and apologized. But today he just raised his middle finger. This is a pedestrian street and no vehicles are allowed to enter. You have a boiled egg on your head. Do you really think you are a traffic light? After saying this, he ran away in the other person's angry gaze. Lu Chen was in a very good mood. It turned out that letting himself go was more enjoyable than he had imagined. He used to live too cautiously. Arrived at the takeaway station. Lu Chen finished the soy milk in a few gulps, crumpled the packaging box into a ball and threw it into the trash can. I checked my phone and saw that I had walked 215 steps today. It is equivalent to earning more than 2,000 yuan. TSK, this money comes so easily. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. In just over half an hour, he earned 10 days' salary. This feeling was so great. As soon as he stepped into the takeaway station, Lu Chen felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and everyone's eyes were looking at him. Old Lu. Good brother Zhang Chang was the first to jump up, holding half a fried dough stick in his hand. Come on, sit here. He wiped the already clean chair vigorously, with such diligence that it seemed as if he was serving an old lady in confinement. The man with glasses is called Wu Wenla, a junior student. He pushed up his glasses and handed over a can of Coke silently. Brother Lu, drink something cold to cool down. It's okay to be cheated on. Before he could finish his words, he was kicked by the person next to him. If you can't speak, shut up. The station master, Fatty Wang, came over with a beer belly, holding a bag of steaming buns in his hand. Xiao Lu, I bought you some fresh meat buns. Eat them while they're hot. Then he stuffed it into Lu Chen's arms. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. My goodness, if you didn't know what was going on, you would think he had a terminal illness. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Chang grabbed his shoulders. Old Lu, there are plenty of fish in the sea. My cousin works in an electronics factory and earns 5,000 yuan a month. As he said this, he took out his cell phone to look through the photos. Come on. Fatty Wang suddenly got excited. With your cousin's 200-pound physique, does she want to crush Xiao Lu to death? He came over mysteriously and said, I know a female anchor. She's not expensive. How about you go and relieve yourself? Female anchor? Sister Zhang, who had just come in, happened to hear this and grabbed his ear. Can you explain to me what female anchor is? Wife, I was wrong. Lu Chen looked at this group of funny people and suddenly laughed out loud. He finally understood that the entire site knew that he was cheated on by Qin Xinyan. Come to think of it, who wouldn't shake their head when they saw him rushing to take orders in the early morning for 3 months in order to buy a birthday present for Qin Xinyan? Everyone must have thought he would be deeply shocked. All right. Lu Chen waved his hand, I'm fine, really. He took out his cell phone and shook it. I just made over 2,000 yuan, I'll treat you guys to lunch. The lounge was quiet again. Everyone stared at him, their eyes changing from sympathy to concern as if he were a psychopath. It's over. Zhang Chang was heartbroken. Old Lu was too shocked and started talking nonsense. The bespectacled man, Wu Wenla, pushed his glasses up and asked quietly, how about calling the mental hospital? Hit your head. Lu Chen cursed and laughed as he threw the bun over. I'm fine. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the topic quickly turned to Su Tingting, the finance manager who had just walked in. If you ask me, our accountant Su was so good. Fatty Wang winked and patted Lu Chen's shoulder. A 23-year-old girl who knows how to dress up and has a good salary, how about you two go out together? Su Tingting wore a tight white shirt today, paired with a black hip skirt and 10-centimeter stilettos. The pair of legs wrapped in black stockings were particularly eye-catching, and the amplitude of the twisting of the waist when walking was obviously a little greater than usual. Station master, please stop talking nonsense. Su Tingting glared at Fatty Wang coquettishly, but deliberately leaned towards Lu Chen, and the strong smell of perfume on her body went straight into Lu Chen's nose. Lu Chen moved aside calmly. When he first arrived at the site, he really thought Su Tingting was interested in him. The girl always touched his hand accidentally, and always left him an extra lunchbox after delivering the order. Once he caught a cold, Su Tingting even bought some medicine and sent it to his rental house. After a long period of contact, he also understood Su Tingting's routine. It was simply because after discovering that he was generous with his money to Qin Xinyan, the girl put him on the list of potential stocks in her fish pond. Lu Chen, the weather is nice today. Su Tingting came over, blinking her false eyelashes like two small fans. Do you want to go to the newly opened Japanese restaurant together tonight? I heard the salmon is especially fresh. No, I have an appointment tonight. Lu Chen refused indifferently. The smile on Su Tingting's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Then let's do it another day. But I was secretly complaining in my heart. After learning yesterday that Lu Chen had been dumped, she knew that her chance had come, so she deliberately dressed extremely sexily today, hoping to take advantage of the situation and win over this sucker, but she didn't expect to fail. But she didn't care. With her methods, as long as she gave him a little sweetness, it would be easy to win over a pure boy like Lu Chen. Lu Chen is very handsome and has a good salary, so he can be a bootlicker, but as for taking a further step, he is not qualified. Fatty Wang looked at Su Tingting's back as she walked away with her waist twisted, and smacked his lips. What a nice girl, why can't you wake up to her? Old Lu, don't be stupid. Zhang Cheng came over and whispered, this woman is very smart. I know. Lu Chen nodded. Su Tingting could only be a comrade in arms at most. Excuse me, is Lu Chen here? At this moment, a cold voice sounded at the door. Everyone turned to look, and the same thought popped into their minds at the same time. Oh my god, this is top quality. Lu Chen also saw the person coming and was stunned for a moment. It's her. Chapter 6. What if he bullies me? Chen Shuryan stood at the door of the takeaway station, and the morning light shining through the glass door cast a layer of gold on her. She frowned slightly, her eyes swept across everyone in the room, and finally fell on Lu Chen. It should be him. Chen Shuryan muttered to herself. Although she didn't know Lu Chen, she knew from her sister that Lu Chen was very handsome and was the school idol in high school. And in the room, there is only one person who has the looks to be considered the school hunk. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge and a clean and neat jawline. Very handsome. But Chen Shuryan has seen too many handsome guys, including the president of the student union, the captain of the basketball team, and the rich second generation in the department. Which one is not tall and handsome? But in her eyes, those people were a group of bad guys with bad intentions. The house was completely silent. Everyone stared at her, even breathing lightly. Chen Shuryan has long been accustomed to this kind of attention. From childhood to adulthood, she has been the focus wherever she goes. Excuse me, is Lu Chen here? She asked again, her voice still cold. Only then did they come to their senses and turn to look at Lu Chen with questioning looks in their eyes. Lu Chen was also a little confused at this moment. Why did the girl who amazed him when she was delivering the takeaway yesterday suddenly come to him? Are you here to complain about him? Lu Chen walked over quickly. I am Lu Chen, you are looking for me? Chen Shuryan nodded slightly. I'm here to get the key. Lu Chen was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized, you are Chen Shuryan? Seeing the other party nod, Lu Chen suddenly realized. The goddess who caught a glimpse of me when I was delivering food yesterday turned out to be my ex-girlfriend's sister. No wonder I felt that he looked familiar at the time and felt that there was some similarity between his eyebrows and eyes. Chen Shuryan was only wearing a simple white t-shirt today, but she made it look like she was on the cover of a magazine. The slim-fit jeans wrapped around her straight and long legs. Her height, estimated to be at least 1.7 meters, gave her an air of royal sister. The little white shoes are spotless, making the ankles look particularly delicate. Lu Chen swallowed unconsciously. This outfit may seem ordinary, but it shows off her figure to the fullest. Her legs are simply killer, and her waist-to-hip ratio is so perfect that it looks like it was measured with a ruler. The most terrible thing is the innate cool temperament in her every move. Even though she is dressed so simply, she is more eye-catching than those girls with heavy makeup. Lu Chen suddenly realized something and grabbed Chen Shuryan's hand. Let's talk outside. He pulled her out without saying anything. What a joke. If those big mouths at the site knew that he was involved with the campus beauty, the whole university town would be in an uproar tomorrow. Chen Shuryan's crazy pursuers could eat him alive. Wait for the two to leave. Pa! Sister Zhang slapped Fatty Wang on the back, and the latter immediately woke up as if from a dream. He turned around and sought his wife's murderous eyes. Does it look good? No. It doesn't look good. The bun in Fatty Wang's hand fell to the ground with a pop, and he said these words against his will while trembling. Snap. Sister Zhang slapped him again and said viciously, bullshit, I, a woman, think she's pretty, and you say she's not pretty? Well, now you won't tell me the truth, right? Honey, it looks good, okay? Nice? Sister Shang's eyes fixed. Didn't you say I was the prettiest before? Fatty Wang was about to cry. How could you play tricks on me like this? At this time, Wu Wenle pushed his glasses excitedly. That's senior sister Qin Shiyan from the Department of Economics and Management. I met her at the finance lecture last year. Why is she here to see brother Lu? Although he is older than Lu Chen, he habitually calls Lu Chen brother because Lu Chen has always taken good care of him. His words immediately caused several people to gossip. Fatty Wang was saved because of this, and he immediately gave him a look of gratitude. Xiangzi, you have the best relationship with brother Lu, do you know what's going on? Wu Wenle looked at Zheng Chang and asked. How should I know? Zheng Chang was confused. I was just wondering if I was hallucinating because I stayed up late playing games. But now that I heard you, that person is really Qin Shiyan. My brother, kidnapped the school beauty? Zheng Chang opened his eyes wide and felt very proud. Wu Wenle said, tell me, is Lu Chen's ex-girlfriend Qin Shiyan's sister? Their names are only one character apart. Fuck, does old Lu not want to change his mother-in-law? Zheng Chang blurted out, his face full of shock. What? Su Tingting curled her lips. She's a school beauty, how could she be attracted to Lu Chen? You guys also said that Qin Shiyan might be the sister of Lu Chen's ex-girlfriend, so why is it so surprising that she came to see him? As a girl, she felt extremely jealous of Qin Shiyan. With her stunning looks, she is the rich second generation that she can't reach, and Qin Shiyan would probably attract a lot of them just by making a move. So annoying. It's so infuriating. However, she is not worried that her potential bootlicker will be snatched away. To put it bluntly, who has ever seen a wealthy poodle and a stray dog fighting over shit? Can you let go? Arriving at a secluded corner, Qin Shiyan asked coldly. Lu Chen then realized that he was still holding Qin Shiyan's hand and quickly let go. Excuse me. This clumsy look made Qin Shiyan's mouth curl up unconsciously. Unlike those rich second generations who pretend to be affectionate, the embarrassment of this boy in front of him is so real, even a little cute. But the next second she stopped smiling and returned to her cold expression. Can you give me the key? Although she appears calm now, Qin Shiyan is actually feeling nervous and uneasy at the moment. She didn't think much about it when she agreed yesterday, she just thought Lu Chen was helping her relieve the debt pressure. But when she told this to her best friend Lin Lu was strongly opposed. You are just too kind and don't know that people are treacherous. For 1,000 a month, just to let you clean the house, that Lu Chen must have bad intentions. Think about it, a man and a woman are alone in a room, and you are so beautiful. What would you do if he did something to you? Besides, don't forget, your sister dumped him. How could he not want revenge? And as your former sister-in-law, you are the best candidate. I know exactly what those men are thinking. Qin Shiyan remembered that she had refuted that Lu Chen was not that kind of person. As a result, Lin Lu directly opened a website and searched for his girlfriend's sister, and many videos immediately popped up. Lin Lu opened the videos one by one and showed them to her. The plots in the videos made her blush, so she was shaken. What would she do if Lu Chen really treated her like in the video? She never thought she didn't have that kind of charm. But even though Qin Shiyan was very scared, she still came. But she was still worried. What if Lu Chen really wanted to bully her as Lin Lu said? Chapter 7 Too Sexy. For you. Lu Chen took out the key from his pocket and handed it over. This is a spare key. If you have time, you can go there by yourself. You don't need to say hello to me. Qin Shiyan nodded and took out a small notebook from her bag. Make a list of what you need me to do. Lu Chen scratched the back of his head. Actually, it's just washing clothes and cleaning. Underwear. Qin Shiyan suddenly pursed her lips, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Do I have to wash my underwear too? What? Lu Chen didn't hear clearly and subconsciously moved forward. Nothing. Qin Shiyan quickly wrote a few lines on the notebook, but her slender fingers were shaking slightly. She cursed herself in her heart for being useless. I had thought that if he made any excessive demands in the name of paying off the debt, I would definitely refuse them sternly. But when I really stood in front of him, all the prepared words were forgotten. I even felt more and more nervous. If I had known earlier, I would have brought Lin Lu with me. She regretted herself. Lu Chen, who was standing aside, looked at Qin Xinyan, who had a cold face and was serious, and sighed in his heart. It's just as I thought. An icy beauty like Chen Shiyan is really hard to get along with. However, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Chen. Lu Chen opened his mouth and suddenly found that he didn't know how to address Chen Shiyan. Calling her by her name is too distant, calling her Xian is too intimate, and calling her senior is inappropriate. Just call me Sister Shiyan, or Sister Chen. Chen Shiyan was implicitly reminding Lu Chen of her identity. Considering his previous love for her sister, he would not do anything out of line. Okay, Sister Shiyan. Lu Chen followed suit. We've run out of laundry detergent and other things at home. Lu Chen touched his nose. I have to go to the supermarket to buy some. Chen Shiyan nodded gently. I'll go with you. The two walked towards the supermarket not far away, one after the other. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Lu Chen realized something was wrong. The eyes of the boys around him were all directed at Chen Shiyan like searchlights. A boy in sportswear even bumped into the shelf, causing drink bottles to fall over. Those eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred fell on him like knives, and Lu Chen was a little panicked. He suddenly stopped and picked up an unopened black mask from the shelf nearby. Put this on. Chen Shiyan was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, casually took out a white mask from her pocket, put it on, and shook it. I have one myself. Obviously she was prepared. The mask covered most of her face, but it couldn't hide her sparkling peach eyes. The laundry detergent is over there. She pointed to the daily chemical area. Lu Chen nodded. Let's go. Lu Chen was comparing the ingredients of two laundry detergents when he suddenly heard whispers behind him. That girl is definitely a beauty. Yeah. Even wearing a mask is so elegant. That guy is so lucky. Chen Shiyan pretended not to hear, but turned around and saw the things in the shopping cart piling up higher and higher. Lu Chen not only took various brands of laundry detergent, but also stuffed in a lot of hand cream. No, you don't need to buy so much. Chen Shiyan hurriedly tried to dissuade him, and those who didn't know would think that Lu Chen was here to purchase goods. In the end, Chen Shiyan put everything back one by one and only took a few bottles of cleaning supplies that she would need. The two returned to the rental house. The moment she pushed open the door, Chen Shiyan's body visibly tensed up. This room of less than 40 square meters seemed like an unknown bloody mouth to her. Please sit down first. I'll get you a bottle of water. Before Lu Chen finished speaking, Chen Shiyan had already retreated to the corner as if by reflex. When she found out that Lu Chen was really going to get water, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I won't drink the water. I'll clean up first. Chen Shiyan walked over and opened the window. During the entire cleaning process, she always remained facing Lu Chen. I leaned sideways when wiping the table and locked onto his position with my peripheral vision when tidying up the closet. The most stressful moment was when I bent down to pick up the fallen hanger. She remembered that in the video played by Lin Lu, this posture was most likely to be attacked. Are you okay? Ever since the two of them came in, Lu Chen felt that Chen Shiyan was a little bit neurotic. No, it's okay. Chen Shiyan lowered her head. She was so nervous. It's all Lin Lu's fault for showing me those messy things. Then you clean up first, I'll go back to work. Lu Chen could see that Chen Shiyan was on guard against him, which was understandable for a single man and a single woman, so he tactfully chose to leave. Once you're done cleaning up, just close the door and leave. After explaining, Lu Chen said no more and was about to go out. Chen Shiyan behind him suddenly asked, I don't have classes today, will you come back for dinner in the evening? After saying this, she suddenly felt something was wrong, cleared her throat and explained, I mean, if you want to come back for dinner, just buy some vegetables and I can cook for you, but it will cost extra. She thought about it and stretched out 2 fingers, trying to scare Lu Chen away. 200 per time. My cooking is very expensive. Lu Chen smiled. Coincidentally, for him now, anything that can be solved with money is a small matter. What's more, to have the chance to eat the meal personally cooked by school beauty Chen, there would be plenty of people willing to pay, let alone 200 yuan, even if you multiply it by 10. Okay, you do it, I'll come back to eat in the evening. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and transferred some money to Chen Shiyan for groceries. I have transferred the money to you. Go buy groceries when you have time. Chen Shiyan's cell phone rang. When she opened it, she saw that there was indeed a transfer information. But the amount shocked her. Tens, hundreds, thousands, and millions. $10,000? Chen Shiyan looked up and wanted to say something, but there was no sign of Lu Chen in the rental house. For a moment, Chen Shuryan didn't know what to do, so she called her best friend Lin Lu. How was it? Did that guy not touch you? The call was connected quickly, and Lin Lu's voice on the other end was filled with gossipy excitement. The background sound is also mixed with the ambiguous panting sounds in the video. No. Chen Shuryan walked to the window and looked at Lu Chen's back as he walked away downstairs. He's gone. Gone? Lin Lu's voice was obviously stunned, and she murmured, "This is not right, the plot shouldn't be played like this." Chen Shuryan continued, "Besides, I feel like he doesn't care whether I pay him back or not." Ha! Lin Lu's voice suddenly rose, and the sound in the video stopped abruptly. Hundreds of thousands. He's a food delivery man. He has to save for 2 years without eating or drinking, right? Chen Shuryan bit her lower lip and repeated her request for extra money. He also transferred 10,000 yuan to me to buy groceries. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, and Chen Shuryan could imagine Lin Lu's eyes widening. It's over. Lin Lu's voice suddenly became serious. This is playing the long game to catch a big fish. I tell you, this kind of man is the most dangerous. I think he's not that kind of person, and Chen Shuryan's voice became smaller and smaller. And what? You think he's afraid of committing a crime? Lin Lu sneered, "Silly girl, haven't you heard that even if you die under the peony flowers, you will still be romantic even if you become a ghost? Even if he doesn't dare to do anything to you, it's definitely true that he wants to seduce you. If I were a boy, I would do the same. My ex-girlfriend's sister is also a school beauty. TSK TSK. It's exciting just to think about it. You want to die." Chen Shuryan uttered angrily, saying that her best friend was good in every way except that she was too lewd. She really didn't think much about it at first. It's okay now. Under Lin Lu's guidance, his mind is now full of messy thoughts. Lin Lu advised, "Why don't you just forget it? Anyway, you will be going to Yida Real Estate for an internship in a month or so. You can pay the money back slowly when you get your salary." I understand. I won't do it after this month. Okay. Lin Lu said helplessly, "Then be careful and don't drink what he gives you." She said again, "Who knows if there will be any extra ingredients?" Chen Shuryan's face turned red and she quickly hung up the phone. If I listen to my bestie continue talking, I don't know what shocking words she will say. Chapter 8: Looking for a playmate. Enjoy your meal. After Lu Chen delivered the first meal and just came out of the store, a familiar figure suddenly came into his sight. It's Su Wanqing. At this moment, she was standing at the entrance of the kindergarten, waving goodbye to Tang Tang. Su Wanqing is dressed very fashionably today. She wore a black tight-fitting, belly-revealing t-shirt, revealing her slender waist completely to the air, with 2 sexy abs faintly visible on her flat belly. The lower body is matched with a pair of cream white high-waisted wide leg pants, the waist of which is just below the belly button, making the waist and hip curves more attractive. She was wearing a pair of high heels and her nails were painted with light pink polish. The whole person is sexy yet also a bit playful. When Tantan's figure gradually disappeared from her sight, Su Wanqing prepared to turn around and leave. Just then they saw Lu Chen, and the moment their eyes met, they both froze. "Good morning," Lu Chen greeted dryly. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good morning." The air suddenly became awkward. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. My takeout is going to be overdue." Lu Chen found a lame excuse and was about to leave. Etc. Su Wanqing suddenly called him. It seemed like he had made up his mind. "Can we chat?" "Good." Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, she pointed to the BYD Dolphin hatchback parked nearby. "Let's talk in the car." Lu Chen was a little confused. This was right in front of the kindergarten. She wouldn't be thinking about that, right? However, what was imagined did not happen. Su Wanqing sat in the driver's seat, lowered her head and didn't look at Lu Chen. "I admit that I did want to seduce you before." After hearing this, Lu Chen didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Su Wanqing continued, "He betrayed me, so I also want to take revenge on him." Isn't it ridiculous? She laughed at herself. "You probably don't even look down on a woman like me." Her voice trailed off, the last few words barely audible. Lu Chen could clearly see the sparkling water in her eyes. "I've decided." She suddenly raised her head and her voice became firm. "I've decided not to divorce. After all, it doesn't matter who I live with. Have you thought it through? There's really nothing to think about. It doesn't make any difference to me whether I get divorced or not. I'll just be living alone anyway. She took out a stack of bills from her bag, at least 5,000 yuan, and stuffed it into Lu Chen's hand without saying anything, but she never dared to look up and look at him. Let's stop here with the tutoring matter. Lu Chen looked at the money in his hand, and a nameless anger suddenly rose up. He came here to be a tutor and make money based on his skills. What did Su Wanqing mean by this? What did she think of him? Doc? If you want it, keep it. If you don't want it, give it some money and ask it to go away. If he had been short of money in the past, he might have swallowed his anger. But now, I want to find someone to sleep with. This money is enough to find several people. Lu Chen sneered and threw the money back. Boss, please find someone else. I won't accompany you anymore. After saying that, he got out of the car. The car door slammed shut with a bang. Su Wanqing was in a daze, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. Then she gritted her teeth, stepped on the accelerator, and the electric car suddenly rushed out. In the rearview mirror, Lu Chen's figure became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared from sight. She suddenly felt her eyes getting hot and she blinked quickly. I'm sorry, she muttered. Lu Chen's angry departure made her suddenly realize how hurtful her behavior was. That's right, she did have the intention of taking advantage of him, and her motives were impure when she hired Lu Chen. At first I wanted to take advantage of him. Su Wanqing stared blankly at the road ahead, muttering to herself. But now I want to give Tang Tang a complete home. The scenes of the past few days involuntarily emerged in my mind. Lu Chen patiently helped Tang Tang with her homework while she watched quietly beside him. Such a warm scene was perhaps what a home should look like. In fact, what she didn't know was that Lu Chen now regretted it more than she did. Gah! 67% of Yida Real Estate's shares. Holy crap! After Su Wanqing left, Lu Chen, who was standing on the side of the road, finally reacted. But can he be blamed for this? With his looks, he would have sold his goods long ago. Why would he have to work 3 jobs so hard? Put yourself in her shoes. If you tell a girl who works hard to make a living that you will be given 5,000 yuan to sleep with her, then you will be done for if she smokes or not. He was already being polite. It's just that because of the system reward, he has to continue to be a tutor. Because in 20 days or so, he will be a billionaire. However, Su Wanqing's change in attitude caused twists and turns in this mission. Sure enough, I'm still not suitable to be a thief. Lu Chen could see that if he could say a few sweet words of comfort, Su Wanqing might change her mind. It's okay. At worst, I can go and apologize to her and explain that I just want to be a tutor. She should agree, right? Lu Chen was silent for a moment. He still had to work hard no matter what. At least he had to try his best to complete every task in the system, because if he failed, he would be the one who suffered the loss. At this moment, the system panel suddenly popped up. Congratulations on triggering the random task, emotional quotient of the rich. As a rich man, emotional intelligence is one of the most basic abilities, and only those who can coax women are qualified as rich men. Task content: say 100 sweet words to girls. Mission reward: BYD looks up to AU8. Seeing the new task, Lu Chen felt that this broken system was mocking him. However, it smells really good. Yanwang U8 is a high-end brand under BYD, priced at 1.09 million. When it was first launched 2 years ago, both car reviewers and netizens were not optimistic about it. After all, do you dare to sell a domestic car for more than 1 million? Do you deserve it? In the eyes of the public, domestic cars are synonymous with cheap and low-end. However, as trams gradually became more popular, people gradually discovered that compared with domestic trams, those foreign so-called high-end brands of cars were better. Whether in terms of speed, luxury, price, or intelligence, it can be said that it was unilaterally beaten. Today's Yangwang U8 can definitely be considered a first-tier luxury car. The key point is, the car is a good car, but how is he going to complete this task? Say 100 sweet words to a girl? He could say 3 sentences, thanks to Chen Xinyan, for he had looked them up online to cheer her up. And who can I talk to? You can't just pick up anyone on the street, right? Thinking of surfing the internet, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Find someone to play with. Many internet cafes in university towns have offline gaming companion services, and the gaming companions here are almost all part-time college students. Saying 100 sweet words to them seems to be easier than finding someone at random to accomplish the task. Think of this. Lu Chen no longer hesitated and went directly to the largest and most upscale internet cafe in the university town, Midnight Oasis. As for why you should choose the most expensive and largest internet cafe, it is not for anything else but to adapt to the consumption concept in advance. Hello, give me a private room. Sorry, the temporary card cannot open a private room. Then charge me 100 yuan for membership. Sorry, you have to top up 2,000 to get a private room. Wang Yuan at the front desk looked at the boy in delivery clothes in front of her with a puzzled look on her face. It looked like this guy had never been online. But I still politely handed over the price list. She was right. Lu Chen hadn't been to an internet cafe for several years. When he saw the price list, Lu Chen was shocked. He thought it would be expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. The price of the private room was 30 yuan per hour, and that was the membership price. What a great way to make money. Give me 2,000 first. Lu Chen didn't hesitate too much. 2,000 yuan was nothing to him now. Although it was not impossible to say 100 sweet words in the hall, he just had to be prepared for social death, so he didn't plan to embarrass himself. Hearing this, Wang Yuan at the front desk opened her eyes wide and asked again, "Are you sure?" She thought that after hearing the price, this good-looking delivery guy would immediately back off, but she never expected that he would actually charge 2,000 yuan. How many days would he have to deliver food to earn that much? But she understood what Lu Chen said next. Do you have any playmates here? It turns out that he came here to experience the companionship service. Now it makes sense. You should know that the girls who play with you in their store are basically very beautiful part-time college students, and each of them can be called a goddess in school. Many people don't have the opportunity to talk to them normally. But here you only need to spend a little money to be alone with the girls, play games, and chat with them. You can even enjoy exclusive attentive service. So why not do it? Wang Yuan gave a professional smile and took out the tablet skillfully. We have a lot of girls here to play with you. The prices are different. You can choose one. Lu Chen didn't check it out too much. It didn't make much difference to him what kind of playmate he had, so he just randomly picked a playmate named Shinjiaxia. Let's just take her. Let's do 3 hours first. Wang Yuan took back the tablet and looked up at the young man in the takeaway uniform in front of her again. Shinjiaxia is the campus beauty of Jiangnan University and is classified as a diamond companion. Her price is 222 yuan per hour. She couldn't help but confirm it again. Are you sure? Lu Chen smiled. He had already spent 2,000 yuan, so why did he still care about this? Sure. Wang Yuan blinked and thought, another toad wanting to eat swan flesh. This person must be Shinjiaxia's suitor, saving money by not eating or drinking just to be alone with the goddess for a while. Fantasizing about having an intimate relationship with the goddess. She has seen this kind of situation many times. Unfortunately, these people think too much. Shinjiaxia is a person who sells her art but not her body, and she is not someone who would easily let others take advantage of her. Last time, someone took advantage of his wealth and tried to touch Shinjiaxia. If it was any other playmate, he would have tolerated it, but Shinjiaxia directly broke the man's fingers. In her words, I may be poor, but I won't let anyone bully me. From then on, everyone in the internet cafe called her Xia Yi. Chapter 9. You are so handsome when you curse. The box door opened. A girl who was estimated to be 170 centimeters tall walked in. She had waist-length brown hair that was slightly curled and the ends of her hair were dyed a gradient rose-gold color. The white tight vest outlines the slender waistline, and the light blue denim jacket is casually draped over the shoulders. Under the black shorts are straight and slender legs, and on the feet are a pair of beige canvas shoes with the laces tied loosely, exuding a casual and lazy sense of fashion. When she saw Lu Chen in the box, her beautiful brows frowned slightly. Before Lu Chen could speak, she spoke first. Go away, I won't take this order. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave, muttering to herself, why do I often run into such fools? Etc. Lu Chen called her, I've already paid, you're letting me go? He stood up and said, you can leave if you want. Just listen to me finish reciting 100 lines and I'll leave right away. He had prepared 100 love words with the help of Baidu before Shinjiaxia came. Shinjiaxia stopped, turned around and walked towards Lu Chen step by step. She reached out and pressed Lu Chen down on the seat, looking down at him, you want to pick me up? Really big. The bulge wrapped in the white tight vest was right in front of him, and Lu Chen's eyes were involuntarily attracted to it. Have you seen enough? She sneered, pressing her fingers hard on Lu Chen's shoulders, her voice full of obvious sarcasm. Why don't you go deliver food and come here to find someone to play with? Do you have so much money to burn? Just what? She interrupted, forget it, we can't. She leaned down, her long hair falling on the side of Lu Chen's face. Wouldn't it be better to save the money to be filial to your parents? Don't waste it on me. She stood up, walked to the door, and waved her hand. Sister is very expensive, you can't afford it. The door is closed. Shinjiaxia stood at the door, holding his chest, and murmured, Am I a little too fierce? Then she shook her head. No. If I don't scold this stupid boy, he will dare to give me money next time. She walked quickly to the front desk. Someone knocked on the counter, which startled Wang Yuan, who was playing with her mobile phone. When she saw it was Shinjiaxia, her face suddenly became sad. Master Xia, you're not going to ask me to refund your money again, are you? You can't play it like that. If the boss finds out, he'll scold me to death. Shinjiaxia has done this kind of thing more than once, and the store has not offered to refund the money. Shinjiaxia smiled sweetly, Look, you can answer questions quickly now. Wang Yuan held her forehead and lamented in her heart, Why was it always me who got hurt? She asked tentatively, Is it the order for room 9? Yes. Shinjiaxia nodded. It's not easy for a delivery man to make money, but he wants to waste his hard-earned money here. Do you think you can bear it? I can't bear it. Wang Yuan complained in her heart, but advised, they volunteered. If you reject them directly, aren't you afraid that they will complain about you? And it will hurt your self-esteem. Shinjiaxia curled her lips, Am I afraid of complaints? Losing face is better than losing both money and life, right? Master Xia. Aren't you short of money? Don't forget that your mother is still in the hospital. How are you going to pay for the surgery if you don't make more money? Hearing this, Shinjiaxia's originally lazy eyes immediately dimmed. It's not easy for everyone. I will find a way to deal with the money. I just don't believe it. I can't raise 200,000 yuan for the surgery. At worst, I'll just sell myself. Master Xia, there aren't many fools willing to spend 200,000 to buy your first time. Shinjiaxia rolled her eyes, a yearly package is fine, right? Put. Wang Yuan chuckled, as expected of you, Master Xia. Only you can say it so directly. Don't be so sarcastic. Shinjiaxia glared at her, remember to return it to him. I'm leaving. I can refund the money for playing with him, but I really can't refund the internet fee. It's not that I won't help you. Last time my boss found out, she warned me. If you do this again, I'll be fired. You don't want me to lose my job, do you? Wang Yuan spread her hands, looking helpless. What could Shinjiaxia say but to nod? It would be good to be able to refund the playing fee, 600 or 700 yuan, enough for that whimsical guy to deliver takeout for a few days. Master Xia, I'm telling you, I've already spent 2,000 yuan, just to let you play with me for a while. You can't let the money go to waste, can't you just help me? Shinjiaxia hesitated, as what he said seemed to make sense. Yeah, I think so too. Hearing the sudden voice, they both looked at the same time. They didn't know when Lu Chen had come behind them. He put his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Shinjiaxia did not feel the slightest bit of shame or anger at having her whisper overheard. Instead, she spoke directly. Don't blame me for being blunt. You obviously don't come to the internet cafe often, but you came anyway and spent a lot of money. Your purpose is nothing more than to seduce me. But the question is, what do you have? You don't think I will like you just because you are handsome, do you? I'm telling you, I'm short of money and don't have time for boring romance. I can accompany you for a few hours, but you don't have to come again next time. She looked at Lu Chen and said, I said all this for your own good. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Lu Chen smiled and said, You have a problem, do you know that? Shinjiaxia was stunned and was about to get angry when Lu Chen interrupted her. You have good intentions, I don't deny that, but have you ever thought about whether others want your kindness? Your biggest problem is the idea of imposing your will on others. Don't be impatient. Seeing that she was about to refute, Lu Chen said, Besides, you are very self-righteous. How do you know that I have no money? How do you know that I am here to pick you up? Didn't your teacher teach you not to judge people by appearance? Wang Yuan gasped and her eyes widened. Wow, this guy is so brave. Shenjiaxia's chest heaved violently, and anger welled up in her eyes. Just when Lu Chen thought she was about to explode, she bit her lower lip and squeezed out a sentence, "I'm sorry, I was too sentimental. I apologize to you." Wang Yuan stamped her feet excitedly. She must have heard it wrong. The famous Mr. Xia would actually apologize to someone. Oh my god, big news. Not only did she not expect this, but Lu Chen also did not expect this. You know, most girls don't have the habit of apologizing to others. The more beautiful the girl, the more so. Shenjiaxia really lives up to his name. Zhao means upright and Xia means passionate. How many hours a day does she work? Lu Chen looked at Wang Yuan at the counter and asked. Wang Yuan looked puzzled but still answered, she is a student and still needs to attend classes, maybe 3 or 4 hours a day at most. Lu Chen nodded. Although Shenjiaxia didn't care about her face, she felt uncomfortable. She looked at Lu Chen and said, if you don't want to refund the money for 3 hours of playing with me, you can order someone else. I'm in a bad mood today and don't want to take the order. Having said that, he was about to leave. Lu Chen didn't say much, and directly said to Wang Yuan, give me 100 hours of advance payment, and I will cover her for a month. I don't want you to like me, I just want me to like me. Shenjiaxia, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. He turned around with an incredulous look on his face, why? Lu Chen suddenly smiled and shrugged, look, you're willing to stay. Shenjiaxia. Wang Yuan. Chapter 10 Shenjiaxia's Black-Hearted Service Price List. Brother, 100 hours is more than 20,000 yuan, are you sure? Wang Yuan still couldn't believe that a delivery man would take out more than 20,000 yuan to gamble on a hopeless love. The profit is usually split 70% and 30% between the player and the store, with the player taking 7% and the store taking 3%. If he really pre-charged for 100 hours, Shenjiaxia could directly take away about 15,000 yuan. This is her income for nearly 2 months. Wang Yuan was even more excited than Shenjiaxia, and she kept winking at her. Lick it now. Aren't you short of money? Shenjiaxia is worthy of being the king of direct speech. He never beats around the bush when doing things. He picked up the pen on the counter and started writing. Wang Yuan stretched her head out to take a peek, but was pushed away. Soon the notebook was full. Shenjiaxia tore off the paper and handed it to Lu Chen. For 100 hours, I can earn a commission of 15,000 yuan. This is the service I can provide you at present. If you agree, please scan the code. Lu Chen took the note with a confused look on his face, and his eyes widened instantly the next second. Shenjiaxia's Black-Hearted Price List. So direct? Lu Chen complained and continued reading. Basic services. If the stare lasts for more than 3 seconds, 20 yuan per time. Calling brother, master, dear, 50 yuan per time clip sound, the price is doubled. Pretend to meet by chance, 100 yuan per time any location. Physical contact. Holding hands, 50 yuan per minute 20% cleaning fee will be added for sweaty palms. Arm holding, starting at 200 yuan if it exceeds 5 minutes, it will be charged as an hourly fee. Shoulder support, 300 yuan time additional dry cleaning fee will be charged if hair is pressed on clothes. Knee pillow service, 800 yuan 10 minutes. Additional terms. If you dare to touch my legs, your hands will be chopped off. If your legs are numb, you will be charged an additional 200 yuan for mental damages. Hug from behind, 1000 yuan time. Whisper in the ear, basic version 500 yuan sentence small scale. VIP version with hot air, 1500 yuan sentence with the bonus of instant red ears effect. High risk projects. None. After reading it, Lu Chen was excited. He touched his nose, took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat payment code. Come and scan the code. You know what, he really looks like a rich man. Drop. Payment successful. In this age where money is everything, Wang Yuan was very restrained in not calling him dad directly. This is not a delivery man, this is the real financial sponsor. After working in the internet cafe for more than a year, this was the first time she saw someone pay 100 hours in advance at one time. She now seriously suspected that Lu Chen was not a delivery man at all, but a rich second generation who was experiencing life. But, compared to the shock brought by the money, she was more curious about what Shenjiaxia wrote on the note to Lu Chen. Is it a contract of sale? As soon as this idea came to mind, it was rejected by Wang Yuan. A girl like Shinjaxia wouldn't do it secretly even if she was selling herself, not to mention that the money wasn't enough to make her that much. Brother Lu, can you show me what's written on it? Wang Yan was very realistic and immediately changed the way she addressed Lu Chen. She pointed at the note and asked carefully. Lu Chen naturally would not show this kind of private information to others, he just smiled. Let's go. Lu Chen took Shinjaxia to the private room. Shinjaxia took a deep breath. 15,000 yuan could allow her mother to stay in the hospital a little longer. For her mother, she was willing to spend it all. With a fearless spirit, Shinjaxia followed Lu Chen back to the private room. What is Wenwen looking at? Su Wei, another receptionist who had just returned from inventorying the warehouse, saw Wang Yan's dazed look and asked curiously. I have to say that the front desk staff at Midnight Oasis Internet Cafe is very good looking. Although she is not as beautiful as Shinjaxia, she would still be a complete doglicker if placed in other places. Even for those who like petite figures, the two may be more attractive. Xiaowei, you just missed 100 million. Wang Yan looked excited. Women have no resistance to gossip, and Su Wei is no exception. She casually tore open a bag of potato chips and started to eat. Tell me quickly, what happened? Do you remember that handsome delivery man you mentioned last time? Su Wei nodded, of course she remembered. The delivery man is super handsome, his looks are much better than her ex-boyfriend. Last time she was attracted by the other person's beauty, but unfortunately he ignored her and even rejected her when she added him on WeChat. She still remembers it till now. Wang Yan said, he came again today. Really? Su Wei's eyes lit up, and then she pouted, then why didn't you call me? What? Do you really like me? I don't like it. I just want his body. Please buy me a cup of milk tea, and I will tell you all his identity information. There was a cunning look in Wang Yan's smile. Who knew that the next moment Su Wei started searching on the computer? Lu Chen. Soon she found Lu Chen's identity information. Wei, you are so smart. Wang Yan was not disappointed, but rather admired her a little. With just a few words, Su Wei was able to guess that Lu Chen had registered as a member of the internet cafe. Smart people really make people love and hate them. When Su Wei saw Lu Chen's membership information, she could no longer remain calm and suddenly turned her head to stare at Wang Yan. He actually spent more than 20,000 yuan in the store? Did you register it wrong? Wang Yan chuckled, do you know what your biggest weakness is? It's judging people by their appearance. What's wrong with a delivery man? How do you know if he has money in his pocket? Then she recounted what had just happened. Su Wei was very upset that she had missed such a delicious melon. Take out all your savings to make the beauty smile? The salary of a delivery worker is not low, so it is possible for him to take out 20,000 yuan to protect his beloved, because Shinjaxia is indeed very pretty. Not only her looks, but her figure is also a banned word when typed out. I don't think so. Wang Yan shook her head. I watched that guy pay, and he didn't even blink. He looked exactly the same as when I bought the milk tea. Metamorphosis? The second generation of rich people experiencing the suffering of the people? It's no wonder she thinks this way. After all, there are people who deliver food in a Lamborghini. Su Wei believed in her good sister's vision. Although she didn't learn anything else at the front desk, she had developed the ability to judge people. Many of those people who look well dressed in designer clothes actually have empty pockets. Many girls don't understand that you shouldn't look at how much money a boy has in his card, but rather how much money he is willing to spend on you. Otherwise, even if you are worth hundreds of millions, it has nothing to do with you. Thinking of this, Su Wei held her forehead and cried, Wenwen, do you think there is no hope for me? She is a face lover and doesn't care whether Lu Chen is rich or not, but it is obvious that Lu Chen should like Shinjaxia. But her appearance is still beaten. I'm so angry. You can let me be last time. Su Wei suddenly looked at Wang Yan. How about we both come together? I'm definitely more charming than Shinjaxia. Then you'll want the money and I'll want the body. How do you think? Get lost, stinky woman. Chapter 11, The Kind-Hearted Fool. What do you want me to do? Just tell me. I can provide any service on the list. The two returned to the private room, and Shinjaxia went straight to the point, without letting his aura weaken just because the other party was a financial sponsor. Instead, she is still very strong, as if she is the one on top. Lu Chen sat on the gaming chair, turned around slightly, and his eyes fell on Shen Xiaoxia's stubborn profile. These services. He paused. Do you perform these services often? Shen Xiaoxia was debugging the computer and paused slightly when he heard this. She raised her head, her brown hair falling from her shoulders. What does it have to do with you whether I did it or not? Her voice was soft, but sharp. Lu Chen noticed that her fingers were tightly gripping the mouse. I'm short of money now. She turned her head and said indifferently, if you give me 200,000, I will sell myself to you. Shen Xiaoxia spoke very frankly, even at the cost of describing herself as a woman of questionable character. But she herself didn't know why she did that before. By the time she came to her senses, she had already put forward those conditions. Maybe it was because she really needed the money, or maybe it was a kind of compensation for the boy in front of her who always looked at her with clean eyes. Because she was sure that Lu Chen had heard her conversation with Wang Yaoan, so he recharged the money to help her. Otherwise, even if the other person really likes you, he or she will not take out such a large sum of money without any promises the first time. Even rich people would not do this. They are not fools. No one would do something if they can't see the benefits. Therefore, Shen Xiaoxia attributed Lu Chen to a big fool with a kind heart. He treated her like this. They were all people of the world, so how could she not understand the ways of the world? For example, some girls go out with boys, eat, drink and shop, then wipe their lips and say, it's too late, I have to go home. This is actually quite disgusting. And in her opinion, this is not a transaction, but just a kind of compensation to the fool. In fact, her guess was correct. Lu Chen did hear it, so he was indeed helping her. For an orphan like Lu Chen, maternal love is something he has always lacked and longed for, and he is very envious. I don't want to see this filial girl lose something she longs for. He handed back the enviable note. I don't need these services, you just stay there. Shen Xiaoxia did not reach out to take it, but was stunned. She opened her eyes slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her pupils. Why? She subconsciously asked, her voice unconsciously rising a few notes, is it because I'm not pretty enough? She stood up and her denim jacket slipped off her shoulders, revealing her graceful curves under her tight vest. Or is it that my figure is not good enough? She turned around, and her long hair drew a graceful arc in the air. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. This girl's figure is so fucking hot, even better than Chen Xinyan's. But that was not his purpose. If I really wanted these, more than 20,000 could buy much more services than you. He paused deliberately, and her figure and appearance are not necessarily worse than yours. Hearing this, Shen Xiaoxia's face turned red instantly. She clenched her fists and dug her nails deep into her palms. This bastard actually said that she overestimated herself? You! She was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and the curves under her white vest became more obvious. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Shen Xiaoxia said to herself, don't argue with a fool. But the more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became. So what do you want? She asked through gritted teeth, with a grievance in her voice that she herself was not aware of. Spend $20,000 just to piss me off? Lu Chen suddenly stood up and slowly walked in front of her. Shen Xiaoxia took a step back unconsciously. I'm just trying to help you. Who asked you for help? Her voice softened unconsciously, but she still turned her face away stubbornly. Lu Chen smiled and suddenly thought she was quite cute. He couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. Okay, stop being angry, let's do something serious. What business? Shen Xiaoxia looked up vigilantly. Lu Chen had already sat down, opened the web page and started reading the sentence on it. Do you know the difference between you and the stars? The stars are in the sky, and you are in my heart. I've been having low blood sugar lately because when I see you, I feel so sweet that I feel dizzy. Are you a carbonated drink? Why do I bubble with joy when I see you? You know what my weakness is? My weakness is you. I just want to do 4 things with you every day, 3 meals a day. I miss you through the glass when I wake up in the morning, I miss you through the bowl and chopsticks at lunch, I miss you in the darkness before going to bed, I miss you the best throughout the day. I'm a practical person. I believe in love. You've already messed up my heart, so why not mess up my bed? Lu Chen read out 100 cheesy love words one by one, but the more he read, the more he felt something was wrong. But there was no other way. In order to complete the task as quickly as possible, he had to bite the bullet and continue. Shen Xiaoxia was stunned when she heard this, and her pretty face was full of surprise. No, brother, you spent so much money just for this? Although it becomes more and more dirty later on, it has no lethality to her. Stop. She finally couldn't help interrupting. What on earth are you doing? If you want to hook up with me, just come directly, don't use this nonsense, big brother. Lu Chen raised his head, looking innocent. Complete the mission. What kind of mission requires reading these? Shen Xiaoxia bit her lower lip, not wanting to say the word explicit. She suddenly thought of something and stared at Lu Chen suspiciously. Could it be some kind of prank live broadcast? Where is the camera hidden? As he said that, he was about to search Lu Chen's collar and cuffs. Hey, stop touching me. Lu Chen quickly dodged. I'm serious. Shen Xiaoxia stopped and crossed his arms, then explained clearly why you are saying these cheesy love words? Actually. Lu Chen scratched his head and suddenly an idea came to him. I'm a writer. I'm writing a novel about online dating and I need to collect material. Shen Xiaoxia raised an eyebrow. So you spent 20,000 yuan just to find someone to listen to your love words? It's because I can't find a suitable partner. Lu Chen spread his hands, and when you're angry, you look like a heroine. You. Shen Xiaoxia stomped her feet in anger. She was about to explode when she suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Chen's serious look and hesitated. Could it be true? She hesitated for a moment, and asked in a mysterious way, then, what is the plot behind it? Lu Chen chuckled. The heroine discovered that the hero was actually an invisible rich man, and he pretended to be a poor boy in order to get close to her. Cliché. Shen Xiaoxia curled her lips, but continued curiously, and then? Lu Chen shook his head. That's all. However, you gave me an inspiration. Let me write that the heroine's mother is sick, and the hero secretly helps her. Go to hell. Shen Xiaoxia clenched her fists. She couldn't tell that Lu Chen was teasing her. Then she is the big fool. Chapter 12 My mascot. Look, you're anxious again. Don't worry, there are still 30 sentences left. I will leave as soon as I finish reading them. Shen Xiaoxia's little fist didn't fall in the end. She curled her lips and said, then you read it, and leave quickly after you finish reading it. She leaned against the computer desk with her arms folded, but a trace of self-doubt arose in her heart that she had never felt before. From childhood to adulthood, she had never doubted her charm, but Lu Chen's reaction today made her waver for the first time. This guy is completely immune to her beauty? And the number of times she broke through defense today was more than all the previous times combined. Damn it! Lu Chen cleared his throat and continued reading. Bite. Congratulations on completing the task. A bid you ate. The mission reward has been issued. Please go to BYD Forest Store number 158, Wenhua Road, Zhangqing to pick up the car. Okay. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen curled up a smile. 1 million is easily obtained. System Dad really loves me. At the beginning, Lu Chen was a little worried about whether this would count. Now that he got the reward, he finally felt relieved. He looked at Shen Xiaoxia and said with a smile, I won't come here anymore. I'll consider the rest of my time as a gift to you. No. Shen Xiaoxia's face changed when he heard this, and he blurted out the answer, then explained in a panic. No. I mean that if you do this, people will misunderstand us and think that we did something in the room. It will be better if you come a few more times. In desperation, Shen Xiaoxia gave a reason that even she didn't believe. She didn't know why she did this, but she just wanted to do it. Lu Chen was in a dilemma. He still had to increase his walking steps, so he would not have time to come here and waste time in the future. Seeing him like this, Shen Xiaoxia gritted her teeth in anger, and her chest under the tight white vest heaved up and down with anger. Lu Chen spread his hands. I can't help it. My main job is delivering food. How can I support you if I don't make money? When did you? Shen Xiaoxia's rebuttal came to an abrupt halt, because the 100 hours of charging that Lu Chen had done was indeed enough to support her for a month. You're really stupid for spending so much money knowing that you're just a delivery man. After saying that, she opened the door of the private room and walked out angrily. As soon as he reached the door, he added, Don't get me wrong, I don't want you to come. Lu Chen smiled. Are you so arrogant? Just as Shen Xiaoxia was about to go out, his cell phone suddenly rang. She took out her cell phone and her expression froze instantly. Hello? Her voice was trembling. Okay, I know. Don't worry, I will definitely pay the money. Give me a few more days. After Shinjiaxia hung up the phone, she raised her head and pursed her lips, as if she didn't want to cry. Lu Chen asked thoughtfully, "What's wrong?" Shinjiaxia shook his head and forced a smile. "Nothing, let's go." The two walked out of the private room and came to the bar. "Wow! You two finished so quickly?" Wang Yan glanced at the time. They had only been inside for half an hour. What game only took half an hour to play? Su Wei looked at Lu Chen with her big eyes. After knowing that he was probably a rich second generation, she suddenly felt that Lu Chen seemed more handsome than the last time she saw him. However, Su Wei was obviously more careful than Wang Yan and noticed something was wrong with Shinjiaxia at the first moment. There were only Shinjiaxia and Lu Chen in the box, and Shinjiaxia looked like this, so it was obvious what had happened. "Did you bully my master Xia?" Su Wei glared at Lu Chen fiercely. She didn't expect that the other party would be such a person. Hateful. Why do you treat Shinjiaxia like this? Why don't you do this to me? Ugh. Such a pretty face is wasted. She walked out from the front desk and stood in front of Shinjiaxia. "Master Xia, do you want to call the police and have him arrested?" Shinjiaxia just woke up from her dream and realized that she had misunderstood. She quickly explained, "No, it's the hospital that's asking for the surgery fee. It has nothing to do with Lu Chen." Really? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen knew that he had guessed correctly. The call just now was from the hospital. But, faced with the surgery fee of 200,000 yuan, he was helpless because after deducting the 20,000 yuan he had just spent, he only had 160,000 yuan left in his card. Besides, Lu Chen is not so generous as to give 200,000 yuan to others casually. It is okay to do good deeds, but one must do it within one's means. Shinjiaxia took a deep breath and looked at Su Wei. "Wei, can you give me an advance on the commission first?" Su Wei looked embarrassed. "Master Xia, you also know the rules. The pre-charged money must be used up before the commission can be calculated. The boss is also worried that you will take the money but not provide service. Where can we find people then?" Shinjiaxia bit her lower lip, took out her cell phone and called her boss. After hanging up the phone, Shinjiaxia's fair eyebrows were twisted into a knot, obviously getting the same answer as Su Wei. "How about this?" Lu Chen suddenly said, "Just consider that I have used up all that time." He pointed to the paper and pen on the counter and said, "If you're worried, I can write a letter of guarantee." Su Wei's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "Wait a minute, I'll ask the boss." "Okay." Su Wei put down her phone and looked at Lu Chen again with stars in her eyes. "Don't look at how much money he has, but look at how much money he is willing to spend on you." This has always been Su Wei's life creed. Lu Chen's actions thoroughly implemented this creed. Although the other party is a delivery man, he is willing to give everything for you. At this moment, Lu Chen is extremely tall in her eyes. Wang Yan even covered her mouth exaggeratedly. "Oh my god. This guy is too manly. How can you find such a considerate guy nowadays? He just says he doesn't want 20,000 yuan." Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed by the praise. He just thought that since he would not be coming here in the future anyway, why not help Shinjiaxia? Even if big money can't help, small money can still help. "Okay." Lu Chen pushed the written guarantee letter over, with a bright red handprint on it. "Is this okay?" Su Wei took the letter of guarantee, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Lu, you are so handsome. Would you like to consider our Wei? She is." "Shut up." Su Wei pinched Wang Yan with a red face, but couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lu Chen's reaction. Shinjiaxia suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Chen's sleeve. "Thank you." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Just think of it as a little gift for a filial girl." Shinjiaxia's eyes turned red instantly. She turned away, wiped her eyes quickly, and when she turned back she had regained her stubborn look. "I will pay you back." "It's up to you." Lu Chen waved his hand and turned to walk towards the door. But I bumped into a boy head-on. He was not tall, about 170 centimeters, with a BMW 5 Series key on his waist and a watch on his wrist that looked very valuable. However, because Lu Chen was poor, he had never cared about these luxury goods, so naturally he couldn't recognize what brand they were. "Hey, isn't this Xiaoxia?" The boy's eyes lit up. "That's great, play a few games with me." Shinjiaxia apologized a little. "Sorry, I don't take orders today." "What do you mean?" The boy's face darkened. "I just bought 20 hours. You just don't want to answer it?" This man is a frequent customer of the internet cafe. His name is Gong Xingyan. His family runs a supermarket and he is considered a wealthy second generation. He has been pursuing Shinjiaxia recently, but Shinjiaxia has never given him any chance. Now he is rejected again, which makes him lose his patience and a little angry. Come with me, Gong Xingyan said as he was about to pull Shinjiaxia. But a hand grabbed my wrist. Don't do it. You. Gong Xingyan grinned and tried to break free but found that he couldn't do it at all. Lu Chen could only say that the other party was overthinking it. It went through wind and rain every day, and its physical fitness was far from that of a pampered young man. What's more, the two are not in the same weight class. Gong Xingyan then noticed Lu Chen's delivery uniform and sneered, "Delivery man, do you have the right to speak here?" Lu Chen shook his head and punched Gong Xingyan in the stomach. The latter immediately knelt down holding his stomach in pain. Wow, so handsome. Wang Yuan and Su Wei's eyes lit up as they acted as the atmosphere controller. Shinjiaxia watched Lu Chen knock Gong Xingyan down with one punch, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. This big idiot. She muttered, but she felt warm in her heart. Growing up, she had no father and had to protect herself. This was the first time someone stood up for her. This feeling of having dad protecting me seems not bad. However, Lu Chen's punch was not for Shinjiaxia, but for himself. Because this bastard was the one who bought a gift for Chen Xinyan that day. It's bad luck for the other party to fall into his hands this time. Lu Chen suddenly squatted down, which scared Gong Xingyan. You, what do you want to do? A gentleman should use his mouth, not his hands. Gong Xingyan was so angry that he wanted to fight back, but when he saw the tall and strong Lu Chen in front of him, he gave up this unrealistic idea. If it were in his own city, he would never let the other party go. Unfortunately not. Don't be afraid, I won't hit you, Lu Chen smiled. Shinjiaxia is in a bad mood today because of her mother's surgery fee. I hope you understand. I don't understand shit. You care about her so much, why don't you just pay for the surgery? Gong Xingyan rubbed his stomach and struggled to stand up. Bite. Trigger random task, dignity of the rich. As a rich man being provoked, my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt cannot. Mission content, give Shinjiaxia 200,000 yuan for surgery. Mission reward, 5 times cashback card, 2 attribute points. He. Lu Chen suddenly looked at Gong Xingyan, gave him a thumbs up, and even had the urge to give him a hug. I have encountered this guy twice in total. The first time he awakened the system, and now he has given him a task again. Damn it. This isn't an enemy, it's clearly your mascot. Chapter 13 200,000 service fees. What? Speak. The ignorant mascot was still provoking Lu Chen. Don't you want to be a hero? Why are you so scared when it comes to money? Still young. This kind of people have never been beaten by society. They dare to take advantage of others when they are weaker than them. Lu Chen could only say that this guy was very brave. You said you would give it to me, so who do you think you are? Lu Chen stepped forward. Well, you have guts. Gong Xingyan didn't dare to say anything more. If he was beaten by Lu Chen again, he couldn't afford to lose face. Gong Xingyan lost the mood to surf the internet and turned away dejectedly. Brother Lu, you are a hero saving a beautiful girl. You looked so handsome just now. Su Wei and the other person turned into little fans, chattering around Lu Chen. He's very handsome. Shinjiaxia chuckled and walked closer. Her height of over 170 centimeters made her almost at eye level with Lu Chen. She naturally put her arm around Lu Chen's shoulder, her eyes rolling. Handsome boy, do you want me to marry you? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. How much does this move cost? Shinjiaxia was stunned for a moment, then moved her red lips closer and kissed Lu Chen on the cheek. I'll give you a 50% discount this time, and charge you 1,500. Lu Chen nodded, with a playful smile on his face. Not expensive. He deliberately nodded his left cheek and leaned closer, saying, here's one more. No, the price has gone up, 3,000. Shinjiaxia rolled her eyes in annoyance, but still obediently kissed Lu Chen on the left cheek. Wow! 2 spectators exclaimed excitedly. Give me the phone. What? Shinjiaxia looked suspicious, but still unlocked his phone and handed it over. Add WeChat friends. After a while, her cell phone vibrated. She looked down and froze instantly. 200,000? Her voice couldn't help but tremble. She looked up sharply. What do you mean by this? Lu Chen shrugged. pretending to be deep. Let me show my cards now. I won't pretend anymore. I'm actually a billionaire. Puff. Shinjaxia was amused by his expression, then hurriedly covered her mouth and said seriously, I know you want to help me, but I can't take this money. This is probably all your savings, right? You don't believe it? No. Whose rich family is here to deliver food? Her nose wrinkled slightly, revealing a cute expression that said, You're kidding me. What are you two talking about? What do you mean 200,000? Wang Yan came over curiously. After seeing the number displayed on the phone, she immediately stuttered, 200,000? Sue also saw it and opened her mouth in shock, oh my god. Lu Chen shook his head, this money is not for you, it's for buying your service. He winked meaningfully. Shinjaxia's face turned red. What kind of service could she buy with 200,000 yuan? She didn't dare to think about it. But, don't you want to perform surgery on your mother? Lu Chen's words were the most damaging, and they directly blocked all of Shinjaxia's words. The next moment, Shinjaxia suddenly pounced on him and hugged Lu Chen tightly. She buried her face in Lu Chen's shoulder and said in a muffled voice, Thank you. Lu Chen could feel her tears soaking through his collar, and there was a faint smell of shampoo. Hey, does this hug cost money? Lu Chen teased her deliberately. Shinjaxia raised her head and glared at him with red eyes, It's free this time. After saying this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Yan and Su Wei were stunned watching from the side, and after a while they said in unison, This is too sweet. Shinjaxia was silent for a moment, then stretched out his hand and said, Bring me that piece of paper. Lu Chen took it out of his pocket and handed it over. Shinjaxia took it and leaned over the counter to write again. When she handed it to him, she held his hand and said, Go back and look. Lu Chen discovered that the tips of Shinjaxia's ears were red enough to look like blood was dripping from them. To be honest, he was looking forward to a project that could make even this straight ball blush. It was worth it that he borrowed 50,000 yuan from Jack Ma from Jiabei for emergency use. Bite. Congratulations on completing the task, you will get 5 times the cash back. Lu Chen's cell phone also dinged and a message came from his agricultural and industrial bank card, indicating that 1 million yuan had been deposited into the account. With 5 times the profit, he made 800,000 just by turning it over. Lu Chen turned the screen to Shinjaxia, Look at this, I just earned it. Shinjaxia took a closer look suspiciously, and his eyes suddenly widened. A long string of numbers appeared in the text message on the phone screen. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. She counted the digits subconsciously, and her voice began to tremble when she counted to the 7th digit. Lu Chen said lightly, Do you believe it now? Are you really a rich second generation? Shinjaxia found it hard not to believe when he saw the bank transfer information of a full 1 million yuan. I'm not. Lu Chen shook his head, I'm a first-generation rich man. Wang Yan and Su Wei also came over curiously. Although they were also shocked, they were able to accept it quickly because they had prepared themselves mentally. Okay, that's how it's going to work, right? Now all the rich people are here to snatch their jobs away from them. How can you make money by delivering food? That's a lie. Even though everyone in Fast and Furious has a Ferrari, for them, having 1 million in the bank account is already an astronomical figure. Lu Chen smiled secretly, As long as you work hard, I will become a billionaire soon. Come, give me a hug. He opened his arms, wanting to give a gentle hug to God of Wealth Shinjaxia. The result is the next second. He let out a cry and felt a sharp pain between his legs. He immediately knelt down. It hurts so much. Ah. Wang Yan and Su Wei were just shocked by Lu Chen's identity as a rich man, and now they were even more shocked. Yes, I'm sorry. Shinjaxia looked down at her long legs and panicked instantly. She quickly squatted down to check on Lu Chen's condition. I'm sorry, it was just a reflex. Don't touch me, it hurts. Lu Chen was lying on the ground with a distorted face. Seeing that many people in the internet cafe came to watch the fun, Shinjaxia and the other two hurriedly helped Lu Chen to the workroom. You, stay away from me. Lu Chen stretched out his hand to stop Shinjaxia from approaching. This crazy woman was so cruel that she almost ruined his happiness for the rest of his life. Conditioned reflex? This is the most terrifying thing. If you have a girlfriend like this, when you two do something intimate in the future, who knows when she will have a conditioned reflex? Kissing and covering your crotch? This guy is a pervert, okay? I was so wrong. Shinjaxia was very embarrassed, and she didn't know how to coax anyone. So, he untied the laces from his shoes and tied up his long legs. Is this okay? I promise there won't be a next time. Are you doing bondage art here? Wang Yan and Su Wei both started laughing. Lu Chen said as he stepped forward to untie the restraints on Shinjaxia's legs. Okay, I'm leaving. If he didn't leave now, Lu Chen was afraid that he would not be able to leave. Shinjaxia stopped in front of Lu Chen and said, I'll treat you to a meal? Just as a thank you. You're not going to the hospital? Or to class? There are very few classes in my junior year. I don't have classes today. My sister is taking care of me in the hospital. I will go there in the afternoon. You have a sister? Shinjaxia chuckled. Men really like this kind of tone. How about I introduce my sister to you? No need. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. I don't mean that. I don't know why, but he is now extremely sensitive about the identities of his sisters. It's all Chen Shurian's problem. It's her fault. To be a good scumbag, you must first learn to pass the blame. Shinjaxia said unhappily, she's not my biological sister. Her name is Zhang Yining. We were college classmates, best friends, and half-sisters. Half-sisters? Lu Chen is familiar with this plot. However, he didn't take it up. Since you are fine, please accompany me to the BYD 4S store. Lu Chen's favorite thing is cars. It should be said that men's favorite thing is cars, even more than women. For example, driving. Even when he had no money in the past, Lu Chen's favorite app was Dongdish. He knew all the cars ranging from tens of thousands to millions. The interior of this car is not good, the power of that car is not good, even Rolls-Royce is garbage in his eyes. It is common for him to quarrel with others in forums. This was one of the few pleasures in his miserable life. Go to the 4S store? Yes, I just bought a car and I'm going to pick it up today. Okay, I'll go with you. Shinjaxia didn't care. She knew the BYD brand and the price was not very expensive. Her favorite is a small hatchback, which seems to be called Seagull, especially the peach pink one, which is very suitable for girls to drive. Chapter 14, Poor People Don't Want Face. Why aren't you coming out yet? Lu Chen sat on the sofa in the internet cafe, playing with his mobile phone out of boredom. The phone screen showed that 32 minutes had passed. As expected, the woman's promise of I'll be downstairs in 10 minutes was as unreliable as the boy's promise of I just want a hug, nothing else. Just when he was considering whether to send a WeChat message to remind her. Day. The sound of high heels hitting the ground made the entire hall quiet in an instant. Lu Chen looked up and was almost blinded. Shinjaxia was seen wearing a pair of high heels, her long legs wrapped in a plaid miniskirt. She wore a tweed jacket with a silk shirt underneath and a pair of 4-leaf clover earrings on her ears. What the hell? You call this changing clothes? What is even more amazing is that she curled her long brown hair into lazy big waves, and her red lips are brighter than the doorplates in the internet cafe. This celebrity look caused several boys who were playing in a team to go AFK and were wiped out by the opposing blue team. Does it look good? Shinjaxia turned around in front of Lu Chen. How's it going? Is it okay? Lu Chen laughed dryly. Are you going with me to pick up the car, or to be a car model at the auto show? Although he doesn't know much about men's luxury goods, he is very clear about the high-end brands of women's clothes and bags. This is all thanks to Chen Xinyan, who had taught him a lot in the past. Shinjaxia's clothes were all branded goods, costing at least tens of thousands of dollars. Where did she get the money? Lu Chen even had some doubts whether Mom is Sick was a character setting deliberately created by Shinjaxia. Never mind her. You won't lose anything anyway. Let's go. Shinjaxia took Lu Chen's arm. I'll give you 200 yuan this time. Wei, we're leaving first. Shinjaxia waved towards the front desk. Wang Yan was checking out a customer. She looked up and almost dropped the barcode scanner. Master Xia, are you going to walk the red carpet? Stop talking nonsense. Shinjaxia glared at her with a smile, then pulled Lu Chen's arm and walked out. This scene caused many boys in the internet cafe to stretch their necks to look. Pushing open the glass door, Shinjaxia squinted and looked around. Where's your electric bike? Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Sister, you're wearing this and riding an electric bike? No way. Shen Zhaoxia shook her hair nonchalantly. This outfit is less than 500 yuan, okay? She suddenly lowered her voice and moved closer mysteriously. Can't you tell? They are all high-quality imitations. Lu Chen was stunned. Shen Zhaoxia said confidently, you don't understand, these high-end imitations can bring me aura bonus, and besides, poor people don't deserve to have face, right? And I'll tell you a secret. She hooked her fingers mysteriously, and waited for Lu Chen to get closer before saying, the fake ones are better quality than the real ones. Last time my best friend bought a genuine Chanel, the buttons fell off in 3 days. She patted her imitation coat proudly and said, I can wear this for half a year without any problem. Lu Chen looked at her sparkling eyes and suddenly remembered how Chun Xinyan insisted on buying the authentic products. At that time, he ate instant noodles for 3 months to save enough money. As a result, Chun Xinyan carried it twice and said, it's too heavy and not suitable for me. Then I set my eyes on another one. Well, he has been spending the past 2 years in this cycle. Shen Zhaoxia searched for a long time but didn't see the electric car with a delivery box behind it. Lu Chen originally planned to walk to the 4S store, just in time to count his steps, but when he saw the high heels at Shen Zhaoxia's feet, he felt helpless. I don't ride an electric bike. You can take a taxi to the BYD 4S store and wait for me. Ah? A bewildered look appeared on Shen Zhaoxia's delicately made-up face. If she didn't ride an electric bike to deliver food, did she have to rely on her legs? What are you doing? I'll go there on foot. Walk there? Shen Zhaoxia's eyes widened. Do you know how far that 4S store is from here? Lu Chen shrugged, took out his phone and shook it. The navigation shows 3.8 kilometers. He pointed at Shen Zhaoxia's high heels and said, you'd better take a taxi with this outfit. Shen Zhaoxia looked down at her shiny high heels, then looked up at the sun-baked streets, and suddenly gritted her teeth. Who's afraid of who? I'll go with you. Stop it. Lu Chen frowned. Your shoes. Who are you looking down on? Shen Zhaoxia took off her high heels and held them in her hand, then walked barefoot on the asphalt road. When I was practicing in the dance club, I could stand barefoot for 3 hours. After a while, her fair feet couldn't stand the pain anymore, so she put them on again reluctantly. Lu Chen turned and walked towards the electric shared bicycles on the roadside. Wait, I'll scan one for you. No. Shen Zhaoxia grabbed him and said, don't you want to walk? I'll go with you. She blinked her sparkling eyes and said, I'm wearing fake stuff anyway, so I won't mind if it gets worn out. Lu Chen stared at Shen Zhaoxia for a while. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Shen Zhaoxia subconsciously touched her cheek and wanted to take out a makeup mirror from her bag, but Lu Chen held her hand. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't say anything, she cleared her throat and said, you won't be angry, will you? At worst, I'll listen to you. Lu Chen shook his head and reached out to pinch her face. Thank you for staying with me. Shen Zhaoxia was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Chen to say this suddenly. Who wants to accompany you? She turned her face away stubbornly. I am doing this to lose weight. Lu Chen suddenly laughed and couldn't help pinching her face. He could only say that it was great to be rich. Shen Zhaoxia's heart skipped a beat at this intimate action. She slapped Lu Chen's hand away. Don't give me that. I'm not that kind of delicate girl. Come with me. Lu Chen suddenly turned around, grabbed Shen Zhaoxia's wrist and walked away. Shen Zhaoxia staggered 2 steps and almost sprained her ankle with her high heels. Hey, where are you going? The 4S store is in the opposite direction. Lu Chen didn't answer and took her straight into the only large shopping mall in the university town. I arrived at the Chanel store with ease. As soon as you enter the store, the cold air mixed with various fragrances hits you in the face. There were not many people in the store, only a tall young woman who was strolling around with a middle-aged man. Lu Chen. Shen Zhaoxia froze in place for a moment. Although she didn't care about other people's opinions, she still felt guilty about wearing fake clothes in a genuine store. The clerk behind the counter recognized the imitation on Shen Zhaoxia at a glance and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. But her professionalism made her immediately put on a standard smile. Welcome, if you need anything, I can introduce it to you. No need to introduce. Lu Chen interrupted her and pointed at a few clothes. This, give it to her to try, and the shoes are flat shoes. He suddenly turned around and looked at Shen Zhaoxia. Are you wearing size 36.5? Shen Zhaoxia was surprised. How did you know? I have done some research on this aspect. Of course Lu Chen would definitely not tell it. Sir, you have a good eye. The clerk's eyes lit up. She would not look down on Lu Chen because of his delivery man's clothes. Nowadays, there are too many tricks used by domineering CEOs to disguise themselves and pursue Cinderella. What is happening in front of us is clearly the plot of a domineering boss in an idol drama. She held Shinjiaxia up attentively. Miss, please come this way, let's go and try. Shinjiaxia was half pushed and half invited to the door of the fitting room. Try this. Lu Chen suddenly handed over a beige coat. Shinjiaxia subconsciously touched the label, and the number on the price tag made her heart tremble. It's too expensive. She lowered her voice. This is enough to pay for my mother's hospitalization for 2 months. Hurry up. Lu Chen directly pulled off the tag and said, I can't return it now. You. Shinjiaxia widened his eyes and looked at the label thrown into the trash can, with the price corner still sticking out. 42,800. She was about to say something, but Lu Chen had already pushed her to the fitting room. Hurry up, the forest shop will be closed at 5 o'clock. Shinjiaxia was stuffed into the fitting room. She bit her lip and finally put on her clothes carefully. The fitting room was opened again, and Shinjiaxia came out after changing her clothes. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Shinjiaxia's figure was a perfect clothes hanger, and every piece of clothing seemed to be tailor-made for her. Turn around. Shinjiaxia turned around subconsciously, and suddenly seemed to realize something. Wait, how come you are so familiar with women's clothing? She narrowed her eyes. Did your girlfriend teach you? Chapter 15. My husband has a lot of girlfriends. Learned from Quyen. Sit down. Lu Chen was holding a pair of flat shoes in his hand, kneeling on one knee and holding up her slender ankle. Shinjiaxia wanted to retract her foot as if she had received an electric shock, but he held it firmly and said, Don't move. It looked like Lu Chen was putting crystal shoes on Cinderella. Shinjiaxia felt a sore nose and his eyes slowly turned red. She watched Lu Chen tie his shoelaces skillfully and suddenly asked, Have you often helped people put on shoes like this before? Lu Chen's hand paused. Well, it was worn by my ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? Shinjiaxia's eyes sparkled. At this moment, the sexy girl in black silk hip skirt suddenly exclaimed. Wow, look at her, she looks so pretty in this. She grabbed the middle-aged man's arm and shook it. I want this set too. The middle-aged man with a beer belly waved his hand and said, Buy it, you must buy it. He turned to the clerk happily. How much is this outfit? The clerk kept a professional smile and said, The coat this lady is wearing is a new model this year. Together with the shirt, skirt and flat shoes, the total price is about 120,000 yuan. How much? The middle-aged man's voice suddenly broke out, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He took out his phone and pretended to check it. Oh baby, something urgent happened at the company. Let's buy it another day. No. The sexy girl held him tightly. You clearly promised me just now. Stop it. The middle-aged man suddenly changed his expression and pushed her away. I really have something to do. After saying that, he walked out of the store without looking back. The shop assistants have seen this kind of situation too many times and are no longer surprised. For rich men, many women have a price tag. Some women are worth so much money, while some are not. And this girl dressed up in fancy clothes obviously belongs to the latter. The sexy girl stood there with a wonderful expression on her face. She bit her lip, suddenly turned to Lu Chen, took out her phone and said delicately, Brother, can you add me on WeChat? Before Lu Chen could speak, Shinjiaxia raised her head and said with a smile, Add mine. She pulled her phone out of her bag and said, My husband has a lot of girlfriends, so I have to arrange a schedule for you. Ah? The sexy girl's hands froze in mid-air, and her expression looked as if she had swallowed a fly alive. No. No need. She put her phone away awkwardly and ran away stepping on her high heels. The store was silent. Several shop assistants looked at each other, and one of the newcomers whispered, Sister, is this how rich people play now? Another clerk glanced meaningfully at Lu Chen who was helping Shinjiaxia put on her shoes, and lowered his voice. Learn from this is the real boss. Lu Chen clapped his hands and said, Let's go. If we don't go to the 4S store, it will really close. Pay by card. Under the respectful gaze of the store clerk, the two walked out of the store. After leaving the door, Shinjiaxia couldn't help but look back at the decorative mirror at the door. The person in the mirror was wearing clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. At this moment, she felt like a princess, and Lu Chen beside her was her prince. But the prince beside him was still wearing the washed-out delivery uniform. Hey! Shinjiaxia suddenly grabbed the corner of Lu Chen's clothes. You can't do this. She pointed at her own designer clothes, then at his delivery uniform, and said, "If we walk together now, people will think I'm a rich woman who supports a delivery boy." Lu Chen looked down at himself and said, "I think it's good. This is my work clothes. Working people are the most glorious." Shen Xiaoxia rolled her eyes and dragged him towards the men's clothing area without saying a word. "No. I have to change your clothes today. Hey, I'm pretty good like this." "Shut up." Shen Xiaoxia stood on tiptoe and covered his mouth with hers. "This time it's mine, just consider it as a return gift." Lu Chen was pushed forward by her and shook his head helplessly. "It's really unnecessary." 10 minutes later, when Lu Chen walked out of the fitting room in casual clothes, Shen Xiaoxia's eyes lit up instantly. A white cotton and linen shirt, paired with light-colored casual pants and a pair of beige canvas shoes. This outfit makes him look young and fresh, like a college student who is just enrolled. "That's right." Shen Xiaoxia circled around Lu Chen with satisfaction. "He's barely worthy of me." Lu Chen pulled at the collar of his shirt uncomfortably. "This is too tight." "What's wrong?" Shen Xiaoxia stood on tiptoe to help him straighten his collar. "It's okay. It will loosen up if you stretch it." Lu Chen chuckled and leaned close to her ear. "So, how much is this set?" Shen Xiaoxia shuddered as the warm breath sprayed on his ears. "It's not expensive, just over 8,000. 8,000? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. "Where did you get the money?" Shen Xiaoxia smiled mysteriously and took out a credit card from her bag. "My mother's hospitalization fee." She blinked and said, "Anyway, I have the money for the surgery, so I'll use it for now." Lu Chen was stunned. Looking at the girl in front of me who was worrying about 200,000 yuan 1 second ago, and dared to use her mother's life-saving money the next second. He suddenly laughed. "Shen Xiaoxia, you are such a ruthless person." "Same here." Shen Xiaoxia took her arm and said, "Come on, Your Highness, your Cinderella will take you to pick up the car." "But, Your Highness, who did you buy this bag for?" Shen Xiaoxia stared at the Chanel bag in Lu Chen's hand, which was the same model as hers. Lu Chen calmly slung the bag over his shoulder and said, "This is for my ex-girlfriend's sister." Give it to your ex-girlfriend's sister?" Shen Xiaoxia's voice suddenly rose 18 degrees. "You bought a bag for your ex-girlfriend's sister?" "No way." Lu Chen looked innocent. Shen Xiaoxia narrowed his eyes. "What do you want to do?" Lu Chen suddenly came closer. "Are you angry?" "No." "Jealous?" "Dream." Shen Xiaoxia snorted and turned his head away. "Who cares who you send it to?" "Then let's go." Shen Xiaoxia leaned her head on Lu Chen's shoulder. As they walked side by side, she suddenly asked, "Is she beautiful?" Lu Chen nodded and thought of Chen Shuryan. He could handle things easily in front of Shen Xiaoxia, but for some reason, when facing Chen Shuryan, the other person's cold temperament always made him inexplicably nervous. Shen Xiaoxia shook the shopping bag in her hand in a nonchalant manner. "More beautiful than me?" Lu Chen came back to his senses. "It's different, she is ice cola, and you are a wild rose with thorns." "What?" Shen Xiaoxia muttered in dissatisfaction. "What kind of metaphor is this?" Chapter 16, Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend. The two came to the BYD 4S store. Lu Chen went to handle the car pickup procedures, while Shen Xiaoxia sat down on the sofa in the rest area without saying a word and was unwilling to get up again. What she didn't know was that these 4 kilometers made Lu Chen earn nearly 6,000 yuan. "Shen Xiaoxia, why are you here?" A girl's voice called out, and Shen Xiaoxia raised her head in confusion. "Chen Xinyan?" When she saw who was coming, she couldn't help but frown. "Why do I keep meeting this gold digger everywhere?" She and Chen Xinyan were sophomores in the same school. They were both well-known figures on campus and had been in the same drama club, so naturally they knew each other. It's just that Chen Xinyan always compares herself with her, but is always outshined by her. Once when they were selecting a female lead for a skit, Chen Xinyan lost the competition and ended up leaving the club in anger, thus forming a feud between the two of them. There was a boy standing next to Chen Xinyan, and he was Gong Xingyan, who had made a fool of himself in the internet cafe. He felt a little embarrassed and guilty when he saw Shen Xiaoxia. Chen Xinyan, who was completely unaware of the situation, was looking back and forth at Shen Xiaoxia, with deep jealousy flashing in her eyes. With her sharp eyes gained from years of experience in luxury goods, she could easily tell that Shen Xiaoxia was wearing nothing but Chanel, and all of them were genuine. Especially the beige jacket on his body, which is a new model released last month and is worth more than 40,000 yuan. She did a rough calculation and concluded that this outfit was worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why? She was very clear about Shinjaxia's financial situation, and it was obvious that she did not buy it herself. Chen Xinyan was unwilling to accept the result. Not only was she inferior to Shinjaxia in appearance and talent, she was also far behind in the ability to find a daddy. She also wants a rich man who can casually spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a girl. No matter what she thought in her heart, she couldn't lose in momentum, so a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. It turns out that our proud Shin Yuanhua is not so ambitious. This new Chanel jacket costs more than 40,000, right? She covered her mouth in surprise and deliberately said loudly, "Your godfather is really willing to spend money on you." Heh. How could Shinjaxia not understand that the other party was deliberately trying to embarrass her? But who cares? A playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Why do I hear so much sourness and jealousy in these words? Yes, I just found a godfather, what's wrong? She deliberately shook the Chanel bag in her hand, unlike some people who can only carry last year's old model. You. Chen Xinyan's fingers unconsciously touched her Gucci bag, which was bought for her by Lu Chen last year. Thinking of this, she looked at Gong Xingyan with reproach. Although this guy was rich, he was not as generous as Lu Chen. She was furious. Shinjaxia, stop pretending and stop making it sound so good. I want to see if you can continue to pretend if this gets out to the school. As he said this, he pretended to pick up his phone. Casual. Unexpectedly, Shinjaxia didn't care at all. If she cared about her reputation, she wouldn't have gone to the internet cafe to play with others. Reputation? How much is reputation worth? It's good to have a bad reputation. I don't have to deal with all those troubles. I still have to thank you. Hearing her say this, Chen Xinyan suddenly felt bored. She still understood Shinjaxia, and when she said she didn't care, she really didn't care. But how could she admit defeat like that? Chen Xinyan grabbed Gong Xingyan's arm. Boyfriend, didn't you say you were going to buy me a car? She looked at Shinjaxia provocatively, emphasizing the word boyfriend. Gong Xingyan was a little confused. Chen Xinyan had only said that she wanted to take a look, but didn't he say that she wanted to buy it? The cheapest BYD car costs about 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. He is crazy to spend so much money on a girl. It was not until Chen Xinyan pinched him secretly with her fingers that Gong Xingyan reacted and looked like a rich man. It's just a car. If you like any car, your husband will buy it for you. Chen Xinyan pretended to look around and saw an imposing SUV parked in the delivery area. She pointed. That's the one I want. Gong Xingyan was startled and quickly whispered in her ear, "Baby, don't act too arrogant. If I say I'll buy you that car, Shinjaxia won't believe it." What's the meaning? Chen Xinyan curled her lips in disdain. Isn't it just a BYD? How expensive can it be? Gong Xingyan was helpless. That's BYD's high-end brand, the U8, which costs more than 1 million. What? Chen Xinyan's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of the surrounding sales consultants. A broken BYD costs more than 1 million? She stared at the car in disbelief, her mascara-covered eyes wide. Don't lie to me. Only a fool would spend more than 1 million yuan to buy a crappy BYD. In her opinion, only foreign brands such as BMW, Mercedes-Benz and Porsche have million-dollar luxury cars. The most expensive domestically produced car is only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. These words happened to be heard by a salesperson who was walking by. He had a professional smile on his face. "Ma'am, this is our BYD's high-end model Yangwan U8, which uses 4-motor independent drive technology, is equipped with an emergency floating mode and a sandwich structure blade battery." Although Chen Xinyan didn't understand a word, she felt it was very advanced. After the salesperson finished explaining, he walked towards Shinjaxia and said, "Mr. Lu said he had something urgent to deal with, so he asked you to drive the car back first." After a pause, he added, "All the formalities have been completed." As he spoke, he took out a gray metallic car key and handed it over. Lu Chen is gone? What the hell is this guy doing? Shinjaxia stood up. He was in no mood to talk anymore with the two of them. He grabbed the keys and walked towards the vehicle delivery area. Under the shocked gazes of Chen Xinyan and Gong Xingyan, she pressed the key, and the lights of the huge SUV flashed twice. Only then did Shinjaxia realize that what Lu Chen had purchased was actually the million-dollar luxury car the two had mentioned, the U8. Looking at the huge size of the car, she felt a little guilty. She had never driven a car since she got her driver's license during the summer vacation of her freshman year. Faced with such a large size, Shinjiaxia doubted whether she could drive it away. Can't lose face. Shinjiaxia took a deep breath, pretended to be calm, walked around the car, and pretended to check its condition. She secretly glanced at the rearview mirror and confirmed that Chen Xinyan was still staring at her. She immediately straightened her back and put on the posture of an experienced driver. Shinjiaxia opened the car door, suddenly turned around as if remembering something, looked at Chen Xinyan, and deliberately shook the key. "Oh, by the way, my godfather bought it for me." Chapter 17. Ex-girlfriend's shock. Chen Xinyan's face turned pale, she gnashed her teeth, her pretty face was distorted with envy, jealousy, and hatred. She never thought that Shinjiaxia actually came to pick up a car, and it was a luxury car worth millions. Who is supporting her? I'm afraid he is a wealthy man worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Seeing the two people's frustrated expressions, Shinjiaxia finally couldn't help laughing out loud. This was the first time she experienced the happiness of being rich. Well, it's nice to have money. Shinjiaxia sat in the driver's seat and started the car. She gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and subconsciously held her breath. The moment the car started to move slowly, she couldn't help but let out a small yeah. Then he quickly put on a stern face, put one hand on the car door, and drove away in a very cool manner. In the exhibition hall, Chen Xinyan snorted coldly. "Humph, what's so great about that? You still have to serve an old man." Even though she said she didn't care, she was roaring like crazy in her heart. What happened to the old man? Money doesn't matter. I just like old men who are caring. The salesperson next to him smiled when he heard this. I don't know if it was because Chen Xinyan's words just now were unpleasant, but he also explained it specially. "Miss, you are wrong. Miss Shen's boyfriend is not an old man, but a very handsome young man. He should be about the same age as Miss Shen. The two of them standing together can be called a perfect match." Young people? The expression on Chen Xinyan's face froze instantly. People are afraid of comparison. Originally, she thought it was great that she could find a rich second generation like Gong Xingyan. But the fact that it could be sold completely broke her defenses. Compared with Shinjiaxia's boyfriend, Gong Xingyan is simply trash. Why? Chen Xinyan threw the bag in her hand towards Gong Xingyan and said angrily, "Why does Shinjiaxia have the right? Jealousy can completely change a person." Gong Xingyan was confused. The entire showroom fell silent, with all the salespeople and customers staring in amazement at the delicately made-up girl who suddenly went crazy. "Baby, calm down," Gong Xingyan hurriedly comforted. "Get lost." Chen Xinyan pointed to the BYD seal in the center of the exhibition hall. "Buy this one now." The salesmen looked at each other in bewilderment. "Is there anyone who wants something like this?" Gong Xingyan said dissatisfiedly, "This car costs more than 200,000. If you can't afford it, break up." Chen Xinyan now feels annoyed with Gong Xingyan no matter how she looks at him. Shinjiaxia's boyfriend just casually bought a luxury car worth millions. And what about him? But he is not willing to buy himself a car worth more than 200,000 yuan. What's the point of being with such a poor guy? When Gong Xingyan heard that Chen Xinyan wanted to break up with him, he hesitated. After all, Chen Xinyan is good looking and has a good figure, and most importantly, she is very good at serving people, so he is really reluctant to let her go. However, between love and 200,000, he decisively chose the latter. "Okay, this is what you said, don't regret it." After he finished speaking, he walked away with a cold face. Chen Xinyan looked at Gong Xingyan's departing back and trembled with anger. After a moment, she took a deep breath, suddenly put on a sweet smile, turned around and winked at the sales consultant. "Brother, can the gentleman who bought the U8 just now leave me his contact information?" The salesperson maintained a professional smile and said, "Sorry, ma'am, we cannot disclose the customer's privacy." "Oh, just be flexible." Chen Xinyan was not giving up. "I can treat you to a meal." The salesperson took a step back and raised his voice a few notches. "If you are not buying a car, please do not disturb other customers." As he said this, he winked at the security guard at the door. Dead-headed. Seeing that there was no result, Chen Xinyan could only mutter and turn away. Gong Xingyan left her behind and drove away, so Chen Xinyan had to call an online taxi. On the way, when she was thinking about how to snatch Shinjiaxia's boyfriend away, she happened to see the back of a boy on the roadside through the car window. Even if you don't see his face, just from his appearance and dress, you can tell that he is most likely a wealthy second generation. Chen Xinyan hurriedly knocked on the car window. Master, pull over. Gong Xingyan is gone, she has to find another partner as soon as possible, otherwise she will have to eat dirt next month. After paying hurriedly and getting off the car, Chen Xinyan hurriedly took out an air cushion and lipstick from her bag and used the makeup mirror to touch up her makeup. Although what the boy was wearing was not a luxury brand, it was still an expensive trendy brand. We must seize this opportunity. She took a deep breath and sprayed mouth freshener twice. She deliberately unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt, revealing a faint glimpse of her white skin. Wearing stiletto heels that were more than 10 centimeters high, Chen Xinyan walked towards the boy in the most elegant manner. The closer I get, the faster my heart beats. The boy's broad shoulders and long legs make him look much better from behind than the short and fat Gong Xingyan. Classmate. She pinched her sweet voice and gently patted the boy's shoulder. Excuse me, how do I get to the subway station? Is it you? The next moment, her words got stuck in her throat before she could finish them. Chen Xinyan's carefully practiced sweet smile froze on her face, and her outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. Fuck, there's no way to hide. The boy turned around and it turned out to be Lu Chen, who had just left the 4S store early. He saw Chen Xinyan in the 4S store, and he left on purpose because he didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore. In the end, we met again. Lu Chen, if you're not going to deliver food, why are you dressed like this? What I do has nothing to do with you? Lu Chen's voice was calm. Once a man's heart is dead, it will never be disturbed again. You. Chen Xinyan was already furious, and now she was being confronted by Lu Chen, who used to be obedient to her, and she suddenly felt a little aggrieved. You, why are you so stingy? I admit that I dumped you, but do you have to be like this? She pointed at Lu Chen and said, look at what you have become now. You are obviously a delivery man, but you spend a lot of money to dress up like a rich second generation. Are you hypocritical? Besides, you can't live without me, so why don't you go deliver food and make money to live a good life, instead of giving up on yourself? I know I'm sorry, but you really disappoint me. Are you ill? These words made Lu Chen laugh. Was he blind before? How come I didn't realize that Chen Xinyan is actually a big-breasted, brainless idiot? Lu Chen was too lazy to say anything more to her and turned around to leave. Chen Xinyan was anxious. She had dumped Gong Xingyan and was in need of a successor. Before finding the next rich second generation, Lu Chen was the best candidate at the moment. Wait a minute. She grabbed Lu Chen's sleeve, her tone full of arrogance as if she was giving alms. Lu Chen, it hurts to see you fall like this. I didn't expect that breaking up would be such a big blow to you. She lifted her hair and smiled what she thought was the most charming smile. How about this, since you love me so much, I will give you another chance to pursue me. Chen Xinyan waited confidently for Lu Chen to show a surprised expression. She had even thought about how she would play hard to get and accept his gratitude. Just like before, as long as she gave him a little sweetness, Lu Chen would go through fire and water for her. If you behave well. Chen Xinyan deliberately dragged out her voice, maybe we can go back to the past. After saying this, he showed a pitiful look in his eyes. This action once made Lu Chen fascinated. She was sure that her ex-boyfriend, who had abandoned himself for her, would happily agree. Lu Chen slowly pulled back his sleeves, looking as if he was looking at a mentally ill patient. Chen Xinyan. She looked up expectantly. I suggest you go to the hospital and see a neurosurgeon. Lu Chen pointed to his head. Hypochondria is a disease and needs to be treated. Chen Xinyan's smile froze on her face. She couldn't believe her ears. How could Lu Chen speak to her in that tone? You, what do you mean? Her voice began to tremble. I'm giving you a chance. Then I thank your whole family. Lu Chen turned and left, not even bothering to look at her. Chen Xinyan was furious, looking like a hen with its feathers standing on end. Stop right there. I'm telling you, if you take one more step, we'll never be together again. Don't even think about me paying attention to you anymore. Lu Chen finally stopped and turned around with a frighteningly cold look in his eyes. Chen Xinyan shuddered in fear at this look. Chen Xinyan. Lu Chen said word by word, who the hell do you think you are? You are my first love, and you were my sweetheart. I also said I wanted to marry you. Don't degrade yourself and make me look down on you. There was an unspeakable irony in Lu Chen's smile. But now that I think about it, it's a good thing that didn't happen. Chen Xinyan's face looked ugly, and she was about to get angry, but was interrupted by the sound of a horn. A dragonstone green U8 stopped in front of the two. The car window slowly opened, revealing Shinjashia's delicate face. She smiled sweetly at Lu Chen. "Hubby, get in the car." Chapter 18: The Three of Us Together. Watching Lu Chen get in the car and drive away, Chen Xinyan stood there blankly until the car disappeared from her sight, and then she gradually came to her senses. Miss Shen's boyfriend is a handsome young man. The salesperson's words kept echoing in Chen Xinyan's mind. Her pupils suddenly widened and an incredible look appeared on her face. Could it be that the person he was talking about is Lu Chen? No. Even if that person is Lu Chen, he can't be the financial sponsor behind Shinjashia. Chen Xinyan was very sure, because apart from the director of the orphanage and a few other people, she had known Lu Chen for 5 years and knew him best. He was abandoned in a trash can by his parents when he was young, but luckily he survived and was later sent to an orphanage, where he grew up. She knew all about Lu Chen's life trajectory, so it was impossible for Lu Chen to suddenly become a rich man just a few days after breaking up with her. Then there is only one explanation. Shinjashia was kept by someone. After she became rich, she fell in love with Lu Chen, and the clothes he wore were also bought by Shinjashia. Lu Chen didn't know that Shinjashia was being kept by someone, and he thought he had found true love, so she cruelly rejected him. Thinking of this, Chen Xinyan couldn't help but reveal a hint of sneer. But as she laughed, she felt inexplicably unhappy again. Why did she feel that Lu Chen was living a better life after breaking up with her? Not only did she wear a trendy brand, but she also wore the beautiful Shinjashia. The most important thing is that Shinjashia knows how to make money, so Lu Chen has money to spend without having to work hard. Isn't this the life she wants? MD, the clown is actually me? No, I must find out who is the financial backer behind Shinjashia. I will tell him what Shinjashia did and I will not let her have an easy time. Chen Xinyan gritted her teeth and made up her mind secretly. Do you know Chen Xinyan? Shinjashia secretly looked at the silent Lu Chen several times, and finally couldn't help but ask. Yes, my ex-girlfriend. Lu Chen did not hide anything, and there was no need to hide anything. No wonder. No wonder you left me and ran away. She stared at the road ahead and pursed her lips. Lu Chen suddenly turned sideways and gave Shinjashia a light kiss on the cheek. What are you doing? Shinjashia's hands trembled and the steering wheel almost turned crooked. She frantically steadied the steering wheel, her cheeks instantly flushed. I'm driving. Lu Chen supported his chin with one hand and smiled meanly. I see you are jealous, so I will make it up to you. Who wants you to compensate? Shinjashia suppressed the throbbing in her heart and pretended not to care. I'll give you 2,000 for what you did just now. Lu Chen looked at her arrogant appearance, laughed and half lay on the seat. Focus on driving, wife. Who is your wife? Shinjashia retorted reflexively. No, who took the initiative to call me husband just now? I don't care, you can scream if you want, but it's 100 per time. Wife, wife, wife. Lu Chen's sarcastic voice echoed in the car. Soon, back to the university town. Lu Chen got out of the car and said, please drive away. I still have to deliver food. Ah? Shinjashia opened her mouth, looking confused. What's going on? You say Lu Chen has no money, but he spends hundreds of thousands on himself casually and drives a luxury car worth millions. You say he is rich, but he still has to deliver food. For a moment, Shinjashia felt that his CPU was not enough. Shinjashia was still confused until he drove back to the Midnight Oasis Internet Cafe. When Yanhuang U8 stopped at the entrance of the Internet Cafe, it immediately attracted a lot of college students to watch. Several boys held up their cell phones and took pictures frantically of this $1 million luxury car. Sister, can this car really float on water? A somewhat shy boy mustered up the courage to ask. Shinjashia was stunned for a moment, then remembered the emergency floating mode mentioned by the salesperson, so he had to bite the bullet and nodded. It should be, okay, right? So cool. The boy danced excitedly. It's much better than those old-fashioned BBAs. The students around started discussing it. My dad insisted on buying a Volkswagen, saying that German cars are stable and too rustic. That's right, some of those cars still have radios. Shinjashia was shocked by their enthusiasm. She then noticed that most of the people watching were young people. Sister, can we take a picture? A girl with a ponytail asked, standing next to the car. Shinjashia nodded generously, looking at this group of young people circling around the car excitedly as if they had seen their idol, and suddenly understood Lu Chen's choice. Compared with those traditional luxury cars, this futuristic domestic car is indeed more in line with the aesthetic tastes of young people. After the group of people gradually dispersed, Shen Xiaoxia locked his car and walked into the internet cafe. As soon as she entered, Wang Yan and Su Wei held her in the middle, one on each side. Master Xia, what's going on? Where did you get the car? And is this outfit real? Wang Yan carefully touched Shen Xiaoxia's Chanel jacket. Fake, fake. Shen Xiaoxia waved her hands quickly, they are all high imitations. You're kidding. Su Wei analyzed the differences between fake and genuine products in detail, and finally proved with facts that everything Shen Xiaoxia wore was genuine. Worth hundreds of thousands. How many? Wang Yan opened her eyes wide in disbelief, and even her breathing became rapid. That's it? Hundreds of thousands? She couldn't imagine what it felt like to wear hundreds of thousands of dollars on her body. Su Wei took a deep breath and said, not only that, the car is also worth over $1 million. Ah. Wang Yan felt so embarrassed that she was so jumpy, but she couldn't help it. Shen Xiaoxia, who was still worrying about his mother's surgery fees 3 hours ago, suddenly changed his mind 3 hours later. How could she not be surprised when she saw that he was not only wearing clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but also driving a $1 million luxury car? Master Xia, you sold yourself? Look at how much I'm worth. I don't want to work hard anymore. Su Wei winked and said, how is it? Is it big? Shen Xiaoxia understood immediately, how would I know? We don't have that. Why use that? Can't you just measure it with your mouth? Wang Yan looked unhappy. Why didn't you take me with you when you had popsicles? Shen Xiaoxia was amused. What are you thinking? These are all sent by Lu Chen, and the car is also his. I'm just keeping it for him. Wang Yan and Su Wei gasped at the same time, looked at each other, and saw shock in each other's eyes. Wang Yan suddenly slapped her thigh and said, I knew he must be a rich second generation who was hiding his identity. This is even more solid. She lowered her voice excitedly, just like in the TV series, I deliver food just to experience life. Shen Xiaoxia remembered that Lu Chen said he was going to continue delivering food, and shook his head helplessly, I don't understand him either. Just then, the door of the internet cafe was pushed open. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and saw Lu Chen, who was wearing his delivery uniform again, walking in. Your milk tea. He handed a cup of taro bubble tea to a boy who was eating chicken. After seeing this scene, both of their CPUs burned out. Lu? Brother Lu. Wang Yan stuttered, how much can you earn by delivering a takeaway? Lu Chen thought about it seriously, this order is 3.2 yuan. Su Wei immediately blurted out, to deliver 1 million, we need more than 300,000 orders? Lu Chen smiled and said, good at math. He checked the time and said, you guys are busy, there are still a few orders to deliver. After he left, Wang Yan grabbed Shen Xiaoxia. Master Xia. Do you mind having me? Su Wei joined in, looking expectant, how about the three of us? Chapter 19 I want Brother Lu to be my dad. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Chen checked his WeChat and saw that his step count had reached 30,000, so he decided to go home. How much money is enough? He took out his cell phone, thought about it and decided to call Su Wanqing and try to continue being Tongtong's tutor. This concerns his worth of hundreds of millions, so he has to struggle a little longer. At worst, I can just sell some of my sex appeal to her. Su Wanqing was sitting on the sofa in her pajamas, her cell phone vibrating in her hand. The caller ID shows Lu Chen. The 5th time. Her slender fingers hovered above the answer button. It was obvious that the call could be connected with just one swipe, but she couldn't make up her mind. Su Wanqing, you have to hold back. You must not harm Lu Chen. If people know that he is involved with an old aunt like you, how can he find a girlfriend in the future? Su Wanqing's fingers trembled slightly. The fact that Lu Chen called her already explains a lot of problems. At least it proves that she is still attractive to Lu Chen. Is he in love with me? She was afraid that she would not be able to help but make a mistake, which would harm Lu Chen, so she would rather not accept it. Mom, is it Brother Lu? Tang Tang stood at the door holding a teddy bear, her eyes shining. Su Wanqing's hand shook and her cell phone fell onto the wool carpet. No. When she bent down to pick it up, she saw the divorce agreement again. If I get divorced, will that mean? Su Wanqing was suddenly shocked by her own thought. Mom, why hasn't Brother Lu come yet? He promised to tell me a story today. Tang Tang grabbed Su Wanqing's arm and shook it. Su Wanqing calmed down and patted Tong Tong's head lovingly. Your brother Lu has something to do today, can Mom tell you a story? I don't want it. Tang Tang pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, did you break up with brother Lu? Break up? Su Wanqing was startled and looked quickly towards the nanny's room. Suddenly she realized that she had already fired the nanny. Mom, I want brother Lu to be my dad. Tang Tang held the doll's ears tightly in her little hands. Tang Tang, stop talking nonsense. You have a dad. I'm not talking nonsense. Tang Tang suddenly threw herself into her arms and said in a crying voice, Mom, was I picked up by you? Su Wanqing's expression changed. You, who told you that? She didn't understand how a child less than 6 years old could suddenly say such a thing. Uncle Bien said that. He didn't let me call him dad. He said that you picked me up and I'm not your biological child. Tong Tong's little face was full of tears and she said pitifully, Bien Pengju. Su Wanqing was so angry that her whole body was shaking and she couldn't help but clench her fingers. She didn't expect her husband to say such things to Tang Tang. Even though Tang Tang is not his biological child, he has raised her for 3 or 4 years. Even a dog should have feelings for her. Su Wanqing suddenly understood why Bien Pengju was so cold to her and didn't even touch her when he returned home. It turned out to be because he didn't have his own biological children. However, what he didn't know was that the reason the two of them had no biological children was because Bien Pengju was infertile, and the condition was incurable. After the initial inspection results came out, Su Wanqing was afraid of hurting his self-esteem, so she took the responsibility on herself. Because Bien Pengju was very poor at the time, and her parents, one a university professor and the other a research institute researcher, both of them did not agree with her marrying Bien Pengju. If they knew that Bien Pengju was infertile, they would look down on him even more. That's why Su Wanqing said that she was infertile. Bien Pengju did not blame her at the time. Instead, he took the initiative to propose to adopt a child, who is now Tang Tang. But Bien Pengju's parents' attitude towards her changed since then, and they even said that she was a hen that couldn't lay eggs. She endured it for Tang Tang. Unexpectedly, the choice I made at that time would eventually come back to haunt me. That uncle is not my dad. He never plays with me. He is just mean to me. Tang Tang lay on Su Wanqing and cried louder and louder. Tang Tang, be good. You are my biological child. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. Su Wanqing's heart felt like it was pierced by a needle, and tears kept falling from her eyes. She reached out and touched her daughter's head. She had naively wanted to give her child a complete family, but she never realized that this family had already been shattered. Mom, I want brother Lu to be my dad, okay? Tang Tang raised her tear-stained little face and clasped the corner of Su Wanqing's clothes tightly in her little hands. Brother Lu would teach me to study, buy me bear biscuits, and tell me stories. Su Wanqing blushed as she looked at her daughter's expectant eyes. She murmured, well, that also requires the other party to be willing. Lu Chen, I was wrong about what happened before. Please continue to teach Tang Tang in the evening. After seeing the text message, Lu Chen, who had made 5 or 6 calls but no one answered, was about to give up. Unexpectedly, there is a ray of hope after a dark period. Su Wanqing suddenly changed her mind. Sister Su, I'll be there in a moment. The matter was resolved, and Lu Chen breathed a long sigh of relief, his mood immediately turning from gloomy to sunny. After returning to the site, just as he had expected, Fatty Wang came over immediately and asked curiously about his relationship with Chen Shiyan. Lu Chen had no choice but to respond casually. Then she changed her clothes, grabbed her Chanel bag and ran away. There is an affair. Sister Zhang looked at Lu Chen's leaving back with a certain look on her face. What do you mean? Fatty Wang asked weakly. Sister Zhang said unhappily, didn't you see? Xiao Lu wasn't wearing this when he came this morning. Don't know. Sister Zhang held her forehead with her hand. Why did I marry a fool like you in the first place? Just think about it, Xiao Lu has started to dress herself up. What does this mean? If you put it that way, I'll understand. Fatty Wang showed a look of realization. Zhang Chang is right, Xiao Lu really doesn't plan to change her mother-in-law. Unfortunately, Xiao Lu is likely to be hit again. Sister Zhang sighed. Could such a beautiful girl really be attracted to Lu Chen? In fact, she was not optimistic. He was even afraid that Lu Chen would become depressed because of another blow. Because Lu Chen has no parents, he has no relatives around to guide him. Husband. Sister Zhang looked at Fatty Wang seriously. Fatty Wang was shocked that his wife actually called him hubby. The last time she called him that was when they were in bed. Call the others some other day and treat Xiao Lu to a meal. While they're drinking, give him some advice and don't let him get too deeply involved. I understand. Fatty Wang nodded and immediately understood what his wife meant. This was a tacit understanding unique to couples. Not only they noticed Lu Chen's changes, but Su Tingting also noticed it. But her focus was different from the other two. She cared more about the value of the bag that Lu Chen had just held and the clothes on his body. She recognized the bag. It was a Chanel bag, worth more than 20,000 yuan. What does this mean? This shows that Lu Chen not only has savings, but is also a bootlicker who is willing to spend money on girls, making him a high-quality spare tire. Sister, I must take him down. Thinking of how Lu Chen fell at her feet and gave her gifts, Su Tingting couldn't help laughing out loud. When Lu Chen is rejected by Qin Shiyan and is deeply hit, she will take advantage of the situation and it will be easy to control him. As for what if Qin Shiyan agreed, she had never thought about it. Chapter 20. He doesn't mean. After coming out of the station, Lu Chen received a message from Shinjiaxia, which roughly meant that she was in the hospital and the car keys were at the front desk of the internet cafe. Lu Chen ran to drive the car back without saying a word. No man can resist the temptation of $1 million luxury car. For Lu Chen, who has worked as a designated driver and driven both vans and trucks, even a 5.3-meter-long vehicle is not a problem for him. The driving school instructor once said that driving a car should be treated like a girl's waist. You have to use skill and not act brute force. In this way, no matter it is a big car or a small car, a luxury car or a second-hand car, as long as you have the skills, you can easily control it. Especially for luxury cars, you don't even need to insert the key, it will know you're coming in. The screen lights up and music fills the car. Change your life and make yourself happy. Let go of your obsession, and the weather will become nice. Every time I walk by, I gain something. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice. Let the past be the past. When he heard the lyrics, Lu Chen was stunned at first, then he smiled knowingly. It was obvious that this was Shinjiaxia's masterpiece. She was probably afraid that meeting Qin Xinyan would bring back bad memories. What a nice girl. What a pity, he just wants to be a scumbag. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the rental house, looking up at the U8's powerful engine making a low roar. He suddenly noticed an exquisite paper bag on the passenger seat. While waiting for the red light, Lu Chen opened it and took a look out of curiosity. Inside was an exquisite leather keychain with the 4 small words Lu Chen exclusive hand engraved on it. Lu Chen picked it up and took a closer look, and found a line of small words engraved on the back. I would like to see all the beautiful scenery in the world with you. Next to the keychain is a Polaroid photo. In the photo, Shinjiaxia is standing next to the U8 and making a playful scissors hand gesture. There is a line of words written on the back of the photo. Congratulations, you now have a dedicated driver. The service fee is only 500 yuan per time. Seeing this, Lu Chen's mouth corners unconsciously raised. When he returned to the rental house, the light in the window was still on. Lu Chen used the key to open the door. When he saw the scene inside, he was stunned. He suspected that he had taken the wrong path and went back to look at the house number. Number 306, that's right. My goodness, Qin Shiyan must have a lot of work to do today. How to put it, he was used to the former doghouse, and suddenly the whole room looked brand new, and he was a little uncomfortable. Lu Chen stood at the door, and for a moment he was reluctant to step in. Not only the surface of the tiles, but even the gaps between the tiles seemed to have been carefully scrubbed. The pile of beverage bottles on the coffee table were gone, replaced by a vase with white daisies. It looks particularly warm under the light. The living room was empty, so he opened the bedroom door without thinking too much. Ah! Lu Chen exclaimed. What did he see? He saw Qin Shiyan with her back to the door, and her slender fingers lifted a corner of her white t-shirt over her head, revealing a large area of snow-white skin on her upper body. What shocked Lu Chen even more was that she was wearing his t-shirt and sweatpants. What's your name? I think I'm the one who's been seen naked, right? Qin Shiyan quickly put down the corner of her clothes, her voice cold. Then she walked over calmly and locked Lu Chen outside the door. When the door was closed again, Qin Shiyan's cold look disappeared instantly, and she squatted on the ground, gasping for breath. I was scared to death. At that moment, she was really afraid that Lu Chen would pounce on her. Then he pushed her onto the bed. Then he said to her viciously, he. Sister Shuryen, you seduced me first. Then he tore off her clothes. Then she fought back desperately. Then. Chen Shuryen was going crazy, and her brain had already started writing the next 10,000 words of the plot. Lu Chen stood outside the door, listening to a rustling noise coming from inside and Chen Shuryen's suppressed exclamation. He touched his nose, cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Sister Shuryen, I'll go downstairs first. Call me when you're done. After saying that, he turned and left. The scene just now appeared involuntarily in my mind. Red? I didn't expect that a girl as cool as Chen Shuryen would wear red. Damn, what am I thinking? Lu Chen shook his head violently and hurried downstairs. At this time in the bedroom, Chen Shuryen was hurriedly changing back into her clothes. Her cheeks were terribly hot, and even her ears were red. Calm down, Chen Shuryen. She whispered to herself in the mirror, it's all Lin Lu's fault. She always scares me for no reason. Halfway through her words, her eyes fell on the bedside table. There was a photo frame there. In the photo, Lu Chen was wearing a school uniform and had a clean and sunny smile. Chen Shuryen picked up the photo frame for some unknown reason. No wonder her sister liked him. Lu Chen was really handsome when he was in high school. Suddenly realizing what she was doing, she quickly put the frame down. It's over, it's over. Have I been infected by that slutty girl Lin Lu? She swore she wasn't like this before. But for some reason, after reading what Lin Lu called the study materials, her thoughts always uncontrollably wandered off in strange directions. At the same time, Lu Chen was in the convenience store downstairs, staring at the mineral water in the freezer in a daze. The girl at the cashier called him 3 times before he came back to his senses. Brother Lu, do you want anything else? Oh, no thanks. After paying the money, Lu Chen unscrewed the bottle cap and took a big gulp. The cold water slid down his throat, but it couldn't extinguish the fire in his heart. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Chen Shuryen. It's packed, you can come back now. When he returned to the rental house, he opened the door. Chen Shuryen has changed back into her own clothes. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Lu Chen said slightly, I didn't mean it. Chen Shuryen brought the prepared meal out from the kitchen. She raised her head when she heard the words, and remained silent. It's okay, I didn't lock the door. It's so cold. Lu Chen looked at the girl in front of him with an extraordinary temperament, and suddenly felt that it might be a good idea to conquer such a girl. She was a well-known ice goddess in the School of Economics and Management. Her suitors lined up from the teaching building to the school gate. If she was accidentally seen changing clothes by herself, it would probably be no different from being glanced at by a passing stray cat. But I can't say for sure what will happen in the future. Then he cast his eyes on the dining table. There were 2 dishes and a soup, all very delicious and beautiful. It didn't look like a perfunctory meal just to complete the task. You. They both started talking at the same time and stopped at the same time. You speak first. Lu Chen gestured. Chen Shuryen said, my clothes got dirty when I was cleaning this morning, so I washed them together, so I wore your clothes. Just a few words made Lu Chen understand what happened. I've worn your clothes. I'll take them back, wash them, and return them to you. No need. Lu Chen waved his hand. Need not? Hearing the answer, Chen Shuryen's pupils suddenly shocked. What did he want to do? He wouldn't mean to. Chapter 21 Concern from the Cold School Beauty. No, absolutely not. Chen Shuryen stood up suddenly, put her hands on the dining table, and her mind constructed a picture again. The male protagonist smiled evilly and put the female protagonist's clothes to his nose and took a deep breath, then showed a perverted and intoxicated expression. Left hand and right hand in slow motion. One quick movement of the right hand to the left hand. Sister Se-yun, what's wrong with you? Lu Chen was startled by her sudden reaction. He looked up blankly and met Chen Shuryen's ashamed and angry gaze. No, it's okay. I'm leaving now. Chen Shuryen then realized that she had overreacted. She turned around in panic, stuffed the folded t-shirt and sweatpants into her bag, and rushed to the door. Wait. I'll bring it back to you after it's washed. Etc. Lu Chen suddenly called her. Chen Shuryan suddenly froze, her body tensed, and various harmonious scenes appeared one after another. What does he want to do? What should I do? This is for you. Lu Chen was holding the Chanel bag he bought today, and Chen Shuryan was stunned. Need not. It's for buying groceries, it's not worth the money. Thanks. Chen Shuryan thought it was just something worth a few $dozen, and she just wanted to leave quickly, so she didn't think much about it and just said thank you. Let me take you there. I'm going to tutor later and it's on my way. Before she could refuse, Lu Chen asked again, doesn't it cost money to take a taxi? You also want to pay off the money quickly, right? Chen Shuryan hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. She really wanted to pay the money back quickly because her mind was becoming increasingly confused. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly, but his eating speed did not increase. After all, he could enjoy the beauty while eating, so he naturally didn't want to end it hastily. Not until Chen Shuryan and the others frowned did Lu Chen put down his bowl and chopsticks. Let's go. However, Chen Shuryan did not leave immediately. Instead, she put the food in the refrigerator and washed the dishes before following Lu Chen out. However, he always kept 2 steps away from him. To be honest, Chen Shuryan is feeling conflicted now. She is already thinking about what will happen after she gets on the electric car. Some boys like to give girls a ride, then suddenly brake and take the opportunity to let the girls crash into their backs. Chen Shuryan's mind had already emerged the scene where Lu Chen suddenly braked and she was caught off guard and pounced on his back. Hee hee, Chen Shuryan, you are really awesome. You can actually think of it in advance. Chen Shuryan has made preparations and will never let Lu Chen succeed. However, things did not develop as she expected. The two of them went downstairs. Lu Chen had no intention of riding the electric bike. Instead, he walked ahead by himself. Why doesn't he ride an electric bike? Does he want to walk me back? Chen Shuryan had been cleaning, buying groceries and cooking all day, and she was exhausted. She didn't want to walk at all. But she didn't say much, just followed Lu Chen silently. Xiao Lu still wants to go out to work? Several elderly men and women who were taking a walk in groups saw Lu Chen and greeted him warmly. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, yes, Grandma Li, I still have to go and give extra lessons to the students. You kid, you're busy until midnight every day and you don't even take care of yourself. Grandma Li sighed and suddenly saw Chen Shuryan following behind her. Xiao Lu, is this your girlfriend? What a pretty girl. Grandma Li took 2 steps forward, enthusiastically took Chen Shuryan's hand, and said with a smile on her face. Girl, you must treat Xiao Lu well in the future. You don't know that Xiao Lu often comes home at 1 or 2 in the morning. One time when I got up at night, I saw him so tired that he fell asleep while sitting in the corridor. It was heartbreaking to see him. Chen Shuryan was startled when she heard this and looked at Lu Chen unconsciously. Aunt Zhang interrupted, Xiao Lu is the most hard-working young man I have ever seen. He delivers takeout during the day, works as a designated driver at night, and now works as a tutor. You are so lucky, girl. You will never suffer if you follow him in the future. Lu Chen scratched his head embarrassedly, Grandma, Aunt Zhang, you are exaggerating. He turned to Chen Shuryan and explained, it's not that hard. Chen Shuryan pursed her lips and didn't respond. She remembered that her sister once complained that Lu Chen was always busy working and didn't even have time for a date. At that time, she thought that the boys were not paying enough attention, but now she thinks. We're here. Lu Chen's voice interrupted her thoughts. Chen Shuryan looked up and found a brand new huge car parked in front of her. She is 172 centimeters tall and can't see the roof of the car at all. The car must be about 2 meters high. She looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Get in the car. At this time, the elderly people behind me exclaimed, Hey, Xiao Lu, you bought a car? This car doesn't look cheap. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand, BYD, not expensive. BYD is great. It's a good thing for young people to support domestic products. This will make our country better and better. Lu Chen smiled and opened the back door for Chen Shuryan. When Chen Shuryan got into the car, she realized that the car not only had a grand appearance, but also had a very luxurious interior, and it looked very good. Chen Shuryan, who was sitting in the back seat, secretly looked at Lu Chen, who was driving seriously. In fact, when Lu Chen opened the back door for her, she gradually relaxed. Because Lu Chen was more attentive and gentlemanly than she had imagined. I have to say that looking at Lu Chen's profile from this angle, he is really handsome. The atmosphere in the car was a bit dull, and Chen Shuryan was the first to break the silence. What kind of car is this? Why haven't I seen this kind of car logo before? Speaking of cars, Lu Chen became interested. This is a sub-brand of BYD. It was launched not long ago. Chen Shuryan nodded slightly. No wonder there are more and more domestically produced cars. Just look at the exterior and interior. There is a reason why they sell so well. In fact, she really wanted to ask how Lu Chen had been spending the past 2 years. Based on the outstanding debt, Lu Chen had to give his sister an average of about 6,000 yuan per month over the past 2 years. Adding Lu Chen's own living expenses, he has to earn at least 10,000 yuan a month to barely make ends meet. Chen Shuryan suddenly remembered the brand name bags and new cell phones her sister had shown off. Every item here was bought with Lu Chen's hard-earned money. And what about the boy in front of me? There isn't even a single decent piece of clothing in the closet. Most of them are delivery clothes that have been washed so much that they are pale. This fool would rather eat instant noodles and work 3 jobs to satisfy his sister's vanity. And that heartless girl actually thought he was poor and had no future. That's too much. Arrive. Lu Chen parked the car at the bottom of the building and turned to look at her. Do you want me to take you upstairs? Chen Shuryan came back to her senses and shook her head. No need, let's stop here. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, you haven't had a hard time in the past 2 years? Lu Chen's fingers gripping the steering wheel tightened slightly, then loosened again, and smiled lightly. It's okay, I'm used to it. The words "I'm used to it" made Chen Shuryan's heart tremble. After walking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and said, Lu Chen. Well. She took a deep breath. Don't work so hard in the future. Be nicer to yourself. In the car, Lu Chen was a little surprised that this cold goddess actually cared about him, but he still smiled and nodded. Good. Chapter 22. Lu Chen, I think. In the room. Chen Shuryan, why did you lie to me? A girl with slightly curly hair and black-framed glasses on her nose was standing with her hands on her hips, looking at her fiercely. Chen Shuryan looked confused. What did I lie to you about? Didn't you say you were going to help your sister's ex-boyfriend clean up? Yes. Chen Shuryan nodded and put her bag on the sofa. Then why did you come back in a luxury car? Lin Lu suddenly moved closer, her nose almost touching Chen Shuryan's face. I saw it all. Chen Shuryan frowned. What luxury car? That's a BYD, you must have seen it wrong. Chen. Sure. Yen. Lin Lu interrupted her word by word, her glasses sliding to the tip of her nose out of anger. Do you think I'm a fool? Of course I know it's a BYD. But do you know how much that car costs? Seeing her bestie's exaggerated reaction, Chen Shuryan vaguely realized that something was wrong. She tentatively and boldly guessed, hundreds of thousands? Ha! Is this all you have? Lin Lu pointed a finger. That car costs more than 1 million, and you actually lied to me and said you were going to be a nanny, but you ended up hooking up with a rich man. Whoa. She suddenly threw herself on the sofa, hugged the pillow and pretended to cry. Chen Shuryan, you have changed. You clearly said that we should be single nobles together. Chen Shuryan looked helplessly at her best friend who was obsessed with acting. You should watch less idol dramas. That car can't be worth more than 1 million. You really don't know? What do I know? Lin Lu finally understood. Don't underestimate her best friend and roommate. She looks naturally cool and aloof. In fact, she is just like a piece of white paper, a naive person who knows nothing. She took out her phone and searched the price of the young one you ate. Come, take a look for yourself. How much is this car? Chen Shuryan took the phone and saw the message clearly displayed on the screen. Looking up at the U8 luxury version, the official guide price is 1.098 million yuan. Her pupils suddenly contracted and her fingers couldn't help but tremble. Tell me, who is that person? Lu Chen. He's my sister's ex-boyfriend. Are you still lying to me? Didn't you say he was a food delivery man? Can a food delivery man afford $1 million luxury car? Lin Lu picked up the Chanel bag on the sofa and asked, how do you explain this? You don't know how much this bag costs, do you? Chen Shuryan told the truth. He also gave me this and told me to use it to buy groceries. Buying groceries? Chen Shuryan, you are so naive. This bag is from Chanel and costs over 20,000 yuan. Are you using it to buy groceries? Lin Lu covered her forehead in pain. Oh my god. Why didn't anyone give her a grocery bag? Chen Shiyan was a little confused, and her brain was in a state of shutdown for a while. Lin Lu grabbed her shoulders and shook her. Chen Shiyan, tell me the truth, who was the person who sent you back? Don't tell me it was the delivery man, I don't believe it. But looking at her best friend's serious expression, she hesitated again. Really? Really, it was Lu Chen who sent me back, and he also gave me the bag. Lin Lu pushed up her glasses which had slipped down, and the lenses reflected a wise light. I see. Conan once said that after eliminating all impossible factors, whatever remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. You mean, Lu Chen is a rich second generation? Chen Shiyan shook her head decisively. He is not. From what she learned from her sister and those uncles and aunts, Chen Shiyan was very sure that Lu Chen was definitely not a rich second generation. Not to mention that he was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Lin Lu stretched out a finger and shook it. No, there is only one truth, that is, Lu Chen is being kept by someone. Chen Shiyan's brows twisted into a ball instantly. Nonsense, Lu Chen is not that kind of person. Oh, you're so sure after only knowing each other for one day? Lin Lu pushed her glasses, and a bright light flashed across the lenses. Then explain to me, a poor student who used to deliver food until the early morning every day suddenly drives a $1 million luxury car and delivers bags worth more than 20,000 yuan. Is this reasonable? Chen Shiyan was speechless. Lin Lu said, the most reasonable explanation is that after your sister dumped him, he was spotted by a rich woman. He's handsome, hardworking, and very caring. Isn't this the type of little puppy that rich women like most? Chen Shiyan's chest suddenly felt stuffy. She remembered the photo of a girl she accidentally saw on the passenger seat. Could that young and beautiful girl be the one who supported Lu Chen? Impossible, Lu Chen is not the kind of person who would do anything for money. Oh my naivete. Lin Lu slapped her forehead. Who can resist money these days? If a rich man is willing to support me, I will agree immediately. Lin Lu. Chen Shiyan shook her head. Don't say any more. The room fell silent instantly. Lin Lu looked at her best friend's abnormal reaction and suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. You are not going to fall in love with him, are you? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Shiyan turned her face away. She and Lu Chen had only met once, so how could she possibly like him? She just thinks that boys who work hard should not be slandered. TSK. Lin Lu smacked her lips. She knew her best friend very well. Even if she didn't like Lu Chen, she must have had a good impression of him. Unbelievable. It's only been one day. What kind of magic does Lu Chen have that can make the cold goddess Chen Shiyan fall in love with him at first sight? If the two of them really get together, what kind of expression will her sister Chen Xinyan have? Just thinking about it makes it seem even more exciting than what is shown in the video. I'm so looking forward to it. Time Master Lu Chen had no idea what was happening here. At this moment, he has arrived at the next stop, Su Wanqing's house. How should I put it? They were a little awkward when they met again. Moreover, Su Wanqing's cool outfit was something he had never seen before. Su Wanqing had obviously just taken a shower, her hair was still wet, and she was only wearing a silk suspender nightgown, the hem of which just covered the base of her thighs, revealing her long, white legs. As a result, Lu Chen was distracted and unable to concentrate when teaching Tang Tang. Tang Tang fell asleep. Su Wanqing was holding a bottle of red wine in 2 goblets. Have a drink? Lu Chen was a little hesitant. He really just wanted to be a tutor and didn't want any complications as this was related to his worth of hundreds of millions. However, he still had to serve the sugar queen in front of him well, so he nodded. Cheers. At the beginning, the two of them were a little reserved, but as they drank one cup after another, the atmosphere soon became heated. Su Wanqing's eyes gradually became blurred, and her cheeks were flushed with an intoxicating blush. She leaned lazily on the sofa, and her suspenders slipped to the side without her knowing when, revealing her round shoulders and faintly visible white skin. Lu Chen. She called vaguely, her voice a little drunken, you know? I haven't been so relaxed for a long time. She suddenly leaned forward and poked Lu Chen's chest with her slender fingers. Your heart is beating so fast. Lu Chen held her restless hand, and Su Wanqing fell into his arms. The faint fragrance on her body mixed with the smell of shampoo lingered at the tip of her nose. You're drunk. Lu Chen's Adam's apple moved, but he didn't push her away. Su Wanqing raised her face, her red lips close to her. No. Lu Chen could feel the hot breath. She mumbled childishly, her fingers unconsciously sliding to Lu Chen's collar. "I can still drink, another bottle." As he was about to stand up, his legs went weak and he fell back into Lu Chen's arms. She frowned in dissatisfaction, and through her drunken eyes, her gaze fell on Lu Chen's lips, and she licked her lips unconsciously. "Lu Chen." She moved closer and closer, her breath burning. "I want." Chapter 23, Beautiful Young Woman's Confession. Su Wanqing was so proactive, how could Lu Chen resist? However, just as he was about to take action, Su Wanqing tilted her head and fell drunkenly on Lu Chen's shoulder. Her long eyelashes were pressed together, her red lips were slightly parted, and she was breathing evenly. "Sister Su, don't sleep. You can't do this." Lu Chen shook Su Wanqing. After a while, Lu Chen gave up completely. What can he do? He could only sigh helplessly, stretch out his arms, pass them through her legs, and gently pick her up horizontally. Su Wanqing's sleeping face in his arms was as pure as a child, completely devoid of the seductive look she had just had. Lu Chen carefully placed her on the bed in the master bedroom and covered her with the quilt. Just as I was about to leave, I heard Su Wanqing mumbling in her dream, "Don't go." Lu Chen paused, and prepared to leave. "Don't want." "Lu Chen, don't go." Su Wanqing suddenly frowned in her sleep, her breathing became rapid, and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. She stretched out her hand to grab something, but she could never catch anything. Lu Chen sighed and walked quickly towards the door. Click. The door was closed, and then Lu Chen locked it. He didn't want anyone to suddenly come in while he was sleeping. Then, he turned around and returned to Su Wanqing, grabbed her flapping hand, and lay down beside her. As soon as Lu Chen lay down, the strong feeling of drunkenness surged into his brain like a tide. Under the influence of alcohol, my eyelids became heavier and heavier. Su Wanqing seemed to sense someone beside her, and she turned over unconsciously and curled up in Lu Chen's arms. She purred with satisfaction and rubbed her face against Lu Chen's chest, like a kitten that had found its nest. Bite. Congratulations on triggering the random task. This is the first time a beautiful young woman asks you to stay with her. As a caring rich man, please choose to accept it. Task content: overnight stay. Mission reward: 2 attribute points and a set of random properties. Early morning. Su Wanqing's eyelids moved and she slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her aching forehead and reached for the water cup on the bedside table. Gurgle gurgle. After drinking a glass of water, Su Wanqing managed to stand up and looked around. The room was quiet, she was the only one there. The quilt was neatly covered on her body, and when she lifted it, her pajamas were intact. Apart from being a little wrinkled, there was nothing unusual about it. He left, last night? Su Wanqing murmured to herself, feeling a sense of loss in her heart. She deliberately dressed sexy last night and gave Lu Chen wine on purpose, just to get him drunk. As a result, Lu Chen was fine, but he was the first to drink too much and pass out. Fool! Su Wanqing pounded her pillow in annoyance. The date she had carefully arranged was ruined because she couldn't drink much. She is so angry. Su Wanqing picked up the phone on the bedside table depressedly and checked the time. It was 9:35. It's bad, Tang Tang still has to go to school. Su Wanqing ignored the splitting headache and quickly jumped out of bed. He walked out of the room barefoot without even having time to put on slippers. Just as she opened the door, she suddenly stopped. In the open kitchen, Lu Chen, wearing her blue floral apron, was flipping the poached eggs in the pan with skillful movements. Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned around when he heard the voice. The morning light shone through the window onto him, outlining a golden outline. For a moment, Su Wanqing was fascinated by her. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Awake? Su Wanqing stood there in a daze and rubbed her eyes subconsciously. The person she thought had left long ago was now standing in front of her. You didn't leave last night? Su Wanqing's breathing began to become rapid. Could it be that last night someone held me tightly last night and wouldn't let me leave, so I had no choice but to stay for now. Su Wanqing's face turned red. But she then noticed that Lu Chen was still wearing yesterday's clothes, and his shirt and pants were wrinkled. What does it mean? This means that Lu Chen did not take off his clothes yesterday, which means that Lu Chen did not touch her at all. Although she felt a little disappointed, she didn't know why, but she even felt that Lu Chen was more stable and handsome. I've already sent Tang Tang to school, you don't have to worry. Lu Chen came over with a glass of honey water in his hand. Drink this first, it will help you get rid of the hangover. Su Wanqing took the honey water and drank it obediently. The warm feeling entered my body, just like the little boy in front of me, so gentle and considerate. Thanks. Need not. Lu Chen turned back to the kitchen and skillfully put the fried eggs on a plate. I cooked some millet porridge and kept it warm in the casserole. He paused. You drank too much last night. These words made Su Wanqing's ears burn. She stole a glance at Lu Chen's back. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were beautifully contoured by the apron straps, and his handsome young face made her feel an inexplicable excitement in her heart. She mustered up the courage to speak. I didn't say anything weird last night, did I? Lu Chen paused and smiled. Nothing. Then, before the word good came out, Lu Chen continued, just kept shouting, Lu Chen, don't go, dear, I like you, don't go. Ah! Su Wanqing screamed and almost dropped the glass in her hand. She turned her face away in panic, but couldn't hide her red cheeks. Lu Chen chuckled and brought the breakfast to her. Just kidding, you sleep very deeply, but you really like to get into people's arms. Stop talking. At the dining table, Lu Chen sat opposite, quietly watching Su Wanqing sipping the millet porridge. Try this. Lu Chen pushed the fried egg in front of her. Su Wanqing picked up a piece and put it into her mouth. It was crispy and tender. She suddenly realized that the egg core was fried into the shape of a heart, and she couldn't help but look up at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was looking at her with his chin propped up. When he saw her looking at him, he smiled and asked, Is it delicious? These three simple words made Su Wanqing's nose sore. She lowered her head hastily, but a tear fell uncontrollably onto the plate. Then big tears could no longer be stopped and burst out on the dining table like rain. What's wrong? Su Wanqing wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and suddenly raised her head as if she had made up her mind. Lu Chen, I've decided to divorce. Her voice was very soft, but very firm. She seemed to be afraid that Lu Chen would think too much, and she quickly added, Don't get me wrong, it's not because of you, it's for myself. Lu Chen did not respond immediately, but just handed over the tissue silently. When I got married, my parents were against it. I was very rebellious at that time and thought they were wrong and I was right. Su Wanqing smiled bitterly. It was not until now that I realized how ridiculous my persistence was. She looked up at Lu Chen and opened her mouth, but no words came out. It was Lu Chen who told her not to worry and to just say whatever she wanted to say. Su Wanqing no longer hesitated and shouted loudly, Lu Chen, I like you. But I don't need your response, and I don't want to put any pressure on you. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Lu Chen's eyes. Wait until I have dealt with the divorce. I just hope you can continue to be Tongtong's tutor. At the end, his voice was almost inaudible, that kid really likes you. Lu Chen grabbed her slightly trembling hand and nodded. Good. One word is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Although it was short, it was enough for Su Wanqing. Chapter 24, 50 million house in hand. Su Wanqing felt the warmth of his palm and burst into laughter the next moment. How come you are always so caring? I'm used to it. Lu Chen had a smile on his face. After all, I have to take care of 2 crying kids. 2? Su Wanqing looked up in confusion. Lu Chen looked down at her and held up 2 fingers, one for Tang Tang and one for Tongtong's mom. These words made Su Wanqing's face turn red instantly. She lowered her head and took a few mouthfuls of porridge, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Congratulations on completing the task. Rewards are being distributed. Attribute points have been issued. Random property draw. Bite. To obtain a house, please go to the sales office of number 1 mansion tomorrow to apply. Mansion number 1? When Lu Chen heard the system prompt sound, his eyebrows raised slightly. He had heard of this community, which was the top luxury residential area in the city center, and any unit there started at 8 figures. Dad is generous. Su Wanqing noticed the change in his expression and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Lu Chen smiled, I just bought a house. Did you buy a house? When Su Wanqing heard what Lu Chen said, she suddenly stood up, turned around, and walked into the bedroom, and soon ran out with a bank card. I still have 530,000 here, which my parents secretly gave me over the years. Her voice lowered. She had never spent a penny of Bianpingju's money in all these years. If it weren't for this money, I might not be able to support Tang Tang. You can use this to pay off the mortgage. I heard that the interest earned over several decades can buy another house. Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Su Wanqing to do this. In order to help him, I am willing to even give up my last resort. Sister Sue. He took the bank card and gently put it back into her hand. When did I say I wanted your money? No, you have to take it. Su Wanqing still stubbornly pushed the bank card back. After a while, Tang Tang will go to elementary school, and I can go to work to earn money. This money won't be of much use to me, so you can take it. Su Wanqing turned her head away and murmured, I just want you to deliver the food slower. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Lu Chen was stunned. He never thought that someone would care about his safety so much. Lu Chen gently turned her face and kissed her hard. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Then, Lu Chen sat back as if nothing had happened. Su Wanqing's face was flushed, her rosy red lips were breathing heavily, and just a moment ago, her brain went blank due to lack of oxygen. This kiss seemed to bring back the passion of her youth. Lu Chen drank a sip of sweet soy milk. Keep this money, I just bought a house in number 1 mansion. Ah. Su Wanqing stood up suddenly, the cheapest house there starts at 20 million. Were you cheated by the agent? Is it too late to return the money now? Looking at Su Wanqing's red eyes due to anxiety, Lu Chen felt warm in his heart. He gently took her hand and pulled her onto his lap. Don't worry, I paid in full. Full payment? Su Wanqing's voice couldn't help but rise a few notches. Where did you get the money? Could it be that you? I'm being kept by someone? Lu Chen knew what she wanted to say and smiled. Unfortunately, except for you, no one is supporting me yet. Su Wanqing's face flushed and she turned away in panic. Who wants to support you? Lu Chen looked at her like this and couldn't help but chuckle. So Miss Su means that you are willing to let me support you? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. To tell you the truth, I am actually a billionaire. A house in number 1 mansion is nothing. Lu Chen added in his heart, in more than 20 days. Okay, then rich dad, can you support her? The sound of Su Wanqing's clips was so sweet that Lu Chen couldn't help but shiver. As a smart woman, even if she didn't believe it, she wouldn't continue to ask questions. All a man wants is a little face. If you give him a little, he will give you 10 times as much, or even more. Sister Su doesn't believe it. How about we go to collect the room together tomorrow? Don't want. She shook her head, held up Lu Chen's face, and said seriously, I'm afraid I can't help but live there. Then live there. No, that's your future girlfriend's place. I'm not qualified and I don't want to go there. Su Wanqing showed a touch of tenderness. I'll just wait for you here. Just at this moment, Lu Chen's phone suddenly rang. An unknown caller appeared on the screen. Hello. Lu Chen pressed the answer button and hugged Su Wanqing in his arms. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm the sales manager of number 1 mansion. My name is Tang Meng. A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. Your room check-in procedures are ready. Is 10 o'clock tomorrow morning okay? Su Wanqing leaned against Lu Chen's chest and could clearly hear the voice on the phone. Considering that you are our most valued customer, we can send a special car to pick you up. Sales manager Tang Meng said enthusiastically, Rolls-Royce Phantom, is it convenient for you? Su Wanqing looked up suddenly, her eyes wide open. Looking at her like this, Lu Chen couldn't help but peck her on the face. No need, I'll drive there myself. Lu Chen declined. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing still had a shocked expression on her face. Lu Chen pinched her mature and beautiful face. What's wrong? Do you believe it now? Su Wanqing was confused. A billionaire fell in love with a divorced me? It turns out that when she watched this kind of skit, she always felt that the screenwriter was an idiot. But now, this absurd plot actually happened to me. Su Wanqing opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She pinched her thigh subconsciously and gasped in pain. Lu Chen was amused by her appearance and reached out to rub the red spot where she pinched. Are you stupid? No. Su Wanqing shook her head, her voice trembling. I just think, this is unscientific. She counted on her fingers. Look, you're young, handsome, and a billionaire. What kind of girl can't you find? Why would you fall for someone like me, who has a child? Lu Chen suddenly put away his smile. Sister Su, look at me. He also learned to count with his fingers like Su Wanqing. First, you are only 28 years old, very young. Second, you're much prettier than those little girls. Third. Lu Chen leaned close to her ear and said, I just like married women. Shameless. Su Wanqing stood up in panic, but was pulled back into Lu Chen's arms. If you like me so much, why would I get a divorce? Lu Chen nodded, that's right. Go to hell. Su Wanqing clenched her fist and punched Lu Chen on the chest. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly, and cursing voices were heard outside. Su Wanqing's body stiffened instantly and her face turned pale. She was very familiar with this voice, it was Bianpingju. Chapter 25 Ex-Husband. He's back. Her voice trembled, and her fingers unconsciously grasped Lu Chen's collar. Lu Chen clearly felt the delicate body in his arms trembling slightly. He patted her back soothingly, don't be afraid, I'm here. The doorbell rang more and more urgently, accompanied by the impatient knocking on the door. Su Wanqing, I'm drunk, open the door quickly. Su Wanqing suppressed her palpitations and took a deep breath. Go hide in Tongtong's bedroom, leave this to me. No need. Lu Chen shook his head. Su Wanqing suddenly grabbed his arm, you don't know he will. Lu Chen didn't care at all. He thought, you can't get a tiger cub without risking it. What was he afraid of? Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound of the door being opened by a key. Bianpingju rushed in, cursing, damn it, what are you dawdling about for? When he saw the two people in the living room, his expression instantly turned ugly. Great. I was wondering why you didn't open the door, turns out you were stealing men. Bianpingju was dressed in a suit and tie, but he couldn't hide the smell of alcohol. He staggered forward and pointed at Lu Chen's nose, who the hell are you? How dare you touch my wife? Lu Chen calmly protected Su Wanqing behind him, ex-husband, don't try to get close to me. You and I are not of the same kind, at least not now. What are you talking about? Su Wanqing, tell me clearly what's going on. Bianpingju rushed forward angrily, but was stopped by Lu Chen, who pushed him away and caused him to stagger and fall. With Lu Chen around, Su Wanqing felt confident. She pulled out a divorce agreement from the drawer of the coffee table and threw it in Bianpingju's face. Now, divorce immediately. Bianpeng picked up the document in a hurry, looked at it with drunken eyes, and his face turned pale instantly. You want to take 2/3 of my property? Dream on. Ha! Su Wanqing sneered, took out another paper bag from her bag, and waved it in front of Bianpingju. What about these? When Bianpingju opened it, he saw that it was full of photos of him and his secretary having intimate contact. You investigated me? Bianpingju was almost sober now, and his voice was trembling, not sure if it was because of anger or fear. Do you need it? Su Wanqing raised her lips in disdain, your little lover can't wait to send me photos. Bianpingju's face turned red as he looked through the photos carefully. Sure enough, the angles of some of the photos are obviously selfies. This idiot. Bianpingju cursed angrily. Su Wanqing smiled coldly, your little lover deliberately sent me messages to provoke me, wanting me to divorce you. Fine. I will fulfill her wish, and also yours. Bianpingju remembered that his secretary had indeed asked him when he would get divorced some time ago, and he had coaxed her by saying it would be soon. I didn't expect this woman to. She is a lunatic. Bianpingju explained in panic, she took these photos deliberately. What did you mean? Su Wanqing interrupted him, did they deliberately take a picture of you hugging her? Or did they deliberately tie you to the bed? Su Wanqing picked up a photo, she even sent me these, it seems she really wants to get promoted. Bianpingju's face was ashen, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Wanqing, listen to my explanation. Explain what? Su Wanqing looked down at him and said, I don't want to listen. I just want you to sign. Lu Chen stood aside, looking at Su Wanqing in surprise as she suddenly showed off her aura. Her aggressive look at this moment is completely different from her usual gentle and virtuous image. Bianpingju suddenly pointed at Lu Chen and said, you're talking about me, how good are you? You still brought this pretty boy home. Su Wanqing said coldly, he is not a gigolo, he is the person I like, and he and I are innocent. If you have evidence, you can also sue me. Now I ask you whether you will sign it or not? No. Bianpingju gave up and stood up shakily, straightening his crooked tie. Su Wanqing, do you think you can threaten me with just a few photos? I'm the sales director of Yida Real Estate. I know more lawyers than you've ever met. He pointed at Lu Chen drunkenly. Just relying on this pretty boy? Can you afford to sue him? You want to live with this pretty boy? Dianpingju said with a cold smile, "You wishful thinking, as long as I don't sign, even if you two get together, you're just a pair of dogs and bitches, I will never help you." Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he was about to step forward, but was stopped by Su Wanqing. Her face was calm as she slowly took out another USB flash drive from her bag. "Dianpingju, do you need me to help you recall the matter of your embezzlement of public funds?" Dianpingju's expression froze instantly. "How did you get it? Give it to me." Dianpingju rushed over and tried to snatch it. Lu Chen naturally didn't tolerate him and kicked him back. "You dare to hit me?" Dianpingju took a long time to get up from the ground. "Boy, what's so good about this stinky woman? She just can't lay eggs." "Pa!" A loud slap exploded in the living room, and Dianpingju staggered a few steps, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He covered his face and stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. You hit me again?" Lu Chen shook his wrist, his eyes cold. "This slap is for Sister Su." Bang! Lu Chen's fist hit Dianpingju's abdomen again. Dianpingju curled up on the ground like a shrimp, retching in pain. "This punch." Lu Chen grabbed his collar and lifted him up. It was for Tang Tang. Su Wanqing took 2 steps forward and said, "Sign it and I'll give you the USB drive." Dianpingju was breathing heavily. "You think this little trick can scare me? To tell you the truth, I have someone who can help me deal with this even if it gets out. As for the money, I can always make up for it. You want to threaten me with this? That's too naive." Su Wanqing clenched her fists, remained silent for a moment, and finally chose to compromise. "I don't need the money, but I have to own this house, and I also have the custody of Tang Tang. Take that little bastard if you want it." Dianpingju spat. "House? Dream on." Su Wanqing was so angry that she was shaking all over. "Do you still have a conscience? My parents paid for this house, and my parents also gave me money for the decoration." Dianpingju spread his hands shamelessly. "Where's the evidence? My name is on the property deed. If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for being so stupid. Don't blame anyone else. Don't you want a divorce? As long as you agree to leave the house with nothing, I will sign immediately." When Lu Chen was about to go up and beat the bastard to death, Dianpingju got scared and ran away. "Only when you walk out the door can you dare to shout. You can think about it, otherwise I won't sign it." Su Wanqing took a deep breath and her voice was cold. "Dianpingju, I'm going to post all your dirty deeds online right now. I want to see if your backer can still protect you." Dianpingju's face changed, but then he showed a sinister smile. "Go ahead. But don't forget, if this gets out of hand, it won't just affect me, but also Tang Tang." "Won't it affect her in school? And your parents, they care so much about their reputation, where will they put their faces when the time comes?" He glanced at Lu Chen. "And you, a pretty boy, I won't let him have an easy time either." Su Wanqing clenched her fists. "You are shameless." "Ha ha." Dianpingju laughed triumphantly. "I told you, as long as you leave the house with nothing, I will sign and make your wish come true. This will be good for everyone." Su Wanqing's face turned red with anger. How could she agree to this when the other party cheated on her and wanted her to leave the house with nothing? "Think about it and call me when you figured it out." Dianpingju chuckled, turned around and was about to leave. Etc. Just then, Lu Chen spoke. Chapter 26, Capture the Beautiful Young Woman. Dianpingju looked back warily. "What do you want to do, kid? Hitting people is illegal. If you dare to do that again, I will call the police." Lu Chen ignored him, turned around and held Su Wanqing's cold hand. "Sign it. Except for the custody of Tang Tang, everything else will be given to him." Su Wanqing looked up at Lu Chen, wanting to say something but didn't say it. Finally, he just smiled with relief and nodded. "Good." Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Just agreed like that? He originally thought that it would take some effort to persuade her, but he didn't expect Su Wanqing to agree so readily. Su Wanqing looked at Dianpingju with disgust, her voice calm. "Let's go and get a divorce now. I can give you everything." You are willing to give up everything for this pretty boy?" Dianpingju was stunned for a moment. Su Wanqing agreed so readily, which made him even more angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "You have to think carefully. Is it worth it for this pretty boy?" Su Wanqing said calmly, "Before I change my mind, you'd better stop talking nonsense." Dianpingju said, Okay, I'll help you." He turned and looked at Lu Chen. She spends thousands on a set of cosmetics, and every piece of her clothing and shoes is a famous brand. Now she doesn't even have a car or a house. I want to see how you, a pretty boy, can support her. Seeing that Lu Chen ignored him, Bianpingju snorted coldly, left a sentence "I'll wait for you" at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and then left. The moment the door closed, Su Wanqing's legs suddenly went weak. Lu Chen quickly caught her, only to find that she was shaking all over. "It's okay." He patted her back gently. "It's all over." Su Wanqing buried her face in his chest and said in a muffled voice, "I'm sorry for letting you see such an embarrassing thing." Lu Chen lifted her chin and said seriously, "You were so handsome just now." Su Wanqing burst into laughter and suddenly remembered something, that USB flash drive. "Is it empty?" Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. "How do you know?" Su Wanqing widened her eyes. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Not only do I know about this, I'm afraid Bianpingju also knows about it, so he dares to be so unscrupulous." Su Wanqing lowered her head in embarrassment. "I thought I could scare him like this, but this bastard got away with it." "Give him a good deal? How is that possible?" Lu Chen smiled. "Within a month, I will make him kneel down and apologize to you." Su Wanqing grabbed Lu Chen's wrist and said, "Don't do anything stupid. I don't want anything to happen to you." She looked up, her eyes full of worry. Even if Bianpingju embezzled money over the years, it would only be a few million at most. "It's not worth it. Don't worry." Lu Chen held her hand with his backhand. "I am a law-abiding citizen." There was a smile on Lu Chen's lips, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes. In another 24 days, he will be able to obtain 67% of Yida Real Estate's shares. By then, he will have absolute control over the company, and it will depend on whether Bianpingju and his backers can still cover the sky with one hand. "Let's go." Lu Chen helped Su Wanqing gather her scattered hair. "Let's go and complete the formalities first." Su Wanqing suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes and said, "Wait." She bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Didn't you say you like me?" "I won't like you after we get divorced. How about stimulate?" "If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore." Lu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Su Wanqing with burning eyes. "I think you are right." Su Wanqing turned her head away with a red face, but he pinched her chin and turned her back. The tips of their noses were almost touching, and she could clearly see the flames dancing in Lu Chen's eyes. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. "I just want to ask, after I get divorced, will you still?" "What will happen?" Lu Chen smiled. "Will I continue to like you?" Su Wanqing closed her eyes in shame and nodded with her eyelashes trembling. Lu Chen chuckled, suddenly picked her up by the waist, and walked quickly into the bedroom. Why not prove it with actual actions? But Bianpingju is still waiting. "Sister Su, you are so understanding." 10,583 words. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Bianpingju paced back and forth anxiously. He took out his cell phone for the third time to check the time. 2 hours had passed. "Are you kidding me?" He kicked the trash can beside him hard, took out his cell phone and called Su Wanqing. After a long wait, the call was finally connected. "Su Wanqing, are you kidding me?" He roared into the microphone. "I've been waiting here for the whole afternoon." Lu Chen's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Don't worry. We'll be there soon." There was a rustling sound in the background, and a coquettish "stop it." Bianpingju's temples were throbbing. "What are you doing?" "I'm driving." Lu Chen's voice was filled with laughter. "Wait a moment, I'll be there soon." The call was suddenly hung up. Bianpingju was so angry that he was shaking all over. He was not a fool and knew what was going on. But for the sake of money, he endured it. 20 minutes later, an SUV stopped in front of Bianpingju. Lu Chen got out of the car with a smile. "Sorry for the wait." "You?" Bianpingju's eyes almost popped out of his head. He certainly recognized this $1,000,000 young Wang Yu. Su Wanqing walked down from the passenger seat with faint red marks on her neck. This scene made Bianpingju furious. "Great. I was wondering why you were so happy. It turns out you weren't looking for a gigolo, but a rich second-generation guy." He suddenly looked at Lu Chen. "What do you like about her? Do you know that she can't have children at all? Tang Tang was adopted." Lu Chen smiled. "So what?" Bianpingju was stunned, and then he understood immediately. He said to Su Wanqing, "See? Do you think this kind of young man will be sincere to you? He is just playing with you." Lu Chen locked the car slowly and said, "Pay attention to your manners. Is it possible that you are infertile?" On the way here, Su Wanqing had already told him everything. Dian Pingju jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Bullshit. My lover is already 3 months pregnant. Oh. After hearing this, Lu Chen understood that the woman was so anxious to get promoted, she might be looking for someone to take over. Such an interesting thing, Lu Chen naturally wanted to talk about it. Is it possible that the child is not yours? You're talking nonsense. Dian Pingju's roar caused everyone in the Civil Affairs Bureau to look outside, and some even took out their mobile phones to record the video. Lu Chen was too lazy to say more to him. Hurry up and finish your work, it's almost time to get off work. Number 27, 100 million yuan Family Protection Fund. Bite. It was detected that you had an intimate relationship with Su Wanqing. Unlock the Family Guardian Fund. The Family Illustrated book is opening. Generating family member number 1 information. Name, Su Wanqing. Age, 28. Comprehensive evaluation, 89 points. Note, the comprehensive evaluation depends on factors such as appearance, personality, and intimacy. A comprehensive evaluation of 80 points or above can be included in the family picture book, which will greatly increase the probability of random tasks and obtain the Family Protection Fund. Su Wanqing meets the requirements to become a family member. Should she be included? Yes. No. Greatly increasing the probability of random tasks means that Lu Chen can obtain more system rewards. How could he miss such a good thing? Don't think, just choose yes. Bite. The inclusion was successful. Family member number 1 Su Wanqing is online. The Family Protection Fund is being distributed. Note, the Family Protection Fund is limited to use for specific family members. Note, if the family relationship breaks down, the system will automatically take back all the money, items, real estate, vehicles, etc. spent by the family members. Lu Chen understood, which meant that he could only use this family fund for Su Wanqing. If family member number 2 comes online, her guardian fund can only be used for family member number 2. If the two break up, the system will take back all gifts given to this family. Just as Lu Chen was thinking, his cell phone vibrated and displayed the bank account arrival information. Note, Family Protection Fund, 100 million yuan. Fuck. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Lu Chen's hands were shaking, and he counted again in disbelief. Finally, it was confirmed that it was a 9-digit number, a full 100 million. Fuck, system, I will never call you dad again. You don't even consider me your own son. Why don't you just give me 100 million? Lu Chen is a typical example of someone who takes advantage of others and still acts ungratefully. In fact, I have already counted out 99 and 81 times in my heart. Although he could only use this money for Su Wanqing's consumption, he could completely choose not to spend it. If he put it in the bank and earned interest, he would earn several million yuan a year. Of course, Lu Chen would not do that. Randomly, he opened the properties panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 20 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Wealth, 890,585 yuan. Charisma, 90. Physical fitness, 50 sub-options include strength, energy, speed, kunkan and other physical fitness. Skills, none. Family photo album, 100. Attribute points, 2 points. Lu Chen looked at the attribute panel and found that there were 2 more attributes. One is family, the other is attribute points. Family members are easy to understand, which means he can collect up to 100 family members. What do attribute points mean? Add points? Lu Chen almost forgot that he not only obtained the property of number 1 mansion from Su Wanqing's house, but also 2 attribute points. Lu Chen opened the sub-attribute panel. Strength, 9. Speed, 8. Defense, 8. Energy, 10. Kuan, 15. Lu Chen looked down and felt that the system was slandering him. Who is 15? I obviously have a spear as long as a dragon, okay? While complaining, Lu Chen checked the attributes that could be added, which currently included height, appearance, and sub-attributes. Without thinking too long, Lu Chen added 2 attribute points to height and Kuan respectively. The values of the 2 attributes changed immediately, one became 181 centimeters and the other became 16 centimeters. But Lu Chen didn't feel anything at all. Isn't it immediate? Does it still need to grow? Lu Chen sat in the car and checked his body carefully again, and indeed there was no change. Maybe it needs a second growth. Zhengcheng University. As Shen Zhaoxia walked out of the teaching building with her textbooks, she was stopped by a boy wearing trendy brand clothes. Classmate, can you add me on WeChat? The boy pretended to be cool and showed a self-righteous smile. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Shen Zhaoxia refused indifferently and walked around the boy and left. The boy stayed where he was, looking at Shen Zhaoxia's back in the distance with a look of annoyance on his face. Our Zhaoxia is being hit on again. A pink-haired girl suddenly jumped in front of Shen Zhaoxia with a teasing look on her fair face. She was wearing a black sweatshirt, a sailor skirt and white over-the-knee socks, which made her look a bit cute with a contrast. Yining? Shen Zhaoxia turned around in surprise. Didn't you attend the drama club's party? Jiang Yining curled her lips, and her pink hair swayed with the movement. It's so boring. They are either showing off the bags their boyfriends gave them or complaining about their boyfriends playing games. She made a vomiting expression and said, I want to be a star, I don't want to be a love-brained person. Shen Zhaoxia couldn't help but smile. Why don't you put it into practice? Last time, the senior from the literature club. Stop. Jiang Yining pointed to the back of the sweatshirt, where a striking white slogan was printed, a wise man does not fall in love. Besides, I am an expert in love. Are those ordinary people worthy of me? Shen Zhaoxia was speechless. Others might not know, but she didn't realize that her best friend was a loud talker. Actually, she has never been in a relationship and is a complete theoretical person. She also particularly hates others showing off their affection in front of her. Don't talk about me. Jiang Yining waved her hand. By the way, the boyfriend you just mentioned is the one who paid for our mom's surgery? No, that's just my excuse. Shen Zhaoxia had no idea what the relationship between her and Lu Chen was, so she could only say it in a depressed tone. Jiang Yining suddenly came closer and narrowed her eyes. You're lying. What? Shen Zhaoxia subconsciously took a half step back. That Lu Chen must like you. Jiang Yining stroked the pink hair gently. He paid $200,000 for our mom's surgery and gave you a whole set of Chanel. If he didn't like you, why would he go to such great lengths to do that? He didn't say he wanted to date. Shen Zhaoxia shook his head. Ha! Jiang Yining was startled, classic routine, playing hard to get. Shen Zhaoxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where do you get all these theories from? Jiang Yining counted on her fingers, read books, such as The Psychology of Love, 100 Ways to Capture a High-Quality Man, and The 10 Characteristics of a Scumbag. Suddenly she changed the subject, but the better the quality of the stock, the stricter the control. How about this? She took out her phone and swiped it quickly. Send me his WeChat information, and let this expert interview him in person and do a background check. At this moment, both of their cell phones vibrated at the same time. It was a group message from the president of the drama club. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes and complained, our president wants to shoot a skit where a domineering CEO falls in love with me, so why does he ask us to find a luxury car? Shen Zhaoxia smiled helplessly. She knew that her best friend didn't like the president. Luxury cars are fine, at worst I can go to a car rental company to look around, but where can I find a big villa? I can't just go to the sales office and borrow a model room, right? She suddenly thrust her phone in front of Shen Zhaoxia. Look. She also wants $1 million luxury car. Why doesn't she just ask for a private jet? Jiang Yining got angry when she thought of what the president said. Students should exert their subjective initiative and devote themselves to art. Dedicate yourself as much as you can. But no matter how angry I am, as a member of the drama club, I still have to contribute. Suddenly, her eyes slowly lit up and she grabbed Shen Zhaoxia's shoulders. Wait, didn't you say before that your boyfriend just bought a new car? How about borrowing it for use? Chapter 28 Kindergarten Teacher Xiaoxingchen. Lu Chen stood there with a bewildered look on his face. Didn't the divorce work out? Why? The Civil Affairs Bureau said that divorces require an appointment in advance. I need an appointment for a divorce? Lu Chen was a little confused, as he had gained more strange knowledge. Su Wanqing was amused by Lu Chen's reaction, and her eyes curved into crescents. Silly, I've already made an appointment. I'll come back in 3 or 4 days to complete the formalities. She pulled Lu Chen's collar with her slender fingers and exhaled sweetly. Isn't this good? You still have a few days to enjoy this feeling. Lu Chen was stunned. It seemed to be the truth. You. The flirting between the two made Bianpingju, who was standing aside, so angry that he was about to die. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law in the world? He shouted, you actually did this in front of me, you are going too far. What's wrong with us? Su Wanqing said dissatisfiedly, didn't you sign the divorce appointment form? Didn't you agree to the divorce? That can't be. Bianpingju gritted his teeth and said, in short, you are not allowed to meet each other in the next few days, otherwise I will not divorce you. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Chen asked in confusion, we are going to divorce anyway, so what's the difference? The difference? Bianpingju was furious. Is this human language? She is not your wife, how can you say it so easily? I just ask if you agree or not. Why should men make things difficult for other men? Lu Chen reached out and patted Bianpingju's shoulder, I promise you. So straightforward? Bianpingju looked suspicious, you really agreed? Of course. Lu Chen pulled Su Wanqing into the car, turned around and smiled, there are still many days to come, and we have plenty of time to play. There was a double entendre in Lu Chen's words, but unfortunately, Bianpingju only understood the most basic meaning. Okay, I respect you as a man, thank you. Bianpingju's tone slowed down a little. This. Lu Chen had a strange look on his face. This guy had something wrong with his brain. The vehicle started and Lu Chen waved. Goodbye, ex-husband. Bianpingju looked up at U8 gradually going away, and only looked away after it completely disappeared. He felt very uncomfortable. Many people, no matter how nicely they say, actually don't want their ex-husband or ex-wife to live better than themselves. What's more, Lu Chen is not only young but also rich, and is obviously much better off than him. The reason why Bianpingju did not get angry was because the people who would buy Yang Wan U8 were definitely truly rich people. After all, who would buy admiration? He can't afford to offend such a person. He also understood. No wonder Lu Chen would take the initiative to persuade Su Wanqing to agree to leave the house with nothing. It turned out that she didn't care about her little property at all. This bitch is so lucky. This one can't lay eggs. Bianpingju's voice stopped abruptly, and he suddenly remembered what Lu Chen had said. A seed of doubt in his heart was quickly taking root and sprouting. Is the baby in her belly really not mine? The vehicle drove off on the road, with melodious music playing inside. Change your life and make yourself happy. Let go of your obsession, and the weather will be nice. Every time I walk by, I gain something. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice. Let the past be the past. Listening to the lyrics, Su Wanqing's eyes gradually became moist. She leaned gently on the seat, tapping her fingers lightly to the rhythm of the music. Every word of the song seems to express her mood. Lu Chen. Su Wanqing's voice was a little choked, thank you for playing this song for me. Lu Chen paused holding the steering wheel, his expression a little confused, He then noticed the music playing and cleared his throat awkwardly, this, that. Well, you're welcome. I'm so smart. Su Wanqing wiped her tears and smiled, why are you so romantic? Is this how you usually coax girls? Lu Chen took out a tissue and handed it over. When you don't know how to answer, the best way to deal with it is to act deep. Su Wanqing took the tissue and was obviously very pleased with it. After a moment's silence, she spoke again. Did you really agree to his promise? Actually, you don't have to take those threats to heart. Once a woman is satisfied, she doesn't want to stop. Lu Chen chuckled, Sister Su, do you think I'm with you because of your identity? Su Wanqing didn't say anything, which meant she agreed. Lu Chen held the steering wheel with one hand and looked forward, Sister Su, please don't insult me, I'm not that kind of person. Su Wanqing's hand trembled. Is Lu Chen angry? Sudden. You didn't mean. Don't talk, hurry up. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in front of the kindergarten. Su Wanqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a look of shame and anger on her beautiful face. Lu Chen tidied his clothes, looking satisfied, Sister Su, you take a rest first, I'll go get Tang Tang. After saying that, he got out of the car swiftly. Su Wanqing licked her lips. This bad guy said he was not that kind of person, but his actions were very honest. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Lu Chen's appearance attracted the attention of many parents. After all, there are very few fathers who come to pick up their children, and with Lu Chen's handsome appearance, it is hard not to attract attention. Whose father is that? He looks so young. I've never seen him before, he's so handsome. The sound of discussions drifted into my ears from time to time. Lu Chen was completely unaware of these gazes and stared intently at the kindergarten gate. Because he had delivered Tang Tang to her in the morning, he knew which shift she was in. Soon, Class 3 came out under the leadership of a young teacher. The young teacher clapped his hands and called out in a clear voice, "Children, what should we talk about before school is over?" The children immediately responded in unison, shouting the daily slogan for the end of school in their baby voices. "Mr. Sun is going off work, Mrs. Moon is coming out, say goodbye to the teacher, Mom and Dad are waiting. Hold your hands tightly and carry your school bag securely. Keep safety in mind and go home happily." After shouting the slogan, a small figure rushed out like a cannonball. "Dad!" Tang Tang, with 2 pigtails and a pink school bag on her back, threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. When Lu Chen heard the word Dad call out, his mind went blank. Tang Tang turned around and showed off to her friends, "See? Didn't you say you haven't seen my dad? This is my dad." "Tang Tang, you are lying. How can your father be so young?" Tang Tang pouted, raised her rosy little face, and retorted, "It's all because of my mom's ability." Lu Chen was so amused that he couldn't help laughing. He lifted the little girl up high, making her giggle. "Did you have fun in kindergarten today?" Lu Chen put Tang Tang on his shoulder, and the little girl's small hands naturally supported his head. "I'm happy. The teacher taught us how to draw bunnies. I drew 3, a mother bunny and baby bunnies." She leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and said, "There is another Daddy Lu." "Ha ha." Lu Chen pinched Tong Tong's chubby little face. Fortunately, this little girl was not Bian Pengju's biological daughter, otherwise she would not be so cute. At this time, after sending the children away, the female teacher Xia Xingchen looked up and saw Lu Chen holding Tang Tang. Then he walked over. Her height is particularly eye-catching among the female teachers, especially her pair of long legs with amazing proportions, which look even more slender under the short uniform skirt. Her palm-sized face is dotted with a pair of round almond eyes and a pink cherry mouth. She has a mature figure, but a baby face that makes people want to pinch it. It can be said to be a standard long-legged loli. Tong Tong's dad. Xia Xingchen stood in front of Lu Chen. "Hello, my name is Xia Xingchen, and I'm Tong Tong's teacher." Lu Chen nodded quickly. These days, the person that parents with children should not offend the most is the teacher. Xia Xingchen said, "I have been teaching in kindergarten for 3 years, and this is the first time I have seen you." Lu Chen heard that the words were full of sarcasm. Although it had nothing to do with him, Lu Chen did not refute. After all, the little girl was here, and a rash explanation would make her sad. Tong Tong's dad. Xia Xingchen folded his hands in front of him. "As a teacher, I have to say something. No matter how busy you are at work, please spend more time with your child." She looked down at Tang Tang, who was hugging Lu Chen's neck tightly, and her voice softened. "Tang Tang is a quiet person in class. He always plays quietly by himself. Last time when we were doing a painting on the theme of my dad." Xia Xingchen paused and said, "She tried to draw for a long time but couldn't finish it." Lu Chen felt the little body in his arm suddenly stiffen, and Tang Tang buried her face in his shoulder. He patted the child's back soothingly and cursed Bian Pengju's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. "As a teacher, I understand that parents are busy with work, but children only grow up once," Xia Xingchen said seriously. "Tong Tong's mom always came to school activities alone in the past. I hope to see you guys come together next time." Of course, of course. "Thank you, Teacher Xia, for your concern for Tang Tang." "You're welcome. This is my duty." Xia Xingchen's gaze stayed on Lu Chen's face for a few seconds, and she was secretly surprised. The boy in front of me looks like a college student. She really couldn't understand how he could stay so young and handsome even though he had a daughter as old as Tang Tang. Really? She couldn't help but glance at Tang Tang again. The little girl was hugging her father's neck affectionately, with dependence all over her little face. Strange, he doesn't look like a stepfather. Xia Xingchen said, "Can I add your WeChat and ask you for some advice on maintenance?" Maintenance? Lu Chen didn't understand. He only used soap to wash his face, or even nothing at all. What was the other party asking him? However, since the teacher has said so, how can he not agree? So the two of them added each other on WeChat. Chapter 29, The Cold School Beauty. I can't watch him degenerate. The car slowly drove away from the kindergarten. Tang Tang leaned on the car window and waved goodbye to Xia Xingchen. Su Wanqing looked through the rearview mirror thoughtfully at the long-legged lowly teacher standing there. Mother! Tang Tang suddenly turned around and threw herself into Su Wanqing's arms excitedly. Teacher Xia added Dad's WeChat. Hearing Tang Tang calling him Dad directly, Su Wanqing glanced at Lu Chen, and seeing that he didn't react, she pursed her lips calmly to prevent herself from laughing. Really? What do you want to do with WeChat? Teacher Xia said. Tang Tang tilted her head and recalled, I need to ask my dad for the secret of beauty maintenance. Lu Chen met Su Wanqing's half-smiley eyes in the rearview mirror and quickly explained, it's just to deal with it. After all, we have to please the teacher. Su Wanqing nodded in understanding, I understand. She continued, I'd better go back and live here for the next few days. Lu Chen was originally planning to get a room in a hotel, but when he heard Su Wanqing say this, he nodded. He just remembered that he didn't know whether the house in number 1 mansion had been renovated. So I picked up my phone and called my previous sales manager. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Mr. Liu. I would like to ask about the decoration of the house in number 1 mansion. Tang Meng on the other end of the phone was stunned and sighed. He was indeed a rich man, he didn't even know whether the house he bought was decorated or not. A house worth tens of millions is being bought as if it were cabbage? Don't worry, this is a 660 square meter apartment with luxurious decoration. You can move in right away. It is fully equipped with imported furniture from Italy and a German smart home system. Lu Chen's hand on the steering wheel tightened. 660 square meters? Yes. Li Meng explained, this is the top floor of our number 1 mansion. The market price is at least 50 million. 55. Mr. Liu, what did you say? Lu Chen coughed lightly, well. I understand. I'll go over and take a look tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Liu, contact me when you come. Hang up the phone. Lu Chen calmed himself down. He still had 100 million in his bank card, so a house worth 50 million was not unacceptable. Dad. Tang Tang suddenly put her hands on her hips in the back seat, her face puffed up. Teacher Xia said I can't make phone calls while driving. Lu Chen quickly put the phone aside and said, okay, Dad knows he was wrong. As soon as I put down my phone, the screen lit up again. It was a message from Xin Zhaoxia. The general meaning is that the drama club is going to transform and shoot a short play recently, and they want to borrow his car as a prop, and asked him if it's okay? Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. Just as Lu Chen was about to reply, Tang Tang called out again, Dad. He had no choice but to put his phone down again and smiled helplessly. Sister Su. Lu Chen suddenly asked, do you know where to buy those clothes that look low-key but are actually not cheap? To him, there is no difference between a 10 yuan t-shirt and a 10,000 yuan t-shirt. It's just that he has to go to Xin Zhaoxia's school to deliver the car tomorrow, so he has to give her face. He didn't want to dress too extravagantly, so he asked this question. Su Wanqing thought for a moment and said, I know a custom-made shop on the financial street. How about I buy you a set? Will you buy it for me? Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and he pulled the car over. He took out his cell phone and operated it quickly. I transferred some pocket money to you. Su Wanqing's cell phone immediately rang. She looked down and was so shocked that she almost threw her phone away. 1 million? Lu Chen just wanted to try whether the family protection fund could be spent on himself through Su Wanqing. 2 hours later, Lu Chen sent Su Wanqing and Tang Tang back. Looking at the dozen shopping bags in the back row, the smile on his face froze. It seems that the system recognizes this kind of internal flow of funds within the family. As long as the money is spent by Su Wanqing, no matter what she does, it is reasonable. Now, Lu Chen is even more motivated to find his family. Return to the rental house. As soon as I opened the door, the aroma of food hit me. Lu Chen saw 3 dishes and 1 soup neatly arranged on the dining table. Sister Sei-yun? Lu Chen stretched his head out, looked around, and shouted a few words tentatively. The living room is only that big and can be seen at a glance. His shout was mainly directed at the bedroom. Seeing no one answered, Lu Chen knocked on the bedroom door and tried shouting a few times. When he heard no movement from inside, he opened the door. Gone? There was no one in the bedroom, so there was only one possibility: Chen Shuryan left before he could wait. Returning to the dining table, looking at the completely cold food, Lu Chen had a strange look on his face. Steamed sea bass, scrambled eggs with leeks, oysters with garlic sauce, and yam and pork rib soup. He felt that something was not right about this combination. There was a piece of paper under the bowl and chopsticks. When I opened it, I saw 8 words on it. The font was very sharp, but very beautiful. It says, "Keep your feet on the ground and be self-reliant." What's the meaning? Lu Chen could not understand the meaning of these 8 words left by Chen Shuryan at all. He hesitated for a moment, then took out his cell phone and called Chen Shuryan. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected quickly, but no one spoke. "Sister Shuryan?" Lu Chen called out tentatively. "Whom?" Chen Shuryan's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Chen decided to move in the next few days, so he said, "Sister Shuryan, don't come here anymore, A sound that could only be heard in a late-night movie suddenly came from the receiver, and Lu Chen stopped talking next. "Fuck, no way." The other side. "Xiao Lu, could you please turn down the volume?" Chen Shuryan covered her phone with her face red, then turned and glared at Lin Lu lying on the bed. Lin Lu was wearing a pair of home hot pants that barely covered her thighs. Her 2 long white legs were dangling in the air. She was lying on the bed with her chin propped up, watching a TV show. Hearing Chen Shuryan's words, she stuck out her tongue and quickly turned down the volume on her tablet. "Lu Chen?" Chen Shuryan answered the phone again, her voice a little awkward. "My best friend is watching a drama. What did you say just now?" Only then did Lu Chen realize that girls also look at that thing. You don't have to cook for me anymore." "Why? Is it because today's food is not to your liking?" "No." Lu Chen looked at the kidney tonifying meal on the table, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "It's just, I might have to move." Chen Shuryan was silent for a few seconds. "Where are you moving to?" "Over at number 1 mansion." "Number 1 mansion? Isn't that place very expensive?" Chen Shuryan suddenly reacted and remembered the photo of the girl she saw in the passenger seat. She had some doubts at first, but now she is 100% sure that Lu Chen is really being kept by someone. "Hang up the phone." Chen Shuryan took a deep breath. She did not blame Lu Chen for his degeneration. Instead, she felt a little distressed and guilty. Come to think of it, after working so hard and giving all his love, he was betrayed by his own sister. Anyone would be deeply devastated, so it is understandable that Lu Chen did this. But she couldn't just watch Lu Chen fall into depravity. She turned to look at Lin Lu. "Xiao Lu, what do you think will happen if Lu Chen is really kept by someone?" Lin Lu bit her finger and said nonchalantly, "What can I do? When the rich woman gets tired of playing with me, I'll just kick her away. He will definitely not be able to adapt to ordinary life by then. After all, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. He will either continue to look for another employer, or become the top performer in a club. In short, it will be difficult to return to normal life." Chen Shuryan's voice was a little hoarse. "How can we stop it?" "It's simple." Lin Lu shook her long white legs. "Wouldn't it be nice if he could have a real relationship? The only thing that can defeat magic is magic, and the only thing that can defeat the X is the current one." "The current one?" Chen Shuryan murmured to herself, with a firmness in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 30, The Leading Actress. In the rehearsal hall of the University Drama Club, sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the wooden floor. Shen Zhaoxia sat on a folding chair in the corner, staring at the screen of her mobile phone without blinking. Lu Chen still hadn't replied to the message. "Xia xia." Zhang Yining came running over in a hurry, her pink twin ponytails particularly eye-catching. "The professor said the female lead hasn't been decided yet. Do you want to give it a try?" Shen Zhaoxia shook his head and locked his phone. "I won't participate." "Why?" Zhang Yining widened his eyes and sat next to her. "The professor said that being the leading actress can earn you a lot of credits. With your grades and the credits, I'm afraid you can get a full scholarship. Besides, you can also get a share of the profits after the skit is broadcast. Why don't you agree?" Zhang Yining reminded, "Don't forget, although our mother's surgery fee has been paid, the follow-up treatment will still cost a lot of money. You quit your job as a playmate. If you don't fight for this, what will you do in the future? You can't really let someone support you, right?" "He didn't say he would support me." Shen Zhaoxia actually hoped that Lu Chen would say that he would support her. "You give money and I will give others, then she could take the money with peace of mind." But this guy just didn't make any requests. Given her personality, she hated beating around the bush like this the most. She was really angry. I just feel that he is my financial sponsor now and has given me so much money. I cannot have contact with other boys before I have served him well. Jiang Yining's eyes fell on the cover of the script, and when she saw the words "the domineering president falls in love with me," she suddenly understood. There are many scenes in the play that require intimate contact between the heroine and the hero. Jiang Yining squatted down and looked up into her eyes. Are you afraid that someone will be unhappy? Shen Zhaoxia nodded. I'm just afraid that he will be unhappy. So this is why you quit your job as a playmate? What else? Jiang Yining looked at the other members who were busy, and lowered her voice and said, You can't be really in love with him, right? Shen Zhaoxia pursed her lips and said, I don't know. It could be love or gratitude. Yes, I am grateful. Jiang Yining nodded heavily. According to my professional analysis as a love expert, in psychology, it is called the suspension bridge effect. When an individual is under stress or in crisis, they tend to mistakenly attribute physiological reactions such as accelerated heartbeat caused by stress to their affection for the rescuer. I think this is the case with you now. Don't fool me with your half-baked love theory. Shen Zhaoxia curled his lips and put the phone back into his pocket. Jiang Yining rubbed her pink hair, looking helpless. Seriously, what are you going to do? I've made up my mind. I'm going to deliver food. I heard it's quite profitable. Delivering food? Jiang Yining's pink twin ponytail stood up in shock. Are you crazy? You're giving up your role as the leading actress to go deliver food? This exclamation attracted several members to look over. Shen Zhaoxia shook his head. Don't say I don't want to compete. Even if I wanted to, I might not be able to get it. There are probably many people who want this position. Jiang Yining nodded. That's right, Lin Chuchu, the green tea, and Guan Siki, the gold digger, they are determined to get them. She curled her lips with a look of disdain. Especially Lin Chuchu, she is always so teasing and always tries to grab the best roles. After saying that, he set his eyes on Lin Chuchu, who was talking not far away. She has light blonde shoulder-length hair, big eyes with long eyelashes under carefully trimmed airbangs, and her seemingly plain makeup actually hides a pure and sexy style. An off-white knitted cardigan and a light blue pleated skirt, paired with white leather shoes and ankle socks. She also perfectly portrayed the image of a pure female college student. She was talking to her male classmates in a sweet voice, and her laughter was like silver bells from time to time. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes and whispered, It starts again, this peacock. But Jiang Yining suddenly leaned closer and said mysteriously, I heard that in this casting, the professor not only values acting skills, but also sponsorship. She held up 3 fingers and said, Props, venues, and filming funds are all indispensable. After all, this transformation is very important to our drama club. Jiang Yining poked Shen Zhaoxia's shoulder and said, By the way, what did your husband say? Did he agree to lend me the car? Have no idea. What? You didn't say that? I told you, I sent the message but no one replied. Jiang Yining suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder Shen Zhaoxia was staring at his phone in a daze just now. As he was speaking, the door of the rehearsal room was suddenly pushed open. Guan Siki walked in with a sweet smile, holding the arm of a young boy. She put on exquisite makeup today, with big black wavy hair hanging down her shoulders and a slim dress that outlined her beautiful figure. The boy next to her is even more eye-catching. He is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing all branded clothes, with 3-dimensional facial features and a very handsome appearance. Wow! There was a burst of exclamations in the rehearsal room. Several girls were whispering to each other. Where did Guan Siki find such a handsome boyfriend? She can debut with this look. Hearing everyone's discussions, Guan Siki raised her chin proudly and held the boy's arm even tighter. Let me introduce to you all. This is my boyfriend Wei Jinfeng, a senior in our university. She emphasized, he was the vice president of our school's student union before. Wei Jinfeng smiled slightly and greeted everyone in a pretentious manner. This action made several junior girls' eyes sparkle with stars. By the way, Guan Siki raised her voice and said, I heard that we need a luxury car for this short drama? She looked at Wei Jinfeng and said modestly, It just so happens that Afeng has a car. Although it's not a luxury car, if you really can't find a better one, you can use it. What car? Someone asked curiously. Guan Siki covered her mouth and chuckled, It's just an ordinary Audi A7, it only cost more than 700,000 yuan when it landed. She deliberately emphasized the word. There was sparse applause in the rehearsal room. Someone whispered, "A 7 is good, but if it plays the role of a domineering CEO." "It's really not that good," a boy said, whose domineering CEO drives in a 7. Guan Siki's smile froze on her face. Seeing this, Wei Jinfeng immediately put his arm around her shoulders, looked at everyone and said with a smile, "My car is indeed not that good, but do you have any better ones?" After he asked this, everyone else fell silent and the venue suddenly became quiet. After all, this is reality, not Ferrari, let alone Lamborghini. Not to mention that they are just a group of students. Even after graduation and working, it is not certain whether they will be able to drive 4 circles in their lifetime. At this moment, Chen Xiaoxia suddenly received a WeChat message on his mobile phone. "Lu Chen, where?" "I'm on my way." Chapter 31 demonstrating a 360-degree rotation. Chen Xiaoxia's eyes lit up when he saw the message on his phone. She responded quickly. After sending the message, her previous depression disappeared. On the other side, Lin Chuchu lifted her iconic golden short hair and watched Guan Siki's performance coldly. She thought to herself, "This Guan Siki is really willing to risk her life to play the leading female role. What boyfriend? That sounds nice, but he's just a comrade in arms." She knew very well that Wei Jinfeng was a well-known playboy in school and he changed girlfriends more frequently than he changed clothes. Wei Jinfeng had pursued her before and had tried every possible means, including sending flowers and bags. Although she was nicknamed T-Art Master by her classmates. But at least she knows how to wait for the right price, so she won't sell herself cheaply like Guan Siki did. Lu Chan drove to the Zheng University campus. Looking through the window, he saw unfamiliar buildings and shook his head secretly. It's ironic that although Chen Xinyan is also a student at Zheng University, he is surprisingly unfamiliar with this campus. Before, Chen Xinyan always refused to allow him to come to the school to see her, saying that it would be a bad influence. When delivering takeout, he could only place the food in the designated area at the school gate and did not even have the chance to step into the school gate. Not going to college is a big regret in Lu Chen's life. But it's not about academic qualifications, but about the lack of life experience. He pushed open the car door, immediately attracting a lot of people's attention. It should be said that since he drove in, many eyes along the way were attracted by looking up at the U8. After Lu Chen got off the car, many girls' eyes shifted to him. Lu Chen was dressed very formally today. Today he was wearing the gray shirt that Su Wanqing had picked out for him, paired with a pair of off-white 9-point casual trousers, and a pair of dark brown handmade custom-made leather shoes. He has the temperament of a noble man. "Classmate, can you tell me how to get to the drama club?" He walked up to a few girls passing by. Several girls stopped immediately and their eyes lit up. One of the cute girls stared at Lu Chen for a long time before she pointed at him with a red face. "It's in the red brick building up ahead. We're going there too, so we can take you with us." "Thank you, but that's okay." Lu Chen smiled politely and turned to leave. "Wait." Another girl in a short skirt summoned up the courage to ask, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Lu Chen did not refuse, but after he added the WeChat, when he looked back, he found that there were many students surrounding the car. And the number of people increased, and everyone took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. This reminded Lu Chen of himself in high school. Whenever he saw a car he liked, he would stare at it for a long time. "Why don't we try it?" Lu Chen smiled and opened the driver's door, indicating that they could go in. At first some boys were embarrassed, but when Lu Chen invited them again, some of them couldn't help but sit in. For a moment, this place seemed to have become BYD's booth. "Brother, I heard that this car can go into the water and can even spin in place, right?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded. "Indeed, how about I demonstrate it to everyone?" The students watching the scene suddenly became excited and raised their mobile phones to record the video. Lu Chen sat back in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and turned on the vehicle's turn-on-the-spot mode. As the unique humming sound of the motor sounded, looking up at the huge body of the U8, it seemed like it was dancing, with all 4 wheels turning at the same time. "Wow!" There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. Lu Chen lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the nearly 3-ton SUV began to slowly rotate with its body as the axis. The tires made a slight sound when rubbing against the ground, but the car body was as stable as a rock. "Fuck, that's awesome. Zune de fake do?" BYD's wave is in the atmosphere, and domestic cars have one. After completing a 360-degree rotation, Lu Chen demonstrated the crab mode, allowing the vehicle to move diagonally. Seeing this huge monster walking sideways like a crab, the students watching exclaimed again. This is the car a man should drive. Shit. I recorded that you turned just now. I'll post it on WeChat moments first. If I drive this car, can I still fail the second test 3 times? The girl's focus is even more unique. The little brother looks so handsome when he turns the steering wheel. This car matches his temperament very well. It's handsome and low-key. Senior, are you in need of accessories? I'm 36D and I can still call you Yamati. At the same time, many students in the drama club also saw the video of Youngwon U8's performance in their WeChat groups or moments. What the hell? Our school actually looks up to U8. A boy exclaimed. Others also spoke up. This car has its own heat. If it can be used as a prop for us, it will definitely be enough. Does anyone know the owner of the car? Can I borrow it? This car is performing not far from our building, why don't you go over and ask? And the owner of this car seems to be a super handsome guy. Lin Chuchu smiled, looked at Guan Siki who was being robbed of the limelight, and deliberately raised her voice. Oh, some people's luxury cars seem to be outdone. Guan Siki and Wei Jinfeng both looked unhappy. After all, young people need to save face. But after just a few seconds of pretending, someone else stole the limelight. It would be strange if they were happy. Zhang Yining stared at the phone screen. Xia, look, this car owner is so handsome, 100 times better than that pretentious Wei Jinfeng. Shen Xiaoxia didn't care at first and just glanced at it casually. After seeing the person in the video clearly, he was stunned. Why? Are you interested? Zhang Yining nudged her with her elbow. Your eyes are all squinting. Shen Xiaoxia said unhappily, he is. Lu Chun. Ah. The pink hair on Zhang Yining's head trembled. Is it the sponsor who gave you 200,000 yuan? She carefully looked at the video again and took a deep breath. It's bad, it's bad. What's wrong? Shen Xiaoxia asked, puzzled. Zhang Yining looked serious. Sister, this is an emergency. A rich and handsome guy like him must be surrounded by girls who want to take shortcuts. He doesn't lack women at all. This guy has money and looks, he's a human MacGuffin, it's easy to give you a hat. Zhang Yining patted his chest and said, but don't worry, this detective will definitely help you investigate his loyalty. Shen Xiaoxia held his forehead with his hand. What are you doing again? Don't worry about it, you'll know when the time comes. For the future happiness of her good sister, she felt that it was time for her, a love expert, to take action. Chapter 32, Flirting in the Dressing Room. Lu Chen didn't expect that this car would be so popular among young people. Looking at the endless stream of people coming, I'm afraid it won't end anytime soon. So he simply left the car here and went to find Shen Xiaoxia himself. Lu Chen threw the car keys onto the center console, opened the door and got out. The students watching were silent for a moment and looked at each other. Brother, what are you doing? A boy asked in confusion. Lu Chen waved his hand. You guys can look around, I have something to do first. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving a chic back view for everyone present. Ah? You're leaving now? The boy in basketball uniform widened his eyes. You don't want the car anymore? Fuck, this guy is really rich, he's not afraid of getting scratched. What do you know? This $1 million luxury car is a treasure in your eyes, but it's just a toy in the eyes of rich people. They don't care at all. Oh my god, this brother is such a good person. As Lu Chen was on his way to the drama club, girls kept coming up to him to chat with him. Senior, can you add me on WeChat? A girl with a high ponytail stopped him, looking a little embarrassed. Of course. Lu Chen took out his mobile phone with a smile and scanned the code skillfully. This is the 5th girl who came to ask for contact information on the road. Lu Chen's main theme is selfless love, accepting everyone who comes. I have to say that there are many beautiful women in Jiangda University. Although not as good as Shen Xiaoxia, they are both top-notch. As long as one of these girls can trigger the system task, he will not lose out. Turning the corner of the teaching building, the drama club's red brick building is right in front of you. Lu Chen adjusted the collar of his shirt and pushed open the door of the rehearsal room. Squeak. After entering, I found that it was quite large and there were many seats packed together. Lu Chen looked around, searching for Shen Xiaoxia in the crowd. Hey, isn't that the handsome guy driving the U8 in the video just now? Someone exclaimed quietly. Why is he here in our drama club? I don't know. It looks like he's looking for someone. Classmate, who are you looking for? Lin Chuchu, with short light blonde hair, came in front of Lu Chen with a sweet smile. Lu Chen looked at the other person for a few seconds and was somewhat surprised. She was another beauty as beautiful as Xin Zhaoxia. This girl is not tall, and she is the delicate and pure type. She has a natural temperament that makes you want to hold her in your arms and take good care of her. Lu Chen said, I'm looking for Xin Zhaoxia. When Lin Chuchu heard the three words Xin Zhaoxia, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But it was fleeting. She tilted her head slightly and took a step closer naturally, the smell of her perfume becoming more distinct. Zhaoxia, she's in the dressing room backstage. Is the senior Zhaoxia's? Just as Lu Chen was about to answer, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Jiang Yining rushed over and blocked him. Hey! Stay away from this green tea. She glared at Lin Chuchu fiercely. What do you want to do? Are you trying to poach someone else's employees? Lin Chuchu was not annoyed, her eyes were innocent and aggrieved. Ningning, why are you like this? I just want to help lead the way. What a ridiculous way. Jiang Yining was furious. Lin Chuchu's eyes suddenly turned red, and she bit her lower lip and looked at Lu Chen. I'm sorry, senior. I shouldn't have said so much. Don't blame Ningning for being rude. She's not like this usually. It's just that I didn't make her angry. She twisted the corner of her clothes nervously with her fingers, like a child who had done something wrong. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Wow, this acting is amazing. That pitiful look is so fucking addictive. This is why everyone is so obsessed with the green tea sister role even though they know it's all acting. Because she wants money and you want emotional value, everyone gets what they need. Your real girlfriend suffocates you, but she makes you feel like the worshipped king. She may not really love you, but she is willing to act until you go bankrupt. This is the charm of high-end green tea. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes, turned to Lu Chen and said, Come with me, ignore these coquettish bitches, they all want to steal Xia Xia's girl. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and let her drag him to the backstage. This pink-haired girl should be the half-sister that Xin Zhaoxia mentioned. Jiang Yining. On the way, he could clearly feel many eyes fixed on him, and whispers could be heard from time to time in his ears. Is this the boy who drove the U8? The real person is more handsome than the video. I heard that he came to see Xin Zhaoxia. What is their relationship? Pushing open the door of the dressing room, Xin Zhaoxia was sitting in front of the mirror putting on her makeup. When he saw Xin Zhaoxia, Lu Chen's breathing stopped instantly. Xin Zhaoxia is so beautiful today. Her long brown hair was curled into slight curls and draped over her shoulders, making her skin look white as snow. Black stockings wrapped around her slender legs, and high heels made her ankles look even more slender. The most terrible thing was the professional suit, with the buttons of her white shirt tautly fastened, looking grand in scale. What are you doing? Xin Zhaoxia felt uncomfortable under his direct gaze. This is the character design in the play. Lu Chen touched his nose. What kind of benefit, what kind of drama requires dressing like this? The domineering president fell in love with me. Xin Zhaoxia explained in a low voice. So you're auditioning for the female lead? Xin Zhaoxia shook his head, a little hesitant, actually. I haven't decided whether to audition or not. Why? Lu Chen was puzzled. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes. It's because there are intimate scenes in the script, and some people are so jealous. Jiang Yining. Xin Zhaoxia interrupted her in embarrassment. Lu Chen suddenly laughed. He reached out and gently lifted Xin Zhaoxia's chin, letting her look him in the eye. Why bother trying? You're mine. Ah? I said. Lu Chen said word by word, I can't go. I will be jealous. Xin Zhaoxia's eyes widened, and even the tips of her ears turned red. Who is yours? Jiang Yining took a deep breath and said, Huh? Why do I feel like you are quite suitable to play the role of a domineering CEO? Xin Zhaoxia pushed Jiang Yining and said, Go change your clothes quickly. The professor didn't ask you not to audition. Jiang Yining curled her lips and said, Okay, I'll leave now and stop being a light bulb. She winked at Lu Chen. Some people should seize the opportunity. Xin Zhaoxia breathed a sigh of relief only after Jiang Yining went into the changing room. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Lu Chen say seriously, Actually, I'm quite interested in acting. How about we rehearse our acting first? Xin Zhaoxia was stunned. Lu Chen has already picked up the script on the table and pretended to flip through it. Let me see. Oh, there is a Waldong scene here. He suddenly looked up and said with a smile, how about, let's give it a try. Shinjiaxia subconsciously took a step back and leaned her back against the dressing table. You, stop messing around. Who made the noise? Lu Chen stepped forward and said, I'm helping you get used to the role in advance. Shinjiaxia's heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his chest. Don't get so close, there are people outside. Lu Chen deliberately moved closer. You mean it's okay if there's no one around, right? Shinjiaxia pushed him away in shame and anger. Lu Chen, if you do this again, I'll deduct 10,000 from you. Lu Chen took a step back, but a triumphant smirk was on his face. How is it? Is my acting okay? Shinjiaxia stamped her feet in anger. Are you being a hooligan? Is there a rogue as polite as me? Lu Chen smiled and said, I'm dedicated. How about, we try the kissing scene again? You wish. Shinjiaxia raised his foot to kick him. At this moment, the curtain of the dressing room was pulled open. Jiang Yining poked her head out and said, Hey, be careful, there are people here. She blinked at Lu Chen, but, you guys continue, pretend I don't exist. Shinjiaxia was both ashamed and angry. Lu Chen naturally put his arm around her shoulders and said to Jiang Yining, don't peek, be careful of getting sty. TSK. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes. Everyone is waiting outside. If you want to flirt, wait until after the audition. Shinjiaxia glared at her best friend and asked, who flirted with him? Chapter 33 You delivered takeaway to me. At this moment, the door of the dressing room was pushed open again. Guan Siki walked in holding Wei Jinfeng's arm, followed by Lin Chuchu. Seeing Lu Chen, Wei Jinfeng immediately put on a smile and walked forward. Hello brother, I'm Wei Jinfeng. Your U8 is great. Would you like to have dinner with me someday? Lu Chen shook hands politely, but before he spoke, Guan Siki snorted coldly, Ah Feng, he drives $1 million luxury car, how can he be interested in your shabby A7? She glanced at Shinjiaxia with a pointed look. Some people just like to cling to powerful people. Wei Jinfeng still had a smile on his face, but he had already cursed Guan Siki in his heart. This stupid woman has breasts growing out of her brain. He cursed in his heart. As a former vice president of the student union, Wei Jinfeng knows too well the importance of personal connections. A rich second generation who can drive $1 million luxury car may have some far-reaching network of connections behind him. To offend such a person just to win a moment of pride? Only a fool would do that. Although he was indeed unhappy about being overshadowed by Lu Chen, Wei Jinfeng understood better that it was better to make more friends than to make enemies. Nowadays, more friends mean more roads, more enemies mean more walls. Siki just speaks her mind, don't mind it, brother Lu. Wei Jinfeng tried to smooth things over with a smile, and at the same time secretly pinched Guan Siki's wrist, warning her to shut up. But Guan Siki was completely unaware of this, and instead felt dissatisfied because Wei Jinfeng was cowardly. However, she didn't say anything more and turned into the fitting room. Lin Chuchu looked at Lu Chen thoughtfully and went to change her clothes. When several people changed their clothes and came out, the entire rehearsal room suddenly became quiet. For beauties with different styles walked out one after another in high heels. Who can resist this scene? Guan Siki, who was walking in the front, was wearing a bright red skirt with a very low V-neck, which billowed when she walked. She twisted her slender waist deliberately with a proud expression on her face. Lin Chuchu, who followed closely behind, chose a pure white professional suit. Her short golden hair set off her snow-white skin, and her skirt was just the right short. She put her hands behind her back, tilted her head and showed an innocent smile, just like a pure little white rabbit. Jiang Yining unexpectedly wore a black neutral suit, pink twin ponytails and a tie. She put her hands in her pockets, looking handsome and cool. Fuck, a boy sighed quietly, no wonder rich people like to find capable secretaries. Now I understand why. Mom, I'm in love. Me too, who can stand this? The club members were talking at once, and many of them had already taken out their cell phones to take pictures. Lu Chen came to Shinjiaxia and found a suit jacket from somewhere and put it on her shoulders. It's cold, don't catch a cold. It's summer now. Shinjiaxia protested silently. Besides, you didn't let me audition? I'm not going on stage. Jiang Yining was laughing to death. Some people are jealous. Lu Chen was not ashamed of it, but proud of it. It is true that men like stockings, but they like to wear them on the legs of other people as girlfriends. My girlfriend can only wear it for herself. Several people sat in the rehearsal room waiting for the professor to arrive. Guan Siki stared at Lu Chen for a long time, which made Jiang Yining dissatisfied. What are you looking at? What bad ideas are you planning? After being scolded by Jiang Yining, Guan Siki not only did not restrain herself, but instead showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. I remember you once delivered takeout to me. She looked at Lu Chen and spoke so loudly that everyone around looked over. Wei Jinfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly tried to smooth things over. Siki, what nonsense are you talking about? How can someone who drives $1 million luxury car deliver food? He gritted his teeth secretly, but in his heart he was already thinking about how to get rid of this brainless woman in the future. Keeping this kind of burden who doesn't know how to read people's moods will only bring harm. I'm not mistaken. Guan Siki insisted, he sent me spicy hot pot just a few days ago. I will never admit my mistake. To everyone's surprise, Lu Chen actually nodded, yes, I am indeed a delivery man. There was an uproar in the rehearsal room. What is going on? A delivery guy drives $1 million luxury car? If delivering food is so profitable, why bother going to college? When Guan Siki heard Lu Chen admit it, she immediately smiled as if she had caught something. So the car is rented? You really went to great lengths to save face for Xin Jiaxia. She turned to look at Xin Jiaxia, her eyes full of gloating. Jiaxia, you were not deceived, were you? Or? She paused deliberately, you knew he was a delivery man? In the rehearsal room, everyone's eyes were focused on Xin Jiaxia. There were even a few girls who were also gloating. They had originally envied Xin Jiaxia for finding a tall, rich and handsome man, but they didn't expect that he was actually a fake. Xin Jiaxia smiled unexpectedly. She knew exactly what was going on with Lu Chen. She was too lazy to argue with him and just said something lightly. None of your business. Just because Xin Jiaxia doesn't care, doesn't mean Jiang Yining doesn't care either. Jiang Yining put her hands on her hips. Guan Siki, has your boyfriend ever given you 200,000 yuan? Has your boyfriend ever spent 120,000 yuan on luxury goods for you? What do you mean? Guan Siki was dissatisfied. Jiang Yining sneered, Lu Chen has done all of these things. Xia Xia drove the U8 back from the 4S store herself. I think you are just a wild boar that can't eat fine bran. You have never seen anything good. Guan Siki's face flushed red. Blow, keep blowing. She tugged at Wei Jinfeng's sleeve. Ah Feng, they teamed up to bully me. Wei Jinfeng stepped out to smooth things over, and at the same time he felt relieved. It turned out to be a poor boy pretending to be rich. He put on a superior smile on his face again. Siki, don't make a fuss. Delivering food is also good. You can earn your own living. He looked at Lu Chen and said, actually, my family is engaged in foreign trade. If you are interested, Xiao Lu, you can come to work in my company after graduation. It is not a problem to earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. He was brother Lu one second and little Lu the next. For people like Wei Jinfeng, treating people differently according to their preferences is basic knowledge. This guy is not bad, at least he doesn't directly mock like those brainless villains in novels. Lu Chen smiled. I'm not a college student, I'm afraid I can't take on this job. Not even a college student? Then how did a delivery boy like you catch up with Xin Jiaxia, the campus beauty? He asked himself that he was better than Lu Chen in terms of appearance, family, and status, but Xin Jiaxia didn't even look at him, and instead fell in love with Lu Chen who was delivering the takeaway. At this moment, Wei Jinfeng had the urge to ask questions without any hesitation. Going to school is actually useless. It's good to enter society early. Wei Jinfeng waved his hand and said secretly in his heart. Looking at his outfit, plus the car rental fee, I'm afraid it would cost him several months' salary, which is actually not easy. There's really no need for him to get serious with such a person, it would only make him look cheap. Chapter 34 Top Little Cha-Cha. Xiao Lu, how much did you rent that car? I'm afraid it's not cheap, right? How about this, I'll pay for the rental. We just happen to be in need of a luxury car for the next shoot. What Wei Jinfeng was thinking was. Anyway, this little money is nothing to him. Doing this can not only show his wealth but also appear magnanimous. When Guan Siki heard Wei Jinfeng's words, she raised her chin proudly. Some people might even spend next month's rent just to look rich, right? But our offering is generous and can help out whenever he can. She glanced at Xin Jiaxia. Jiaxia, you have to be careful when looking for a boyfriend. Some people may look glamorous on the surface, but who knows how shabby they are behind the scenes. Jiang Yining stamped her feet in anger. Guan Siki you. What? Did I say something wrong? Guan Siki interrupted her and said proudly, Afeng said he would help, so you guys should stop being stubborn. The students in the rehearsal room all looked at Xin Xiaoxia. I'm afraid Xin Xiaoxia will be greatly embarrassed this time. Wei Jinfeng patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Don't be embarrassed. It's normal for young people to care about their reputation. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Lu Chen showed an embarrassment and rubbed his hands. Well, the car rental is a bit expensive, why don't we just forget it? When Wei Jinfeng heard this, he laughed in his heart and thought that Lu Chen was just pretending, but on the surface he waved his hands more generously. It doesn't matter if it's expensive. This little money is nothing to me. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you directly. 3,000 a day. Lu Chen said embarrassedly. Wei Jinfeng waved his hand. It's only 3,000. Come and I'll transfer it to you. 3,000 yuan might be Lu Chen's monthly salary, but it's nothing to him. Lu Chen added, you also know that filming cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days, so we rented it for a few more days. How many days? Wei Jinfeng had a bad feeling. Not much, just half a month. Half a month. Wei Jinfeng's voice trembled. He cursed in his heart, this grandson really went to great lengths to show off. But the words had already been spoken, and in front of so many people, he could only bite the bullet and continue to pretend, no. No problem. Seeing this, Guan Siki immediately chimed in, Afeng's family is engaged in foreign trade, this little money is nothing. She looked at Xin Xiaoxia proudly, but she didn't know that Xin Xiaoxia was trying to hold back her laughter at the moment. This guy is so bad, but she likes him so much. Lu Chen held Wei Jinfeng's hand gratefully, thank you so much. He quickly took out his phone and showed the payment code, a total of 45,000. Thank you, brother Wei. The corners of Wei Jinfeng's mouth twitched, and he forced himself to scan the code to transfer the money. With the ding sound of the money arriving in his account, he felt his heart bleeding, because this was his living expenses for this month. I've turned around. Wei Jinfeng forced a smile, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Brother Wei is such a good person. Lu Chen meant this sincerely. See this scene. Lin Chuchu's eyes moved, and she said in a soft voice, thank you, Brother Lu. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have the chance to use such a nice car to film. Delivering food is actually great. I can meet so many people every day, exercise, and enjoy the city scenery. She tilted her head, and her face looked even fairer and purer, set off by her short golden hair. Besides, the delivery guy is the most handsome. He goes out in the wind and rain, so manly. If you ask me, Brother Lu is a real man. She leaned closer to Lu Chen. Brother Lu, when you deliver food, do young ladies often ask for WeChat messages? What's going on? Wei Jinfeng felt like something was wrong when he heard this. Grandma's. He paid for the car rental, so how did the credit become Lu Chen's? It feels like I'd been taken advantage of? Wei Jinfeng was so furious. He had been pursuing Lin Chuchu for so long and had given her many gifts, but he hadn't even touched her hand. Now, this woman was actually showing her affection to a delivery man. In front was Xin Xiaoxia, and behind was Lin Chuchu. Is this fucking guy named Louis Succubus? After Lin Chuchu finished speaking, the emotional value was immediately maxed out. The boys around were so frightened by what they heard that some of them even foamed at the mouth. Damn! This woman really knows how to do it. Even Lu Chen didn't expect that delivering takeout has so many advantages. Hee, so easy. Lin Chuchu saw Lu Chen's reaction and prepared to try again. Zhao Xia is so lucky to have found such a good boyfriend like Brother Lu. I wish I could meet a man like Brother Lu in the future. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes and said, some people are performing tea art again. Lin Chuchu acted as if she didn't hear it and continued to flirt with Lu Chen. She is different from Guan Siki, a fool. But she didn't really think that Lu Chen was a delivery man. As a professional green tea, her greatest skill was to judge people. Ever since Lu Chen said that he was a delivery man, he has been very calm from beginning to end, without any sense of embarrassment at all. Where does this confidence come from? Lin Chuchu even suspected that the car belonged to Lu Chen, and the reason why he said it was rented was that he wanted to trick Wei Jinfeng, the idiot. The most important thing is that although the clothes Lu Chen was wearing were not from a big brand, based on her intuition and vision, she could tell that they were very expensive. As smart as she is, she naturally knows when to help others in times of need. Even if she made a mistake, she would not suffer any loss. Guan Siki was very dissatisfied that Wei Jinfeng's limelight was stolen. Since the money for the car rental has been paid, shouldn't you take out the car keys? Key? Lu Chen spread his hands and said, the car keys are in the car. Just now, many students on the playground wanted to see the car, so I left the keys there. What? Guan Siki's eyes widened. You left the car on the playground? What if it got scratched? She stared at Lu Chen and said sarcastically, don't come to offering for help again when you have no money to pay. Lin Chuchu suddenly stood up and smiled sweetly, Brother Lu, I'll help you drive the car back. She was calculating in her mind that she only needed to look at the driving license to determine whether the car belonged to Lu Chen. Zhang Yining said that the car was driven back by Xin Zhaoxia from the 4S store, which means there is a high possibility that the vehicle is registered to Lu Chen. I'll go by myself. As today's step counting task had not yet been completed, Lu Chen stood up directly. Lin Chuchu narrowed her eyes. Could it be that the car really wasn't Lu Chen's? Was he afraid that I would see it? Thinking this in her mind, she still trotted after him. This made Zhang Yining very angry. This Lin Chuchu, her face is thicker than the city wall. She pulled Xin Zhaoxia's arm and said, Xia Xia, why don't you do anything about it? The green tea is going to stick to Lu Chen. As a result, Xin Zhaoxia was not in a hurry at all. Zhang Yining became even angrier, and sat down on the chair, muttering, it's true that the eunuchs are anxious when the emperor is not. Soon. When the two men came to the front of the car, the originally lively crowd had dispersed. After all, the owner of the car is not here, and if there is a problem, they can't explain it clearly. Lin Chuchu took the opportunity to sit in the passenger seat, blinking her big watery eyes. Brother Lu, can you let me sit in the passenger seat? Xia Xia won't be angry, right? The driving license is in the glove box, do you want to see it? Lu Chen looked at her with a smile. He knew exactly what this little cha-cha was trying to do. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuchu not only did not show any embarrassment, but instead smiled sweetly. Brother Lu asked me to watch it, so I watched it. After I finished watching it, I could go and slap those people in the face. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and sighed inwardly. She is indeed a high-level girl. An ordinary green tea girl would be embarrassed after being exposed. This guy, on the other hand, not only did he remain calm, but he was also able to go with the flow and finish the conversation without any mistakes. If you don't have some emotional intelligence, you really can't be Xiao Cha Cha. What is Brother Lu thinking about? Lin Chuchu's tone was just right with grievance. You don't think that he has any bad intentions, do you? Lu Chen chuckled, how could it be? Then I saw it. Lin Chuchu took out the driving license, took a quick look at it, and put it back. With admiration on her face, I knew Brother Lu wouldn't lie. Lu Chen leaned back in his seat, crossed his arms, and said, are you satisfied now? I didn't have any doubts in the first place. Lin Chuchu said coquettishly. If Xiao Cha Cha goes into acting, it shouldn't be a problem for her to win a Best Actress award. Chapter 35 Professor 1's Teaching. Chu-chu, why are you here? A gentle and mature female voice came from outside the car window. Lu Chen and Lin Chuchu turned their heads at the same time and saw a beautiful face through the car window. Different from Xin Zhaoxia's purity and Lin Chuchu's sweetness, this face has the unique charm of a mature woman. Professor! Lin Chuchu exclaimed and quickly opened the car door. Lu Chen also got out of the car and looked at the mature beauty in front of him calmly. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with long dark green hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her high-nose bridge. The black professional suit perfectly reveals her exquisite figure, and under the hip skirt is a pair of slender legs wrapped in transparent black stockings. The most eye-catching thing is the teardrop mole under her left eye, which adds a special charm. Professor, this is Lu Chen, he is not a student of our school. Lin Chuchu introduced obediently, Brother Lu, this is Professor Wenman, the instructor of our drama club, the youngest professor in Jiang University, only 29 years old. Wenman chuckled and shook his head, Chu-chu, age is a woman's secret. She turned to Lu Chen and stretched out her slender hand, hello, I'm Wenman. Lu Chen. He politely shook the soft, boneless hand and then let go. Professor Wen used to be the president of our drama club. Lin Chuchu continued to explain. Although I'm a professor now, I saw that the drama club was declining, so I took the initiative to guide us in filming short plays in order to revive the club. One man looked at Lin Chuchu helplessly and said, you are such a talkative kid. I watched the video in the group and came to find the owner of the car. I didn't expect it was your boyfriend. Lin Chuchu stood aside, thinking wildly in her heart. Professor, please allow me to kowtow to you. This assist is so awesome. But, on the surface, her face was red. No, Professor. Brother Lu is Zhao Xiao's boyfriend. Oh? Wenmin raised his eyebrows and glanced back and forth between the two of them. So what are you doing? Lu Chen explained, we are just here to help pick up the car. Wenmin smiled and nodded. This Yangwan U8 is yours, right? Can you consider lending it to the drama club as a filming prop? Sure. Mr. Lu is so straightforward, I feel a little embarrassed. When Man gently lifted the hair by her ear and leaned slightly closer to Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, what do you think I should do to repay you? Looking at the mature and beautiful face getting closer and closer, Lu Chen subconsciously took 2 steps back. Doing collective trade, is this professor so open-minded? Wenman's fingertips slowly slid upwards from Lu Chen's abdomen and finally rested on his shoulders. I wonder if Mr. Lu has any knowledge of filming? She put her red lips next to Lu Chen's ear and said, I have a lot of good things in my office, I wonder if you are interested. Seeing this scene, Lin Chuchu was dumbfounded. Is the professor trying to assist? This is clearly an attempt to intercept. Just when Lu Chen was confused, he saw Wen Man suddenly chuckle. How was it? Good acting, right? After saying this, she returned to her dignified appearance again. Lin Chuchu was stunned watching from the side. She originally thought that she had already reached a high level, but she didn't expect that Professor Su's first move would be a dimensionality reduction attack. Her ambiguous attitude and perfect body language bring out the charm of a mature woman to the extreme. Compared with Professor Wen, she is still a little immature. When Man looked back at Lin Chuchu. Chuchu, if something can be snatched away from others by using beauty, it will be snatched away from you in the same way in the future. Do you understand? I understand. Lin Chuchu nodded obediently. That's good. Wenman looked at his watch, go back quickly, the audition is about to start. Lu Chen looked at Wenman's leaving back, with a look of understanding in his eyes. It turns out that the performance just now was to teach Lin Chuchu how to behave. However, this Professor Wen is a real lunatic. In order to teach his students in a simple and profound way, he is willing to use any means. On the way back, Lin Chuchu remained silent until she suddenly spoke before entering the door. Brother Lu, what do you think of Professor Wen? Lu Chen turned around, very professional professor. That's it? Lin Chuchu chuckled, she is a famous goddess professor in our school. People chasing after her can line up from the teaching building to the school gate. So what? Lin Chuchu blinked her big watery eyes and said, Brother Lu, how about I help you pursue Professor Wen? Lu Chen stumbled, why are you drunk without drinking? Stop pretending. Lin Chuchu smiled slyly, it would be a lie to say that you are not moved by such a gorgeous woman like Professor Wen. She tilted her head with an innocent expression, wait until I help you chase the professor, will you give me a chance? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, what kind of logic is this? I'm super obedient. Lin Chuchu put her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly. As long as you give me enough money, I promise not to cry or make a fuss and be a perfect girlfriend. And I promise not to let Sister Zhao Xia know. After saying that, he did not forget to blink. Lu Chen smiled, Student Lin, I could hear your plan even at the school gate. Is it okay? Lin Chuchu stuck out her tongue, not feeling embarrassed at all. And I know a secret of Professor Wen. I promise to give you the opportunity to have close contact with her. What do you think about it? There's no point in considering it. For a madman like Wenman, he was really afraid that he would bite it off if he put it in his mouth. Just as Lu Chen was about to go in, the door of the rehearsal room suddenly opened. Jiang Yining rushed out, why did you take so long? Didn't that green tea do anything to you? She stared at Lin Chuchu warily. Lin Chuchu immediately stood up straight, and her face instantly changed to a well-behaved look. Brother Lu, please think about it. After saying that, she skipped into the rehearsal room, looking as pure as a white lotus. Jiang Yining put her hands on her hips and pointed the spear at Lu Chen. Hello? Do you want to be a scumbag? I warn you, if you dare to let Xia Xia down, I will let you know what a kick that will end your family lineages. Lu Chen was amused, so cruel? It turns out that Qin Xiaoxia learned how to kick him last time from Jiang Yining. Stop smiling so frivolously. Jiang Yining said angrily, what did that green tea girl say to you just now? She said she would help me pursue Professor 1. Oh. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes, obviously not believing it. Forget it, but be careful. I will keep an eye on you from now on. Lu Chen was helpless. Sometimes when he told the truth, no one believed him. Chapter 36, Mansion Number 1. Lu Chen just entered the rehearsal room. Wenman's voice came from the stage. Dear students, let us welcome our special guest, Mr. Lu Chen, and thank him for generously agreeing to lend his car to support the filming of our skit. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Lu Chen was numb, this damn sense of ritual. When Man walked to Shinjiaxia again and put his arm around her shoulders affectionately. Of course, this is all thanks to Mr. Lu's girlfriend, Zhao Xia. Girlfriend? Shinjiaxia turned to look at Lu Chen in confusion. She didn't understand how the professor knew about their relationship. Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Professor Wen was really a powerful figure. She was warning herself and also warning Lin Chuchu. Some are happy and some are sad. When Guan Siki saw that Shinjiaxia had stolen her limelight, she could no longer bear it and immediately stood up. Professor Wen. The money for renting the car was paid by my boyfriend Wei Jinfeng. It has nothing to do with Lu Chen. Rent a car? Yes. Guan Siki proudly put her arm around Wei Jinfeng's. Professor, you don't know yet? Shinjiaxia's boyfriend is actually a delivery man. He rented this car to show off. Her voice became louder and louder, fearing that others might not hear her. My boyfriend felt sorry for him and kindly paid 45,000 yuan to help him pay the rent. Wei Jinfeng stood aside, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although this is true, Guan Siki saying it in public made him seem petty. But he was indeed unhappy that Lu Chen stole the limelight. What is even more infuriating is why everyone cares so much about Lu Chen. The students around began to whisper. This is too ruthless. Guan Siki and Shinjiaxia may become enemies in the future. What's wrong? He is telling the truth. What's wrong with that? It's important to leave some room for man. Our ancestors' words are not without reason. Shinjiaxia stood in the center of the stage with a calm expression. Jiang Yining was so angry that she was about to rush forward, but Lu Chen grabbed her and said, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to tear her mouth apart." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Wait, there will be a good show soon." Jiang Yining was stunned, not understanding what it meant. Wenman's eyes swept among the crowd and finally fell on Guan Siki. "Are you sure?" "It's absolutely true." Guan Siki took out her cell phone, "The transfer records are all here." Just then, Xiao Cha-Cha suddenly chuckled and took out a small blue notebook from her bag. "Guan Siki, are you sure this car is rented?" She opened the vehicle registration and pointed the owner's information page at everyone. "Look carefully, what's the owner's name?" Everyone in the drama club leaned over to look over. Is it really Lu Chen's? So the car is not rented. Oh no, someone is embarrassed now. Didn't he admit that he was a delivery man? How come he is so rich? You are stupid. Haven't you read a cool novel? You don't understand how to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. How disgusting. This damned rich man has such bad taste. Guan Siki's face changed. Impossible. This must be fake. Lin Chuchu ignored her and looked at the people present. I just deliberately asked Lu Chen to say that the car was rented, just to test whether Senior Wei really supports our club activities. As a result, he didn't hesitate and gave 45,000 yuan as soon as he said it. It's really admirable. Lin Chuchu's words were flawless, saving Wei Jinfeng's face and diffusing the embarrassment cleverly. The students present nodded one after another, and some even applauded. Wenman took over the conversation at the right time. "Student Wei, thank you for your support of the club. This sponsorship fee will be used for costumes and props." Wei Jinfeng nodded repeatedly, and his mood immediately improved a lot. This is what I should do. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Chen. He was not stupid. How could he not see that Lin Chuchu was just a mouthpiece? He just didn't expect Lu Chen to save face for him. If it were someone else, he would probably trample him to death without mercy. Until then. The 45,000 yuan for renting the car is not a sponsorship, but evidence that there is something wrong with his brain. When Man came to Lin Chuchu and said with a smile, "Chuchu, your acting skills have improved a lot, especially the understanding performance just now." Lin Chuchu lowered her head obediently. "It's all thanks to the professor's good teaching." Not far away, Jiang Yining stared at the play within the play in amazement, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. My goodness, are you intellectuals always so elegant when you quarrel? Lu Chen and Shen Xiaoxia couldn't help laughing at her appearance. Guan Siki tightly grasped Wei Jinfeng's arm, with tears on her face. Then why did he admit that he was a delivery man? Was it fun to fool me? Wei Jinfeng was helpless. It was you who stretched out your face to be beaten. A phone. Guan Siki choked up and said, from freshman year to now. I have always been outshined by Shen Xiaoxia. Do you remember last year's art performance? I practiced the solo dance for 3 months and my knees were bruised, but the judges chose Shen Xiaoxia. Guan Siki grabbed Wei Jinfeng's hand, a phone. I really can't accept this. Her performance was just right, not appearing artificial, yet able to arouse a man's most instinctive desire to protect. Wei Jinfeng only felt a pain in his chest and subconsciously hugged her in his arms. Stop crying. I know this is childish, but... She raised her tearful face. I really don't want to lose again this time. Can you help me, phone? Such a pitiful look would make anyone excited. Wei Jinfeng hesitated for a moment. My friend has a house in number 1 mansion, which should be available for the club to use as a filming location. Guan Siki's eyes lit up instantly. Really? She lowered her head timidly. But wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? For you, it's worth it. Wei Jinfeng was inspired by her appearance. I'll call and ask. Afeng, you're the best. Guan Siki burst into laughter. Wei Jinfeng walked aside and made a phone call. Guan Siki couldn't wait to come to Wenman. Professor 1, my boyfriend has a house in number 1 mansion that can be lent to the club as a filming location. That's a mansion worth tens of millions. The environment should fit the style of our skit, right? There was an uproar in the rehearsal room. Number 1 mansion? Isn't that the top wealthy area in Zhongcheng? I heard that the smallest apartment starts at 20 million. Senior Wei's family is so rich? Is this true? Guan Siki raised her chin proudly, of course, unlike some people who drive luxury cars and pretend to be delivery men. When Man glanced at Wei Jinfeng, who was talking on the phone not far away, and shook his head. Student Wei has already given a lot of sponsorship, so there's no need to bother him anymore. I plan to rent a slightly smaller villa. Although it's not as good as number 1 mansion, it's enough. Originally, she did want to find a house. After all, the short drama was about a domineering president, and she couldn't just find a place to make do. But with the startup capital, buying a house is not so urgent. Guan Siki was anxious. Without these extra points, she would never be able to compete with Shen Xiaoxia, let alone become the leading female role. So she hurriedly advised, Professor, the environment of number 1 mansion is really suitable for filming a domineering CEO drama. Didn't you always say that you want to give the audience the most realistic experience? Wenman nodded slightly. That's what I said, but... Professor. Guan Siki saw that there was a play, and hurriedly said, I can take you to see it today. We can decide whether it works or not after we see it. Hearing her say this, Wenman no longer insisted. Okay, let's wait and see. Chapter 37, The Hateful Hidden Rules. After Wei Jinfeng finished the call, he saw that everyone was looking at him. He couldn't help but look suspicious, but he didn't think much about it and pulled Guan Siki aside. Wei Jinfeng lowered his voice and said, the call didn't go through. I guess he played too late last night and is still sleeping. I'll call him back later. Guan Siki pulled his sleeve and acted coquettishly, we'll fight on the way. On the way, where to go? I've already told the professor that I'll take them there first. What? Wei Jinfeng's face changed. I haven't talked to my friends yet, how can you agree first? If you do this. Before he finished speaking, Guan Siki immediately put on an aggrieved expression and drew circles on his chest with her fingers. I'm just anxious. Don't be angry. At most, you can play whatever you want tonight. I agree with you. It's up to you. But then again. Wei Jinfeng's Adam's apple rolled, and he asked again, are you serious? Guan Siki blushed and nodded, blinking her eyelashes, when have I ever lied to you? Well, okay. Wei Jinfeng compromised, but he reminded her worriedly, but if they don't agree, don't make a fuss. I know. Guan Siki nodded, turned around and ran towards Wenman. Professor, Afeng said that he can take everyone to see the house now. Wait a minute. Wei Jinfeng was stamping his feet anxiously behind him. How could this woman be so impatient? He quickly took out his cell phone and frantically sent messages to his friends. Emergency. Help. Lend me the house in number 1 mansion. Wenman looked at his watch and said, in that case, today's audition ends here. She looked around at everyone and said, students who are interested can go and check out the venue together. Lin Chuchu came close to Lu Chen and whispered, Brother Lu, are you going? Lu Chen glanced at Shinjiaxia, are you going? Before Shinjiaxia could answer, Jiang Yining interrupted and said, go. Why not? I want to see what the mansion looks like. Shinjiaxia held Lu Chen's hand and said, you forgot, I get 1,000 yuan for going out with you. How can I not go to make money? Lu Chen then remembered that he had not read the note yet. Naturally, there are many people who want to see the luxury house. Wenman clapped his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. Since so many people want to go, we can only choose a few representatives. She looked around, Shinjiaxia, Lin Chuchu, Jiang Yining, and 3 club leaders. The others will have to wait for the next opportunity. Later, under Wenman's arrangement, she took Lu Chen's car, and Wei Jinfeng took the other 3 club cadres. Come outside. Lin Chuchu quickly opened the passenger door and said, I'll sit in the front and show Brother Lu the way. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes. This time Shinjiaxia didn't indulge her. She would give up anything except the passenger seat. Shinjiaxia opened the car door and grabbed Lin Chuchu's wrist with just enough force to prevent her from breaking free. Come out, this is my place. Oh, Lin Chacha said aggrievedly, Xia, you hurt me, I just wanted to help show you the way. Shinjiaxia pulled her out directly and said, don't bother, the navigation is very accurate. She fastened her seatbelt and turned to Lu Chen and winked, right, husband? The call of husband was sweet and crisp. Lu Chen held back his laughter and nodded. The war among women is quite interesting. Every time Shinjiaxia calls him husband, it is because of other women. The first time was Chen Xinyan, and the second time was Lin Chuchu. What does this mean? Then I'll sit in the back. Lin Chacha glanced at Jiang Yining timidly, Ningning, you won't mind, right? Jiang Yining's face was full of disgust. I really mind, but I'd rather endure it than let you sit in the passenger seat. Wenman stood by the car, looking at the people with interest, and she opened the door on the other side. Chuchu, come and sit next to the teacher. Lin Chuchu smiled gratefully, thank you, Professor. The other side. Wei Jinfeng gritted his teeth and took Guan Siki and 3 other classmates into his Audi A7. As soon as Guan Siki got in the car, she urged, Afam, call your friend to confirm. Wei Jinfeng's hands were sweating as he held the steering wheel. You know you're in a hurry now. We can fight on the way. The convoy slowly drove out of the campus. In Lu Chen's car, when Man looked at Lu Chen with interest, and she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. Mr. Lu, are you interested in being the leading man? Lu Chen glanced at her in the rearview mirror and said, Professor, stop joking. I can't act. You are not my student, just call me Wenman. As for acting, it's just a short play, and the main focus is on the bloody plot, so acting is not that important. Lu Chen had a deep understanding of this point. When watching this kind of drama, he would curse while watching it, and then he would see the ending unknowingly. It's obviously brainless and illogical, but the emotions are well twisted, making it easy for people to quickly empathize with the story and look forward to seeing the face-slapping plot. But Lu Chen really couldn't appreciate that kind of brainless slap in the face, but it didn't affect his enjoyment of watching it. Professor, your proposal is good, but I choose to reject it. Bite. Congratulations on triggering the random task. I received an invitation from a beautiful professor to make a film. As a rich man, I need to have the qualities of an actor. Please improve your acting skills by making films. Task content, create a new Quyin account. All videos published by this account must be performed by the host. Mission rewards. For every like you get, you will get 2 yuan. You will receive 3 yuan for each new message you leave. You will receive 5 yuan for each new fan. Note, each 1 yuan is equal to 1 reputation. When the reputation reaches 66.66 million, the host will randomly obtain a film and television media company with a 70% stake. Do you want me to debut? This is another long-term mission, the third one. The first walking money-making task and the second tutoring assignment are both easy and can be completed as soon as the time is up. But the third step of being an actor may not be so easy. Moreover, Lu Chen has no interest in being an actor. The entertainment industry is a big dye vat. Any white paper that goes in will come out dyed black, However, the temptation of a film company is still very great, considering that the market value of such companies is generally over 10 billion. How many zeros would that have to be for a 70% stake? What's more, Lu Chen has always hated unspoken rules. That's right, I want to go deep into the enemy camp and expose the dark side of the entertainment industry. Lu Chen convinced himself in this way. Wenman was not surprised by Lu Chen's refusal. It doesn't matter. Before she finished speaking, Lu Chen suddenly said seriously, "Professor, I want to make a film, please agree to it." Everyone in the car was stunned. Lu Chen looked righteous and awe-inspiring. "I think Professor Wen is right. As a good young man in the new era, we should indeed try to develop in a diversified way. Moreover, this is also to support the construction of campus culture. It is our duty." Wenman was stunned. "Did I say that?" Shen Xiaoxia was sitting in the passenger seat, turning his head and staring at him suspiciously. "That's not what you just said." Before she finished speaking, Shen Xiaoxia suddenly reacted and remembered the scene of filming in the dressing room. She immediately understood what Lu Chen was planning. Shameless. Lu Chen looked puzzled. "No, why are you scolding me?" At the same time, the atmosphere in Wei Jinfeng's car was solemn. He called his friend for the 6th time, but still no one answered. "What's going on?" Guan Siki stamped her feet anxiously and urged in a low voice, "Is your friend reliable?" Wei Jinfeng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. "Siki, how about we do it another day?" "No." Guan Siki gritted her teeth, "I have to go today." Wei Jinfeng had no choice but to pretend to have a stomachache. He parked the car aside and squatted in the toilet, making frantic phone calls. Chapter 38 Top Duplex Mansion. When the convoy drove near number 1 mansion, Jiang Yining suddenly spoke. Where's Wei Jinfeng and his friend's car?" Wenman looked back and said, "Maybe they've lost us. Why don't we find a place to stop and wait for them?" "Okay." Lu Chen turned the steering wheel, found a suitable position, parked the car on the side of the road, and then turned on the hazard lights. He had no intention of showing off with the house. He just planned to follow a few people to see the Wei and Jin style houses and then take his own house. So naturally it will not steal the limelight from the Wei and Jin style. What's more, the people of Wei and Jin dynasties were not bad, but generous. 20 minutes later. Why is it so slow? Is there a traffic jam? Jiang Yining looked at the time and was already getting a little impatient. Wenman took out his cell phone and called a student in the club. "Hang up the phone." She learned from the phone that Wei Jinfeng suddenly had a stomachache halfway through the trip and has not come out of the toilet yet. Put. Jiang Yining burst out laughing. Lazy people are really prone to shit and piss. Could it be that the gold digger Guan Siki is just bragging? Is Wei Jinfeng just scared? Lu Chen sighed and complained in his heart, "It's not that I want to steal your limelight, it's just that I gave you the opportunity but you didn't use it." He turned off the hazard lights and restarted the car. "No need to wait, let's go first and wait for them over there." Lin Chuchu said, "That is a high-end residential area. We can't go in without the owner's guidance." Yes. Soon, the car arrived at the grand gate of number 1 mansion. The uniformed security guard knocked politely on the car window. "Hello, are you a visitor?" Wenman rolled down the window. "My students have a suite here. They will be here soon. Can you let us in first?" The security guard was embarrassed. "Sorry, according to regulations, the owner must notify us in advance or lead the way in person. Please understand that this is for the safety of the owner. Why don't you give him a call, or pull over and wait for a while?" I don't know if it's South because they drive nice cars or because of their high quality, but the security guards were very polite from beginning to end. Since the other party was polite, Lu Chen naturally cooperated and parked the car directly in the parking space at the door. When Man was about to call again, but Lu Chen said directly, "Let me call." After that, he got out of the car and called the sales manager Tang Meng. "Manager Tang, I'm at the gate of the community now." Tang Meng on the other end of the phone said in surprise, "Mr. Lu, you're here? I'll be there right away." 3 minutes later. A young woman in a business suit arrived at the door on an electric bike. Tang Meng's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Chen. She knew from his identity information that Lu Chen was very young, but she didn't expect that he was so handsome. Tang Meng's heartbeat unconsciously quickened a few beats. This was exactly what she dared to fantasize about when she was doing handicrafts. "Mr. Lu." She subconsciously tidied her hair, her voice a little softer than usual. "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." She secretly looked at Lu Chen's profile and was stunned for a moment. How could he look like a rich man who came to collect a house? He was clearly a domineering CEO in an idle drama. Manager Tang? Lu Chen looked at Tang Meng, who was distracted, with confusion, and called out in a low voice. "Ah." Tang Meng suddenly came back to his senses, his face slightly hot. "This way, please." She walked quickly to the security booth and said a few words. "Mr. Lu, I'll lead the way, you just drive and follow me." "Good." Tang Meng walked quickly towards her electric car. When she turned around, she clearly saw through the window that there were 4 beauties with different styles sitting in the car. She couldn't help but be amazed. This Mr. Lu is not only young and promising, but also good looking. I'm afraid his kidneys are also very good, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hold on. Tang Meng sighed silently in her heart that it was too difficult to catch such a rich husband, as he had no shortage of beautiful women around him. It is true that she is a beauty, but beauties come in different levels. For a high-quality rich man like this, all the women around him must be top beauties. Just look at the 4 girls in the car and you will know. Lu Chen returned to the car. "It's done? Was it arranged by Wei Jinfeng?" Jiang Yining curled her lips, looking unhappy. "I didn't expect Wei Jinfeng to actually have a house. I was planning to watch a good show, but it's really boring." Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, Shen Xiaxia suddenly pinched his thigh and said, "What did you say to that woman? She looked at you with eyes that were almost tearing." Lu Chen grinned. "Really? I didn't notice." "Pretend." Jiang Yining leaned over from the back seat. "I'm afraid that if you open your mouth, that woman will follow you to get a room." Lu Chen finally understood that Jiang Yining was such a beautiful woman, but she was ruined by her mouth. Lin Chuchu explained, "Brother Lu is so outstanding, it's normal for people to like him." "Shut up, Cha-Cha. Just shut up, tomboy." Lu Chen could only turn a blind eye to the war between women and concentrate on driving and following Tang Meng. However, the two only quarreled for a while before they were attracted by the environment in the community. "Oh my god." Jiang Yining leaned against the car window and looked around in shock. "This is not a residential area, it's simply heaven." Tang Meng's electric car stopped in front of a tall building. "Mr. Lu, we've arrived at Building 6. The house is on the top floor." Several people got off the car and walked into the elevator. Tang Meng explained, "This building has a total of 33 floors, with 2 elevators per household. Each floor is a large flat of more than 400 square meters. The top floor is a duplex with an area of 660 square meters." With a ding sound, the elevator reached the top floor. Tang Meng used a card to unlock the heavy armored door and pushed it open. "Welcome home, Mr. Lu, and all the beauties." A huge living room with a 6-meter-high ceiling appears before everyone. The 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the entire city skyline. This is too much. This living room is bigger than my house." Jiang Yining's mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. Shen Xiaxia walked to the window and was so shocked by the scene before him that he was speechless. Lin Chuchu began to put herself in the story, imagining her life as a rich lady living in a mansion. Tang Meng introduced with a smile, "The whole house uses a smart home system, and the lights, curtains and air conditioning can be controlled by mobile phones. The kitchen is an integrated cabinet imported from Germany, equipped with a built-in refrigerator and steam oven." She pushed open the door of the master bedroom. This is the master bedroom suite, with a separate dressing room and a bathroom with separate wet and dry areas. The bathroom products are all from international first-line brands. Jiang Yining couldn't help but ask, "How much does this house cost?" Tang Meng smiled slightly. She had already figured out that these girls were probably the college students that Mr. Lu had just started to support. The fact that they can support so many people at once is enough to prove that young people are powerful. This top-floor duplex has a floor area of 660 square meters and its current market price is around 48 million yuan. 48 million? Jiang Yining took a breath and said, "How many zeros are there?" Tang Meng added, "In fact, including the decoration and furniture, the total value has exceeded 53 million. Jiang Yining frowned. How could Wei Jinfeng be so rich? Even Wen Man, who had been silent, nodded and said, "I didn't expect it. I misunderstood Guan Siki." "Professor, is this house suitable as a filming location?" Lu Chen asked. Wenman looked around and said, "The light from the floor-to-ceiling windows and the high ceilings are more suitable than the venue we originally planned." "That's good. Lin Chuchu pulled Lu Chen's sleeve and said, "Brother Lu, the limelight has been stolen by Wei Jinfeng. Why are you still so calm?" Chapter 39 Big Liar, is the house yours? Lu Chen shrugged, pretending to be helpless. There's nothing I can do. Wei Jinfeng is indeed rich. Jiang Yining's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, since Wei Jinfeng is so rich, why don't we just ask him to sponsor more funds? Wenman knocked her on the head and said, "It's their business if they have money. What are you thinking about?" Jiang Yining covered his head and muttered, "I was just talking." Wenman looked at his watch and frowned slightly. Why haven't Guan Siki and the others arrived yet? I'll go call and ask. She went to the balcony to make a phone call. While the professor was away, Lin Chuchu and Jiang Yining began to wander around the mansion like two curious kittens. Lu Chen looked at Shen Xiaoxia, who had been standing beside him, and asked, "Why don't you go for a visit?" Shen Xiaoxia shook his head. "I don't like it." "Why?" Lu Chen was a little surprised. "Is there anyone who doesn't like such a mansion?" Shen Xiaoxia raised her head, looked at him clearly, and said word by word, "Because you are not here." Lu Chen was stunned, his heart beat suddenly, and he was immediately moved. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Shen Xiaoxia suddenly laughed out loud. "Just kidding. This place is too big. I'm not used to hiring a nanny, and it's too tiring to clean it myself. Compared to a mansion, I prefer a cozy little home." "Heh." Lu Chen felt unhappy. He thought Shen Xiaoxia was confessing her love to him, but it seemed like he was just being too sentimental. But it's better this way. If Shen Xiaoxia really confesses to him, he really doesn't know how to respond. After all, if the two of them really confirmed their relationship, how would he find other family members? Lu Chen suddenly hugged Shen Xiaoxia from behind. Her legs, clad in black stockings, went limp and she almost fell. She turned and glared at Lu Chen. "What are you doing? Someone is here." Lu Chen glanced at Tang Meng, and Tang Meng turned away tactfully. Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "You can live here, because I am here." Although he doesn't want to confirm the relationship, it doesn't stop him from trying to gain favor. Shen Xiaoxia's ears instantly turned red. She didn't understand. What do you mean? Literally. Shen Xiaoxia's eyes suddenly widened, and he suddenly realized, "You mean this house is yours? Not the Wei and Jean style one?" Lu Chen nodded. Shen Xiaoxia broke free from his embrace and said, "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Is it fun to tease me?" She glared at Lu Chen, then turned and left angrily. Lu Chen was anxious. "You are angry now, what are you going to do?" Shen Xiaoxia didn't even turn around. "Let's take a look. This is the first time I've seen such a mansion." "Huh?" Lu Chen looked confused. "Didn't you say you didn't like it here?" Shen Xiaoxia turned around and blinked her innocent eyes. "Did I say that?" Lu Chen. It's funny, a woman's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Tang Meng came over at the right time and took out a stack of documents from her bag. "Mr. Lu, is it convenient for us to go through the handover procedures now?" "Okay." Lu Chen nodded. Tang Meng spread out the contracts one by one, including the real estate certificate, purchase contract, property agreement. She pointed to several places that needed signatures. "Please sign here, here, and here." Lu Chen took the pen and signed his name. "And the vehicle information, please write it down. There are 4 parking spaces in total, and 4 vehicles can be registered." After signing a lot of documents, Tang Meng then led Lu Chen to the smart lock at the door. "This is the latest 3-dimensional fingerprint recognition system, which can record 10 fingerprints." Lu Chen pressed his thumb on the recognition area, and the blue scanning light moved back and forth. "It is recommended that you enter a few more fingerprints," Tang Meng said. "For example, the index finger and middle finger. It is more convenient to open the door this way." A busy time. Tang Meng sorted out the last document and handed it to Lu Chen with both hands. "Mr. Lu, all the formalities have been completed. Here is your complete set of documents, including the property ownership certificate, parking space certificate, property manual, etc. The property management office will enter your information into the system this afternoon, and your 4 parking spaces will be activated. If you have friends visiting, you can get temporary authorization from the property management front desk." She walked to the door and gave one last reminder: the 24-hour butler service is always on call. You can call if you need anything. Tang Meng stretched out her hand. "From this moment on, you are the official owner of the top-floor duplex in Building 6 of Number 1 Mansion." Lu Chen shook hands with her and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty." Tang Meng bowed slightly, walked into the elevator, and added again, Mr. Liu, if you have any questions, you can call me anytime, 24 hours a day. Lu Chen agreed with a smile. The hint is obvious enough. If you bloom, butterflies will come. This is the power of money. Wait until he comes back into the house. Then I saw Jiang Yining and Lin Chuchu holding the property certificate and checking it. Jiang Yining slammed the property certificate on the coffee table, put her hands on her hips and glared at him. Lu Chen, what do you mean? Are you deliberately playing tricks on us? Her pink twin ponytails were so angry that they stood up. Lin Chuchu, wearing flesh-colored stockings and high heels, walked quickly to Lu Chen and said, Ningning, don't be so fierce. Brother Lu must have a reason for doing this. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes. Lin Cha-cha, could you please stop choking when you speak? No one has it. Lin Chuchu felt aggrieved and leaned towards Lu Chen. I just think that Brother Lu is so great and bought such a great house. We should be happy for him. She blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Lu Chen. Brother Lu, this house is so beautiful. You have a good taste. Lu Chen couldn't bear it anymore. He admitted that as a northern boy, he had no resistance to the plucked voice of southern sweet girls. Jiang Yining made a vomiting expression. Can you speak normally? Ningning is so fierce. Lin Chuchu hid behind Lu Chen pitifully. Brother Lu, protect me. Lu Chen was caught in the middle and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now Jiang Yining is like a furious tigress, while Lin Chuchu is a docile little wildcat. All right. Lu Chen raised his hands in surrender. Isn't it enough for me to apologize? I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight. Humph. Jiang Yining turned away. Who cares? Lin Chuchu nodded heavily. Of course I have to go if Brother Lu invites me. Jiang Yining, take a look and see if you can learn from others. How will you get married in the future if you continue like this? Lu Chen complained in his heart. In fact, girls like Lin Chuchu are the most suitable to be girlfriends. They are well-behaved, obedient, and can provide you with some emotional value from time to time. Of course, the premise is that you can provide her with the material things she needs. Then she can keep pretending until the end of time. By then, will it still matter whether it is insincere or not? Brother Lu, if Ningning doesn't want to go, let's not make things difficult for her. You. Jiang Yining was so angry that she jumped up and down. She had never won an argument with Lin Chuchu. If I'm not going, you can't go either. Lu Chen watched the two people fighting fiercely and shook his head helplessly. At this time, Wenman walked out from the balcony and saw the scene and asked, what's going on? Jiang Yining immediately complained, Professor, Lu Chen lied to us. This house is his. Look. Then he handed over the property certificate. Wenman took it and looked at it, then raised his head and looked at Lu Chen again. Mr. Lu is quite well hidden. Professor, actually. Don't call me Professor, interrupted Weinman. Call me by my name, or Sister Wine. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Okay, Sister Wen. Being young, he did not know how good his sister was and mistakenly treated the girl as a treasure. At this moment, Lu Chen understood the meaning. The call of sister made Wenman's eyebrows curved. That's good. Lin Chuchu pouted. The professor is so biased. It seems someone is very popular. Shen Zhaoxia appeared behind them at some point, with his arms folded across his chest and a bad look in his eyes. Wenman smiled and said, Don't worry, he is yours and no one can take him away. Professor. Of course Shen Zhaoxia didn't think that Wenman had any feelings for Lu Chen, she was just afraid that Lu Chen had feelings for Wenman. In fact, she herself didn't realize that she was starting to protect her child. I have already notified them, they should be here soon. Wenman smiled. When she called the club students just now, she thought the house was in the Wei and Jin style. Now she vaguely understood why Wei Jinfeng had a stomachache. Chapter 40, It's someone's first kiss, you are responsible. Guansiki sat in the car, tapping the armrests of the seat with her fingers, glancing towards the bathroom from time to time. She turned to look at the boys from the club in the back row. Is the professor getting impatient? The boy put down his phone and shook his head. Professor Wen said they are already in the house. Guansiki was stunned. Are we there yet? The boy nodded, yes. Professor Wen also said that the house provided by Senior Wei is particularly suitable for filming, the space and lighting are perfect. When Guansiki heard this, a burst of ecstasy flashed in her eyes, and her heart finally settled down. This shows that the Wei and Jin style has been arranged. Really, why hasn't he come out yet? He made her worry for so long. Regardless, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The originally gloomy expression disappeared, and now Guansiki looked like a proud peacock. Of course. Don't you see whose house it is? How bad can a mansion worth tens of millions of dollars be? Senior's sister is so amazing. The short-haired girl immediately said enviously, I can actually find a boyfriend like Senior Wei. All the people who live in number 1 residence are truly wealthy. I didn't expect Senior Wei to be so rich. What's the use of having money? I still fell at the feet of Sister Siki. Guansiki was all smiles, enjoying everyone's flattery. Ha ha. Shinjiaxia must be dying of envy and jealous now. She couldn't wait to see the expressions of Shinjiaxia, Lin Chuchu, and others. Bang! The car door was opened, and Wei Jinfeng got in with a constipated look on his face. There were still water droplets on his hair on his forehead, and it was obvious that he had just washed his face. Brother Feng, drive quickly. Guansiki said impatiently. Seeing her so excited, Wei Jinfeng felt deeply ashamed. He overestimated himself. I overestimate this so-called friendship. The call did go through, but the other party's cold attitude made him discouraged. The so-called good brother not only refused, but even mocked him as a self-righteous idiot. I'm lending you a house worth tens of millions? Who the hell do you think you are? We just drank a few times and called each other brothers. It was just a show. You don't take it seriously, do you? When he heard these words, Wei Jinfeng was about to explode with anger. In order to integrate into their circle, he had spent a lot of money to treat them to food, drinks, entertainment, and foot massages. In the end, everything was a joke. Brother Feng? Guansiki looked at the dazed Wei Jinfeng in confusion. Wei Jinfeng woke up as if from a dream, opened his mouth and was about to confess, but Guansiki suddenly came over excitedly and whispered. The professor said they are already in the house. Your friend is really kind. Her eyes were incredibly bright and her face was full of pride. Wei Jinfeng's words got stuck in his throat and he looked confused. What's going on? Professor Wen went in? How did they get in? His friend didn't agree at all. What happened? For a moment, thousands of thoughts kept appearing in Wei Jinfeng's mind, and his brain was a little overloaded. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Guansiki urged, already taking out her foundation and starting to touch up her makeup. Don't keep the professor waiting too long. The car was back on the road. Wei Jinfeng still couldn't figure out what was going on. Is he kidding me? Deliberately refuse and then give me a surprise? This was the only possibility Wei Jinfeng could think of, but how did the other party know Professor Wen and his group? Just when Wei Jinfeng transformed into Conan, Guansiki didn't notice his abnormality at all. She was enthusiastically discussing with the girls in the back row what kind of photos they would take in the mansion later. She has even started planning the copy for her circle of friends. Very comfortable. Lin Chuchu was lying on the large leather bed imported from Italy in the master bedroom. The mattress worth 200,000 yuan smelled of money. She kicked off her high heels, and her feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings swayed gently in the air. Lu Chen stood at the door, his eyes unconsciously attracted by her beautiful legs. Brother Lu, where are you looking at? Lin Chuchu quickly sat up straight, with a confused expression on her face. It looked exactly like a frightened little white rabbit. You let them all walk around the neighborhood, are you planning to do something bad to me? Lu Chen held his forehead with his hand. It was Professor Wen who said that we should go and check out the surrounding environment. You didn't go because you sprained your leg. Are you blaming me? Lin Chuchu lifted the hem of her skirt and stretched out her right leg. It hurts so much. Brother Lu, help me rub it. Don't pretend, your bones are fine. Professor Wen has checked them. Brother Lu is so cruel, it really hurts me. Lu Chen sighed, walked to the bed and sat down. Just rub it. As soon as he reached out and touched her ankle, Lin Chuchu cried out ouch. And shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. Hurt? Lu Chen frowned. No. No. Lin Chuchu's cheeks flushed. It's Brother Lu's hand, it's too hot. As expected, she is little Cha-Cha, she is so understanding. If Lu Chen didn't know that she could act, he would probably think that this girl was so pure that it was scary. Brother Lu, why are you staring at me like that? As a tea art master, Lin Chuchu knows very well that boys like girls who look weak and pitiful. In order to stay with Lu Chen in a reasonable way and create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone, a well-timed sprained ankle was just the right thing to do, providing an excuse for physical contact without appearing too deliberate. She could also observe whether Lu Chen cared about her and test his reaction by getting hurt. All of this may seem weak on the surface, but in fact it is her proactive attack. If for no other reason, she really wanted to be the mistress of 50 million. However, when it came to actual practice, she found that her theoretical experience was totally insufficient. Theory and practice are two completely different concepts. Think about Zhao Kuo in ancient times. It was not unjust for him to be destroyed. What do you think, he? Lu Chen deliberately lowered his voice and slowly approached Lin Chuchu with a teasing smile. Since you want to act, I will act with you. Brother Lu. Lin Chuchu took it seriously. She didn't expect Lu Chen to be serious. She instinctively shrank back. Don't be like this. They will be back soon. Awesome. Xiao Cha-Cha's simple words elevated the atmosphere to more than a level. Lu Chen became even more excited. Weren't you quite good at flirting just now? Why are you so cowardly now? I didn't. Lin Chuchu was panicked. She was really panicked. At this moment, she was very much like Yi Gong, who usually wanted to see a dragon but was afraid when he saw one. Lin Chuchu didn't bother pretending to sprain her ankle anymore. She jumped off the bed and tried to escape. But she stepped on the high heels she had kicked off and fell forward. Careful. Lu Chen was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he rushed forward to catch her. In a panic, Lin Chuchu subconsciously grabbed the collar of Lu Chen's shirt, and the two of them fell heavily onto the soft big bed. At the moment of falling, Lu Chen felt his lips soften. Woo. Their lips touched, and the warm and soft touch made each other's eyes widen. Lin Chuchu's pupils shrank slightly, and the hot breaths intertwined with each other, making her mind go blank. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chuchu suddenly jumped up as if she had been electrocuted. Lu Chen touched his nose and stood up. This feels good. Lin Chuchu covered her mouth, her fair cheeks turned red instantly, and even the tips of her ears were red enough to bleed. Still acting? I have to say that Lin Cha-Cha's appearance is really heartwarming. Lin Chuchu raised her chin and pretended to be calm. Brother Lu, that was my first kiss, you have to be responsible. Chapter 41, The Overlord Hit Me. Looking at her embarrassed and forced appearance, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. First kiss? This is like a good girl in a nightclub saying that she is a very traditional girl. If anyone believed it, Black Tiger would call him Big Brother after seeing it, and Two-Faced Turtle would shake his head after seeing it, which is comparable to Fiangyang. Girls like Lin Chuchu want money. Since you can buy her sincerity with money, talking about feelings is just looking for trouble. Bite. Congratulations on randomly triggering the task, Rich Man's Compensation. As a rich man, I will never be stingy with girls who have close contact with me. I will corrupt her with money. Mission content, please satisfy Lin Chuchu's material desire. Consumption limit, 300,000. Mission reward, 10x cashback card. You came just in time. Seeing the task information, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. Or it's the system dad who understands him. In this case, Lu Chen turned to look at Lin Chuchu. Tell me, how much is your first kiss worth? I can compensate you. This slightly contemptuous attitude made Lin Chuchu's smile freeze for a moment. But the next second, she returned to her sweet smile. Really? I want a Dior bag, it has to be a limited edition. Deal. Lu Chen nodded. If it weren't for the system reward, he didn't think that a kiss from Lin Cha-Cha was worth a Dior. First kiss? It's a lie. However, as a money-making tool, Lin Chuchu is qualified. Although she and Chen Xinyan both worship money, Xiao Cha-Cha is open about it, knows her limits, and can provide emotional value. Unlike Chen Xinyan, who is a whore and wants to be a saint. She wants this and more. But you have to keep this secret from Shen Xiaoxia, and don't act too intimate with me in front of her, understand? Lu Chen's attitude toward Shen Xiaoxia and Lin Chuchu is completely different, so naturally he has to consider the former's feelings first. As for what Xiao Cha-Cha would think, does it matter? As long as the money is in place, she will naturally cooperate. Yeah, Brother Lu, don't worry. If you don't like it, I won't do it. I am the most obedient person. Lin Chuchu nodded obediently. Have a look. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Lu Chen was very satisfied and turned to leave. Now, Lin Chuchu was the only one left in the bedroom. She raised her hand and touched her lips, a trace of melancholy on her face. Then he took out his cell phone, opened the memo, and wrote down a line of text. April 25, 10:45, first kiss, with Lu Chen. Her finger paused on the screen for a few seconds, and she suddenly laughed at herself. Stupid, who cares? With my finger on the delete key, the text disappeared one by one. She took a deep breath, and the sweet smile she had practiced thousands of times appeared on her lips again. Lin Chuchu, you must work hard to be a good canary. Lin Chuchu adjusted her expression, walked out of the bedroom, glanced around the living room, and finally saw Lu Chen on the balcony. The corners of her lips curled up, she walked over quietly, and suddenly hugged his waist from behind. Baba, do you want to do it again? This shout made Lu Chen shudder all over. Fuck, stop yelling. He turned around abruptly and looked towards the door. He was relieved when he saw no one coming back. Lin Chuchu blinked her big eyes, looking innocent. Isn't it popular to call me that now? As she said this, she deliberately rubbed her head against his back. Baba, buy me a bag. Lu Chen. Damn it. Who can withstand this? Lu Chen took a breath of cold air. How could she understand so much? At this moment, he suddenly felt that Dio was nothing. This feeling was priceless. He turned around and leaned closer to Lin Cha-cha. Weren't you very shy just now? Are you not pretending now? Lin Chuchu raised her head confidently. I'm charging you, so of course I have to be more professional. Lu Chen smiled. Do you know the consequences of yelling? Lin Chuchu was pressed against the French window. What are the consequences? Lu Chen grinned evilly. He said, raising his hand. Bang! Ah! Lin Chuchu screamed, and her face turned red to her neck in an instant. Lu Chen shook his finger. Will you dare to yell next time? Lin Chuchu bit her lip, her eyes watery. Dare. You dare. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Chen's tie and pulled it down. Baba, hit me. Lu Chen's eyes fixed, and he lowered his head and kissed her. Chi-oo. Boo. What the two didn't know was that when they were chirping, a pair of eyes were secretly observing this place in the dark. Jiang Yining saw the whole scene. She had originally come back to give Lin Chuchu some ointment, but as soon as she walked in, she saw a scene that made her pupils tremble. Lu Chen and Lin Chuchu, are they kissing? Lu Chen and Lin Chuchu are kissing. Jiang Yining's eyes widened instantly, and a series of information exploded in his mind. Fuck. Lu Chen is such a scumbag. He said he likes Xia Xia, but he turned around and kissed Lin Lucha? Lin Chuchu, this vixen. How dare you take advantage of the situation and sneak in? She clenched her fists, burning with anger, and wished she could rush over and pull the two apart immediately. No. I can't just watch Xia Xia get cheated on. She took a deep breath and prepared to take a step. Then, she suddenly realized, she couldn't move at all. They are so devoted. Jiang Yining was stunned. For her, a virgin who calls herself a love expert but has never even held a boy's hand, this was the first time she saw people kissing at such a close distance. So, is this what kissing is like? So, can people's expressions become like this? Her mind suddenly flashed back to the happy looks on her friends' faces when they talked about their love affairs. At that time, she sneered and thought they were boring. But now, her face felt inexplicably hot and her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. Amatba, you want your Tianzuan, Sunwukong, please forgive my sins. Damn it, who wants to fall in love? Jiang Yining forced herself to retract her gaze and wanted to turn around and run away. No, I have to tell Xia Xia that I can't just watch her get cheated by Lu Chen, the scumbag. Thinking of this, Jiang Yining ran to the stairwell and prepared to send a message to Xin Jiaxia. Xia Xia, something big happened, Lu Chen and Lin Chuchu. She suddenly stopped typing halfway. Looking at the unsent message on the screen, Jiang Yining fell into deep thought. What am I doing? Xia Xia said that Lu Chen didn't confess his feelings to her. What would happen if I told her? Wait, how about testing Xia Xia's attitude towards Lu Chen first? What if she doesn't like him? What if Lu Chen was forced? What if? She muttered to herself and slowly deleted the typed words. Maybe she should calm down first. After all, feelings are like this. Ah, so annoying. Jiang Yining rubbed her pink hair frantically. I told you, love and the like are the most annoying things. Chapter 42, Guan Siki with no limits. When the car slowly drove into the gate of number 1 mansion, Wei Jinfeng's heart was already in his throat. He stared at the automatically raised railing, cold sweat oozing from his palms. However, the security guard just took a look at the license plate and actually let the car pass. You're kidding me, brat. I'll ask a 200-pound massage therapist to give you a massage next time. Wei Jinfeng let out a long breath, and his heart finally settled down. He is now basically certain that his friend was teasing him, but he took it seriously and even said some bad things to him. At this moment, I feel ashamed just thinking about it. As soon as they entered the community, the 2 men and 1 woman from the club couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Trench. Too extravagant. Guan Siki smiled proudly. Of course, how can I not be rich? The property fee is 5 figures every month. In fact, she didn't know how much the property fee was, but she just felt that over 10,000 was already a lot. Wei Jinfeng drove the car to the downstairs of Building 3 and several people got out of the car. That's not right. The boy who answered the phone frowned and asked in confusion. Guan Siki asked, what's wrong? This is Building 3, but the professor clearly said the top floor duplex in Building 6. Did I hear it wrong? It's normal to have heard it wrong. How could Feng's own home be wrong? Ha ha. Guan Siki looked at Wei Jinfeng, and the latter was also confused. He naturally knew that Building 6 was the best building in number 1 mansion, and the top floor duplex was the best building among the best buildings. One set is worth 40 to 50 million. But the problem is that his friend's house is not in Building 6, but in Building 3, which is where he parked his car. Of course, the price is only half of Building 6. What's going on? Wei Jinfeng's confidence, which had just been strengthened, was shaken once again. Brother Feng, what are you standing there for? Come in. Guan Siki was already impatient. Yes, senior, the professor is still waiting for us. The 3 members of the club also spoke up. Wei Jinfeng was about to cry, fuck, I should have stopped pretending, this is too torturous. When you tell a lie, you need to tell countless lies to cover it up. What should I do? Should I go to Building 6 or Building 3? Wei Jinfeng was extremely conflicted at this moment. Just then, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the lobby of Building 3. Wait here for a moment. Having said that, Wei Jinfeng walked in quickly. Gao Zhe, you are so kind to come down to greet me. This boy in pajamas, named Gao Zhe, who was about 26 or 27 years old, was exactly the friend that Wei Jinfeng mentioned. Seeing the other party coming down, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Zhe was really kind. At this moment, Wei Jinfeng finally didn't have to worry anymore. Wei Jin style? Gao Zhe frowned. What are you doing here? The smile on Wei Jinfeng's face froze instantly. Gao Zhe's tone was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. Didn't we make an appointment? Wei Jinfeng said in confusion. Gao Zhe said impatiently, what kind of appointment? Didn't I tell you that I won't lend you my house to shoot some crappy video? Are you sick? Why did you chase me here? Wei Jinfeng was stunned. Now he was sure that Professor Wen did not go to his friend's house, but something happened there that he didn't know about. But the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. He looked back at the door and saw Guan Siki standing on tiptoe looking over here. Wei Jinfeng finally couldn't hold it anymore. Brother, please help me, my girlfriend and my juniors are all outside. It's none of my business. Gao Zhe curled his lips. I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my little sister at the KTV last time. Wei Jinfeng was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands. I'll pay, any amount is fine, just let them go up and take a look. Please, help me this time. No. Gao Zhe looked him up and down. You pay? You're a poor student who can't even afford a young model in a club. Do you have money? These words stabbed Wei Jinfeng's heart like a knife. I remember that in order to fit into this circle, I asked my family for money 3 times in a row within 1 month. As a result, in their eyes, I am still a poor guy. That. Gao Zhe suddenly chuckled and glanced at Guan Siki at the door. He looked at Wei Jinfeng again. Is that girl your girlfriend? Wei Jinfeng nodded reluctantly. I just found it. Gao Zhe's expression suddenly became subtle. Good job, Master Wei, you are very capable. He hugged Wei Jinfeng's shoulders affectionately. If you had told me earlier that you had this ability, wouldn't I help you, brother? Wei Jinfeng hasn't reacted yet. Gao Ze came up to Guan Siki and said, "Hello sister-in-law, brother Wei is my best friend. My name is Gao Ze. Come on, let's go upstairs." As he said this, he was about to reach out and put his arm around Guan Siki's shoulders. "Come on, sister-in-law, I'll take you to see the 300 square meter luxurious flat." Etc. Wei Jinfeng grabbed Gao Ze's wrist, his eyes burning with anger. "What are you doing?" Gao Ze shook his hand off contemptuously. "Why? You were the one who asked me to lend you the house. She's just a woman, you wouldn't be so stingy, right?" After hearing these conversations, the three members of the club looked at each other. The short-haired girl whispered, "Isn't the house Senior Wei's?" "I don't think so. It looks like it belongs to that boy. Has Senior Wei been lying to us?" Being exposed in front of others, Guan Siki's face turned pale instantly. She felt angry and annoyed. It was so embarrassing that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Unfortunately, the floor is as smooth as new, without even a crack. "The house is mine." Wei Jinfeng also heard the doubts of the three members of the society. He glanced at Guan Siki, who was lowering her head, and immediately understood. Now that it has come to this, he no longer hesitated and just admitted it. "Yes, I lied to you. The house is not mine. Not only did I lie to you, I also lied to Siki." Hearing Wei Jinfeng say this, he took all the blame on himself. Guan Siki's eyes regained a glimmer of spirit again. She walked over cooperatively and slapped Wei Jinfeng in the face. With astonishment and anger, he shouted, "You actually lied to me, Wei Jinfeng, you've gone too far." The sudden slap stunned Wei Jinfeng, and he stood there in a daze. "Ha ha." Gao Ze smiled at the sight and said, "Beauty, you have very bad taste. You followed a poor guy. Why don't you leave him and follow me?" "What did you say?" Wei Jinfeng raised his head suddenly. "Stop dreaming." Gao Ze smiled and looked directly at Guan Siki. 50,000 a month, how about that?" As soon as the words fell, the air around them froze instantly. Everyone looked at Guan Siki. Wei Jinfeng said the same thing. "Siki, you won't." All this was because of Guan Siki. Without her request, there would not be the current situation. Moreover, he took the initiative to take the blame. Wei Jinfeng didn't believe that Guan Siki was not moved, and he didn't believe that she would betray him. Guan Siki lowered her head, then slowly raised it, with a charming smile on the corner of her mouth. "Okay. Siki, you." Wei Jinfeng widened his eyes in disbelief. Guan Siki had already walked up to Gao Ze and held his arm affectionately. "Dear, can you lend us your house for use?" Gao Ze laughed triumphantly and looked at Wei Jinfeng provocatively. "That depends on your performance." The pupils of the three members of the club trembled as they looked at this scene in shock. "Oh my god, this is too bloody. Guan Siki really has no shame at all." For the first time, they realized that people could be so shameless. "Let's go, baby." Gao Ze put his arm around Guan Siki's waist and walked towards the lobby. "Let me show you my brother's fitness equipment." Wei Jinfeng stood there, shaking with anger. He wanted to stop it, but what could he do? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "Why are you still here?" Chapter 43, Shinjiaxia at full fire. Wei Jinfeng and others turned around and saw Wenman and Shinjiaxia. Wenman frowned as he looked at the tense situation in front of him. "What's going on? What are you doing in Building 3? A boy from the club explained. "Professor, what Senior Wei said about having a house here is actually false, and the owner of the house is someone else." He briefly recounted what had just happened. Wenman narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Guan Siki, who was held in Gao Ze's arms, and couldn't help frowning. When Gao Ze saw Wenman and the other man, his eyes widened. He immediately let go of Guan Siki's hand. "Are you two beauties here to see the venue, too?" Gao Ze walked forward quickly and said enthusiastically, "If it's you two, I'm happy to lend you my 300 square meter house. You can take any photos you want." "Oh?" Wenman pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses calm. Shinjiaxia didn't even bother to look at him, and was speechless. Only at this moment did she truly realize how rare and precious it was to have a low-key wealthy person like Lu Chen. "Look at the man in front of me. He only has a house of 300 square meters, but his tail is sticking up to the sky. And what about Lu Chen? He was extremely low-key and didn't show off at all." See Gao Ze's attitude change. Guan Siki's face changed again and again, and she almost fainted from anger. Gao Ze didn't treat her like this just now. Wenman didn't say anything, but took a look at the current situation and immediately understood. She smiled and walked up to Wei Jinfeng. Wei Jinfeng lowered his head, feeling ashamed and embarrassed, and was too embarrassed to look at her. Wenman didn't care and smiled meaningfully. Mr. Wei, now that you've tested your girlfriend, isn't it time to tell the truth? Wei Jinfeng looked up suddenly, but his face was confused. Still pretending? Wenman chuckled and turned to the three members of the club and said, "We have already seen Wei's house. It is very suitable for a filming location." Shen Zhaoxia immediately understood and took out his mobile phone at the right time to open the video of the house. Look, this is the top floor duplex of Senior Wei's house. It's 660 square meters and worth 50 million. Senior Wei is really low-key. Unlike some people, they would be so arrogant for a house of 300 square meters. Shen Zhaoxia pretended to be excited and did not forget to make fun of Gao Zhe. Let me see. The three members of the club immediately came forward. Oh my god, this house is so luxurious. The girl with short hair covered her mouth. Yeah, the toilet alone is bigger than my bedroom. It's really infuriating. Look at this crystal chandelier. It must cost millions. Several people praised him audibly, and then looked at Wei Jinfeng with admiration. Only now did they understand that Wei Jinfeng was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, probably to test Guan Siki. As a result, Guan Siki couldn't withstand the temptation. The three of them looked at Guan Siki with gloating eyes, with a hint of pity in their eyes. She originally had hopes of becoming a rich lady, but now, she has lost the watermelon and picked up sesame seeds, and in the end, everything is gone. Wei Jinfeng was completely confused. 660 square meters? Penthouse? 50 million? What is going on? He stared at one man in Shen Zhaoxia with wide eyes. That. Wei Jinfeng stuttered, but was stopped by Shen Zhaoxia's eyes. Senior Wei is too modest. Shen Zhaoxia deliberately raised her voice, "You even hid it from us. If Guan Siki hadn't suggested bringing us here, we wouldn't have known you were so rich." These words made Guan Siki's face turn from blue to white, and then from white to red. The only two numbers in her mind at this moment were 660 square meters and 50 million. No. Impossible. She quickly stepped forward and snatched the phone from Shen Zhaoxia. The luxury of the house in the video was beyond her imagination, and Shen Zhaoxia, Zhang Yining, and even Lu Chen were all in it. Guan Siki suddenly realized that she had overlooked a problem. She had called before and said that Professor Wen had seen the house, and she thought it was Gao Zhe's house, but now it seems not to be it at all. Whose would that be? Lu Chen's? It's impossible. If the house belonged to Lu Chen, Shen Zhaoxia would have started showing off a long time ago. How could she possibly hold back? On the contrary, the Wei and Jin style is still possible. So, everything is played by Wei Jinfeng? Is the purpose to test yourself? And you just let 50 million slip away right before your eyes? Thinking of this, Guan Siki couldn't help herself any longer and wanted to grab Wei Jinfeng's arm. "Listen to my explanation, Wei Jinfeng subconsciously took a step back and dodged. Just what? Shen Zhaoxia sneered, "Do you want to say that he was just rubbing against me, and use such a cliché to explain it?" Although Shen Zhaoxia disliked Guan Siki in the past, she thought it was just a minor friction between girls. But today she finally saw what true shamelessness looked like. So she couldn't help but start to criticize. You. Guan Siki was irritated by this contemptuous attitude. She pointed at Shen Zhaoxia and yelled, "What are you thinking? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation and snatch my boyfriend away? You're dreaming." Shen Zhaoxia was so angry that she laughed. "Rob? What level are you? Are you worthy of being robbed by me?" Shen Zhaoxia sneered with disdain on his face. "With your greedy face, you just stuck to Gao Zhe like a plaster. Why are you pretending to be a chaste heroine now?" Guan Siki staggered after being scolded by this direct shot. Shen Zhaoxia continued to output. "Do you know what you look like now? You look like a gambler who lost the bet and cried and said that the bet didn't count after the dealer showed his cards. You think you're playing a game? Unfortunately, there's no Control plus Z in life." She took 2 steps forward and looked directly at Guan Siki, who was so frightened by her aura that she stepped back repeatedly. "By the way, the nanny's room in Wei Jinfeng's house is bigger than Gao Zhe's master bedroom. But for someone like you who can think of a 300 square meter house as a palace, you probably can't understand what a real mansion is." Shen Zhaoxia. Guansiki was so angry that she was shaking all over, but she couldn't scold Shinjiaxia, so she had to turn around and look at Wei Jinfeng. The voice softened instantly. Brother Feng, you know me, just now I was just. Having said this, she couldn't continue because she found that she really couldn't find a suitable reason. Wei Jinfeng finally came to his senses. Although he didn't know what was going on, he realized that Professor Wen and Shinjiaxia were helping him. When he looked at Guansiki's pitiful appearance again, he just felt disgusted. Seeing that Guansiki was getting closer, he slapped her in the face. You hit me? Guansiki was stunned by the slap. She covered her burning face and widened her eyes in disbelief. Chapter 44, It's so cool to use the power of the tiger to bully others. Wei Jinfeng shook his hands and said, I never hit a woman unless I can't help it. This is a slap in return. We don't owe each other anything in the future. For a long time. Guansiki came to her senses and continued to defend herself with her face covered. What did I do wrong? If you hadn't lied to me, if you hadn't pretended to be poor, would I have done this? This is all your fault. Well, you think I can't live without you? Let me tell you, there are men who want me. As she said that, she turned around and was about to hug Gao Zhe's arm. Without Wei Jinfeng, she thought Gao Zhe was also a good candidate. Who knows? Gao Zhe actually pushed her away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, with the wound on her leg aggravated again. Get away, who told you to touch me? Gao Zhe's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book, and he quickly came to Wei Jinfeng. Brother, it's just a woman. It's not worth ruining our brotherhood. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but since you've even bought the penthouse, why did you hide it from your brothers? I was just joking with you just now, don't take it seriously. How about I arrange 2 internet celebrities for you tonight as an apology? Brother? Wei Jinfeng laughed at the shameless remarks. He looked at Gao Zhe coldly. Who are you calling a brother? Who the hell do you think you are? You think you are serious after drinking a few times? Are you worthy of that? The boomerang hit Gao Zhe directly in the face, causing his smile to freeze instantly. However, even so, he could only force a smile. As a second-generation rich man, he knew very well that he should not offend people easily, especially those who were stronger than himself, otherwise his family might be implicated. He looked down upon the previous Wei in Jin style, but he couldn't see clearly the current Wei in Jin style. So even if he was humiliated, he could only endure it for the time being. Since Brother Wei is still angry, I won't bother you anymore. I'll definitely give it to you another day. Get lost. It only takes me a few minutes to buy a house worth 50 million. Do you still need a meal? If I didn't want to keep a low profile, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak to me. Wei Jinfeng is full of confidence and firepower. Those who don't know him will be shocked by his domineering look. And that's Guansiki. She sat on the ground, the wound on her leg was burning with pain, but it was far less painful than the shock she felt in her heart at the moment. The Wei Jinfeng man in front of her, who exuded a terrifying aura, was someone she had never seen before. At this moment, she felt a deep regret in her heart. Guansiki collapsed and suddenly pounced on Shinjiaxia. It's all because of you, bitch. If you hadn't insisted on competing with me for the leading female role, I wouldn't have done so many wrong things. Shinjiaxia was not at all panicked and easily dodged by turning sideways. However, due to inertia, Guansiki lost her balance and fell onto the asphalt ground again. Shinjiaxia shook her head gently. You have a typical loser mentality. You can't poop, so you blame the toilet. How disgusting. Guansiki was trembling all over, and turned to Wei Jinfeng again. Brother Feng, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. She crawled and grabbed Wei Jinfeng's trouser legs. Brother Feng, can we start over again? Looking at Guansiki wagging her tail and begging for mercy, Wei Jinfeng's eyes were full of disgust. Guansiki, please give yourself some dignity. Dignity? What dignity does Guansiki need? 50 million is right in front of her. She is only one step away from becoming a rich lady that everyone envies. You don't have to go to work every day, and you don't have to envy other people as clothes and bags. She can buy whatever she wants, and there is a group of people around her to serve her every day. When she returns home, all her relatives and friends will fawn on her. Compared to these, dignity is nothing. But when she saw Wei Jinfeng's cold eyes, she knew she had really missed it. But she didn't think she had done anything wrong. There was nothing wrong with people striving for higher positions. So, she threw the jar and said, "Are you guys laughing at me? Why are you pretending to be noble here? In fact, you are dirtier than me." She pointed suddenly at Shin Xiaoxia. "Especially you, you just see that Lu Chen is rich. If he really is a delivery man, I don't believe you will still be with him." Shin Xiaoxia grabbed the outstretched finger, leaned over, and stared at Guan Siki. "First of all, Lu Chen and I are innocent, so don't project your dirty thoughts onto others. Secondly, there are interests inherent in the relationship between men and women. Women look at a man's job, house, and savings, while men look at a woman's personality, appearance, and experience. Since it is a transaction, there must be a spirit of contract. At least before the transaction is concluded and before the formal breakup, you must respect yourself. This is a respect for others and for yourself." Shin Xiaoxia's voice was not loud, but every word was as sharp as a knife. "And you, Guan Siki, don't even have the most basic morals. You thought you were moving towards a higher level. No, you just treated trading as a joke and your body as a springboard. In the end, you found that the 2 ounces of flesh on your body would become less and less valuable, right?" Guan Siki's face turned from red to white, her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a word to refute. But she knew that Shin Xiaoxia was calling her a bitch. Besides, Shin Xiaoxia whispered in Guan Siki's ear, "You will never understand that for men, physical pleasure is only the lowest level of happiness. How much can the things you get in exchange for your body be worth? So if you want to be a whore, don't pretend to be a virtuous woman, don't want both, that would be disgusting." A series of dimensionality reduction attacks made Guan Siki stunned for a long time. She finally broke down completely. She collapsed on the ground and burst into tears, her carefully maintained goddess image shattered. "Let's go." Wenman sighed, glanced at Guan Siki and shook his head. "You're on your own." After saying that, the few of them did not stay and turned to go to Building 6. On the way, Wei Jinfeng let out a long sigh and suddenly felt relaxed all over. "Thank you, Professor, and Mr. Shin. If it weren't for you, No need, I'm not helping you, I'm just taking advantage of your misfortune," Shin Xiaoxia said directly. Professor Wen smiled and said, "Student Wei, you are a good person and you have donated money to the club. We will certainly not stand idly by." Soon, several people took the elevator to the top floor. The elevator door opened, and the people paused when they saw the scene outside. Jiang Yining was seen hiding at the door stealthily, stretching his head to look into the room. He didn't notice the people behind him at all. "Does it look good?" Shin Xiaoxia suddenly whispered in her ear. "Ah." Jiang Yining was so frightened that she almost jumped up on the spot. She turned around suddenly, her back hitting the door, and stammered, I'll wait for you here." "Are you seeing a ghost?" Shin Xiaoxia raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you are waiting for us here?" Jiang Yining's cheeks flushed slightly and she lowered her head with a guilty look on her face. She couldn't say that she was secretly watching Lu Chen and Lin Chuchu kissing. "Okay, go in." Shin Xiaoxia looked puzzled and walked into the room first. In the living room, Lu Chen was sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, while Lin Chuchu was sitting next to him, rubbing her ankle. "For you." Jiang Yining threw the ointment to Lin Chuchu in annoyance. Lin Chuchu smiled sweetly, "Thank you, Ning Ning." The 3 members of the club who had just entered the room were immediately shocked by the luxurious scene before them. They really wanted to look around, but they felt a little restrained. "Just take pictures. Brother Lu said that we can use this place as we like in the future." Lin Chuchu smiled at them. The 3 members of the club looked at each other, unable to react for a moment. The short-haired girl was the first to come to her senses. So this house belongs to Lu Chen?" Lin Chuchu nodded. "What else?" The 3 members of the club suddenly realized that the real boss was Lu Chen. "But, you drive $1 million luxury car and live in a house worth 50 million, and you say you are a delivery man? MMP, bah." Chapter 45 Male Number 1 Overbearing CEO Lu Chen. Wei Jinfeng was also so shocked that he was speechless. He stared at Lu Chen blankly, and then he realized how ridiculous he had been before. It turns out that the real boss is right next to him, but he is jumping around like a clown. "Lu, brother Lu." Wei Jinfeng hesitated and spoke, but didn't know what to say. Lu Chen was very confused. Why did this guy suddenly become so polite? "Well, thank you." "Ah? What are you thanking me for?" Lu Chen had no idea what was going on. "Anyway, thank you." Wei Jinfeng said sternly, "Lu Chen, if you don't give up, from now on you will be my adoptive father, and I will be your eldest son. Adoptive father, please accept my child's greetings. Lu Chen hurriedly stopped him and said, Nitma, please let me live a few more years. He stopped Wei Jinfeng and looked at Shen Zhaoxia in confusion. The latter covered his mouth and chuckled, then spread his hands. At this moment, Shen Zhaoxia suddenly saw a wound at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. What's wrong with your mouth? Lu Chen subconsciously covered his mouth. I bit it accidentally just now. Fart. Zhang Yining, who was standing by, blurted out something, then realized that she had said something wrong and quickly covered her mouth. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Shen Zhaoxia frowned, then tell me what happened. Zhang Yining's face turned red instantly. She glanced at Lin Chuchu secretly and wailed in her heart. Should I say that it was Lin Lucha who bit me? Wouldn't my peeping be exposed then? No, absolutely not. That. She hesitated for a long time, and suddenly an idea came to her, and she ran over and hugged Wenman's arm. Professor, didn't you say we were going to assign roles today? Wenman looked at her red face, then looked at the wound at the corner of Lu Chen's lip, understood, and leaned over to whisper. It seems that you have already had an in-depth communication? Ha? No. It's not like that. Zhang Yining was stunned. Zhang Yining was anxious. Zhang Yining is about to cry. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Wenman glared at Zhang Yining unhappily and said nothing more. She clapped her hands and looked at everyone. Now that the venue issue has been resolved, I will now announce the roles. The male protagonist, the overbearing CEO Gu Chen, is played by Lu Chen. Shen Zhaoxia plays the leading female role, Lin Weiran. Shen Zhaoxia nodded slightly. After learning that Lu Chen was the male lead, she felt that this role was most suitable for her. Lin Chuchu, the second female lead, Su Shanwan, the scheming bitch secretary. Yeah. Lin Chuchu made a scissors gesture happily. This role is perfect for me. Zhang Yining. When Man paused, female number 3, Chen Anan, the ex-girlfriend who pursued the domineering CEO. Ah. Zhang Yining raised her head suddenly, her face flushed instantly. I can't do this. She remembered that the third female lead had a scene in the script where she forcefully kissed the male lead and also pressed him onto the bed. Is she going to be like Lin Chuchu and Lu Chen? No, absolutely not. Why are you so nervous? Lin Chuchu, who was standing by, had a puzzled look on her pretty face. Shen Zhaoxia walked over to Zhang Yining and put his arm around her shoulders. Don't be nervous. It's just acting. But, I can't. It's okay. You can learn if you don't know how to do it. Zhang Yining opened his mouth wide and asked, do you know what you are saying? You can learn acting, but how do you learn kissing? The blushing and heart-pounding scenes in the script emerged uncontrollably in her mind. She pressed Lu Chen on the desk and forcefully kissed him, and even pushed him onto the bed when he was drunk. Crazy, she is crazy. If it hadn't happened just now, she wouldn't have thought too much about it if she hadn't seen it, but now everything is different. Ning, don't be afraid, we will help you. Others thought Zhang Yining was afraid that she would mess up her performance, so they all spoke up to comfort her. Wenman took out the script from his bag and handed it to Lu Chen. You take a look at it in the next 2 days. Once I prepare the costumes and props, we will start filming. Lu Chen nodded. For him, acting was his first time. But after he took a quick look at the script, he suddenly began to look forward to it. No wonder everyone wants to be a male celebrity. Damn, there are so many benefits. Midnight Oasis Internet Cafe. Su Wei was sleeping soundly at the front desk of the internet cafe, with a trace of crystal saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. Wei, wake up quickly and check Master Xiao's circle of friends. Wang Yuan shook her shoulders hard. Stop it, you and Master Xiao are done, now it's my turn. Wang Yuan leaned close to her ear and shouted, stop dreaming, Lu Chen is here? What's Lu Chen Ba Chen? Su Wei raised her head in a daze, and suddenly she was startled. Wait, my male idol is here, where is he? Wang Yuan rolled her eyes and put the phone directly into her face. Look, this is what Master Xia posted on WeChat Moments. Oh my god, this bed is just right for the 4 of us. No, who are they? Why are there so many pretty girls? Su Wei came to her senses instantly and saw that the video included not only Lu Chen but also several other girls, each one of them was extremely beautiful. It's over. I was talking about the 3 of us, but now they're playing with it. I'm going to sue them for stealing my idea. Wang Yan's forehead was black when she heard this. Sister, can you get the point clear? Look at the house, look at the house. Only then did Su Wei notice the house in the video. Huh? She stood up suddenly, all sleepiness gone. Where is this? Isn't this house too luxurious? Wang Yan nodded frantically in agreement. I just checked. The one in the video is number 1 mansion, a 660 square meter large flat with a market price of 50 million. No, did you see an extra zero? What is the concept of 50 million? I have absolutely no idea. Su Wei had no idea how much money 50 million was. She only knew that she would never be able to earn it in her lifetime. Whose house is this? Has Mr. Xia fallen in love with someone else? Su Wei suddenly became excited. Doesn't that mean I have another chance? Wang Yan was speechless for a while. If Master Xia really has a crush on someone else, then why is he still bringing Brother Lu with him? That's right. Su Wei showed a look of realization and smiled sheepishly. Whose house is this then? What do you think? What kind of person would make Master Xia post on WeChat moments? So the house is my man? Wow, how rich is my idol? What he said about being a billionaire is actually true. Su Wei opened her mouth. She knew that Lu Chen was rich, but she didn't expect him to be so rich. 1-1. The two looked at each other, and in tacit understanding, they took out their cell phones and sent messages to Shinjiaxia. Master Xia. Please take me with you. Master Xia. I don't want to work hard anymore. Master Xia, are you still short of people? I want to join you too. Chapter 46. What can 3 women and 1 man do in the house? In the rental house. Lin Lu was sitting cross-legged and watching Kuaishou when she suddenly saw a video of a mansion shot by a blonde girl. In the video, the blonde girl stood in a large dressing room and pouted at the camera. It's so big here, how can I fill it up? Oh, I have to worry about buying clothes again, I hate it the most. She deliberately turned around, revealing the luxurious bedroom behind her. Seeing this, Lin Lu felt so jealous that her teeth almost fell out. Why are you pretending? You're worried about your closet being too big. You're just showing off your wealth. You're really a green tea girl. My dear, look, this is the life we should live, not living in this shabby rental house. Lin Lu handed the phone to Chen Shiyan. Chen Shiyan shifted her gaze away from the book of love psychology. She was now focused on saving the fallen Lu Chen and alleviating her sister's guilt. There was no time for daydreaming. So, just a casual glance. Rich people have their own way of living, and we also have our own lives to live. Envying others will only add unnecessary troubles to yourself. Lin Lu curled her lips and was about to refute, but saw Chen Shiyan suddenly stunned. What's wrong? Have you thought it through and are ready to marry into a wealthy family? That's the right thing to do, No. Chen Shiyan came back to her senses and said to Lin Lu, rewind the video. Lin Lu thought Chen Shiyan wanted to take a closer look at the mansion, so she returned the video. No, go forward. A little further back. Stop, that's her. Lin Lu looked at the chestnut-haired girl in the video. What do you mean, she is the one you know? Chen Shiyan came over and took a closer look at the girl in the video. She is the girl in the photo I saw on the passenger seat of Lu Chen's car. Lin Lu widened her eyes and pointed at the phone screen and said, fuck, so she is the rich woman who supports Lu Chen? What's going on? She's only a little less pretty than me. Why does she need to support a little girl when she looks like this? She can obviously make a living with her looks, but she insists on using money. The bad taste of rich people is really annoying. Lin Lu admitted that she was a sourpuss. Can anyone blame her? This was all caused by the huge gap between the rich and the poor. She suddenly looked at Chen Shiyan. How many girls are there in the video? Chen Shiyan blinked her long eyelashes and said, it seems there are 3. Lin Lu continued to guide, 3 girls and a little puppy are in a room. What do you think the 4 of them will do? Chen Shiyan blinked in confusion and finally uttered something. Play cards? Idiot. Lin Lu held her forehead in pain, and suddenly felt that the learning materials she had given Chen Shiyan were too little. What's wrong with me? Chen Shiyan blinked her big, Caroline eyes, with a look of clear confusion in them. Lin Lu sighed. The tutoring job was a long and arduous task. Come, let me show you my treasures. As Lin Lu spoke, she opened the tablet, tapped the screen a few times, and found a private folder. Chen Shuryan moved closer curiously and saw a folder named Learning Materials pop up on the screen. After clicking it, there are many videos in it. Lin Lu clicked on one of the videos, and the screen immediately jumped to a luxurious bedroom, where 4 men and women in scantily clad clothes were. Ah! Chen Shuryan screamed and stepped back suddenly as if she had been electrocuted, her cheeks turning red instantly. You want to die? Why are you showing this to me? Lin Lu pointed at the playing screen. Do you understand now? Do you know Lu Chen's current situation? Chen Shuryan covered her eyes. But, this is just a video, how could it be possible in real life? Art comes from reality. Sometimes reality is more magical than art. You don't understand. Think about it. Lin Lu lowered her voice. What serious things can a boy and 3 girls do in a mansion? Just Lu Chen alone? Nonsense, half a person would scare them to death. Chen Shuryan's ears turned red as blood dripped from her eyes, and the scene of Lu Chen surrounded by 3 girls emerged uncontrollably in her mind. Such a pitiful and helpless look. She shook her head violently, trying to get rid of those images, and a strong sense of guilt rose in her heart. Lu Chen still likes his sister too much. Otherwise, how could it have been such a huge blow? Lin Lu sighed. I've said it before, Lu Chen will not have a good ending. You see, he is like a new toy now, and it feels new, but when people get tired of playing with him, he will be discarded like garbage. Then they have to find a new owner, and the cycle repeats over and over again. In the end, they are either sick or ill. It's so pitiful. Wrong. Chen Shuryan's watery peach eyes flashed with doubt. Couldn't it be that someone moved to a new house and Lu Chen went to visit? What kind of thinking is this? Can you be more normal? Lin Lu said with great regret. Chen Shuryan stood up, her long, smooth black hair falling down. If it's really like what you said, how could they still take videos? Lin Lu also stood up and poked Chen Shuryan's fair forehead with her fingers painted with red nail polish. You are too naive. Have you ever seen a romance anime? Which heroine doesn't turn evil or degenerate after being dumped? But I always feel that it's not what you said. No buts. Lin Lu was so mad at her best friend. She was such a stubborn person. Have you ever been in love? Chen Shuryan shook her head. That's all. I'm an experienced person. There's an old saying that goes, if you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you'll suffer the consequences. Besides, Lu Chen has been your sister's bootlicker for 2 years. Isn't it normal for him to change his personality after being dumped? Real? Of course. Lin Lu nodded heavily, looking very confident, like a real veteran. You don't understand anything. Wait until you finish watching 3,000 romance anime and you'll understand. Boys give all their feelings to their first love, and after breaking up, they turn evil and become animals who can only think with their lower body. Ah? Chen Shuryan, who knew nothing about love, was stunned by the fright. After a while, she could only choose to believe it temporarily. Lin Lu nodded with satisfaction, and her expression became serious for once. Yen, I know you feel guilty towards Lu Chen, but you have to think clearly. It is his own choice for him to take this path now. It has nothing to do with you. She pointed at Lu Chen in the video. Look at the clothes he's wearing. He probably can't earn that much by delivering food for a year. Maybe this is the best thing for him. Hear this. Chen Xinyan couldn't help but think of the photos she saw in Lu Chen's room. Lu Chen in the photo is so sunny and clean. That is the real Lu Chen, not the one he is now. Chen Shuryan suddenly grabbed Lin Lu's hand, her eyes firm. I don't want Lu Chen to be like this. Lulu, you must teach me. Lin Lu sighed. Do you really want to do this? You may pay the price for this for the rest of your life, think about it carefully. She didn't try to persuade him much, because she knew her best friend's personality. This girl who seemed to be aloof on the surface was actually very simple-minded. Once she made up her mind, even 10 Porsches couldn't change her mind. Chen Shuryan nodded, think it through. Lin Lu said, remember what I said, the only one who can defeat the ex is the current one. If you make him fall in love with you, maybe you can save him from the brink of depravity. Chen Shuryan's delicate face was full of seriousness. Teach me. Chapter 47, Little Green Tea's superb acting skills. The house has been seen. The group prepared to leave. When Man looked at the limping Lin Chuchu and asked, can you walk? Yes, Professor. Lin Chuchu nodded firmly. But she had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly cried out Aya and fell onto Lu Chen. No, my feet hurt. Lu Chen was speechless. Xiao Cha Cha was really good at pretending. It's a pity not to go and make a movie. She blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Lu Chen pitifully. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? When Man pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said, Lu Chen, carry her down. Lu Chen looked at Shen Xiaoxia, who pretended to be indifferent and turned to press the elevator button. Only Jiang Yining widened her eyes and looked at Lin Chuchu viciously. Lu Chen squatted down helplessly. Come up. Lin Chuchu immediately smiled and climbed onto Lu Chen's back. Her arms were tightly wrapped around Lu Chen's neck, and the softness of her chest was deliberately rubbing against his back. The clothes were very thin, so this feeling was extremely obvious. Lu Chen was still fine, but Lin Chacha couldn't stand it anymore. She lay on Lu Chen's back, feeling a little melancholy. No matter how rich her theory was, it was far from being as real as the impact brought by practice. Sure enough, she is still far from Professor Wen's level. If her theoretical knowledge is at the nascent soul stage in the novels about cultivating immortals, then her practical experience is at most at the initial stage of Qi training. She has the strength but cannot use it, and this weakness seriously affects her actual combat power. But she also understood that her biggest advantage was that she had no practical experience. Therefore, she has been on high alert all along and would never give up this advantage easily. And now, Lin Chuchu felt that she was about to give up. Because Lu Chen is rich and handsome, he is the best choice she has met so far. If she continues to be ambiguous with him, there will be a day when she can no longer hold on. So, before that day came, she decided to fight for her future position. When they got downstairs, they were ready to go about their own business, so they decided to separate. Shen Xiaoxia had to go to the hospital to take care of his mother, so he took Jiang Yining with him and left first. When Man went back in Wei Jinfeng's car. Before leaving, he asked Lu Chen to take Lin Chuchu to the school infirmary for a checkup. After a while, only Lu Chen and Lin Chuchu were left in the car. The vehicle slowly drove out of number 1 mansion. Lin Chuchu stopped pretending and simply took off her high heels and jumped from the back seat to the passenger seat. The little feet in flesh-colored stockings were placed directly on Lu Chen's legs. She tilted her head and blinked her big eyes. Brother Lu, Professor Wen asked you to take me to the hospital. Do you want to be the doctor yourself? Would you like to help me take a look? Tilting the head, blinking the eyes, and making clip sounds. Lin Chuchu arranged these 3 sets directly. How to say it? Lu Chen was getting dizzy. If he wasn't dizzy at all, he would have doubted himself. What's wrong? It's just a hug. Why are you blushing, Brother Lu? Did I? I didn't. Really? Then maybe it's too hot in the car. Lin Chuchu's fingers gently pulled open the collar, revealing her delicate collarbone, and opened the car window. Lu Chen glanced at the air conditioner. Why did you open the window? It has a great atmosphere. Sense of atmosphere? Lin Chuchu bit her lower lip and exhaled sweetly. Yes, it's a stimulating atmosphere. Lu Chen glanced out of the car window and saw cars coming and going on the road. Well, you still know how to play. Lin Chuchu smiled, retracted her beautiful legs, held the center console with both hands, and moved closer and closer with her blushing face. Brother, are you really not blushing? But your Adam's apple has become so obvious. I'm not blushing, I'm hot. Lu Chen still retained his last bit of stubbornness and would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Really? She leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, her warm breath brushing past. But I think Brother's body temperature seems to have risen. Lin Chuchu's fingertips slowly slid down the center console and gently drew circles on the gear position. Would you like me to help you cool down? Lu Chen stepped on the brakes and stopped at the traffic light. Do you realize you're playing with fire? Lin Chuchu blinked her eyelashes, took Lu Chen's wrist and pressed his palm against her cheek. So, brother, would you like to teach me how to play? This is on the main road, it's too much. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said, You are very skilled in this routine. You have used it on many people, right? Lin Chuchu pouted. Brother, why do you think of me like this? These tricks are the first time I use them. First time? Lu Chen smiled. Do you think I believe it? Why don't you believe it? Lin Chuchu widened her eyes angrily. Does brother think I'm that kind of casual girl? As she spoke, her eyes turned red and her voice became tearful. I only do this to my brother. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Cha Cha pretending to be aggrieved and didn't think she was pretentious. Instead, he found her cute. I know she is pretending, but I just want to be like that. Well, men are just so mean. So, what do you want? Lu Chen didn't think that Lin Chuchu would perform this for no reason. There is no free lunch in the world, let alone free green tea. Lin Chuchu smiled and said, to others, I just want money, but to Brother Lu. She suddenly put her arms around Lu Chen's neck. I want everything. The temperature inside the car instantly rose by 10 degrees. Hot. It's too hot. Stop it, I'm driving. This scene caused the experienced drivers on the left and right lanes to stretch their heads and stare at this place. Lin Chuchu didn't care whether anyone was watching or not. She leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and slightly opened her red lips. Brother, can you let me be your girlfriend? I will be very good and listen to whatever you say. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't respond, she moved closer and looked at Lu Chen expectantly. Do you want a girlfriend like this? Lu Chen silently closed the car window and was greeted by more than a dozen pairs of angry eyes. It seems to be saying, it's fine if you just eat alone, but what can happen if you show us? Lu Chen was very embarrassed and turned to look at the pitiful Lin Cha-cha. This look reminded him of a scene from a movie. A villain who committed murder and arson suddenly decided to retire and return to the right path one day, but before that, he decided to make one more big buck and then stop. And now, Lin Chuchu is the big villain. And he is the big one. Lin Chuchu has had enough fun and wants to get out of here, so she asks him to be the scapegoat. Will he agree? Agree with that. So Lu Chen directly refused. Lin Chuchu's eyes were instantly filled with tears hanging on her eyelashes, making her look pitiful. Brother Lu. She choked up, I really like you. I gave you my first kiss. Are you really that cruel? You don't even want to lie to me? 100,000. Lin Chuchu's tears instantly froze on her face. Brother Lu, what are you talking about? Lu Chen said, I will use 100,000 yuan of spending credit to buy your first kiss. Lin Chuchu was stunned, and then a tear slid down her fair cheek. So, in Brother Lu's eyes, that's who I am. She didn't wipe them away, letting the tears leave 2 clear tear marks on her delicate makeup. I admit that I love money. She raised her head and stared at Lu Chen with a sad expression. But Brother Lu, can't you just trust me for once? Whoa! Lin Chuchu covered her face and sobbed softly. 200,000. Lu Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. Lin Chuchu opened her mouth. Lu Chen interrupted her directly. 300,000. After the voice fell, the car fell into silence for a moment. That's enough. Lin Chuchu took a deep breath, immediately put away all her aggrieved expressions, and revealed a sweet smile. I don't think it's important whether we have a name or not. I still prefer the feeling of having a secret crush on someone. Brother Lu, please let me like you secretly. Lu Chen looked at her in astonishment. Your emotions change too quickly. Although he knew the power of money, he didn't expect it to be as powerful as a nuclear bomb. Of course. Lin Chuchu raised her little face and said, I am a professional. Lu Chen smiled, have you always been like this? Aren't you afraid that others will see that you are materialistic? Lin Chuchu blinked, so what if they see through me? They need my disguise. After saying, Xiao Cha took out her lipstick, opened the makeup mirror on the passenger seat, and started to touch up her makeup. She instantly returned to her original energetic appearance, as if it was not her who had just made a true confession, and cried bitterly. Awesome. Abuse. Lu Chen couldn't help but admire Lin Cha-cha. She really interpreted the meaning of getting things done for money to the fullest. But it's better this way, at least it's much better than those who want both money and feelings. Just at this moment, Lu Chen's cell phone suddenly rang, and the screen showed that the caller was Station Master Wang. Chapter 48, A Gambling Father, an Alcoholic Mother, and a Green Tea Lover. Do you know how to tell Lu Chen? At the takeaway station, Sister Zhang stood beside Fatty Wang and directed him to call Lu Chen. I understand. I'll invite Lu Chen out for a drink on the pretext that Wu Wenla has found a girlfriend to celebrate, and then ask him to invite that pretty girl from school. Fatty Wang's words made Sister Zhang very satisfied. That's right. That school beauty will definitely not come. Then, Lu Chen will definitely be disappointed. Then, when they have had enough drinks, we will let Xiao Wu's girlfriend's best friend come in. With our guidance, Lu Chen will definitely give up the idea of not changing his mother-in-law. Wife, you're really good at this. Fatty Wang gave a thumbs up, and the fat on his face was squeezed into a ball. Need I tell you? You should be grateful that I liked you back then. Fatty Wang could only smile and say, but what if that school beauty really comes? Sister Zhang rolled her eyes and pinched Fatty Wang's soft flesh hard. Are you stupid? How could that school beauty come here? If she came, wouldn't it mean that she fell in love with Lu Chen? Why are we still trying to persuade her? That's right. Fatty Wang nodded repeatedly, and suddenly thought of something. What if Xiao Lu refuses to call her? Sister Zhang put her hands on her hips, her eyebrows raised. If we don't call her, doesn't it just show that Xiao Lu is self-aware? It will be easy for us to persuade her, right? Well, you are very thoughtful. I will call you right away. Lu Chen hung up the phone. Brother Lu, who called you? Lin Chuchu took Lu Chen's arm and walked into the mall. Lu Chen did not hide it. It's my boss. They said we should have dinner together tomorrow night to celebrate my colleague finding a girlfriend. You lead? The manager of the takeaway station. Lin Chuchu hugged him tighter. Brother Lu, are there any beauties at the takeaway station? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Why do you suddenly ask this? Lin Chuchu pouted her red lips. To make you, my brother, condescend to deliver food, there must be someone special hiding in that food delivery station. She leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and said, is it because of some little goblin? Lu Chen smiled. This little cha-cha's train of thought really was about her own business every other sentence. No, it's just to make money. Make money? Lin Chuchu narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You are worth hundreds of millions, and you go to deliver takeout to make money? Is it not possible? Lu Chen said as he walked into the mall. I'm just curious. She blinked her big eyes. Then I want to go tomorrow too. What are you going to do? Lu Chen looked at Lin Chuchu, who smiled slyly. Declare sovereignty. No. Ah. Lin Cha-Cha looked aggrieved. Should I cry now? She sighed. Forget it, there are too many people here, I'll cry next time. Lu Chen looked at Lin Chuchu and suddenly became curious. Can I ask what kind of family can raise a character like yours? Lin Chuchu paused and turned around with a sweet smile still on her face. It's so cliché. A gambling father, an alcoholic mother, a nasty brother, and... She tilted her head and blinked her big watery eyes, and me as a green tea. Lin Cha-Cha spoke very easily, and it didn't seem like she was talking about her own business at all. People like me. Lin Chuchu giggled and shook Lu Chen's arm. People like me can't survive more than 10 episodes in a TV series. I'm definitely a tragic character. I just hope Brother Lu can let me live longer. Lu Chen smiled and looked at the little Cha-Cha who only reached his shoulders. That's because you are not the heroine. With me here, you are now. Come on, I'll take you to experience the treatment of a heroine. Wow, brother, you are so handsome. The two came to the luxury goods area on the top floor of the mall. Lin Chuchu's eyes lit up instantly, like a hungry wolf entering a flock of sheep. Wow! The latest model from Dior. She trotted towards the counter, her slender fingers pointing at a bag with a gold chain and black letters printed on it. Look, this bag is perfect for me. Her call of brother sounded so sweet and sticky that several salesgirls immediately cast their eyes over to her. Elder brother. She pulled Lu Chen's sleeve and shook it left and right, her voice so tender that water could drip out. I want this, can I? Please. Even though she knew that Lu Chen would buy it for her, Lin Chuchu still wanted to give him a sense of participation. Little green tea is so considerate. A hot saleswoman wearing a uniform and black stockings came over and smiled professionally. Sir, your girlfriend has a good taste. This bag suits her very well. When Lin Chuchu heard what the salesgirl said, she glanced at Lu Chen and shook her head in denial. She's not my girlfriend. The salesgirl was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, so it's your sister. It's really enviable to have such a good brother. The first thing people look at when they meet each other is appearance, and it just so happens that Lu Chen's appearance meets the aesthetic standards of most women. Including this sexy shopping guide. Hearing the two people singing the same tune, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. No, you guys are playing with my sister PLSY for me? Lin Chuchu narrowed her eyes. Oh, I met a colleague? Buy it or not? I want it. I want it. Lin Chuchu pulled the corner of Lu Chen's clothes and shook it. Her watery eyes were full of anticipation, just like a little girl asking for candy. Purchase. Lu Chen is not here to consume, but to make money. The salesgirl's eyes lit up. This bag costs 34,000 yuan, but the handsome boy didn't even blink, which is enough to explain a lot of problems. When she bent down to pick up her bag, she deliberately tensed up, making her beautiful legs in black stockings under her uniform even more attractive. These salesgirls are generally good-looking. Having been in high-end shopping malls for a long time, they usually interact with wealthy people, so their standards naturally become higher. Who wouldn't be jealous when they see other women spending money like water and wearing luxury goods? Therefore, finding a rich man or being kept by someone is what many salesgirls pursue, and those ordinary working-class suitors are not even in their eyes. While the salesgirl was packing the bags, she glanced at Lu Chen out of the corner of her eye. In her eyes, Lu Chen is the most tempting prey. "Sir, please pay the bill this way. Green tea is the most recognizable green tea." Lin Chuchu secretly gritted her teeth. What the hell, he is trying to intercept. She immediately said, "Look at this shopping guide. She's asking you to check out now. Are you afraid that we can't afford it?" The salesgirl's mouth twitched. Was the aroma of this tea the result of infighting among the wealthy families? It looks like a very high level. She hurried to explain, "That's not what I meant. Miss, you misunderstood. It's okay, sister. I'm just saying. Come on, show me some sexy lingerie." The salesgirl paused, a look of confusion on her delicately made-up face. What is going on? The younger sister and brother came to buy underwear. Aren't all the relationships in wealthy families so complicated? Chapter 49. Bye. When Lu Chen heard Lin Chuchu's words, he almost swore. This little cha-cha is going too far. Lin Chuchu. He lowered his voice and asked, "Is it fun?" Lin Chuchu blinked innocently. "What's the matter?" "I just want to buy some beautiful underwear." The salesgirl's expression was wonderful, and she tried her best to maintain a professional smile. But he stood there, not knowing whether he should lead the way. Let's go. Lin Chuchu dragged Lu Chen to the underwear area, and did not forget to turn around and smile sweetly at the shopping guide. "Sister, don't stand there, take us to see the latest styles." Lin Chuchu smiled smugly in her heart. "Ha, you want to fight with me?" The salesgirl followed with her beautiful legs in black stockings. She secretly glanced at Lu Chen and found that the boy's expression was a little unnatural. "It's just like the first time I bought sanitary pads for my girlfriend." Underwear area. There is a wide variety of lace and tulle styles, which are dazzling. Lin Chuchu started to pick things from the shelves. "Brother, what do you think of this one?" She held up a set of black lace ones and tried them on herself. "Does it look good?" Lu Chen was convinced. He was too embarrassed to watch and turned his head away. "You decide for yourself." Not only this salesgirl, but several other shopping guides also looked over here curiously. The sister asked her brother to help her choose underwear? What kind of secret of the rich is this? Who can stand this kind of gossip? Lin Chuchu picked up another wine red set. "What about this one?" She tilted her head and came closer. "Brother, do you like this color?" "Yeah, it's okay." "This is not just okay, it's too good." However, Lu Chen is a man who cares about his reputation, so how can he show it? Lin Cha-Cha would definitely laugh to death. "That's enough. If you keep making trouble, forget about buying the bag. I want to wear it for you to see. If you don't like it, forget it." Lin Chuchu immediately became obedient and pouted in grievance. She turned to the salesgirl and said, "Sister, please help me pack these 2 sets." As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at the bulging breasts of the salesgirl in black stockings. The name on her name tag was Wang Miao Miao. No wonder it's so big, it turns out there's a lot of water. The other side. Several salesgirls were behind the cash register, stealing glances and talking in low voices. "Do you think they are really brother and sister?" A salesgirl with a ponytail lowered her voice and said, "The way that girl looks at the boy, TSK. The colleague with wavy hair curled her lips and said, "She's probably a stepmother's sister, not a blood relative." I've seen a lot of girls like this. They'll do anything for a bag. Isn't this too despicable? Just for a bag. What do you know? The salesgirl with the ponytail interrupted her. "That bag costs more than 30,000 yuan, which is enough for a trainee like you to earn half a year's salary." The wavy-haired salesgirl smiled disdainfully. This kind of little girl, pretending to be pure on the surface, but actually like this behind the scenes, why not do something good at such a young age, learning to worship money? She paused meaningfully. Look at the 2 sets of underwear she picked. Wow, they are both the sexiest styles. Several salesgirls exchanged knowing looks. We are all the same, so no one should blame anyone else. Lin Chuchu retracted her gaze, leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Brother Lu, look at what they are whispering about. Believe it or not, they are definitely not saying anything good. They are mostly slandering me. Lu Chen was helpless, then why are you still like this? Lin Chuchu giggled, I took the money, so of course I have to give you the most exciting experience. Otherwise, you will feel that the money was spent unjustly, which will be detrimental to my getting a reward next time. Lu Chen. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and whispered in Lu Chen's ear, Brother Lu, do you want something more exciting? I'm still good enough. Lu Chen blushed. He didn't know why he was blushing, but he just blushed. Obviously he didn't get any actual benefits, but he felt even better than if he had gotten some benefits. Damn, this is not a green tea girl, she is clearly a good sister who understands me. She understands me so well. Seeing Lu Chen smile, Lin Chuchu turned around and left contentedly. Taking care of the financial sponsor's emotions was part of her job. As Xiao Cha Cha, she knows boys' minds too well. The more people there are, the more serious the boys are. But with a little teasing, they can pretend to be calm while enjoying the feeling. This sense of contrast is the most addictive, and you can't stop. Then, you can be close yet distant, playing hard to get. When they become itchy and pull away, you can then easily control them. Lin Chuchu had never fought such a wealthy battle before. She had a quota of 300,000 yuan, and there was still a lot left to spend. Hee, miss, I'm going to go on a killing spree today. While Lin Chuchu was choosing clothes, Lu Chen took out his mobile phone and considered whether to send a message to Chen Shurian. Fatty Wang just called him and asked him to ask Chen Shurian to come along. But Lu Chen felt that Chen Shurian would not like this kind of party. With her cold personality, she would most likely refuse. So, Lu Chen thought about it and put down his phone again. Brother Lu. Lin Chuchu changed her clothes and came out of the fitting room. How about this one? Does it look like a strong career woman? Lin Chuchu walked out in high heels, wearing a loose white shirt and wide leg pants of the same color that made her legs look long and slender. The bottom of the shirt is tucked into the trousers, and the black belt outlines the slender waistline. She also thoughtfully unbuttoned the top two buttons of her shirt, revealing her delicate and white collarbone. Does it look good? Lin Chuchu put one hand in her pocket and put on a cool expression. Lu Chen's eyes fell on her. This kind of Lin Chuchu is less charming and more heroic. Buy it. He nodded. Next. Lin Chuchu chose another classic French little black dress. The skirt is tailored to fit perfectly, reaching just above the knee, which is both elegant and a little sexy. This is suitable for a date. Purchase. For women, no words can make them happiest than buying. Lin Chuchu continued shopping. She changed into a black and white plaid dress again. The skirt was longer and almost covered her entire legs, revealing only a small part of the flesh-colored stockings. What about this one? Purchase. This scene was seen by several female customers in the store, who all looked at him with envy. One of them couldn't help but mutter to his companion, look at her boyfriend, he's not only handsome but also generous. Then look at my boyfriend, oh, there's no comparison. After hearing this, Lin Chuchu curled up the corners of her mouth. In the past, she always envied these rich ladies, but now she finally experienced the feeling of being envied. It's all worth it for this feeling. Brother, I still want that scarf. Purchase. Lu Chen rubbed his temples. He was almost like a parrot. It's really the troubles caused by money. Put your phone in your pocket. Then, he saw a pair of long legs in high heels and black stockings coming into view. Chapter 50 The Little Thoughts of the Black Silk Shopkeeper. Lu Chen raised his head and happened to meet Wang Miaomiao's carefully groomed eyebrows and eyes. She leaned over slightly and handed over a product brochure, and the faintly visible lace edge of her neckline just happened to fall into Lu Chen's sight. As she approached, the carefully selected man-killing incense filled the air. Sir, this is our brand's new limited edition series. She tapped the manual with her fingertips. Especially this high-slit skirt, it's especially suitable for girls with good figures. There is a vague hint in these words. Wang Miaomia was always paying attention to Lu Chen's gaze. When he saw Lu Chen's eyes falling on him, he immediately took advantage of the opportunity to pursue him. We also have matching lace tops, you can check them out, sir. This statement is flawless, maintaining a professional image while also hinting at a provocation. If Lu Chen takes over, it will be her chance. If you are rejected, you can use work as an excuse. Having worked in a luxury store for 3 years, she knew very well what kind of man was worth pursuing. Lu Chen's shopping behavior was so attractive. This was exactly the opportunity she had always dreamed of. She is already 26 years old, and this time she decided to put more chips on the line. After all, high-quality prey like Lu Chen are not common. She had seen too many salesgirls who turned their lives around by hooking up with wealthy sponsors, from office workers with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan to wealthy ladies carrying luxury goods. Moreover, even if he couldn't take down Lu Chen, as long as he left his contact information, he could get in touch with his circle of wealthy friends. As a salesgirl at a luxury store, she knows best that behind a high-quality customer is often a network of relationships, which is also the key to unlocking her personal connections. Her biggest weapon is her stunning figure. Lu Chen casually flipped through the product manual and nodded. It's really good. But it is not suitable for Lin Chuchu, instead Su Wanqing is more suitable. Wang Miaomio was delighted and immediately struck while the iron was hot. This skirt is made of Italian imported fabrics. There are only 50 pieces in the world, and our store only got one. She paused, and each of her next words carried a vague hint. This one is just perfect for a woman of my size. Lu Chen closed the manual and looked up at her. Wang Miaomio immediately straightened her back, making the curves outlined by her hip skirt more obvious. At the age of 26, her mature charm, coupled with her carefully groomed curly hair, is indeed a great asset. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, "Buy it back for Sister Su to wear." Purchase. Wang Miaomio showed joy on her face, thinking that Lu Chen understood her hint. As a result, Lu Chen said directly, "Wrap it up." No, this development is wrong. Shouldn't he let me wear it for him to see? Is it because my sister is here? This set of clothes cost more than 100,000 yuan, and this month's sales have been stabilized. Although she is very happy, this is not her goal. Actually, she quickly adjusted her strategy. We also have customized VIP services. In the future, you can log into our store's app and send me any clothes you like. We can help you try them on and then send you the photos. If you need, we can also deliver them to your door. Is there such service? Is this the clothing shopping experience for rich people? Damn capitalism. Lu Chen remembered the plot in a certain TV drama where a man went to a rich woman's home to hold a fashion show. It really shattered his worldview. Wang Miaomio took out his cell phone and said, "Can I add WeChat? I'll send you the information." At this moment, she was thinking in her mind that if she could get him to add her on WeChat, she would send some serious photos tonight. However, she felt that such young people would not agree. Because they are in their 20s, they don't know the benefits of having an older sister. Good. Lu Chen agreed. How could he not see what this woman was trying to do? But does he care? As long as the other party can give him the task, he has to thank the other party. After all, you can't go to a bar and demand that all the girls there be chaste and pure. This is not about thinking too much, but about having a hole in your brain. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Wang Miaomio was stunned at first, and then immediately took out her mobile phone excitedly to add Lu Chen's WeChat. Her WeChat profile picture is a cute cat, not a sexy photo. This is what they have been specially trained for, and men have the least resistance to this kind of contrast. It can save them a lot of trouble when communicating with customers. I can just scan you. While Lu Chen was scanning the code, Wang Miaomio had already quickly planned the next attack in his mind. I sent the first message at 11 o'clock tonight, which is the loneliest time for people. The picture shows her lying on the bed in her pajamas. I will accidentally post a wrong fitness photo at noon tomorrow, and then hastily withdraw it. Mr. Lu, please wait for me while I go to pick up the goods. Wang Miaomio walked to the cashier with the expensive high-slit skirt and lace top. That's great, Miaomio. The lady with a ponytail at the cashier's counter winked and said, "You are amazing. Added on WeChat? You're going to take off." She stole a glance at Lu Chen, who was not far away. He's handsome and generous. How long has it been since I last saw such a top-notch guy? Then she said unhappily, "Last time I hooked up with that bald uncle, I just gave him a bag and had to stay with him for a month. Alas, if it was a young hunk like this, I would be willing to stay with him for 3 months. I'm so envious. I would have gotten him if I had known." The smile on Wang Miaomio's lips deepened. Why did she work so hard? Wasn't it just for this moment? The salesgirl with ponytail suddenly sighed. I suddenly began to understand that girl with golden hair. I envy her and want to be like her. If there is such a sponsor, I would also be willing to be a follower. Another colleague with wavy hair came over and said indifferently, "This suit costs 168,000 yuan. This handsome guy has spent nearly 400,000 yuan on you today, right? It's just luck." Wang Miaomio said lightly. She could hear the sourness and unhappiness in it. Because every salesgirl is actually in a competitive relationship, their wages are directly linked to sales. Wang Miaomio's sales of 400,000 yuan from this order is equivalent to the sales of others working hard for half a month. My colleague with wavy curls is still 300,000 short of her sales target this month, and the end of the month is almost here, so of course she is unhappy. Moreover, there is only one young, wealthy, and high-quality customer like Lu Chen in the entire mall in half a year. Most of the rich people are either bald uncles, rich second generations who come with their girlfriends, or rich ladies who come alone. My colleague with wavy curls finally met a suitable person last week, but the other person just asked an acquaintance to pay the bill and didn't even add her WeChat. Not to mention, compared to the new 20-year-old intern whose skin is so smooth that water can be pinched out of it, this one is already one of the oldest salesgirls. After they turn 25, their competitiveness decreases year by year. Clients like Lu Chen may be their last chance to go ashore. If they miss it, they only have two choices: either find an honest man to marry, either start a live broadcast and sell meat to make money. It's impossible to even be kept by someone, after all, even old men like girls who are only 18 years old. The salesgirl with wavy curly hair was very angry at Wang Miaomio's bland words and left with a cold snort. The colleague with the ponytail came over and said, "I heard that Manager Li is going to invite him to the lounge tonight. You know, that kind of private tasting session." Wang Miaomio was stunned. Manager Li is a supervisor in a shopping mall. He is 40 years old and still unmarried. He likes to introduce female companions to wealthy men in the name of wine tasting. She agreed? Wang Miaomio heard that it was not a good place. What can I do if she doesn't agree? She's already 27 years old. Oh. I want to give up and go back to my hometown to marry someone. The salesgirl with ponytail sighed. Wang Miaomio knew that this was impossible, facing the daily bombardment of luxury goods and high-class life from those fake socialites. Their state of mind has long since changed, and it is impossible for them to return to the normal life of ordinary people. Chapter 51, Life Quotes, Grow Your Brain. Brother Lu, have you added me on WeChat? Lin Chuchu appeared from behind Lu Chen at some point. Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed when being seen. The next moment he realized it, and I was so embarrassed. I'm the one who should be up there. Brother Lu, don't worry, I won't be jealous. After all, my sister is so beautiful and considerate. It's normal for her to have many brothers to take care of her. How can I compare to her? Lu Chen laughed when he heard this. Lin Chuchu's words seemed generous, but in fact they were full of green tea words. She said she was not jealous and was trying to retreat. In fact, she was hinting to Lu Chen that I knew you were having an affair with other women, but I was magnanimous and didn't care. Also, on the surface, he was praising Wang Miaomio by saying that her sister was so beautiful, but in fact he was emphasizing that she was older. The following sentence, "I have many brothers to take care of me," is even more cruel, as it means that the other person has a chaotic private life. The last sentence, "How can I compare with you," is a self-deprecating phrase often used by Lin Chuchu, which can easily arouse boys' guilt and desire to protect them. So, don't underestimate these few short sentences, they are actually full of Lin Chuchu's accumulated experience over the years. Most people can't do it. Is Xiao Cha-Cha going to cause trouble for Wang Miaomio? Lu Chen didn't dare to stay in the store. After paying the bill, he quickly pulled Lin Chuchu away. If they stayed any longer, they were afraid that a fight would break out. One in and one out. Nearly 500,000 was spent, and Lu Chen's wallet was instantly half empty. But the next moment, the bank account arrival information was transmitted to the mobile phone. Shingnong Bank, your account with the last number 6666 received a transfer of 3 million yuan, and the balance is 102,452,888 yuan. No need to count. The balance is hundreds of millions. Lu Chen is now a billionaire. However, nearly 100 million of it can only be spent on Su Wanqing, or spent through Su Wanqing. In fact, the money Lu Chen could spend on his own was only more than 3 million. Although this shopping trip cost 500,000 yuan, the system only reimbursed the 300,000 yuan spent on Lin Chuchu. The skirt I bought for Sister Sue was purchased at my own expense and was not eligible for cashback. Of course, the money came from the family fund. Lu Chen didn't lose anything either way. Because of this, after a tenfold cash rebate, only 3 million was received in the end. More than 3 million? For some people, not much. But don't underestimate these 3 million. In a second-tier city, this money is enough to solve most problems in life. Buy a car, buy a house, get married. Once these big issues are resolved, most of your life mission will have been completed. The sponsor who gave the 3 million was pouting angrily and looked unhappy. For the sake of money, Lu Chen had to comfort himself, maybe another rich man would come up with compensation. Why, are you jealous? No. Lin Chuchu pouted, I swore that if I wanted to be a green tea, I would be the greenest one, but I was actually cheated in front of me. This is an insult to my profession. You're also going to compare? Lu Chen understood. No wonder Lin Cha-cha was angry. It turned out that she felt that she had never cheated on anyone. Look, come and see. What is professional ethics? What is dedication? There are top talents in all 360 professions. With Lin Cha-cha's work ethic, she can be successful even in other professions. Half an hour later, Lin Chuchu swaggered out of the mall carrying a dozen shopping bags, enjoying the envious looks from passers-by. She even deliberately slowed down her pace so that those envious eyes could stay on her for a while longer. Walk out of the mall. Brother Lu, do you know what to do next? You're so straight, aren't you? Lin Chuchu took out her phone and shook it. Of course I'm posting it on WeChat Moments. Otherwise, why would I spend so much money on these when the quality is obviously the same as those that cost hundreds of dollars more? Unable to wait, Lin Chuchu piled all the shopping bags on the front hood of the U8, forming a heart shape. Brother Lu, help me take the photo. She handed the phone to Lu Chen and leaned against the front of the car. He tucked his loose white shirt into his waist, held the front of the car with his left hand, and put his right hand into the pocket of his white wide leg pants. The right leg is slightly extended forward so that the Dior high heels can be seen in the frame. Etc. She put on her sunglasses on her nose again, trying to look cool. You have to take photos that look casual. Take it at that angle to make your legs look longer. The logo on this bag is not clearly photographed. You took a really ugly picture of me in this photo. This one is okay. Half an hour later, Lin Chuchu put the photo she was most satisfied with into a 9-square grid. The caption is a day of being spoiled by my dad. Happy. So happy. Looking at her excitement, Lu Chen shook his head. He couldn't imagine what was worth showing off about this pile of things that were worthless in his eyes. But when he put himself in their shoes and thought about it. If you replace bags, bracelets, clothes and other things with graphics cards, cars and games, everything will be easy to understand. He would be happy for a long time if he could just snatch a Zippo lighter from someone else. Get in the car and send Lin Chuchu back to school. Lin Chuchu kept checking her phone, and soon she started to receive frequent message alerts. Is this young one you ate? Is that bag from Dior? Chu, you are amazing. You can even wear a white shirt to look high-end. Excuse me, what's the brand of the shirts? Wait. Aren't these all Dior? Oh my god. Did you empty Dio? Is that Shadow your boyfriend? He looks so handsome. Sister Chu, have you caught a rich husband? Looking at the messages from a group of good friends and relatives, Lin Chuchu curled up the corners of her mouth into a smile, with disdain hidden in her smile. She turned and looked at Lu Chen. Brother Lu, do you know? When you buy a luxury item, they will say you are materialistic. When you buy 10 luxury items, they will say you are being kept. But when you buy out the entire counter, they say you are showing off your wealth. This is what a lot of people look like. Oh? Lu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Cha-cha had such a clear understanding of human nature. Lin Chuchu felt a surge of pleasure when she saw the envious, jealous, and hateful reactions of the girls who once laughed at her for being a tea art master. She handed the phone to Lu Chen. You see, when money is tempting enough, bad things can turn into good things. Lu Chen asked, what do you mean? Lin Chuchu explained with a smile. For example, the bald old man is not called the bald old man, but my old baby. The sponsor is not called a sponsor, but a noble person on the road of life. The mistress is not called a mistress, she is called late true love. Age difference is not a generation gap, but a romance that transcends time. Worshipping money is not about worshipping money, it's about knowing how to appreciate beautiful things. Green tea is not green tea, it is a cute little girl with high emotional intelligence. Lu Chen felt that he had grown smarter. He had indeed learned a lot from Lin Chuchu. Even though she is a green tea girl, she knows a lot. Brother Lu. Lin Chuchu put down her phone, her eyes suddenly became serious. Thank you. Lu Chen was a little surprised. Is this still the Lin Cha-Cha in his eyes? Thank you for letting me experience what it's like to be a princess. Even though I know it's fake, I'm really happy. Lin Chuchu likes the feeling of being sought after, just like the moment when Cinderella finally puts on her crystal shoes in the fairy tale she read as a child. This was something she had longed for since she was a child, but had never achieved. My family favors boys over girls and gives all their love to my younger brother. Her mother's only expectation for her was to marry a rich man and bring the money back to support the family. This is the idea she was instilled with since childhood, and it is also her current situation. Lin Chuchu has been doing this all along. But I have never been pampered like this. Hearing the sudden thanks, Lu Chen looked at her seriously. He suddenly discovered that this little cha-cha, who was always showing off his acting skills, actually had a bit of sincerity in his eyes at this moment. He couldn't tell whether it was true or not, and whether it was the other party's true feelings or just a show of acting. However, he still said, "You're welcome, we each take what we need and we don't owe each other anything." This is what Lu Chen really thinks. Lin Chuchu really didn't need to thank him, because without Lin Chuchu, he would not have been able to get 3 million. Without him, Lin Chuchu would not be able to gain any benefits. So it's a win-win. Lin Chuchu doesn't understand what a win-win situation means, but that doesn't stop her from teasing Lu Chen. By the way, in the circle of friends just now, I had Xia Xia and Ning Ning and the others. It still has to be you. Lu Chen was just about to praise her, but the next sentence almost pissed him off to death. But if they see it on other people's moments, it's none of my business. MMP, she did it on purpose. Chapter 52 Push and Pull Tactics. In the rental house. Chen Shuryan hung up the phone and said to Lin Lu, "I have to go to work at Yida Real Estate tomorrow." "Didn't you say you would start working next month?" Lin Lu was lying on the bed with her legs crossed, browsing her phone, and looked up and asked. Yida Real Estate is temporarily short of staff, and the supervisor said that if you perform well, you can be hired as a full-time employee in a month. Chen Shuryan's voice was calm, but she couldn't hide the anticipation in her eyes. Going to work means that she starts making money, and with money, she can realize many ideas that were difficult for her to realize before. Lin Lu curled her lips. "You seem happy, but don't be too happy too soon. My parents always say that as long as you are willing to work hard, you will succeed. But when you are really willing to endure hardships, you will find that there are countless hardships waiting for you to endure." She complained while watching short videos. "It's so hard to find a job now. The salary is either too low or the requirements are too high. I feel like I've wasted my time at university." Chen Shuryan was packing clothes to wear for work tomorrow and smiled when she heard this. "That's because you have too high expectations. You don't want to be too tired, but you want to be paid a lot. You're not looking for a job, you're making a wish. Isn't it better to be down to earth? We are not the second generation of rich people. Stop talking about it. I get angry when you mention rich second generation people." Lin Lu turned the tablet over and pointed it at Chen Shuryan. "Look, I've seen her twice. This crappy queen keeps sending me videos showing off wealth. Do you think I can feel balanced? The blonde girl in the video is shopping in Dior store. It looks like you are shopping in the vegetable market. What is even more infuriating is that the girl also posted a shopping bill of 500,000 yuan in the video, and said something in a coquettish voice at the end. Thank you for your love, Dad." Lin Lu was so angry that this was even more painful than killing her. Why? Some people are born in Rome, and we work so hard that we can't even afford a luxury item. Lin Lu's eyes were red, and she pushed the tablet in front of Chen Shuryan again. Look at the clothes she's wearing. I can't even afford them with 2 years' salary. God is so unfair. I also want to be a white, rich, and beautiful woman. Chen Shuryan hung up the clothes and said something indifferent. She may not be truly happy, but keeping it simple is actually quite good. Happy? Lin Lu stood up suddenly. If I had that much money, I would be extremely happy. How do you think we are worse than her? Isn't it just that she has a good family background and a good father? Lin Lu moved closer to Chen Shuryan and looked her up and down. Honestly, with your face, you can easily marry into a wealthy family. Why do you have to think about looking for Lu Chen? The closet door closed with a creaking sound. Chen Shuryan shook her head. I don't want to live the life of a rich wife. What I get with my beauty, I will lose in the end. Come on. Lin Lu was so angry that her teeth were itching as she watched her best friend persist in her obsession. You are just feeling guilty now. Even if Lu Chen really falls in love with you in the end, you force yourself to be with him. By then you will find that mortgages, car loans, money, food, daily necessities, and the trivialities of life, which of these things can't wear out your relationship? What's more, you don't even have a foundation for love. Chen Shuryan paused for a moment, remained silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. I don't know either. I just don't want to see a person's life ruined. I want to at least give him a chance to start over. What about you? What about your life? You want Lu Chen to like you, what do you rely on? If your facial features are different and no one cares about the other, do you think Lu Chen can like you? Whether you like it or not, admit it or not, men approach you because of your appearance. You can get 8,000 yuan as an intern. Don't you know the way the interviewer looks at you? I know, if it doesn't work, I'll quit. Chen Shuryan has always had a clear understanding of her appearance, and the suitors who have never lacked have always told her so. So she didn't deny it. But appearance is her advantage, but it is not her only bargaining chip. Appearance is natural and she has no control over it. But she can choose her life. If she doesn't like to do something, she won't do it. If she wants to do something, she will do it to the end. You are just an idiot. Do you know that you are wasting God's gift? God gave you such a pretty face just to make you mess it up? Lin Lu stomped her feet in anger, her peach-like figure under the white suspenders rose and fell, and her long white legs in hot pants seemed to have crushed the ground. Okay, if you want to pursue Lu Chen, go ahead. You will regret it sooner or later. Lin Lu said, opening the private folder on the tablet again. Don't be busy, come here, I'll give you extra lessons. I don't want it. This is not a makeup lesson. Chen Shuryan shook her head firmly. Lin Lu glared at her best friend. With your cold look, how can you not take extra lessons? Do you still want Lu Chen to like you? But do we have to learn this when we are in love? Why else do you think I have so many liquors? Isn't it the result of studying? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to study or not? Chen Xinyan resisted firmly and shook her head desperately. Seeing her firm attitude, Lin Lu compromised immediately. Well, I still have level 3 here. If you don't learn this, I'll just let you go. Chen Shuryan hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, all right. That's right. What I have to do now is to correct your wrong thinking. Remember that men are animals who think with their lower body. At this moment, Chen Shuryan's cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting Lin Lu's next words. The caller ID showed it was Chen Xinyan. Chen Shuryan stared at the screen and frowned unconsciously. She hasn't contacted her sister for several days since their last unpleasant meeting. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she really can't accept her sister's snobbish attitude. There is nothing wrong with pursuing a better life, but being ungrateful is too much. She still remembers the most difficult time when her parents went bankrupt. If Lu Chen hadn't helped her out, she wouldn't even know whether her sister could go to college. But what about my sister? Not only was there no gratitude at all, but he was actually cold and heartless. However, Chen Shuryan hesitated for a moment and still pressed the answer button. Sister, please help me, transfer some money to me, I don't have enough money to buy clothes. No. Chen Shuryan said coldly. How could you not have any? You have money to buy a Chanel bag, but no money for your own sister? Who told you I bought a bag? Didn't you lend that bag to Sister Lin Lu? She said the bag was yours. Chen Shuryan turned to look at Lin Lu, who waved her hands quickly and explained in a low voice, I only said it was your bag, I didn't say it was bought by Lu Chen. On the other end of the phone, Chen Xinyan softened her attitude immediately when she saw her sister remain silent. Sis, if you don't plan to pay, then give me the contact information of the person who gave you the bag? She paused, then added, if you like him, you can introduce me to some of his friends. Don't worry, I have broken up with Gong Xingyan now, and I will never cheat on him like I did with Lu Chen. Sister, please, I'm really starving. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Shurian couldn't bear it anymore and hung up the phone. The two lumps under the white t-shirt rose and fell violently due to anger. Lin Lu sighed, "Your sister is really stubborn. Asking for money is just an excuse. I'm afraid her real purpose is to find a rich second-generation man." Chen Shurian was about to speak when a message suddenly popped up on her phone. After reading it, she looked up. Lu Chen said that his colleagues were having a party and asked me if I wanted to go. Do you think I should agree? Lin Lu's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to practice so soon. Go, why not? It just so happens that today I will start teaching you the first lesson, which is called the push-pull tactic, scientifically known as the intermittent reinforcement effect. Chen Shurian? Lin Lu chuckled, "It's very simple. It stimulates dopamine secretion through uncertain rewards and makes the love partner addicted." Chen Shurian? On the other side, Chen Xinyan curled her lips as she heard the busy tone on the phone. What she hated most was her sister's pretentiousness, making her look like a gold digger. What's wrong with liking money? Didn't my sister also accept bags bought by others? In fact, the reason why Chen Xinyan was not too disappointed was because she still had a backup candidate. After she saw the circle of friends posted by Lin Chuchu, she contacted Lin Chuchu. Because they had a good relationship, she implicitly expressed her intention to find a financial sponsor. What she didn't expect was that Lin Chuchu actually agreed very readily and asked her to wait for a moment while she asked the sponsor for his opinion. This made Chen Xinyan feel that a friend was better than her sister. Chapter 53 My brother's ex-girlfriend falls in love with me? Brother Lu, a friend of mine wants to add you on WeChat, so I want to ask for your opinion. Lin Chuchu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked with a smile. Male or female? Lu Chen was still waiting for Chen Shurian to reply, but when he saw that there was no reply for such a long time, he gave up. Lin Chuchu saw all of this and naturally understood what was happening. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously, which was why she easily agreed to Chen Xinyan's request. When concubines in ancient times competed for favor, didn't they send their sisters to the palace? It's better to have one's own family than someone else. It's like this, my friend is very troubled recently. He has a younger brother who is only 12 years old. He has been secretly wearing my friend's skirt and stockings. My friend is afraid that he will go further and further down the path of perversion. I would like to ask you what to do. After hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. Stockings? I can only take them off but not put them on. I'm a man and she wants to teach me? Lin Chuchu stuck out her tongue and explained. Yes, he, as the older brother, has always been troubled. I'm a girl and I don't understand. Shouldn't you boys be able to understand this kind of problem better? Lu Chen's hands shook and he almost drove the car into the roadside flower bed. No, your friend is a man? Get this pervert out of my mind right now. Lin Chuchu quickly grabbed the handrail above and giggled. You're so funny. Is it necessary to be so scared? Okay. She winked at Lu Chen and said, the one teasing you is a girl, and a very beautiful girl. No. Lu Chen turned his head away. Are you angry? Baba, don't be angry. Lin Chuchu suddenly unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned into the driver's seat. The newly bought perfume instantly penetrated into Lu Chen's nose, with a faint scent of peach. Chi-oo. A kiss covered with saliva fell on Lu Chenyo's face. Lin Chuchu even deliberately made loud kissing noises, and then quickly retreated back to the passenger seat. She clasped her hands together and said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have joked with you. Kiss me again and I'll forgive you. Chi-oo. 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 That's enough. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, ignoring the thumbs up from the Mercedes convertible next to him. You ask her to add me. Okay, Dad. In the dormitory, Chen Xinyan saw the QR code sent by Lin Chuchu and almost jumped up with excitement. She is going to get rich. This is a rich man who can easily spend hundreds of thousands to buy gifts for girls. His net worth is probably over 100 million. She would never find such a big fat sheep even in her dreams. Now that the opportunity is in front of her, she must seize it. And since Lin Chuchu was able to give her the WeChat QR code, it means that the other party also has this need. She doesn't mind having too many people, she only minds not having enough money. Chen Xinyan quickly scanned the code to add it. The sponsor's WeChat ID is really unique, it only has one letter. H. Looks like an old man. Only old men or people who have just broken up would use a name that is not a name. How could this wealthy man suffer from a broken heart? So the possibility of this being due to his old age is greater. Of course, she has to please this old baby. Then, Chen Xinyan deliberately chose the most innocent photo as her profile picture. After all, old men like innocent young girls. Less than 10 seconds after the verification message was sent, the other party passed it. She immediately opened the circle of friends, wanting to get familiar with the other person's life first, but there was only a horizontal line. There is a blank space below the horizontal line. Hello Mr. H, I am Chen Xinyan, Chuchua's good friend. I am 20 years old this year, 168 centimeters tall, 46 kilograms in weight, and my measurements are 86, 58, 88. I've only been in love once, and I don't even know how to kiss. Please take care of me in the future, Omega? After sending the message, Chen Xinyan waited expectantly for the other party's reply. But 2 minutes passed and there was still no response. Is it because I'm not sincere enough? Thinking of this, Chen Xinyan hurriedly opened the photo album on her phone and selected a photo that was not too revealing but very sexy. It is hazy and vague, which is what makes it attractive. After sending the photos to me, she added, remember to reply to me when you're done. I'm always here for you. Lu Chen parked the car in front of the gate of Jiang University as Lin Chuchu requested. I want to know why they don't deliver it directly to the dormitory building. Because it was Lin Chuchu's request. According to her, if she went straight back to the dormitory, no one would know that she bought so many luxury goods. Luxury goods are not for wearing, but for showing off. Bye, Brother Lu. Lin Chuchu was carrying bags in her hands and was about to leave when she was stopped by Lu Chen. Is she the friend you're talking about? Lu Chen handed over the photos in his mobile phone. Lin Chuchu took a look and cursed Chen Xinyan in her heart for being such a fool. She only took a quick look and found at least countless flaws. Actively reporting your measurements and posting selfies is the stupidest thing to do. It is cheap and brainless. And I also specifically emphasized that I had only been in love once. I am not telling others, please note, I am building a saint. If it were her, when both parties were unfamiliar with each other, she would first create a hook and ask the other party questions. This will satisfy the other person's self-needs and sense of superiority, and then you can start the next topic, which will be a lot easier. Instead of selling yourself first like a commodity. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't expect her to be like this. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows, are you familiar with her? We weren't that familiar with each other. When we were in the same drama club, we would occasionally hang out together. Her boyfriend would often give her pocket money, and sometimes she would ask me to go shopping with her. But since she left the club, we have gradually drifted apart. Lin Chuchu and Chen Xinyan were indeed not very familiar with each other, but because they both liked shopping, they got along well. Do you know his boyfriend? Have no idea. Lin Chuchu shook her head. She never told me anything. I know her boyfriend seems to be a food delivery man. They have known each other since high school. I don't know much else. Brother Lu, do you know her boyfriend? No? That's very familiar. Lu Chen said, yes, I have known him for 20 years. 20 years? Lin Chuchu suddenly thought of something and her eyes widened immediately. Brother Lu, I understand. This Chen Xinyan is your brother's ex-girlfriend, right? Lin Chuchu immediately put on a gossipy face with little stars in her eyes. It's fun. That's really fun. If Chen Xinyan knew, how would she react? Her idea was very simple. Since Lu Chen knew Chen Xinyan's ex-boyfriend, he probably also knew Chen Xinyan. Change to Lu Chen's perspective and summarize it in one sentence. My brother's ex-girlfriend actually wants to acknowledge me as her father? Happy. Lin Chuchu loved this interesting thing so much that she suddenly felt that the luxury goods in her hands were no longer attractive. Brother Lu, come on, tell me more. Chapter 54, Startup Capital for Revenge on Ex-Girlfriend. Lu Chen looked at Lin Chuchu's gossipy expression and asked, do you want to hear it? Let me think about it. Lin Chuchu immediately threw the shopping bag into the trunk and came over. You know Chen Xinyan too, right? I know her. Lu Chen nodded, I've slept with her before. Ah? Lin Chuchu's eyes suddenly widened and her red lips opened into an O shape. She was shocked at first, then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So Brother Lu likes this style? But this hobby is not very good. In fact, it can be replaced by role-playing. If you like it, I can play any role. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. She was indeed his good sister. This suggestion was great. In fact, he didn't expect that he was so unimportant in Chen Xinyan's eyes. He just changed his avatar and name. Chen Xinyan no longer recognized his WeChat account. This is also because Chen Xinyan deleted him after the breakup, otherwise there would not be such a mistake. She's my ex-girlfriend. What? Lin Chuchu's expression froze instantly. Impossible? She knew Chen Xinyan too well. How could that materialistic girl break up with a high-quality man like Lu Chen? It's impossible to beat her to death. Lu Chen said, why not? She thought I was poor, so she followed a guy who drove a BMW. Drive a BMW? Lin Chuchu's worldview collapsed at this moment. She was now a little confused as to who was richer, a man driving a BMW or Lu Chen who was worth hundreds of millions. Oh my god, did I hear it wrong, or is this world crazy? However, after being shocked, Lin Chuchu reacted. So, she doesn't know your true identity yet, and you are pretending to be poor to test her? Lu Chen laughed. This little cha-cha was really imaginative, but according to common sense, this was indeed the only explanation. Yeah. Lu Chen continued according to her understanding, she thought I was really a delivery man. Lin Chuchu suddenly covered her mouth and her shoulders began to shake violently. She wasn't crying, but was trying hard to hold back her laughter. This reversal is so dramatic. Chen Xinyan, who always boasted about catching a rich husband, actually pushed a billionaire away with her own hands? Brother Lu. Lin Chuchu leaned close to Lu Chen's ear. Do you want, I can help you take revenge on her? The mischievous gleam in her eyes could hardly be concealed. Like telling her, you are my boyfriend now? And you are a billionaire. Lu Chen glanced at her and asked, do you really want to be my girlfriend? Seeing her idea exposed, Lin Chuchu felt aggrieved and said, it was just a suggestion. Bite. Congratulations on getting the random task, little green tea's bad taste. The betrayal of an ex-girlfriend is a stain in the life of a tycoon. Please use the power of money to avenge the shame. Task content: the system will provide 50 million yuan as funds for showing off wealth, which can only be used by Lin Chuchu. It is required to spend it all legally within 1 month, and no assets can be left. Rule 1. It is prohibited to purchase value-preserving assets. 2. Donations are prohibited. 3. Malicious destruction of property is prohibited. 4. Must be legal and compliant. 5. Must be exchanged for equal value. 6. Mission rewards penalties. Reward Executor Lin Chuchu, Porsche 718. 1 Boxster. Please pick up the car at Jiangqing Jinri Porsche 4S store tomorrow. After completing the task, the host will receive all consumption rewards. If the attempt fails, 50 million renminbi will be deducted from the hostess funds. If the balance is insufficient, it will be considered as an outstanding debt. The moment the system funds are transferred into Lin Chuchu's account, the task deadline will begin to be calculated. The moment the task prompt popped up, Lu Chen's phone vibrated. He looked down and saw that 50 million yuan had arrived. While Lu Chen took a breath of cold air. The system dad was really generous to his daughters-in-law. I think your suggestion is a good one. Lu Chen put away his phone and stroked his chin. Wait until I perfect the plan, then you can start. He didn't plan to start the mission now. He wanted to figure out how to make the most of the money. Real? Lin Chuchu's eyes lit up instantly. Brother Lu, please rest assured that I will definitely be a good heroine. Now. She had already begun to imagine Chen Xinyan's broken expression after she knew the truth. This kind of plot, which she could only see in soap operas in the past, can now be performed in person. Just thinking about it makes her excited. And as long as it can make Lu Chen happy. Is she still afraid of not getting the reward? Lin Chacha's mind was calculating rapidly. Lu Chen looked at the drama queen in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. He actually believed in Lin Chuchu's ability. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Lin Chuchu and Chen Xinyan are the same type of people, but the former is at a higher level, so it is easy for her to control the other. To reward you for making such a good suggestion, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. I have ordered a Porsche for you. You can go to the Jinri Porsche 4S store to pick up the car tomorrow. Ah? Lin Chuchu was stunned. Porsche? She was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Are you sure? Seeing Lu Chen nod confidently, Lin Chuchu gave herself thumbs up crazily in her heart. Lin Chuchu, you are so awesome. I can't believe I found a father who loves his daughter so much. So happy. It has always been her dream to drive a Porsche. But I never expected that it could be realized so quickly with just a few words. This is all too dreamy. She couldn't believe it and pinched her thigh secretly. The pain is not a dream. She swore to herself that this scene must be more exciting than the Oscars. After all, her father's generosity was worthy of her using her lifelong acting skills to please him. Brother Lu, thank you. Lin Chuchu hugged Lu Chen and started to bite him, not caring at all about the gazes of the students passing by. Lu Chen was caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm, and several lipstick marks instantly appeared on his cheeks. Alright, your lipstick is all over my face. Lin Chuchu raised her head and asked a question that made Lu Chen's heart beat fast. Brother Lu, do you want me? Lu Chen spent so much money on her, and although he didn't ask for anything, she couldn't be ignorant. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. What have you been thinking about all day? That's not what I'm doing. So what does Brother Lu want? Just tell me, I can do it. Lu Chen's tone suddenly became extremely serious. Remember, what I want is your sincerity, not a deal. When you really figure out what you want, ask me this question again. Lin Chuchu was stunned. She originally thought that Lu Chen was no different from other men and was just attracted by her youth and beauty. But at this moment, she felt respected for the first time. Brother Lu. Lin Chuchu's voice was a little choked. Do you know that you are really annoying like this? For a moment, the atmosphere around became hot. Lin Chuchu's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and she suddenly realized that she seemed to really be attracted to Lu Chen. Okay, we have to pick up the car tomorrow. You go back first. I have something else to do. Well, goodbye, Brother Lu. Lin Chuchu was like a happy rabbit, hopping and skipping with shopping bags in her hand, looking back every few steps as she left. By the way, Brother Lu, your colleagues are having a party tomorrow. Can I really not go? Let's talk about it tomorrow. This time Lu Chen didn't say death. After all, Chen Shurian hadn't replied to her message yet. Wait for Lin Chuchu to leave. Lu Chen's back teeth were about to break. Facing such temptation just now, how could he not be tempted? It's just because I have to tutor Tang Tang and increase my walking steps. There is not enough time, it is simply too late. So, since there is no time to eat, why should he be stingy with his affection? Anyway, Xiao Cha-Cha can't escape from his poem. He has decided to take this family member number 2. Soon, Lu Chen parked the car in front of the school gate, took the clothes worth 160,000 yuan, and walked to Su Wanqing's house. Arrived at the doorstep. The number of steps shown for today is only 6,000, which is still far from the 30,000 steps I set for myself. Lu Chen would not ignore the 30,000 yuan just because there was more money in the card. Because I have been poor, I cherish it. He glanced at the sky and it was already past 7 in the evening. After finishing his tutoring, he still had to go and increase his step count. After finishing my work, I'm afraid I won't be able to go home until the early morning. Oh my god. It's not easy, I feel like I'm rushing around every day. Knocked on the door. Soon, Su Wanqing, wearing pink silk pajamas, opened the door. After being nourished by love, her skin and figure seemed to be more beautiful and attractive. After welcoming Lu Chen into the house, she stuck her head out and looked outside with a sneaky look on her face. Turning around, I saw Lu Chen with a half smile on his face. Su Wanqing smoothed the hair by her ears and explained with a blushing face. I have felt like someone is watching me these past 2 days. I suspect it is a private detective hired by Bianpingju. Lu Chen touched his nose, a little confused about his ex-husband's train of thought. We are about to get divorced, why does he suddenly care about her? That. Su Wanqing looked shy and timid. Tang Tang is already asleep, should we? Chapter 55, Teachings from the Empty Room. Mum. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on Su Wanqing's cheek for a moment. Shall we have some wine first? Su Wanqing avoided Lu Chen's gaze and turned to walk towards the wine cabinet. Lu Chen grabbed her hand and said, It's study time now, you can't drink. Su Wanqing's eyes moved and her voice was gentle. Teacher Lu, are you going to tutor me? Lu Chen nodded seriously. Yes, I will take a human physiology class tonight. As he spoke, his eyes slowly moved over her body. This discipline is important, especially for women, to help you better understand your body's reactions and needs. Then, Su Wanqing bit her lower lip. Where should I start, teacher? Lu Chen's expression was serious. He was never stingy with money for a hardworking and studious student. Since Su's foundation is very poor, we have to start by teaching him the most basic sense of touch. Su Wanqing lowered her head, her face full of anticipation. Then the teacher must guide me well. I have always been a poor student. It's okay. Lu Chen took 2 steps forward. I'm a professional. I'll teach you one-on-one and I guarantee that student Su will remember it deeply. Su Wanqing smiled and said, Teacher, let's get started. I can't wait to learn. She took 2 steps back and sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. Only then did Lu Chen discover that Su Wanqing's fair legs were covered with a layer of transparent flesh-colored stockings. Well, we studied the distribution of the receptors on the skin, mainly in the lips and legs. Su Wanqing shook her head. Teacher, the theory class is too abstract. Why not directly teach by doing? Lu Chen smiled. The preparations were complete. It's really time for a practical class. Half an hour later. Student Su, how are you doing? Su Wanqing bit her lower lip and slumped on the sofa, panting. Tactile neurology is really difficult, and there is still a lot I don't understand. Lu Chen smiled and said, Okay, then I will explain it to you one by one in a simple and easy to understand way. Thank you, teacher. Su Wanqing nodded heavily and smiled happily. So what's next, lesson 2? Well, please take care of me, teacher. Boom. Teacher, stop first. Su Wanqing looked up at the children's room. The sound came from inside. The two looked at each other, then quickly separated and ended the class. Sparsely. Su Wanqing and Lu Chen pushed the door open and saw Tang Tang lying on the bed with her little butt sticking up, holding a tablet in her hand. Tang Tang. Su Wanqing exclaimed, Aren't you asleep? Dad, Mom. The little guy greeted politely first. Then he blinked his big eyes and said confidently, I'm only 6 years old. How can I sleep at this age? My life has just started. I have to learn more knowledge, otherwise how can I be filial to my parents in the future? As she spoke, she secretly turned off the screen of the tablet that was still running the egg party game. Lu Chen almost laughed out loud. The tone of his voice was just like that of a little adult. He squatted down and rubbed Tang Tang's little head. Tang Tang, are you so hardworking? Tang Tang puffed out her little chest proudly. Lu Chen held back his laughter. In that case, Tang Tang, can you please copy the finals 3 times first? Ah. Tang Tang's little face fell instantly, and her big eyes were full of reluctance, but. Her eyes rolled around, and she suddenly threw herself into Lu Chen's arms and acted like a spoiled child. Dad, why don't you test me in math? If I know how to do it, can I not do my homework? Lu Chen couldn't help but pinch Tang Tang's little face. Okay, Dad asks you, what is 1 plus 1? Dad, I have learned double digits. Tang Tang pouted and held up 2 fingers. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she said in a baby voice, 1 plus 1 equals Daddy loves Mommy. Su Wanqing's face turned slightly red after hearing these words, and she obviously enjoyed them. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kind of emotional intelligence must be innate. When this little guy grows up, he will definitely be able to easily control a group of innocent little boys. Then, Dad will continue to ask you, what is 1 plus 2? The little girl's pink face wrinkled up, as if she was thinking, It means that Dad loves Mom and teacher Xia. After saying this, he shook his little head proudly. Lu Chen's smile froze on his face instantly. Su Wanqing's eyes also changed. She slowly squatted down, and her voice was frighteningly soft. Tang Tang, tell Mom what happened between Dad and teacher Xia. Lu Chen wanted to take back what he had just said. This girl's emotional intelligence was not enough to control a little boy. It's used to cheat your father. Tang Tang hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. Lu Chen pretended to be serious and frowned. Tang Tang, write all the initials and finals 5 times, right now. Tang Tang's expression froze instantly. She secretly glanced at her mother, then stood up obediently and walked to her desk. He didn't forget to turn around and make a face. Daddy is bad. I won't let you eat my bear cookies tomorrow. Puff. Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Chen also started laughing, but was glared at by Su Wanqing and pulled out of the room. Tell me, what happened between you and teacher Xia? The two looked at each other. What happened? I wonder what happened too. Can you explain? Cannot. Because for women at this time, explanation means covering up, and covering up means something is wrong. Lu Chen was sweating profusely in an instant. What if Su Wanqing got angry and didn't let him come to makeup lessons? The next moment, Lu Chen suddenly covered his chest, staggered back 2 steps, and a look of sadness appeared on his face. So I am this kind of person in your heart. How could Su Wanqing bear the pitiful look of a little boy? But Lu Chen didn't give her a chance to speak. In that case, I'll just leave. As he turned around, he deliberately bumped into the shopping bag, and the clothes inside fell out. Sister Su, this is a gift I carefully selected for you. I went to several stores before choosing it. Just consider it as a farewell gift. Goodbye. That lonely back figure that looked just right made Su Wanqing's heart suddenly tighten. The atmosphere was created quite well, not because Lu Chen had good acting skills, but because he was trying his best to copy Lin Chuchu's expressions and movements. Even with only Lin Chuchu's 3-point skills, it is enough to deal with the current situation. Etc. Su Wanqing was fooled and quickly grabbed his wrist. I didn't mean that. Lu Chen had his back to her, his shoulders shaking slightly. No need to explain. I understand that I can never be trusted in your eyes. No. Su Wanqing was so anxious that her voice was filled with tears. She hugged him tightly from behind. I believe you, really. Heartbroken. I feel so sorry for him. How could I hurt such an innocent boy? Su Wanqing, you are a bad woman. Lu Chen felt the warmth coming from behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Really, trust me? According to Lin Chacha's performance, tears should appear in her eyes at just the right moment. Lu Chen is trying hard, but it is so difficult. Fortunately, Su Wanqing is very receptive to this. She shook her head vigorously and hugged him tighter. I was wrong, don't leave. Actually, I'm not jealous. I know my identity very well, but I just can't help but ask. She glanced at the fancy shopping bag. And thank you for the birthday present you gave me. Besides my parents, you are the first person who remembered my birthday. Lu Chen. Oh my God. What a miraculous development. Has God become the moon god now? This can also assist. Happy birthday. Lu Chen turned around, a little embarrassed. I wanted to give you a surprise, but in the end. No, it's not your fault, it's all my fault. I will never be jealous again. Su Wanqing raised 2 fingers and swore to the ceiling. Oh. Thank you, Zayakacha. Easy to handle. Lu Chen has more confidence in filming the next movie. The domineering CEO falls in love with me. 5 minutes later. Tang Tang fell asleep on the seat. Well, not a single word was written. He gently carried her to the bed and covered her belly. After a busy period, he turned around. Sister Su, what are you doing? Does it look good? Su Wanqing has already changed into the pure desire suit worth 160,000 yuan. The scent of a young woman hits me in the face. In particular, Su Wanqing deliberately wore a pair of thin black stockings and high heels. Tang Tang is asleep. Tang Tang is really asleep. Once Tang Tang falls asleep, he won't wake up until dawn. All right. Finally understood. She was hinting at me like crazy. Chapter 56 Porsche 718. It's 9 o'clock. It will be too late if you don't increase your step count now. So, pretend not to understand. Su Wanqing was anxious. Was her hint not obvious enough? Lu Chen, I want to drink red wine. Yes. Su Wanqing, you are such a bullshit. Looking up, Su Wanqing waited eagerly for Lu Chen's response. Sister Su, will you accompany me to the colleague party tomorrow? When you encounter a problem that is difficult to answer. The best way is to divert the problem by using something the other party desires more, and that's what Lu Chen did. Sure enough, Su Wanqing's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and she pointed at herself. Me? Accompany you to attend a gathering with colleagues? Lu Chen smiled and said, yes, they asked us to bring our family members with us. I don't know who to ask, so I can only ask Sister Su for help. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat and her fingers unconsciously grabbed the hem of her skirt. Family members. These 2 words were like a thunderbolt exploding in her mind, causing her to start to have wild thoughts. Is he hinting at something? A sense of inferiority suddenly welled up in my heart. Am I really worthy of standing by his side? But on second thought, Lu Chen clearly knew her situation, but still chose to let her go. This shows that he is telling himself in this way that he doesn't care about the worldly views. Su Wanqing lowered her head, her mind already filled with thoughts about what kind of makeup to put on tomorrow, whether to go to the beauty salon for emergency treatment, and what clothes to wear. She even began to wonder how Lu Chen's colleagues would view their relationship. Do you think they are a good match? But soon she started to worry again. What if she didn't perform well and embarrassed him? What if he is laughed at by his colleagues? Various thoughts intertwined in her mind, but Su Wan had already thrown her previous thoughts out of her mind. Yes. I am so smart. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel proud. What does it mean to kill two birds with one stone? This is killing two birds with one stone. It can solve both current problems and tomorrow's problems. Originally, Lu Chen planned to call Chen Shuryan. But after he sent the message to Chen Shuryan, she hasn't replied yet, which means she is unwilling. It may be difficult to reject myself directly, so I just pretend not to see it. But if everyone else brings their families and he goes alone as a single guy, he will inevitably be fed a mouthful of dog food. So he has been considering candidates. Of course the best one is Shinjiaxia, but she still has to take care of her mother in the hospital, so she may not have time. As for Lin Chuchu, she wanted to go, but Lu Chen didn't want to take her with him, for fear that some of his colleagues would become unhappy and unable to bear it. If he goes back and breaks up with his girlfriend, he will be committing a serious sin. In the end, only Su Wanqing was left, but this was not planned, it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Lu Chen, please sit down for a while. I have something to do. After Su Wanqing finished speaking, she returned to her bedroom. Standing outside the door, Lu Chen could hear the sound of rummaging through the drawers in the room. The next afternoon, Lin Chuchu drove her brand new Porsche 718 Boxster into the campus. The raspberry pink paint shone brightly in the sun, the 20-inch wheels pressed over the ground, and the sports exhaust emitted a low roar, attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Fuck! 718, who is this rich girl? I know her, Lin Chuchu, the most famous campus beauty along with Xin Zhaoxia. Damn it, another good cabbage is eaten by a pig. What's the point of being jealous? This incident tells us that as long as you have money, your girlfriend is still in kindergarten. This color is amazing. Even a boy like me finds it sexy. Coming downstairs to the teaching building. The red convertible slowly lowered. Lin Chuchu, wearing new sunglasses, raised her red lips slightly, tapped the steering wheel lightly with her fingertips, enjoying the envious looks from all directions. Neat? When several girls from the same dormitory passed by and saw that it was Lin Chuchu, their eyes widened and they trotted over. Is this your car? Hey, Ching Ching, Xiaolin? Lin Chuchu took off her sunglasses nonchalantly and patted the steering wheel. Let's see how it is. My boyfriend gave it to me. Boom! This sentence exploded like a bomb in my roommate's mind. Boyfriend, is he the one in your circle of friends yesterday? Yes, he thought it was too troublesome for me to call a taxi, so he bought it for me. This car is worth 700,000 or 800,000, right? Yes. There are less than 100 of them, so it's not very expensive. Listen, is this human language? This group of girls knew that Lin Chuchu was deliberately showing off her wealth. I clearly know that she is probably being kept by someone, and boyfriend is just a nice way of saying it. But so what? They drive Porsches, but they don't. Wow, I also want a brother like this. Some girls were envious and jealous. Lin Chuchu pushed open the car door gracefully, casually draped her Dior chain bag over her shoulder, kicked off her flat shoes and put on a pair of high heels. She looked like a socialite who had walked out of a fashion magazine. Choo choo. The roommate named Chung Yuqing rushed over. Can I sit down for a while? Take a picture. Lin Chuchu chuckled, sure. She threw the key over and said, take a picture of it as you like, but don't scratch it. Snap. Snap. Several roommates were taking photos crazily, first outside and then inside. The circle of friends was instantly flooded with posts. My roommate's boyfriend gave me this 718, I'm so jealous. Isn't this a real rich boyfriend? At all sisters, where can I find such a man? Lin Chuchu leaned against the car, picked up her phone and called Lu Chen. The call was connected soon. Brother Lu, the car has been picked up. It looks great. Do you want to take a look? Eating? Can I come too? Wow, okay, I won't go. Lin Chuchu hung up the phone, a cunning look flashed in her eyes. If she is not allowed to go, she won't go. Lin Chuchu knew too well that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture the people around him. How could she miss this opportunity to get to know the people around Lu Chen? Seeing that the other roommates were busy taking pictures, Chang Yuqing moved closer to Lin Chuchu. Does your boyfriend have other brothers? Introduce one to me, and I'll buy you milk tea for a month. Lin Chuchu smiled and said, Don't you think he will take me to meet his friends? Chang Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then understood the subtext. To translate it, I'm a kept woman, how could my sponsor take me out to meet his friends? That's right. Chang Yuqing was not surprised, because taking her out would be like being treated as a girlfriend or wife. Mistress? They didn't have enough time to hide. Okay. Chang Yuqing had no choice but to nod. Come on, sister will take you for a ride. Okay, just take me to where I'm going to eat, and I can save a lot of money on taxis. No problem. Lin Chuchu agreed readily. Just as she was about to get in the car, she suddenly saw Chen Xinyan, and a smile immediately appeared on her lips. Wait a moment. Lin Chuchu took the initiative to walk over and greet Chen Xinyan. Hello? Chuchu, did he buy this for you? Chen Xinyan came closer and couldn't take her eyes off the brand new Porsche 718. Without thinking, she knew that this was bought by Mr. H for Lin Chuchu. This made her so excited. Doesn't this just mean that as long as she can get close to the other person, she will have the chance to drive a Porsche? Chuchu, this car is so beautiful. Chen Xinyan's voice now sounded a little weaker when speaking to Lin Chuchu, and her first reaction was to curry favor with the other party. After all, this person is a senior, and whether he can get ashore depends on Lin Chuchu's help. Lin Chuchu raised her red lips slightly and deliberately shook the key in her hand. Yeah, Brother Lu insisted on sending me off, but I said no. Last name Lu? But Chen Shiyan didn't care. There were many people with the surname Lu. How could she have thought that the financial sponsor would be Lu Chen? Because I understand, I don't doubt. Lin Chuchu blinked. By the way, have you added him on WeChat? Chen Xinyan's expression froze instantly. I added him, but he didn't reply. Brother Lu has been very busy lately, and sometimes I can't contact him. As she spoke, she suddenly leaned close to Chen Xinyan's ear. As someone who has been through this, I want to remind you that there are many girls who like Brother Lu. I'm giving you this opportunity, you have to seize it. Chen Xinyan's eyes lit up immediately. Thank you, Chuchu, don't worry, I will definitely repay you in the future. We are all good sisters, there is no need to repay. Lin Chuchu smiled innocently. I have to remind you that Brother Lu values girls' self-esteem. If you want to cling to him, it's best to cut off your relationship with other boys first. Of course, you can also do it secretly, as long as you don't get caught. Chuchu, you don't know me yet. I have always loved myself. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. We are going to be good sisters for life. As Chen Xinyan spoke, she looked at Lin Chuchu's luxury goods. Then he kept circling around 718, not hiding his envy at all. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if she could live a life like this. Lin Chuchu looked at her impatient expression, and a faint smile flashed in her eyes. She was going to find Lu Chen and had no time to waste with Chen Xinyan. Lin Chuchu opened the car door and called Chang Yuqing. I'm leaving first, you have to cheer up, I'm rooting for you. The Porsche roared away, leaving Chen Xinyan standing there. She immediately took out her cell phone and blocked all the potential bootlickers. With this rich sponsor, she didn't feel bad at all to give up these low-class guys. Porsche on the road. Lin Chuchu and Chang Yuqing were chatting idly. When they talked about going to dinner, Chang Yuqing said, my best friend's boyfriend and his friends are having a dinner party and asked me to go with them. It seems that he wants to introduce his colleagues to me. She curled her lips when she said this. They are all delivery guys. Don't you think this is a waste of time? Delivering takeout? Lin Chuchu smiled and said, don't underestimate the delivery man, you might meet a great guy. Chapter 57 A Sudden Blind Date. After counting his steps, Lu Chen returned to the rental house. Decided to find an auspicious day to move to number 1 mansion. The next evening, when Lu Chen walked to the takeaway station, Fatty Wang and others were already waiting in the store. Xiao Lu. Fatty Wang came up quickly with his beer belly, but his eyes kept looking behind him. Are you alone? I have a friend coming over soon. Su Wanqing would go there directly later, so Lu Chen came to the site first. Fatty Wang looked suspicious and turned to look at his wife. This plot seemed different from what they had designed. Sister Zhang rolled her eyes at him. So you can only act according to the script? Xiao Lu, who is your friend? Do I know him? It can't be that school beauty Chen Shurian. No, Sister Zhang, I'm not familiar with Chen Shurian, so I didn't invite her. It's another friend of mine who's coming. Damn your self-esteem. Zhang Chang immediately came over and hooked his shoulder, grinning. Old Lu, does school beauty Chen not want to come, or did you not invite her to come? This guy has a good relationship with Lu Chen, and he dares to expose things that others won't. Lu Chen glared at him unhappily, but he was not angry. It was normal for brothers to joke with each other. She doesn't want to come, okay? Lu Chen didn't deny it. It was embarrassing. Sister Zhang loved him and immediately made up for Lu Chen. She must be busy. She can't always be available. We can eat by ourselves if we have nothing to do. Wu Wenle pushed his glasses and muttered, I said it's impossible to come. Before he could finish, Fatty Wang glared at him fiercely, you are ruined by your mouth. How can your girlfriend stand you? Wu Wenle smiled awkwardly, his girlfriend was much more capable than him. Okay, everyone is almost here. Accountant Su will be there soon. Let's go first. Fatty Wang clapped his hands. As the group walked towards the food stall, the atmosphere was noticeably dull. Fatty Wang came over and said, Xiao Lu, look how nice the weather is today. Lu Chen asked blankly, Brother Wang, is it evening now? That's right, it's at night. Sister Zhang, who was standing by, looked at her husband's silly and cute look and felt angry and wanted to laugh. Yeah, it's great at night, Zhang Chang quickly replied, it's the best time for us brothers to drink. Lu Chen was trying to hold back his laughter, but he could hardly hold back his laughter when he saw their clumsy performance. These guys are all good people, they're just a little tongue-tied. He knew exactly what these clowns were thinking. He felt that the school beauty had stood him up, and he was forcing himself to smile. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how. So it's embarrassing. When they arrived at the food stall, Sister Zhang deliberately chose a seat in the corner. It's quiet here, suitable for chatting. The table was empty and the few people had not ordered any food. They were waiting for Wu Wenle's girlfriend to arrive before ordering. After all, this was basic hospitality. After answering the phone, Wu Wenle went to pick up his girlfriend. Sister Zhang asked, Xiao Lu, when will your friend come? Lu Chen checked the time and sent a message to Su Wanqing. After receiving the reply, Lu Chen said, right away, she will be out soon, so don't wait for her, just eat first. What Lu Chen didn't know was that at this moment Su Wanqing was arguing with the clothes on the bed. She had changed more than a dozen sets, and always felt that each set was not perfect. Zhang Chang came over and asked curiously, by the way, I forgot to ask you, is your friend a man or a woman? As soon as these words came out, swish swish swish. Others looked over like curious babies. Female. Girlfriend? No. Is it possible to be a girlfriend? Lu Chen shook his head, it shouldn't be possible. In fact, he didn't know what his relationship with Su Wanqing was. Su Wanqing is getting divorced in the next 2 days. After the divorce, it is impossible for the two of them to become boyfriend and girlfriend, and it seems impossible in the future. It's not appropriate to say that she is being kept, after all, Su Wanqing is not with him for money. It's not accurate to say that they are comrades in arms. Hearing this answer, Sister Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She knew very well that Wu Wenle had specially arranged for his girlfriend to bring her best friend here today just to introduce Lu Chen to someone else. If Lu Chen brought a girlfriend, the scene would be awkward. Xiao Lu, Wu Wenle's girlfriend will be here with her bestie in a while. You should have a good chat with them. It would be best if it works out. Sister Zhang is older, in her 30s, and has always taken care of Lu Chen as if he were her own brother. She saw how Lu Chen had survived all these years. Now, she sincerely hopes that this brother who has never had a good life can have a good home. My blind date? Lu Chen looked surprised. Fatty Wang thought that Lu Chen still had feelings for Chen Shurian, and finally couldn't help but speak earnestly. Xiao Lu, I have to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. That so-called school beauty is not from the same world as us. We are all ordinary people, with no money or power. To put it bluntly, we are not worthy of others. I'm not trying to discourage you. Look at us, we work in the wind and rain every day, but the money we earn in a month is not even enough for the school beauty to buy a bag. You have to be more practical in life. Look at how good accountant Sue is. He knows everything about you. That girl Sutingding is not someone who can live a normal life, so don't talk nonsense. Sister Zhang patted Fatty Wang on the shoulder and said, let's go see what Xiao Wu's girlfriend's best friend is like. Lu Chen almost couldn't hold it in. Wow, they even arranged a substitute for him? These two older brothers and sisters are really worried about his lifelong affairs. Could he refuse? Cannot. I understand, Sister Zhang. I will definitely perform well later. I'm not asking you to act deliberately. Sister Zhang said seriously, I want you to see the person clearly. If you don't like him, don't force yourself. The most important thing in love is mutual affection. Sister Zhang wanted to explain things to Lu Chen before anyone arrived. Since Wu Wenla's girlfriend's family is well off, her best friend's conditions won't be too bad either. What if Lu Chen falls in love with someone but doesn't dare to confess his feelings because of his inferiority complex? Wouldn't he miss out on a chance encounter in vain? Lu Chen looked at Sister Zhang's concerned eyes and felt a warm feeling in his heart. How lucky he is to meet someone who truly cares about him in this strange city. Ouch. Sister Zhang suddenly held her forehead, and only then did she realize that Lu Chen was still wearing the yellow takeaway uniform. Blame me, blame me. Blame me for not telling you in advance so you could dress up. Sister Zhang looked annoyed, wondering how could she have forgotten about this. Fine. Lu Chen didn't care at all. He had bought a lot of high-end clothes in the past few days, but he was still wearing his takeaway uniform. The reason he didn't wear it was that he didn't want to show off his wealth in front of them, which would be too boring. Sister Zhang, I'm fine just like this. Lu Chen smiled and said, if the other party doesn't like it, it means we are not destined to be together. Isn't there a saying on the internet? If you like someone, you should like him for his truest self. You're the only one who can say it. Sister Zhang's brows relaxed a little, and she couldn't help but look at Lu Chen a few more times. She suddenly discovered that Lu Chen now seemed much more handsome than before, and had more composure and confidence. Although Lu Chen used to be able to joke, Sister Zhang could always sense the caution hidden in his words. Like a child who was afraid of saying the wrong thing. That kind of inferiority complex that is ingrained in their bones is a characteristic that many children who grew up in orphanages have to some extent. They are always accustomed to observing people's words and expressions and live on thin ice. Sister Zhang can understand this point. After all, children who come out of orphanages grow up without the protection of their parents. Fortunately, Lu Chen seems to be much more sunny and happier now. Maybe he should thank Chen Xinyan for making Lu Chen wake up? Just as Sister Zhang was daydreaming, Wu Wenla had already walked into the food stall, followed by two girls. Chapter 58. He is jealous of himself. When the three of them came over, Lu Chen could clearly feel that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Looks like they had a fight? Wu Wenla walked in front with his head down, looking like an elementary school student who had done something wrong. Next to him was a girl with short hair and glasses. In Lu Chen's opinion, the girl was not very pretty, but she was a good match for Wu Wenla. Just by looking at the way he dresses, it's obvious that he comes from a well-off family. TSK. Lu Chen smacked his lips. If the woman is strong and the man is weak, it's either true love or they are just bootlickers. Are they your colleagues? The girl looked at everyone with a scrutinizing gaze and came up to them in 3 or 2 steps. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Why don't you introduce yourself to me quickly? Are you still thinking about that girl driving the Porsche? Wu Wenla felt very wronged. He just glanced at the Porsche from a distance and the woman didn't get out of the car at all. If her best friend hadn't said that it was her roommate who sent it, he wouldn't even know whether it was a man or a woman. The result was a lot of dissatisfaction. But did he dare to say that? Obviously he didn't dare, so he had to put on a flattering smile. Yuan, let me introduce you. This is my colleague brother Wang, sister Zhang, brother Lu, and Zhang Chang. Then he cleared his throat again. Let me introduce you all. This is my girlfriend Zhou Yuan. She's an only child. Her family is from Jiangcheng. Her father is a civil servant and her mother is a high school teacher. Lu Chen tried hard not to laugh out loud. Wu Wenla showed off his household registration booklet as soon as he showed up. He was really pretending. As expected, I hand twisted my waist hard. Wu Wenla endured the pain and pointed at another girl and introduced her. This beauty is her best friend Chun Yuqing. The girl named Chung Yuching was wearing an exquisite dress, high heels, and delicate makeup. She looked much prettier than Wu Wenla's girlfriend. Hello. Chang Yuching forced a smile. She was dragged here by her best friend today. She originally thought it would be a blind date in a high-end restaurant, but she didn't expect it to be in a food stall like this. But for the sake of her best friend, she had no choice but to endure it. Come on, sit down, sit down. Sister Zhang hurriedly greeted them warmly and pulled Chung Yuching. Come, Yuching, sit next to Xiao Lu. Chung Yuching's eyes fell on Lu Chen, and when she saw him in a takeaway uniform, her brows frowned slightly. However, she nodded and sat down slowly, but she was afraid of getting her skirt dirty, so she only sat on 1/3 of the chair. But Zhou Yuan did not sit down. Wu Wenla immediately took out a wet wipe from his pocket, bent down and began to wipe the plastic chair. His movements were so skillful that it made people feel distressed. Zhang Chang rolled his eyes and whispered, "Did he find a girlfriend or an ancestor?" Lu Chen didn't say anything, but just observed Zhou Yuan silently. She was wearing a suit from a light luxury brand, an entry-level Longines watch on her wrist, and a MK bag, which was not particularly expensive. But the overall combination is very delicate, and at first glance she is obviously a little princess who has been carefully raised by her family since childhood. This kind of girl is either spoiled by her family or is too strictly controlled by her family, which leads to a strong desire for control. And Wu Wenla. Lu Chen glanced at Wu Wenla, who was bending over to wipe the chair, and sighed in his heart. This guy usually brags a lot on the side about how gentle and considerate his girlfriend is, but it turns out that he is just a suck-up in reality. Sure enough, men's words are lies. Wu Wenla smiled awkwardly. Yuan is a bit of a germaphobe. It's okay, it's just a personal habit. I understand. Sister Zhang was very cooperative and took out the menu. Why don't we order first? The dishes are ready and everyone will be here soon. Xiao Zhou, you order. Glancing at the menu on the table, Zhou Yuan frowned even more tightly. What good food can there be in this place? Wenla, didn't I say I don't eat spicy food? Wu Wenla quickly apologized with a smile. This restaurant has non-spicy dishes and shrimps. Shrimp? Zhou Yuan interrupted him. Can the shrimp from a place like this be fresh? What if I get sick from eating them? Fatty Wang couldn't stand it anymore and said, Xiao Zhou, we come to this restaurant often. The ingredients are quite fresh. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and didn't say anything, but the disgust in her eyes was almost overflowing. Lu Chen suddenly felt like laughing. He looks like a spoiled child at home, who will lose his temper no matter the occasion or who he is with. But Lu Chen didn't say much, just drank the tea silently. At this time, Zhou Yuan's best friend, Chung Yuching, spoke. She was more polite than Zhou Yuan, and she tried to smooth things over with a smile. Yuan, since you're here, why not try it? I think this place has good reviews. Zhou Yuan snorted and said nothing more, but the expression on her face still showed I'm not satisfied. Lu Chen glanced at Chung Yuching. This girl was prettier than Zhou Yuan and dressed more fashionably, but the shrewdness in her eyes could not be hidden. Her previous words seemed to be helping Zhou Yuan out of trouble, but in fact they were establishing her own persona. Not only does it not offend your best friend, but it also leaves an impression of being considerate in front of everyone. High rank. Lu Chen silently labeled her as a green tea reserve in his heart. Next, Zhou Yuan kept a cold face throughout. Wu Wenla was like a eunuch serving Empress Dowager Cixi, pouring water for her and handing her tissues, and was so busy that he was sweating profusely. Zhang Chang couldn't stand it anymore and leaned close to Lu Chen's ear. Old Lu, I finally know what it means to have a conqueror. Wu Wenla is such a bad-mouthed guy, but now he finally has someone to discipline him. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. He glanced at his phone and saw a message from Su Wanqing. It will take me another half an hour to arrive. Please send me the address. Lu Chen replied to the message. Xiao Lu. Sister Zhang gave Lu Chen a look, meaning, hurry up, boy. Lu Chen was helpless. Chung Yuching, who was sitting next to him, only glanced at him from beginning to end. Doesn't this explain the problem? But looking at Sister Zhang's murderous eyes, he could only agree obediently. He stood up and handed the menu to Chung Yuching, tapping on it with his finger. Take a look at what you want to eat. The steamed sea bass in this restaurant is very good, the fish is fresh and tender, it is their signature dish. As a delivery man, he knows the dishes of every restaurant around him very well. Just ask him which one is clean and which one uses gutter oil. Thank you. Chung Yuching took the menu and suddenly found that the boy's hands were unexpectedly beautiful. She couldn't help but look at Lu Chen twice more. His profile looked a bit like the male lead in the Korean drama she had followed. Lu Chen continued, girls should eat more sea bass, which has beauty and anti-aging effects. It is also rich in protein and is good for body management. Chang Yuqing's brows relaxed a little. This boy is well-spoken and well-mannered, and his confidence and composure don't seem fake. It's not impossible for him to be my boyfriend. She was about to speak, but her eyes caught sight of Lu Chen's takeaway uniform and she instantly came to her senses. So what if he looks like the male lead in an idol drama? People have to face reality eventually. How are they going to introduce themselves to others, to their best friends, and to their family members and say that their boyfriend is a delivery man? No thanks. She closed the menu and her voice became cold. I don't like fish. Lu Chen could keenly sense the change in her attitude, but he just smiled. Then he turned around and spread his hands to Sister Zhang, meaning that he would try his best. Sister Zhang sighed secretly. These days, having a good-looking appearance is not enough. She planned to get Lu Chen a few more glasses of wine and give him some advice. Your friend hasn't arrived yet? Asked Sister Zhang. No need to wait. Lu Chen remembered the experience of being fooled by Chen Xinyan and Shinjiaxia before. The girl said half an hour, but he would have to wait at least an hour. Sister Zhang nodded and asked the waiter to serve the drinks first. You can't drink. Zhou Yuan held down Wu Wenle's hand that was reaching for the wineglass, giving him some face this time, and whispered in his ear. Wu Wenle withdrew his hand awkwardly, just a small sip. Not even a drop. Have you forgotten how embarrassing it was when you got drunk last time? This scene was still seen by Fatty Wang. Seeing Wu Wenle's pitiful appearance, I couldn't help but sigh. This kid has found a living ancestor. How is he going to live in the future? After that, Chang Yuqing didn't say another word to Lu Chen. I was just chatting with my roommates in the group. It's so boring. Give me a call later so I can have a reason to leave. Hit the crying monster with one punch. What is wrong, baby? Did you meet a mean guy again? No, I came here with a friend and her boyfriend to eat at a food stall. The environment was not very good. Not only was the food smelling bad, it was also very noisy. Everyone's wife, going to a food stall to eat? Can your friends tolerate this? Xingkong Weiyang, what can I do? Her boyfriend begged her for a long time before she reluctantly agreed, and he even said he wanted to match his colleague with me. Strawberry-flavored heartbeat, blind date? What is the person like? It wasn't a blind date, we just met. He was very handsome, but we were not suitable for each other. Strawberry-flavored heartbeat, very handsome? I like handsome guys. As long as I don't get married, I will sleep with other people as husbands. Strawberry-flavor heartbeat, do you have any photos? I want to see handsome guys. The sky is still clear photo.jpg. One punch to make the crying monster cry. Wow, this side profile is so killer. Which store is this male model from? How much is the table fee? Xingkong Weiyang, this is the blind date. Everyone's wife, so handsome? Take it, take it. Do you need a small umbrella? I can give it to you. Strawberry-flavored heartbeat, shameless, are you going to give her a small umbrella? You are just coveting her body. Any one of you can take this delivery guy away. Punch the crying monster, colon? Strawberry-flavored heartbeat, colon? Everyone's wife? Lin Xiaocha? Lin Xiaocha, where is he? Tell me where he is. Xingkong Weiyang, Shuchu, what do you want to do? Punch the crying monster. Yeah, you like the delivery guy too? You don't want the baby who gave you a Porsche? Lin Xiaocha, what's wrong with the delivery man? Did the delivery man eat your rice? My boyfriend likes to deliver food. Xingkong Weiyang, how can that be compared? One is to experience life, the other is to live. If he can buy me a Porsche, I would even accompany him to deliver food. Lin Xiaocha, just ask him. Xingkong Weiyang, what do you mean? You want to introduce me to your boyfriend? Shuchu, stop joking. Lin Xiaocha, me introduce? Why don't you just ask the person next to you? Xingkong Weiyang, huh? The person next door to me is the blind date who delivers food. What should I ask him? Lin Xiaocha, idiot, send me your current address, now, immediately, right away. Clear sky, location. Xingkong Weiyang, you really came, aren't you afraid that your boyfriend will know? Lin Xiaocha, I wish he knew. Punch the crying monster. Strawberry flavored heartbeat, everyone's wife. The clear sky. Chapter 58 Women's War. Zheng Chang raised his glass and clinked it heavily with Lu Chen, and he whispered. Old Lu, I'm telling you this kind of girl isn't suitable for you. You can tell at a glance that she's not the type to live a normal life. Even if she likes you, you can't agree to it. She's into me? Lu Chen raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. Can you please be more careful when you comfort people? Although he said this, Lu Chen still felt a warm feeling in his heart. This is what a brother is. Even though he knows it is fake, he still has to bite the bullet and comfort you. I don't understand what you are saying. Zheng Chang scratched his head awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. I think my cousin is more suitable for you. Even though she weighs only 200 pounds, she is full of blessings. Lu Chen almost spit out a mouthful of beer. Zheng Chang winked and said, Don't disbelieve me, my cousin has a big butt. I guarantee she can have 2 babies in 3 years. You should consider it. I'm thinking about your sister. No, I'm not thinking about anything. No, the ball is not considered either. Unable to resist Zheng Chang's enthusiasm, Lu Chen quickly turned to Wu Wenla and said, Let's go together. Wu Wenla had been watching the people clinking glasses with eager eyes, and now he couldn't help himself. He secretly glanced at Zhou Yuan and saw that she was looking down at her phone, so he quietly reached for the beer bottle. Wu Wenla. Zhou Yuan suddenly looked up and shouted, If you dare to touch me, we will break up. Wu Wenla retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted, his eyes full of grievance. Yuan, everyone is drinking, it would be bad if I didn't drink. I'll drink less. What do you want to drink? Zhou Yuan grabbed the bottle. They don't have girlfriends, but you do. Ask whose girlfriend lets you drink. Fatty Wang coughed twice and advised, Xiao Zhou, it's normal for men to drink a little when they are out socializing. Normal? Zhou Yuan snorted and put the bottle on the table. Brother Wang, he drinks secretly every day after delivering takeout. If he continues like this, he will become an alcoholic by the time he graduates from college. She turned and glared at Wu Wenla. What did you promise me? Wu Wenla shrank his neck and his voice became smaller and smaller. I promised to stop drinking. I just drink a little sometimes because I'm too tired. Tired? Then ask your family for money. Zhou Yuan curled her lips. I don't know what your family thinks. Even if they only give you 5,000 yuan a month, it's fine. Don't say you're poor. Who can't come up with this little money? I even doubt whether you are their biological child. That's enough. Zhou Yuan said dissatisfiedly, Now you dare to drink in front of me, I don't know what you will do behind my back. Many people at the food stalls looked over here. Lu Chen looked at Wu Wenla, whose face was flushed red. He could only say that there were quite a few girls like Zhou Yuan in today's society. Especially for an only child like Zhou Yuan who grew up in a high-ranking official family. No life experience at all. Zhou Yuan chose Wu Wenla as her boyfriend probably because she felt he was easier to control and would not get out of her control. And now Wu Wenla actually dared to disobey her. She felt like he was out of her control, so she was probably so angry. Zhou Yuan stood up, grabbed her bag, and glared at Wu Wenla. If you want to drink, drink it, Yuqing. Let's go and let him drink it himself. Chan Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and could finally leave. So she stood up and followed Zhou Yuan out. Sister Zhang was quick to act and rushed forward to grab Zhou Yuan. Xiao Zhou, don't be in a hurry to leave. You are right. It is really not good for boys to drink. She winked at Wu Wenla and said, Hurry up and apologize to Yuan. Wu Wenla immediately understood, and rushed to Zhou Yuan, clasping his hands together in a bow. Yuan, I was wrong. I promise I will never drink again. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly and turned away, but his steps stopped. I swear. Wu Wenla raised 3 fingers. If you do it again, I will. I will fail all the final exams. Shang Yuqing curled his lips at the side. He looked so cowardly. I don't know what Zhou Yuan saw in him. Sister Zhang took the opportunity to push Zhou Yuan back to her seat. Come on, try this restaurant's signature cold dish. Xiao Wu specifically told me not to put too much chili in it. Xiao Lu. Lu Chen understood and immediately stepped forward to pull Chang Yuqing back. How much do you make a month? Chang Yuqing asked suddenly. Lu Chen said, about 10,000. If you work hard, you can get 15,000. What's wrong? Good. Chan Yuqing didn't expect that she could earn so much by delivering takeout. Although she couldn't compare with the rich, she was still much better than most people. Be my boyfriend. Chan Yuqing stared at Lu Chen's handsome face, and finally couldn't resist the primitive human desire. In her opinion, this face is worth at least 20,000. Adding his salary, Lu Chen's overall score can reach 30,000. For Chan Yuqing, this can barely meet the standard. At least in front of her roommates, it was still face-saving to take Lu Chen out. No, are you Monkey King? You can change as you please? You don't want to? Chan Yuqing frowned. She took the initiative to confess her feelings, but Lu Chen, the delivery boy, was still hesitating. Are you crazy? Zhou Yuan pulled her sleeve and leaned closer to her. What's wrong with you? Didn't we agree to just go through the motions? It's true that Lu Chen is very handsome. But in her opinion, apart from being handsome, Lu Chen is not as good as Wu Wenla in other aspects. At least he is not as obedient as Wu Wenla. Seeing this scene, Sister Zhang, who had originally given up on matchmaking, hurried forward. Yuqing, Lu Chen is an honest kid who doesn't talk much. He might be too excited right now. Wait for him to calm down and we can talk while we eat. As he said this, he deliberately touched Lu Chen. Lu Chen wanted to refuse, but he didn't want to embarrass Sister Zhang, so he just remained silent. Don't refuse, don't take the initiative, and don't take responsibility. Damn, this is also possible. Zhang Chang subconsciously touched his face and muttered to himself, it turns out that handsome people can really do whatever they want. He secretly took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Chen under the table. Brother, I will buy you a small umbrella later. What flavor do you like? Lu Chen glanced at his phone and the corners of his mouth twitched. He has always been curious, what is the difference in taste? I'm sorry, I'm late. A voice suddenly sounded behind me. Before anyone saw him, Lu Chen smelled a strong scent of perfume. No need to guess, this smell is very familiar, it's Su Tingting. When he turned around, he saw Su Tingting using the 3 major evil spells in Asia. If Su Tingting's usual appearance is 6 points, then her current appearance is at least 7 points. Don't underestimate this point, the gap is almost as big as the admission score. Su Tingting pushed Zhang Chang aside and sat in front of Lu Chen. He glanced at Chan Yuqing with vigilance and felt a sense of crisis in his heart. She could see her own reflection in the other's eyes. This shows that this girl who is younger than her also has her eyes on her potential bootlicker. Su Tingting sneered. A little girl wants to snatch it from me? Chan Yuqing sneered and asked, is an old lady qualified to compete with me? The two were more confident than each other, and both believed that they could easily defeat Lu Chen. As the person involved, Lu Chen was caught in the middle and could feel the crackling of lightning. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up and the sound of a WeChat message alert was heard. He thought it was Su Wanqing coming. When I opened it, it turned out to be Qin Shiyan. Where are you? I'll be there in a minute. Chapter 60 Broken, Shura Field Crisis. Broken. Finished. What to do? Lu Chen became anxious and asked, why didn't you notify us earlier? What do you mean by a surprise inspection? Her fingers quickly typed on the keyboard, sorry, my colleague is busy, so the party is cancelled. I'll ask you out another day. How could he let Su Wanqing and Chen Shiyan meet? Su Wanqing said she was not jealous, but can you trust a woman's words? The most important thing is, if Su Wanqing finds out that she has made a date with someone else first, she will just be a substitute. In a rage, how should I complete the next task? No. This must not be allowed to happen. Su Tingting saw that Lu Chen looked unusual, and asked with concern, Lu Chen, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? No. Lu Chen didn't even raise his head. Su Tingting glanced at Lu Chen's mobile phone screen quietly, and when she saw Chen Shiyan's name on it, she immediately understood what he was doing. He is probably trying to be a bootlicker and asking Chen Shiyan if she wants to come. Unfortunately, school beauty Chen probably doesn't like Lu Chen. If she wanted to come, she would have come a long time ago. However, Lu Chen probably hasn't faced the reality yet. It doesn't matter, she will make him realize it. Su Tingting quietly touched the small umbrella prepared in her bag, thinking that she must catch Lu Chen when he was drunk tonight. Through observation over the past 2 years, she knows Lu Chen's character very well. He is a very responsible boy. Otherwise, he would not have left his hometown and come to Jiangcheng to work to support Chen Xinyan's schooling. This shows that to deal with a boy like Lu Chen, you need to pay first before you can get anything in return. Lu Chen, stop playing with your phone. Su Tingting pretended to be considerate and poured a glass of wine for Lu Chen. Come, I'll have a drink with you. She deliberately leaned forward and rubbed Lu Chen's arm with the softness of her chest. Chang Yuqing rolled her eyes as she watched from the side. She didn't expect Lu Chen to be so popular. Looking at the look of this slutty vixen, she wished she could eat him right now. But doesn't this further prove that Lu Chen is very attractive to girls and it's more prestigious to take him out? She was not worried about Su Tingting, but was particularly concerned about whether Lin Chuchu would really show up. Although she didn't think Lin Chuchu would fall in love with Lu Chen, she was worried that Lu Chen would fall in love with Lin Chuchu. Thinking of this, a sense of urgency arose spontaneously. If Lin Chuchu came, she would be useless. Be proactive, you must be proactive. Lu Chen, have a drink with me. Chang Yuqing pretended to be enthusiastic on the surface, but there was a hint of alienation in her voice. Even if I'm roaring in my heart, just agree to it, idiot, I've invited you. But the goddess still can't let go of her pride. Lu Chen ignored the two of them and received another reply from Chen Shiyan on his phone. Bullshit, are you dating another girl? Okay, so you are this kind of person. I was planning to give you a surprise, but you really disappoint me. Lu Chen stared at the screen of his mobile phone, secretly complaining. What a psycho. This is not a surprise, it's a shock. Wrong. Lu Chen suddenly frowned. No matter how you look at it, this tone doesn't sound like something Chen Shiyan would say. What's going on? Could it be that she has schizophrenia and this is her second personality? Lu Chen. Su Tingting was almost pressed against him. My hands are sore from holding them, why don't you hold the wineglass? She deliberately put the wineglass to Lu Chen's mouth. The strong smell of the unknown brand of perfume made Lu Chen frown. Seeing this, Chang Yuqing immediately picked up a piece of fish and said, Lu Chen, try this. The fish you ordered is really delicious. The two women were on the left and the right, sandwiching Lu Chen in the middle. Zhang Chang and Fatty Wang were watching in amazement. Even Wu Wenla forgot his own situation and stood with his mouth wide open. What is going on? Why is Lu Chen suddenly so popular? Fatty Wang glanced at his wife beside him and said, That's not right. Didn't you say that Chang Yuqing didn't like Lu Chen? What's happening now? Sister Zhang was also a little surprised. From her perspective as an experienced person, Chang Yuqing's reaction just now definitely showed that she didn't take Lu Chen seriously. She was confused by this sudden change. But on second thought, Sister Zhang felt happy for Lu Chen again. For whatever reason. At least it can help Lu Chen get over the blow from Chen Shiyan and his ex-girlfriend. At this time, another message from Chen Shiyan came on WeChat. When Lu Chen was trying to find a reason to refuse again. Suddenly, I heard a commotion at the door. He looked up and nearly fell off his chair. Oh my god. Why is she here? Only outside. A raspberry pink convertible Porsche 718 slowly stopped in front of the food stall. The car door opened and a beautiful leg in high heels stepped out gracefully. A girl with light blonde hair and dressed like a socialite appeared in front of everyone and immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Look at that girl, she's really pretty. TSK, this temperament is obviously that of a rich girl. She's coming this way. Could she be looking for me? Do you have any shame? You drank so much just for a few peanuts that you became like this? There are quite a few young people in the food stalls, and when they see a beautiful girl driving a Porsche, they can't help but have some fantasies. Seeing Lu Chen staring at the door in a daze, Zhang Chang couldn't help but poke him with his elbow. Old Lu, are you dumbfounded? Well, it's useless to look at such a white, rich and beautiful woman. We can only enjoy the sight of her. He took a sip of beer, smacked his lips and sighed. If you can be my girlfriend, even if the child is not mine, no, I am willing to take the child's last name in the future. Fatty Wang was amused when he heard this. You are just dreaming, how can someone fall in love with a delivery boy like you? What's wrong with delivering food? Zhang Chang pouted. Wu Dalong, a pancake seller, was able to marry Pan Jinlian, so why can't I? Come on. Fatty Wang put down his glass and said, Wu Dalong at least has a house and started his own business. What about you? You even rent an electric delivery bike from the station. After saying this, he raised his chin towards Zhang Chang. You can go ask her, just ask if the beauty is looking for a boyfriend. You're 1.4 meters tall, can make pancakes, and drink medicine quickly. Maybe she will agree. If you say so, I will go. Zhang Chang stood up and pretended to go over. He also straightened his chest and put on a look of being ready to die. I'm going to go now and no one can stop me. As he said this, he winked at Lu Chen. Old Lu, don't pull me. I want to go and clear the name of our delivery boy. At this moment, Lin Chuchu suddenly turned her head and looked over here. Zhang Chang seemed to be under a spell and froze in place for an instant. Fuck. The next moment, Zhang Chang became intimidated and sat back down. Why is she walking towards us? Did she hear what I just said? As soon as Zhang Chang shrank back into his seat, he saw the blonde girl walking towards him in high heels. He panicked. At this moment, Zhang Chang was frantically self-evaluating in his mind. The conclusion is that he doesn't deserve it. Now, he wished he could swallow back what he had just said with the peanuts. Then he saw Lu Chen suddenly stand up. Then he walked towards the beautiful, rich, and white girl. Chapter 61. I'll drive a Porsche to see you. Zhang Chen watched Lu Chen walk towards the fair, rich, and beautiful woman, and he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell, is old Lu crazy? Is he really going to strike up a conversation? He glanced at Fatty Wang, as if to say, it's all your fault, you keep calling me a delivery man. Fatty Wang was also dumbfounded. Could it be that his words really irritated Lu Chen? He was just talking. Who could have thought that Lu Chen was so brave and really rushed forward? Zhang Chang and Fatty Wang looked at each other, both of them had expressions of hopelessness on their faces. Zhang Chang had even started thinking about how to help Lu Chen block the slap later. After all, Chang Yuqing is still sitting here. If you go and chat up other girls, I'd be wrong if I don't slap you in the face. It's over, it's over. Fatty Wang muttered quietly, Xiao Lu is usually a very rational person, why is he so dizzy today? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began to regret the joke he had just made. He stared at Lu Chen's back nervously, fearing that the other party would embarrass Lu Chen. Xiao Lu, why are you so depressed? Why did you run over and humiliate yourself? What? Sister Zhang's fingers did a 360-degree Thomas rotation on Fatty Zhang's thigh. What do you mean by asking for a humiliation? Xiao Lu was very courageous. If you have the guts, go and chat up one of them and see how it goes. How dare I? Fatty Wang sensed the trap in the words. If he didn't admit defeat, his life or death would be in danger. Sister Zhang glared at him unhappily and said, I support Xiao Lu. How can you know if you don't try something? What if you succeed? Just as she was talking more and more excitedly, Fatty Wang suddenly gave her a look. Sister Zhang turned her head and saw that Zhou Yuan's face looked very unhappy, with an expression that said I'm very angry written all over her face. Only then did Sister Zhang react. Zhou Yuan brought her best friend to a blind date, but Lu Chen left her friend and went to chat up other girls. It would be strange if she wasn't angry. Zhou Yuan was indeed very angry, but she couldn't get angry at other people, so she could only vent her dissatisfaction on Wu Wenla. What does your colleague mean? You were the one who asked me to bring Yuqing here. It would have been fine if we chose this place for dinner, but what does he mean by doing this now? Is he deliberately trying to humiliate Yuqing and me? Wu Wenla was sweating profusely. What could he do but keep apologizing? But maybe Brother Lu feels that he is not worthy of Yuqing, but is too embarrassed to say it directly, so he deliberately uses this embarrassing way to indirectly reject him. He just spoke without thinking, and didn't care whether it was right or not, he only said what Zhou Yuan liked to hear. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan was obviously very pleased and nodded with satisfaction. However, she was afraid that her best friend Chun Yuqing would be angry, and was about to say a few words of comfort. But Chun Yuqing was staring blankly at the blonde girl. Yuqing, what's wrong with you? Zhou Yuan said in annoyance, if I had known I wouldn't have brought you here. It's my fault this time. Let's go and stop being humiliated here. Chun Yuqing came back to her senses and refused straightforwardly, wait a minute. Still waiting, aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? I know that girl. She can't possibly like Lu Chen. She probably came here to have fun because she's bored. Between a rich man and a delivery man, even a fool would know which one to choose. So Chun Yuqing was not worried that Lin Chuchu would compete with her for it. At the same time, The other diners in the food stall also put down their chopsticks and stretched their necks to watch the fun. The main thing was that Lu Chen was too conspicuous in his delivery uniform, and he actually stood in front of the beautiful, rich woman driving a Porsche. Comparing the two, the gap should not be too obvious. In between this gap, some people have even started taking out their cell phones to record the event. A super brave delivery boy flirts with a beautiful, wealthy girl in public. This kind of video will definitely go viral if it is posted online. This guy is awesome. A short-haired boy quickly put down his glass and said to his companion, "How dare a delivery guy to open the Porsche? I guess he's drunk." The companion curled his lips. "I'm sure he'll be rejected harshly later." Who can not be moved by such a fair, rich, and beautiful woman? But only a few people really dared to approach and chat with her. Lu Chen's action was simply dancing in the minefield of all single men. I can't do it, and you dare to do it. If I don't feel jealous of you, who should I feel jealous of? Even the proprietress who was collecting money stopped what she was doing. She naturally knew Lu Chen, who often took takeout orders from them. She always thought that this young man was hardworking and ambitious, but a little taciturn. Several waitresses in the store often secretly talked about him. Some of them were so bold that they even asked for his WeChat number, but were always rejected. It seems that he has a girlfriend. However, Lu Chen's performance today surprised her. Everyone was watching the situation in front of them with great interest. Some people have even placed bets by drinking alcohol, betting on how many seconds Lu Chen can last before being rejected. Even more people were waiting to see how this brave delivery guy would make a fool of himself. But just when everyone was waiting to see the joke, a dramatic scene happened. That beautiful, rich and white girl actually followed the delivery boy. Oh my god. This wow is not an insult, but the highest compliment to the delivery guy. For a moment, there were continuous gasps in the food stall. The young men who had been making bets just now, with their wine glasses in their hands, were stunned and staring at the scene. Some people are even more upset. If I had known it was so simple, why the hell would I have hesitated? This is typical, I can do it too. What the hell are you talking about? Even though he's just a delivery guy, he's handsome. Do you have a face like him? You can tell at first glance that this guy is a good brother. There are many ways to humiliate people, but he chose to use the most humiliating one. Lu Chen was so angry. He didn't expect that by coincidence, Lin Chuchu would also come here to eat. And now he can't be driven away, but fortunately, at least he can explain to Su Wanqing. If Qin Shiyan and Su Wanqing met this, he really wouldn't know how to explain it. Lu Chen brought Lin Chuchu back to the table while the others were still confused. Sister Zhang was the first to react and stood up immediately. "Xiao Lu, this is the friend you mentioned, right? Please ask him to sit down first." Before Lu Chen could speak, Lin Chuchu smiled sweetly. "Hello, sister. My name is Lin Chuchu, and I am indeed Lu Chen's friend." This time she didn't call him Brother Lu, but treated the person differently according to his situation, and played the role of being steady. Sister Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that this rich lady would be difficult to get along with. "Come, sit here." As she spoke, Sister Zhang took out a few napkins and bent down to wipe the chair. Even if she didn't understand luxury goods, she could still tell that the clothes on Lin Chuchu were very valuable. Lin Chuchu was quick to act and grabbed Sister Zhang's arm. "Sister, stop busying yourself. I'm not that pretentious." This performance made Sister Zhang stunned for a moment. She originally thought that this rich girl would dislike the sanitary conditions of the food stalls, but she didn't expect that she would be so down to earth. After Lin Chuchu finished speaking, she sat down without any pretense. This scene made Zhou Yuan's face even uglier. Chapter 62 My blind date is a billionaire? "Xiao Lu, why are you still standing there? Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?" Lu Chen opened his mouth. Lin Cha-Cha had clearly said that she was just here to say hello and leave, so why did she sit down? If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought Xiao Cha-Cha here. Lu Chen shook his head. "No need to introduce her, she will leave soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Chuchu's eyes turned red, and she looked at Sister Zhang aggrievely. "Sister, I ran several streets to find Lu Chen and didn't even have dinner. Although I am very tired and hungry, it doesn't matter. If he asked me to leave, I will leave." As he said this, he pretended to stand up. Lu Chen was so angry that he laughed, but at the same time he secretly thought that something was wrong. Once Lin Cha-cha starts to show off her acting skills, I'm afraid no one here will be able to withstand it. Really? Sister Zhang immediately grabbed Lin Chuchu with a distressed look. He turned around and glared at Lu Chen. Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you? The girl came all the way to see you, and you won't even let her have a meal? Lu Chen was speechless after being scolded, and watched Lin Chuchu secretly make a face at him. Then, she started chatting with Sister Zhang in a familiar manner. Sister Zhang was so coaxed that she smiled happily and left Lu Chen aside. There was no choice but for Lu Chen to sit back down obediently. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Chang suddenly came over and lowered his voice and said, "Old Lu, what's going on? Is this rich woman trying to support you?" He added with a wink. "Don't be so reserved, brother. It's not shameful for such a beautiful and rich woman to support you. I think it's okay. Go away, don't try to ruin my reputation." When Lu Chen turned around again, he saw everyone at the table looking at him. It looked like he was saying, "Are you really being kept by someone?" Su Tingting, who was sitting next to Lu Chen, was so angry. First there was Qin Shiyan, then there was Chang Yuqing, and now here comes a rich young lady who drives a Porsche. Although one of these three people looked down on Lu Chen, one was only attracted by Lu Chen's appearance, and one wanted to support Lu Chen. But even so, she was about to cry. Su Tingting felt like she was playing a game. The difficulty was clearly only 1 star at the beginning, but it became 5 stars as she played further. But what can she do? Faced with an opponent who was superior to her in age, appearance, and finances, she could only remain silent. But it doesn't matter. Su Tingting encouraged herself in her heart, this rich sister is just playing with Lu Chen. When she has had enough fun, Lu Chen will still be mine. Su Tingting held on, victory was just around the corner. And Chang Yuqing is no match for her at all. Seeing this situation now, she would have given up long ago. What she didn't know was that at this moment Chang Yuqing was in the group. "Xingkong Weiyang, Chuchu, what do you mean? I'm telling you, Lu Chen has agreed to pursue me, don't ruin my plans." Chang Yuqing originally thought that Lin Chuchu just came to see the handsome guy, but she didn't expect that she really intended to take action. After taking a look and seeing Lin Chuchu sitting opposite her and chatting, she decided to remind her. After all, Lu Chen, who was worth 30,000, she didn't want to give up easily. Before Lin Chuchu responded, the others in the group started to eat melons. "Punch the crying monster, didn't Chuchu say she was going to look for you? She's probably driving now. The sky is still clear, photo.jpg. Punch the crying monster? Ha? She really went? This sister is so brave, she is not afraid of being caught by her boyfriend. Everyone's wife, what do you know? It's all about the heartbeat. I've even seen women who specifically book a room next to their boyfriends. Everyone's wife, sister, take me with you, my boyfriend likes to call me at night. Strawberry flavored heartbeat, when I was in kindergarten, I couldn't understand it. A punch makes the crying monster cry, if what the girl said is false, you will be a widow for the rest of your life. Xingkong Weiyan, shut up, Lu Chen is mine now. Everyone's wife, didn't you dislike him for being a delivery man before? Why are you obsessed with looks now? Just to make you envious, jealous, and hate him. Besides, he doesn't have the word delivering takeaway engraved on his face. Who would know if he changed his clothes and took him out? Punches the crying monster, that's right, a man either needs to be rich, handsome, or good at flirting, having one of these is enough. Everyone's wife, no, appearance is the most important. Lin Xiaocha, Xiaoqingqing, can we change seats? I want to sit next to my boyfriend. Seeing this message, Chang Yuqing subconsciously raised her head and saw Lin Chuchu looking at her with a smile. She lowered her head and typed again. Xingkong Weiyan, how many boyfriends do you have? Sister, can't you give this to me? Lin Xiaocha, I have no objection if you can hold it, but I only have one boyfriend. Chang Yuqing stared at this sentence for a long time. She suddenly raised her head and stared at Lu Chen's handsome face. Could this boy in the delivery uniform be? Could he be Lin Chuchu's rich boyfriend? Lin Chuchu's words, "I only have one boyfriend," already slapped the answer in her face. With a click, Chang Yuqing's cell phone fell to the ground. Are you okay? Lu Chen bent down to help her pick up the phone. No, sorry. Chang Yuqing took the phone and said, I'm going to the bathroom. When in doubt, run away first as a sign of respect. Chang Yuqing wanted to find a place to calm down and recall whether she had just spoken loudly to Lu Chen. If she were an ordinary rich second generation, she wouldn't be like this, but Lu Chen is different. He is a cutie who will spend millions on girls at will. Now there is only one line from a movie that can accurately describe her mood. I once had a true love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, I regretted it. This is the most painful thing in the world. If God could give me another chance, I would say 3 words to that boy: please support me. If I have to put a deadline on this contract, I hope it's a national seal. Chang Yuqing almost ran out of the food stall. Her mind was racing. It's over, it's over. Chang Yuqing recalled her attitude and wished she could travel back in time and strangle herself to death. Chang Yuqing, you are really blind. She stamped her feet in annoyance. She even wears her delivery uniform so elegantly, how come you can't see that? She originally had the opportunity to hook up with this rich man, but she missed it because she judged him by his appearance. It's like winning the lottery and throwing the ticket into the washing machine. Yuqing, are you okay? Zhou Yuan was worried about her best friend, so she followed her out. Wu Wenle was worried about his girlfriend, so he followed her out as well. Yuan, my brain is spinning. I missed out on 100 million yuan in vain. I am crying my heart out. Zhou Yuan patted her best friend on the shoulder and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Where did you get the 100 million? Wu Wenle's attention had always been on his girlfriend, and now he raised his head. That's Lu Chen. He's a super rich second generation. I'm afraid his net worth is at least hundreds of millions. He can easily spend millions on Lin Chuchu, but he cannot afford it without hundreds of millions of dollars. This time, before Zhou Yuan could speak, Wu Wenle moved to Bengbu first. What did you say? Brother Lu is a billionaire. Chapter 63. Another one? Impossible. Wu Wenle said firmly. When I started delivering food a year ago, Brother Lu was already delivering food. What billionaire could stick with it for so long? This time Zhou Yuan stood firmly on her boyfriend's side. After all, Wu Wenle and Lu Chen are half colleagues, and they know each other much better than Chang Yuqing. Besides, it's too unbelievable for a billionaire to deliver food. If it's just a day or two, it would be fine. But Zhou Yuan heard from Wu Wenle that when he first started delivering food, Lu Chen had always been very caring towards him. Familiarizing yourself with the routes, the order-taking process, handling complaints, which places you cannot enter, and which elevators require card swiping, all of these were taught by Lu Chen himself. So, this isn't a variety show. How depressed must the billionaire be to have to deliver takeout for such a long time? Yuqing, you must have made a mistake. Chang Yuqing stamped her feet anxiously. Why don't you believe it? That Lin Chuchu is my roommate. I know everything about her. She took out her phone and clicked on Lin Chuchu's circle of friends. Look at this. On the screen was the status update that Lin Chuchu posted today. A photo of a Porsche steering wheel with the caption, "Thank you, Dad, for another car." What does this prove? Zhou Yuan frowned and said, this only proves that her father is rich. Her father is Lu Chen. This. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened. She calls her boyfriend Dad? What's so strange about this? Rich people do this now. So? Zhou Yuan stammered, we were just looking down on a rich man who casually gave away a Porsche? Although her family is a high-ranking official family and lives a relatively wealthy life, the gap is obvious when compared with billionaires. Wu Wenle still couldn't believe it. If Lu Chen was really so rich, how could he be dumped by his ex-girlfriend? This is unscientific. Who has this ability, Jack Ma? Lu Chen, come and try this shrimp. Lin Chuchu finally got her wish and sat next to Lu Chen. At this moment, she looked just like a young wife, handing the peeled shrimp to Lu Chen's mouth. Ah! Lin Chuchu gestured to Lu Chen to open his mouth as if coaxing a child, with an expectant look on her face. Seeing Lu Chen eat it, her eyebrows immediately curved. He then picked up the beer bottle and poured some wine in it. Drink some wine, don't choke. Then he took out a tissue and gently wiped Lu Chen's mouth. Then, he took out various items from the bag worth tens of thousands of dollars, including hangover pills and wet wipes. There is also a thermos cup with wolfberries inside. She looked so attentive, just like a little maid in ancient times serving a rich master. This scene made Zhang Chang and Fatty Wang drool. Envy, jealousy and hatred are not enough to describe my feelings at this moment. They just want to ask, where can I get a girlfriend like this? Old Lu. Zhang Chang finally couldn't help it. Tell me the truth. What's going on? Being treated like a boss by a beautiful, rich and white girl with a girlfriend like this, he would be willing to kneel on the washboard when he gets home. It was such an honor that he suddenly believed in love again. Why don't you just ask her? Lu Chen spread his hands. Hearing this, Lin Chuchu smiled and took Lu Chen's arm. It's actually very simple, I just like the way his father is full of anger. Domineering? Zheng Chang was stunned. Lin Chuchu raised her head again and smiled sweetly. Is it Dad? Bang! The table next to us suddenly shook, and there was a sound of chopsticks falling to the ground. Shut up! Lu Chen pulled his arm out of Lin Chuchu's clutches and saw that everyone at the table behind him was looking at him in shock. A feeling of shame arises spontaneously. Is it appropriate to call someone like this in public? Sister Zhang and Fatty Wang looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. At first, they thought that this rich girl wanted to support Lu Chen. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. An idea popped into their minds at the same time. Keeping? Who is supporting whom? Although Su Tingting was still sitting next to Lu Chen, she felt like the days were passing by slowly and she was on pins and needles. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. He criticized Lin Chuchu over and over again in his heart. Are you sick? Have you watched too many idol dramas? A beautiful, rich and pretty girl is actually chasing after a poor boy. In the end, they didn't appreciate it. She had seen female lickers, but she had never seen a female licker who was both rich and beautiful. If girls like this come and steal her business, how will she survive in the future? Just when several people were in confusion. Lu Chun. A joyful voice suddenly rang out from the door of the food stall. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young woman waving towards them. Her long, slightly curly hair fell on her shoulders, she wore a pair of diamond earrings on her earlobes, and on her wrist she wore what appeared to be a Cartier bracelet. She wore a white lace long-sleeve top, the lace pattern exuded a sense of sexiness yet dignity. She wore a high-waisted slit skirt and pointed high heels, which made her figure look taller and more slender. She carried an exquisite handbag, and exuded a noble and charming temperament. The food stall suddenly became quiet, and everyone's attention was attracted by the lady who suddenly appeared. There was a beautiful young rich woman before, and now there is another wealthy lady. Even the proprietress began to doubt that she was not running a food stall and that everything now was an illusion. In fact, she was the proprietress of a 5-star hotel. Sister Su. Lu Chen walked over quickly and said, if you say you are a star with the outfit you wear today, I'm afraid no one will object. Hearing the compliment, Su Wanqing's eyebrows curved, and her nervous heart finally relaxed a little. She almost turned her closet upside down for this meeting. I compared each outfit again and again in front of the mirror, but always felt that something was missing. Finally, I rushed to the mall and, following the advice of a professional shopping guide, bought a brand new set of everything from high heels to handbags. I tried on more than 20 bracelets alone. But she still felt it was not perfect enough and had to give up. Come on, Sister Su, I'll take you to meet my colleague. Lu Chen's voice brought her back to reality. Good. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and kept telling herself not to be nervous and not to embarrass Lu Chen. She held her head high and followed behind with graceful steps. The food stall was in an uproar. What the hell is going on? Just now, that beautiful, rich girl came to look for the delivery boy, and now this wealthy lady is also looking for him. Holy shit, is there any justice in the world? That's right, one isn't enough, so here comes another? Is this guy a reincarnated succubus? Does being handsome really mean you can do whatever you want? I want to go to Korea. Record it, record it. This is no better than those melodramatic skits. Who said that I was asking for trouble? Does your face hurt? This isn't a takeaway boy, this is a relative of Yu Lao, right? Wait, do you think they will fight? Fight, we must fight, and it would be best if we kill that bastard. Where did my jealousy go? Actually, I suddenly feel that being single is pretty good. Chapter 64, The Unfaithful Man Who Secretly Married and Had a Child. This is Su Wanqing, my friend. Lu Chen cleared his throat and took the initiative to introduce himself without Sister Zhang urging him this time. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing immediately smiled perfectly. On the way here, she practiced this smile in front of the makeup mirror no less than 100 times, which scared the online car hailing driver so much that he kept looking at the rearview mirror. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me. Su Wanqing nodded slightly and glanced at everyone present one by one. Hello, hello. Sister Zhang stood up and her eyes moved back and forth between the three people. She looked at the rich and beautiful Lin Chuchu on her left, and then at Su Wanqing, who had the elegant temperament of a noble lady on her right. Finally, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen's face. For a moment, I felt like my brain was not enough. What is the relationship between these three people? Ms. Su, please take a seat. While thinking, Sister Zhang pulled out the chair. Thanks. Su Wanqing sat down gracefully, her eyes inadvertently sweeping over Lin Chuchu, and an inexplicable hostility suddenly rose in her heart. Who is Lin Cha-cha? As a specialty green tea. She immediately sensed the hostility from her beautiful sister, and the next moment, she chose to take the initiative. Lin Chuchu deliberately leaned closer to Lu Chen and put her arm around him to act intimately. Sister Su is so beautiful, but Sister Su looks much older than Brother Lu. How did you become friends? Lin Chuchu's tea talk was so intense from the start that everyone was so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats. Zhang Chang quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Would this meal result in someone's death? Sister Zhang and Fatty Wan looked at each other. They originally came to persuade Lu Chen to face reality and give up unrealistic fantasies. Who would have thought that although Chen Shiyan did not come, two girls who were no less talented than her came? One is pure and fashionable, the other is gentle and elegant. The most important thing is that two girls with very different styles seem to have feelings for Lu Chen. Two beautiful, wealthy girls were chasing after the delivery boy and were jealous of each other. Isn't this plot too magical? Lu Chen was sandwiched in the middle and could clearly feel the burning gazes from all directions. Some are envious, some are jealous, and more are in disbelief. Even the waiter passing by couldn't help but glance sideways and almost spilled the soup on the customer. The war continues. My sister is very young. Su Wanqing showed a gentle smile, but her words were merciless. No wonder you can become friends with Lu Chen. He likes to take care of kids like you. Kid? Lin Chuchu raised her eyebrows. Although this woman was not easy to deal with, who is she, Lin Cha-cha? She could fight back easily. Don't say that. Sister Su has taken good care of herself. Judging from your appearance, you should be only a few years older than me. Why don't I just call you Aunt Su? Su Wanqing's face froze. Lu Chen suddenly realized that he was wrong. So wrong. I originally thought that even if Su Wanqing and Lin Chuchu met, there wouldn't be much friction. After all, given their identities, there is no reason for them to be jealous. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had overlooked a sentence. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. They are fickle and never play by the rules. In fact, Lu Chen doesn't really understand women. Even if Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing don't care about each other's existence on the surface, when they really meet face to face, which woman is willing to be a foil? Although they say they are magnanimous, they have already started comparing and competing with each other in their hearts. If a woman says she doesn't mind, does that mean she really doesn't mind? No matter whether it was Lin Chuchu or Su Wanqing, as long as they had any feelings for Lu Chen, it would be impossible for them to have no reaction. This is what Lu Chen doesn't understand about women. Women often say one thing and mean another. That. Lu Chen coughed lightly. I'll go order 2 more dishes. He wants to run away. Sit down. The 2 women pressed his shoulders at the same time. Lu Chen failed to escape. On the left is Lin Chuchu, and on the right is Su Wanqing. Lu Chen is numb. Su Wanqing began to fight back. Okay, I don't mind. Then you have to call him Uncle Lu Chen. After all, he is my daughter's father. You don't mind being of the same generation as my daughter, right? This sentence was like a fatal blow, which stunned Lin Chuchu, who was originally confident of victory. Lu Chen held his forehead in pain. It was over. He could already foresee what was going to happen next. Fuck, old Lu, you already have a daughter? Zhang Chang, the fool, slammed the table and stood up, his voice so loud that the whole food stall could hear it. Why don't you invite your brothers to the full moon banquet for such a big happy event? Lu Chen gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Thank you, The crowd in the entire restaurant pricked up their ears and took out their phones to record this moment, which was even more exciting than a soap opera. Fatty Wang pulled Sister Zhang with a look of shock and said, Wife, I never thought Xiao Lu would be this kind of person. Sister Zhang wanted to talk but stopped herself, not knowing what to say for a moment. Su Tingting was even more direct, giving Lu Chen the middle finger, scumbag. Who would have thought that in just a few minutes, Lu Chen's image in everyone's eyes changed from a delivery boy fought over by a rich and beautiful woman to an unfaithful man who was secretly married and had a child? This plot twist is so twisted that even the screenwriter wouldn't dare to write it this way. Su Wanqing had a victorious smile on her face. Lin Chuchu was like a cat with its fur standing on end, her cheeks puffed up with anger. Ha! Lin Chuchu suddenly sneered, is it a big deal to have a daughter? She took Lu Chen's arm and said, Lu Chen, can we have a child too? Puff. Lu Chen sprayed out a mouthful of wine. He finally understood what it meant to have 3 women in one drama. No, there are only 2 now, and he has become the most miserable prop in this drama. I need to go to the bathroom. It's just right to be together. Zhang Chang and Fatty Wang stood up tacitly and chose to go to the bathroom to make room for the 2 goddesses. I'll go out a few dishes, you guys chat first. Sister Zhang also stood up. Before leaving, he dragged away Su Tingting, who was in a daze. The latter gave Sister Zhang a look of gratitude. She never dreamed that after having a meal, the clown would become me. After a few people ran away. Lu Chen simply didn't answer this question. He just poured himself a glass of wine and started drinking. If you want to fight, just fight among yourselves. What does it have to do with Lu Chen? Anyone who has studied palace fighting dramas should know that when concubines in the harem are jealous of each other, the best way for the emperor is to let it go, because no matter who you help, you can only be half right and half wrong. If I don't help, I don't know if it's right or not, but at least it's not wrong. Lu Chen can fully learn from this point. Lu Chen's reaction stunned both of them. No, we are about to fight, can you please react? They were confronting each other, but the parties involved looked as if it had nothing to do with them. This made Su Wanqing and Lin Chuchu immediately deflated. How can the play go on if the protagonist doesn't cooperate? In an instant, the fighting spirit of the 2 men was extinguished. Sound the retreat and fight again later. Oh. Lu Chen smiled. Su Wanqing secretly glanced at Lu Chen. Lin Chuchu secretly glanced at Lu Chen. After calming down, both of them actually felt a little guilty. Su Wanqing, what am I to Lu Chen? Answer, nothing. Lin Chuchu, what is she to Lu Chen? Answer, nothing. Since it was nothing, then what were they arguing about just now? Sister Su, did you drive here? Would you like some beer? Lu Chen broke the deadlock at the right time and handed a bottle of iced snowflakes to Su Wanqing. This action made Su Wanqing happy. He asked me first. Does this mean that I am more important? He cares more about me? I drink. Su Wanqing picked up the beer bottle and blew into it. Gurgle gurgle. The snow beer, which cost $3.50 a bottle, made her feel like drinking nectar. Sister Su, drink slowly. Lu Chen had experienced her drinking capacity and remembered it clearly. Bang. Su Wanqing put down the wine bottle, a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks, and her eyes gradually became blurred. I just fucking know it. Lu Chen was quick to act and held her in his arms. The moment his delicate body was in his arms, he could smell the faint scent of shampoo wafting through her hair, mixed with a hint of high-end perfume. Su Wanqing leaned softly on his shoulder with a smile on her lips. Really? He likes me more. Lin Chuchu was stunned watching from the side. She never expected that this sister who looked elegant and dignified would actually play such a dirty trick. Damn it! The older a woman is, the more cunning she becomes. Sister is so awesome. She grabbed the bottle and blinked innocently, I want one too. She tilted her head back and drank it, the wine slid down the corners of her mouth and immediately wet her clothes. How could Su Wanqing not know what she wanted to do? She stood up immediately and didn't even give her a chance to get drunk. She immediately opened another bottle. Sister, you can drink a lot, I will accompany you. The 2 of them chatted back and forth, and in a blink of an eye there were 5 or 6 empty bottles on the table. The onlookers were stunned by this scene. The eyes looking at Lu Chen were filled with admiration, shock, dissatisfaction, jealousy, and envy, all kinds of emotions intertwined. Chapter 65 The Truth That Everyone Imagined. Sister Zhang, if we all leave, what if they start fighting? Zhang Chang was worried and stood at the door of the food stall looking inside from time to time. I'm afraid that old Lu won't be able to hold out, and blood might spill everywhere. Fatty Wang hesitated for a moment and said, why don't we go back? Sister Zhang shook her head. What do you know? When women of this level fight, can they just pull hair and scratch faces? they are trying to destroy the heart. What pig heart? Fatty Wan looked confused. It means killing people without using a knife. Sister Zhang kicked him in frustration. Didn't you see the looks in those two's eyes just now? Each one was more ruthless than the other, but they all had smiles on their faces. I don't think that Su Wanqing is the queen either. Su Tingting said thoughtfully, didn't you see that when Lu Chen introduced Su Wanqing, he said she was a friend, and Su Wanqing didn't object? What's the meaning? Fatty Wang and Zhang Chang looked at Su Tingting at the same time. Needless to say, this means that Lu Chen and Su Wanqing are probably in a secret relationship, at least they are not in an open relationship. Zhang Chang said, they already have a daughter, but they haven't made their relationship public yet. Is that possible? He suddenly opened his mouth and thought of a possibility. Well, you're right. Su Tingting nodded heavily. It's normal for a rich lady to cheat out of loneliness. It's not a big deal to secretly give birth to a child. Lu Chen has climbed up the social ladder. No wonder he looks down on ordinary people like us. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Sister Zhang covered her mouth with her hand. Don't talk nonsense when you don't know anything. This concerns the reputation of others and Xiao Lu. Fatty Wang chuckled, I have to say, Xiao Lu is really amazing. He can actually make two fair, rich and beautiful girls jealous of each other. I really admire him to death. Su Tingting curled her lips, this is called a scumbag. He's still with Chen Xinyan even though he has a daughter, and he's also flirting with that golden retriever. Do you still admire him? Say less, I think Xiao Lu must have his own reasons. Sister Zhang has seen everything Lu Chen has done in the past 2 years, and she doesn't believe that Lu Chen would be an irresponsible person. Hardship? Su Tingting didn't believe it. I think he just wants to live off his wife. Just shut up. Seeing his good brother being framed like this, Zhang Chang couldn't stand it anymore. Old Lu is not that kind of person. If you ask me, Su Wanqing should be a strong woman. When Lu Chen was delivering food, he happened to see her drunk. The two of them had sex by accident. Su Wanqing directly took out a stack of banknotes and threw it in Lu Chen's face, telling him to get lost. Later, Su Wanqing found out that she was pregnant. She was reluctant to abort the baby, so she gave birth to the child secretly. 2 years later, the child fell ill and needed a blood transfusion, and then I remembered the delivery boy. Then Lu Chen saved their daughter, and Su Wanqing also felt that her daughter needed a father, so she began to pursue Lu Chen, which is the situation we see today. Zhang Chang became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. That makes sense. Fatty Wang slapped his thigh and said, this explains why Lu Chen already has a daughter and is still dating Chen Xinyan. Several people suddenly showed a look of realization. Sister Zhang smiled and said, because Lu Chen didn't know before, did we wrongly accuse him? Etc. Su Tingting interrupted, that's not right. If that were the case, why would Lu Chen still want to pursue Chen Shiyan? Hearing this, Sister Zhang suddenly laughed. This may be a misunderstanding. Don't forget that all of this is just made up in our minds. Xiao Lu and Chen Shiyan may not have any relationship at all. I'm afraid we are overthinking it. That is to say, we may have been overthinking things. Xiao Lu doesn't like people who like him at all. After hearing what his wife said, Fatty Wan was like a deflated balloon. The sense of accomplishment brought by the battle to save Lu Chen suddenly disappeared. It's like you take out $100 bill and give it to a beggar, but then you turn around and find out that the beggar is driving a BMW. You looked at the shared bicycle under your feet and remained silent. Zhang Chang suddenly approached Su Tingting and asked mysteriously, Xiao Ting, how about we have a romantic relationship? Ah? Su Tingting took a half step back with a look of disgust. Are you in heat after seeing that Lu Chen is liked by so many girls? Zhang Chang didn't care at all and smiled in a rather obscene way. Hey, don't worry, I won't interfere with your private life. In fact, the more you cheat on me, the happier I am. Fatty Wang and Sister Zhang looked at Zhang Chang in shock at the same time. This kid is crazy. Zhang Chang continued to explain, think about it, Lu Chen's luck turned around after he was cheated on by Chen Shiyan. Look at him now, a beautiful, rich woman and a strong woman are both around him. He turned and stared at Su Tingting, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. You cheated on me, maybe my luck will change, I'll be kept by someone, and I'll give you half of the money I make. Su Tingting was so angry that her face turned green. Zhang Chang, who do you think I am? Don't get excited, don't get excited. Zhang Chang waved his hand quickly. I'm just discussing with you how to make a fortune. How about this idea, isn't it genius? Su Tingting stamped her feet in anger. Zhang Chang, get away from me. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Hey, don't go. Zhang Chang hurriedly chased after him. How about 30-70? I'll take 70 and you take 30? If that doesn't work, 40-60 will do. Su Tingting stopped immediately and said, 50-50. Zhang Chang nodded. Okay, who takes 5? Fatty Wang and Sister Zhang looked at each other and held their foreheads in pain at the same time. It's over. Fatty Wang sighed. This kid is hopeless. He's been overstimulated and is going crazy wanting to have a romantic relationship. Just then, Zhang Yuqing, Zhou Yuan and Wu Wenle came over. Wu Wenle patted Zhang Chang on the shoulder and said, Why did you come out? I haven't eaten yet. Zhang Chang was frightened and said unhappily, Go in and eat, or you'll get splashed with blood. Facing the three people with puzzled expressions, Sister Zhang briefly recounted what had happened during the time they were away. After listening, Wu Wenle glanced at Zhou Yuan and Zhang Yuqing and said faintly, I think I believe it a little now. Zhang Yuqing was so annoyed that she felt powerless. She had often heard before that rich people never lacked women, and that all of them were beautiful. But when I actually met him, I realized that marrying into a wealthy family is not much easier than winning the lottery. There are only so many wealthy families, but there are countless pairs of eyes staring at them. Not to mention anything else, just Lin Chuchu and that noble lady, I am inferior to her. Zhou Yuan took 2 steps forward and patted her shoulder as a way of comforting her. Wu Wenle raised his hand and said weakly, Actually, I might know what the relationship between Brother Lu and those 2 girls is. Shua! Zhang Chang and others immediately turned to look at Wu Wenle. Chapter 66, The Good Brother Who Inherits Billions of Dollars. Wu Wenle looked around and saw everyone's expectant eyes with satisfaction. He deliberately cleared his throat and lowered his voice and asked, Do you think Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing are both rich? Su Tingting rolled her eyes impatiently. Isn't this nonsense? Any piece of jewelry on them is enough for my half-year salary. What on earth do you want to say? Don't keep us in suspense. Zhang Chang waved his fist. If you have something to fart, fart now. Wu Wenle didn't care and moved forward. What if I tell you that Brother Lu is not the one being kept, but the one keeping them? What? This sentence was like a bomb, instantly shocking several people. Zhang Chang was the first to react, and he had the urge to hit someone. Are you talking bullshit? He rolled up his sleeves and pretended to fight. If Lu Chen is a billionaire, I am a Chinese who doesn't eat beef. I have known Lu Chen since he came to Jiangcheng. No one knows who he is better than me. Zhang Chang glanced at the food stall and his expression became complicated. Memories of the past came flooding back. He still vividly remembers the scene when Lu Chen first came to Jiangcheng 2 years ago. At that time, Lu Chen was only 18 years old and still very young. When he came to the station to find a job, he only carried a broken suitcase and said that he had given all his money to his girlfriend and only had 100 yuan left on him. Not to mention renting a house, even eating has become a problem. He couldn't bear it, so he made Lu Chen sleep on the floor in the house he rented. Thinking of this, Zhang Chang's voice became a little low. When Lao Lu first came, he only ate 2 meals a day, 2 steamed buns for breakfast and 2 steamed buns for lunch. At night, he would just eat steamed buns. He couldn't even afford to buy a bag of pickled mustard tuber. After making some money, Lao Lu was still reluctant to spend it. He gave part of the money he saved to Chen Xinyan and transferred part of it to the welfare home on time every month. He couldn't even afford to buy a decent piece of clothing. Last winter, his hands were so cold from delivering food that they cracked, and I had to force him to buy ointment. Zhang Chang's eyes turned red unconsciously. He remembered that once he went to Lu Chen's residence, he found that there were only 3 or 4 sets of clothes in his closet, and one of them had a worn collar but was still being worn. At that time, he also advised Lu Chen to be nicer to himself. As a result, Lu Chen was almost moved to tears. Because apart from the director and the aunts in the orphanage, this was the first time he heard someone asking him to be nicer to himself. And when Lu Chen said, "It doesn't matter what happens to me," he didn't know how much suffering Lu Chen had endured to say such words. But it made Zhang Chang feel that the suffering he had endured was nothing compared to what Lu Chen had endured. Zhang Chang wiped his face and said, "So, if you say Lu Chen is a billionaire, I will be the first one not to believe it." This. Wu Wenle was nervous after hearing what Zhang Chang said, and couldn't help but turn around to look at Zhang Yuqing. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuqing looked up at the sky with an expression that said, "Don't ask me, I know nothing." because she was also confused by these two completely different versions. Is this the same person? Chang Yuqing wailed in her heart. On one side is the billionaire who spends money like water, as Lin Chuchu said. On one side was the delivery guy who was extremely poor in Zhang Chang's memory. The gap is too big. However, being stared at by everyone with inquiring eyes, Chang Yuqing had no choice but to bite the bullet and take out her cell phone and open Lin Chuchu's circle of friends. See for yourself. Is this house really Lu Chen's? You spent $500,000 on luxury goods? Did Lu Chen also buy this Porsche? A group of people gathered around the phone and turned Lin Chuchu's circle of friends upside down. Every piece of news was like a sledgehammer, making them dizzy. A luxury house in #1 mansion. Shopping receipts for luxury goods. A brand new Porsche 718. These things that ordinary people dare not even think about, all appeared in Lin Chuchu's circle of friends. Zhang Chang's originally firm belief began to waver. He recalled how clingy Lin Chuchu was towards Lu Chen. It really wasn't like the attitude of a financial sponsor towards a gigolo. Instead, it seemed like she was being kept by Lu Chen. Wrong. Where did Lu Chen get his money? Could it be? Zhang Chang suddenly widened his eyes. Could it be that Lu Chen's parents suddenly found him and asked him to go back and inherit billions of assets? But then he thought again, why does he deliver takeout? Or, Wu Wenla suggested weakly, why don't we just go ask Brother Lu? Ask, you must ask. Zhang Chang nodded heavily, his eyebrows raised. If old Lu really becomes rich, won't I also take off with him? Zhang Chang took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and strode towards the food stall. Then nothing happened. Because Zhang Chang got scared after taking just 2 steps, he turned around and looked at Wu Wenla. Ale, why don't you go and ask? Wu Wenla quickly stepped back. I'm not going, why don't you go by yourself? Sister Zhang couldn't bear to watch it any longer. All right, there's no rush. Go and take a look first. When they're done talking, we can go back. Okay. Zhang Chang had no choice but to do as he was told. In addition to Zhang Chang, Su Tingting also didn't believe it. But people always have a lucky mentality. Just in case. What if Lu Chen is really a billionaire? What if he really inherited billions of assets? Why did she let Lu Chen be a potential licker? She could even lick him in return. Wait for my news. Zhang Chang walked quickly into the food stall. The others were waiting outside for news. At the same time, not far away, Chen Shiyan and Lin Lu were getting off an online hailing car. Lulu, what are we doing here? It was Chen Shiyan's first day at work at Yida Real Estate, and she was brought here by Lin Lu just after get off work. At this moment, she had changed into casual clothes, wearing a white t-shirt with Pikachu printed on it, slim jeans, and a pair of black and white casual shoes. Take you to see Lu Chen. I have already made an appointment for you. Compared to Chen Shiyan, Lin Lu's outfit is so hot, the suspender vest and hot pants perfectly show her slightly plump but eye-catching figure. But I'm not ready yet. Preparation never ends, only by moving forward courageously can you see victory. Come on, Chen Shiyan. I'm rooting for you. Chen Shiyan's eyes flickered. Lulu, I don't think I can do it. Her voice was a little low. Lin Lu stretched out her finger with red nail polish and poked Chen Shiyan's forehead. Chen Shiyan, aren't you quite talkative at home? Why do you become cowardly at the critical moment? That's different. Lin Lu rolled her eyes and pulled her in front of her. Stand still. She put her hands on her hips, and the straps on her chest swayed with her movements. Look at your current state. Even if there is a cliff ahead, you have to jump down. If you don't jump, how do you know whether you will fall to death or grow wings and fly? Lin Lu put her arm around her shoulders and leaned close to her ear, speaking in a low voice. Do you know how many women are eyeing Lu Chen now? That little golden retriever is with Lu Chen now. Chen Shiyan raised her head. Is that it? Yes, the one who is one of the 3 heroines. Lin Lu nodded. So you should come to me right now. She pushed Chen Shiyan's back and walked forward. If you keep dawdling, your man will be snatched away by someone else. Chen Shiyan took a deep breath, cheered herself up, and said to herself, you can do it, Chen Shiyan, you can definitely save Lu Chen. Then, Lulu, I'm going. Come on. Lin Lu looked at Chen Shiyan, who was moving forward with firm steps, with a smug smile on her lips. In fact, she had not made an appointment with Lu Chen at all. Instead, Lu Chen made all kinds of excuses for her. She was so angry when she thought about it. This is probably the first time that words expressing rejection from a boy have appeared on Chen Shurian's WeChat. Fortunately, she is a smart little girl. I accidentally saw the video of a delivery guy confessing his love to a beautiful, rich woman with a Porsche in public. You won't know the result until you see it. It makes me even angrier. She originally thought that Lu Chen was forced to sell himself. After watching the video, I immediately concluded that Lu Chen was a scumbag. So she brought Chen Shurian here specifically to make her give up this idea. Don't be fooled by Chen Shurian's firm words, that's because she has never seen darkness, so she believes in light. Only if you have never been let down will you easily believe in promises. Only those who have never been burned would try to grab the flame with their bare hands. In that case, Lin Lu wanted to let her see how Lu Chen was being affectionate with other girls. Chen Shurian will definitely find it hard to accept it then. It is natural to give up that idea. That's right, Lin Lu named this plan, Awakening Chen Shurian's Disillusionment Operation. Hey. She took out her cell phone and quickly wrote it down in her memo. Phase 1 of the battle plan, let Chen Shurian witness the intimate interaction between Lu Chen and Bai Fumei completed. Phase 2, waiting for Chen Shurian's psychological defenses to collapse in progress. Phase 3, deliver a fatal blow at the right time to be executed. Perfect. Chapter 67 again, the third one? Sister Zhang, look who that is? Wu Wenle, who was working as a eunuch, was suddenly stunned. Who? Sister Zhang looked in the direction of Wu Wenle's finger in confusion. Then I saw a girl wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans walking towards the food stall. Even in the dim light, that delicate face is particularly eye-catching. Isn't that the girl who came to our store to look for Lu Chen? Sister Zhang showed a surprised expression. Why is she here? Is she eating here too? Wu Wenle shook his head. I don't know, but isn't it too coincidental? Hear the conversation between the two. Su Tingting, Chang Yuqing, and Zhou Yuan also turned their heads. Although they didn't know who the two were talking about, the three of them couldn't help but notice the tall figure in the crowd. That girl seemed to have her own spotlight, automatically attracting other people's attention. Do you know her? Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and his face turned cold. She is Chen Shurian. Wu Wenle hurriedly explained in a low voice, fearing that it would be too late and he would suffer misfortune again. What? Chang Yuqing and Zhou Yuan exclaimed at the same time. As students of Jiangnan University, they had certainly heard of the name of this senior. The most beautiful campus beauty recognized by Jiangnan University. But what they saw with their own eyes still shocked them. In fact, many girls tend to care more about which beauties are in school than boys. The boys may just take a few more glances to admire her, knowing very well in their hearts that they have no chance of getting the school beauty. Girls are different. They will unconsciously compare each other's facial features, figure, and temperament, and silently score and compare them in their hearts. As expected of Chen Shurian? Originally, when Chang Yuqing heard the rumors about Chen Shurian, she was a little unconvinced. Now that she has seen the real person, she can only say that the public has a sharp eye. If she is only slightly inferior to Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing, then she is definitely a whole level lower than Chen Shurian. This is not a simple difference in appearance, but an innate temperament. Even if she is wearing the simplest white t-shirt and jeans, it is hard not to attract other people's attention when walking in the crowd. Since Chang Yuqing was in such a state, Zhou Yuan was naturally not much better. She stared at Chen Shurian who was coming towards her. My first thought was that this girl was so pretty, and my second thought was frustration. And when she caught a glimpse of Wu Wenle's dazed expression out of the corner of her eye. The third thought is anger. This boyfriend who usually obeys her orders is now staring at another girl in a daze. I'm going to kill him. Does it look good? Zhou Yuan twisted Shan Yu's ear and said, do you want me to help you get a WeChat ID? Wu Wenle grimaced in pain, but could only let her hold him. Yuan, don't misunderstand me, Just what? Zhou Yuan snorted, Wu Wenle, why don't you look in the mirror? If I weren't soft-hearted, who would like you? Wu Wenle's face flushed red, and he secretly glanced at the people around him. Yuan, everyone is watching. Are you embarrassed now? Why don't you feel embarrassed when you look at other girls? What did you say when you were pursuing me? You said you only liked me. Okay, now you are looking at other girls in front of me. Will you dare to cheat on me in the future? The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and the strength in her hands increased. I'm telling you, Wu Wenla, you've already been blessed to find me as your girlfriend. If it weren't for your honesty, Okay, Xiao Zhou. Sister Zhang hurried over to mediate the fight. Xiao Wu is not that kind of person, so don't be angry. Although she felt that Zhou Yuan was going too far, her feelings belonged to Wu Wenla, and he didn't say anything, so she could only persuade him with kind words and act as a peacemaker. After hearing this, Zhou Yuan let go of his hand and said that it would not happen again. Seeing Wu Wenla's cautious look, Sister Zhang sighed. Look at how Lin Chuchu treats Lu Chen, and then look at how Zhou Yuan treats Wu Wenla. The difference is like heaven and earth. One who is considerate and caring. He can order people around and do whatever he wants. Sister Zhang shook her head in her heart. They are both girls, so why is there such a big difference between them? When the turmoil here just subsided, Chen Shuryan suddenly appeared in front of several people. Hello. Chen Shuryan knew Sister Zhang, whom she had met at the takeaway station, so when she saw her, she immediately confirmed that Lu Chen was really here. Hello. Sister Zhang didn't expect Chen Shuryan to come over and talk to her. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Excuse me, is Lu Chen here? Can you tell me where he is? Chen Shuryan's voice became less cold and more gentle. You are here to see Lu Chen too? As soon as she said this, Sister Zhang realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and quickly changed the subject. We're looking for him too. How about you wait here for a while, and I'll come call you after I find him. When saying this, Sister Zhang desperately winked at Wu Wenla. She wanted Wu Wenla to inform Lu Chen. But the latter had a dazed look on his face, still immersed in the repeated shocks he had encountered today. I didn't notice Sister Zhang's hint at all. In fact, it's not his fault. If it were someone else, a friend around you, someone suddenly told you that he might be a billionaire and was pursued by 2 rich and beautiful girls. No, there are 3 now. Just ask who will not be confused. The key point is that this friend was even worse than myself before today. This psychological gap makes me doubt my life. No. It is not an exaggeration to say that all 3 views are completely destroyed. It failed at the critical moment. Sister Zhang was so anxious that sweat broke out on her head. Although she didn't know the relationship between Chen Shuryan and Lu Chen, she didn't care what it was. Never let the 3 girls bump into each other. So she looked at her husband again, and found that he looked like a mess as well. Then came Su Tingting, Chang Yuqing, and Zhou Yuan. After a round, none of them were useful. Chen Shuryan's sudden appearance made Su Tingting even more desperate. She kept wailing in her heart. It was said to be a 5-star difficulty, why did it suddenly increase in stars? Doesn't she just want to have a lapdog? Why is it so difficult? Oh God, what did I do wrong in my previous life that you have to hit me again and again? Thank you. I'll find it myself. Chen Shuryan nodded at Sister Zhang, then turned and left. Sister Zhang got anxious and kicked her husband on the calf. No, honey, why did you hit me? I didn't look at Chen Shuryan. Fatty Wang squatted down and rubbed his calves, giving explanations as usual. Oh. Sister Zhang was so angry that she almost laughed. My eyes almost fell out, and I haven't even seen it yet. However, now is not the time to talk about this. Because she already understood that the previous thoughts of several people were not misunderstandings or imaginations. Lu Chen does like Chen Shuryan and is indeed pursuing her. Otherwise, Chen Shuryan would not be here. So, if Chen Shuryan saw Lu Chen with Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing, I'm afraid that the idea of not changing my mother-in-law will be ruined. Sister Zhang wanted to cry but had no tears. She was really worried about Lu Chen. Lu Chen was fine, she was so nervous that she almost died. An hour ago, Sister Zhang was still worried about whether Lu Chen would be hurt by Chen Shuryan. She wanted to comfort him and find a good marriage for him. However, within a short period of time, the situation was completely different. But now she is troubled because Lu Chen has too many marriages. What is this? Don't just stand there, go tell Lu Chen quickly. If you really can't stop it, if a fight breaks out, stick your face out first. Fatty Wang was confused. It seems my face is worthless, right? Don't talk nonsense. Don't say that Sister Zhang doesn't believe that Lu Chen is a billionaire. Even if she does, what does it matter? Don't billionaires have emotional crises? Don't billionaires get divorced? Don't billionaires care about feelings? Chapter 68 The Queen's Showdown. What did Zhang Chang see? He rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he was hallucinating. At the round table, Su Wanqing and Lin Chuchu were sitting on both sides of Lu Chen. Su Wanqing was picking up food for Lu Chen, her movements were so gentle as if she was taking care of her husband. Lin Chuchu obediently poured wine for Lu Chen and whispered something in his ear from time to time. The atmosphere between the three of them was incredibly harmonious. This isn't right? Zhang Chang muttered to himself, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Where is the Shura field you promised? Where is the blood splattering 3 feet? The scene before him was completely different from the two women fighting for a husband drama he had imagined. He pinched his thigh hard and grimaced in pain. It was not a dream. At this moment, he wanted to kowtow to Lu Chen. Could it be? Zhang Chang suddenly realized, is Lao Lu really a billionaire? After this idea came to him, the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Apart from the power of money, what else can allow two extremely beautiful women to live in such harmony? When Zhang Chang was about to inform Sister Zhang and the others outside, he turned around and suddenly noticed the unfriendly looks from people around him. In the entire food stall, many people stared at Lu Chen's table without blinking. There was a mixture of jealousy, envy, shock, and disbelief in that look. It's like the look a group of hungry wolves give to others while they eat meat. As a man, he understood this look too well. It was the collective anger of single guys when they saw Aquaman. I don't have any, and you have too? If it were him, he would probably be so angry that his teeth would itch. Thinking of this, Zhang Chang's mouth corners unconsciously rose. He feels honored when his brother shows off. However, what made him most curious at the moment was Lu Chen's identity as a billionaire. So we still have to notify Sister Zhang and the others first. Just as he was about to leave again, there was a sudden commotion at the door. Zhang Chang subconsciously looked up, his eyes suddenly widened, and the quintessence of Chinese culture came out of his mouth. Fuck! 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 A groan was not enough to express his shock at the moment. Why is Chen Shuryan here? Although they had only met once, Chen Shuryan left a deep impression on him. At this moment she appeared at the door and Zhang Chang recognized her at a glance. Why did Chen Shuryan appear? This question flashed through Zhang Chang's mind. The answer soon became apparent. She must be here to find Lu Chen. If Zhang Chang felt proud when he saw two beauties surrounding Lu Chen just now it was more painful than killing him. 3 of them. 3 gorgeous beauties. Is Mr. Lu here to eat or to play mahjong? As a veteran single man, Zhang Chang felt unprecedented critical damage at this moment. This is too bullying. The moment Chen Shuryan stepped into the food stall, she immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Then, they all turned their eyes to Lu Chen's table. Even they themselves found it incredible. Oh my god! Why was my first reaction that this extremely beautiful woman was also looking for the delivery boy? However, this intuition was soon confirmed. After looking around, the extremely beautiful woman really walked straight towards the delivery boy. Fight, fight, fight. Everyone stared at the beautiful figure, as if a demon had awakened in their hearts. Constantly calling out for the sight they longed to see. Kill this bastard, otherwise they will feel unbalanced. But Lu Chen didn't pay any attention to what was happening behind him. Until the actions of the 2 guardians on the left and right suddenly stopped. What's wrong? When he turned around, he met Chen Shuryan's cold eyes. She stood by the dining table, the warm light above her head casting a long shadow. How much did I drink? Lu Chen muttered to himself and rubbed his eyes vigorously. I am hallucinating. But when he opened his eyes again, that cold figure was still standing before him. Not an illusion? Lu Chen remembered his excuse on WeChat and smiled awkwardly. Ha! Hello Sister Shuryan, what a coincidence! Chen Shuryan didn't answer, but pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. She gently placed her handbag on the table, folded her slender fingers on the table, and stared straight at Lu Chen with her cold eyes. The crowd at the food stall became excited and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Let them go. Chen Shuryan suddenly spoke, her voice was not loud but every word was clear, I'll drink with you. Although according to Lin Lu's teaching, she should now join in gently and considerately. But when Chen Lu was surrounded by 2 girls, Chen Shuryan couldn't help but blurt out these words instinctively. Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing, who were competing with each other just now, looked at each other and the same idea immediately flashed in their minds. Isn't this the queen? Otherwise, where would the confidence and this kind of aura come from? Chen Shiyan's words made Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing feel guilty. What should we do if Lu Chen really wants to drive them away? No. Lu Chen shook his head firmly. He has a crush on Chen Shiyan, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care about the two people around him. Is it difficult to choose between a person and a forest? Hearing Lu Chen's unhesitating defense, Lin Chuchu smiled. Su Wanqing opened her eyes slightly. The way Lu Chen defended her gave her the long-lost feeling of being cherished. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. Tang Tang is right. Lu Chen is indeed a good father. Lu Chen's attitude immediately gave the two men the confidence to face the queen. But what they didn't know was, the queen was at a loss at this moment. All the knowledge that Lin Lu had taught her before disappeared at this moment. Where am I? Who I am? What should I do? Chen Shiyan thought she had done enough psychological preparation, but when it came to the actual practice, she found that it was useless, completely useless. She didn't have the courage to snatch Lu Chen away from the two girls. What's more, in addition to the two in front of him, there seemed to be two more girls. 1v4, she has no advantage. In fact, Lu Chen was already prepared to be called a scumbag, but Chen Shiyan in front of him had no reaction and even looked a little silly. That's not right. Where did her energy for scolding me on WeChat go? That's right, on WeChat, Chen Shiyan scolded him harshly, with more than 99 messages, and not a single one was repeated. Lu Chen has reason to suspect that Chen Shiyan is mentally ill. To be more specific, it is schizophrenia. Chen Shiyan on the internet is strong and domineering. In reality, Chen Shiyan is cool, cute and silly. This kind of contrast is actually quite exciting at certain times, because you don't know when you are on top and when you are down. Then I'm leaving. Chen Shiyan suddenly stood up and turned away. Ah. Lu Chen. Ah. Lin Chuchu. Ah. Su Wanqing. The three of them watched Chen Shiyan walk out of the food stall with her high ponytail swinging. No, what's going on? Lu Chen was confused. Lin Chuchu was confused. Su Wanqing was also confused. They are all ready for the palace fight. Who would have thought that this empress only said 2 sentences throughout the whole process and then left in a carefree manner? So cool. Lin Chuchu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Su Wanqing admired the queen very much. She didn't cry or make a fuss. She fulfilled her duty to catch the adulterer. She didn't insist when she failed. She left gracefully after making her position clear. Sharp. Lin Chuchu nodded in agreement. It not only exercises rights, but also proves one's identity, and also allows someone to experience the tension of being caught. Lin Chuchu suddenly took a breath. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, it's really scary when you think about it. This queen is so scary. Compared to the two people, the entire food stall fell into silence. Fuck, you're leaving now? I've already prepared the peanuts, and you show me this? The girl just now looked like she was here to catch someone having an affair. Why did she suddenly leave? Damn it, does that delivery boy have some kind of hypnotic magic? Why don't we beat him up to vent our anger? I can't stand it anymore. Just as everyone in the food stall was talking about it. Xiaolu, guess who I just saw? Sister Zhang rushed in from outside, followed by several other people. Xiaolu, come here, I have something to tell you. Sister Zhang glanced at the bodyguards on her left and right, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. She beckoned Lu Chen with her finger to let her borrow a key to talk. Lu Chen immediately understood what Sister Zhang wanted to say. She's gone. Who left? Sister Zhang didn't react yet. Before Lu Chen could answer, Zhang Chang appeared from nowhere, looking excited. Chen Shiyan is gone. You don't know how scared I was just now. Chen Shiyan looked so cold. I was afraid she would suddenly pull out a knife and chop Lao Lu. Then, he looked at Lu Chen with a gossipy look on his face. Old Lu, you are too awesome. What did you just say to make Chen Shiyan leave immediately? Oh. Lu Chen curled his lips and said, you asked the right person. Chapter 69 Lin Lu, who loves learning. Lin Lu was squatting on the side of the road, licking a lollipop and secretly looking at her study materials. She is the kind of person who loves to learn and never misses any opportunity to learn. Besides, different environments can give her a different sense of atmosphere. She really loves studying. Suddenly, a shadow loomed. Lulu. Ah! Lin Lu shuddered with fear and quickly stood up. She hurriedly hid her phone behind her, but she moved so violently that she accidentally touched the volume up button on the screen. The sound of study materials immediately came from the phone. In public, Lin Lu's face turned red all of a sudden. Turn it off quickly. Lin Lu hurriedly pressed the volume button, but in her panic, she turned up the volume instead. It is conceivable what the outcome will be. Passers-by stopped and looked over in shock. Grandpa, please take me away. I won't live any longer. There are only 3 deaths in a person's life, and Lin Lu was lucky enough to have just experienced one. You can't go back and look again? Chen Shuryan blushed, trotted behind Lin Lu, and took the cell phone hidden behind her. Turn off. Run. Lin Lu didn't care why Chen Shuryan suddenly came back and just pulled her away. With the amazing potential bursting out, her 2 long legs are so fast that even Bolt can only surpass her by 10 meters. Even 1 meter more would make us admit defeat. Hoo-ha! 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 After running for an unknown amount of time, Lin Lu held her knees with both hands, gasping for breath, feeling like her lungs were about to explode. She looked back and realized that she had run about 100 to 200 meters, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly squatted on the ground and drew circles. It's over, Yen Yen, my lifelong reputation is ruined, ah. Lin Lu just felt that she had never been so socially dead in her life. It was so embarrassing. By the way, why did you come back suddenly? Lin Lu suddenly reacted and raised her head. Chen Shuryan often runs in the morning, so although she is also out of breath, she is in much better condition than Lin Lu. She squatted down, and the chubby Pikachu expanded. I ran away too. Ha! The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed out loud at the same time. So? Lin Lu wiped away the tears from laughing. You are also dead? Chen Shuryan nodded and then shook her head. I don't know, but I feel like I was pretty fierce just now. Recalling the performance just now. Well, it shouldn't be shameful. Chen Shuryan looked at Lin Lu and said, I figured it out. Some things can't be solved by studying. Lin Lu's face showed joy. So you plan to give up, Lu Chen? No. Chen Shuryan shook her head. I want you to go with me. 2v2. Lin Lu was stunned in place, and it took a while for her to react. Wait, what did you say? Let me go with you? No, isn't this too fast? What do you mean too fast? Chen Shuryan looked puzzled. Ahem. Lin Lu realized that she had been thinking too much. She had been studying too much recently and was suffering from the after effects. I think you should just give up. Lu Chen is a scumbag. It's not worth it for you to do this. A week of milk tea. It's not about the milk tea. A month of milk tea. But? Chen Shuryan showed a triumphant smile. Heh, woman. Let's go. Yes, that's right, let me be frank. I'm a billionaire, I won't pretend anymore. Facing everyone's questions, Lu Chen did not hide anything and admitted it directly. Really? Zhang Chang, who had just picked up the wine glass, suddenly shook his hand and the glass fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Old Lu, are you serious? Among the people present, except Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing, Chang Yuqing was the calmest, looking as if she had everything under control. However, Fatty Wang, Sister Zhang, Wu Wenle and Zhou Yuan could not remain calm, because what they heard with their own ears was completely different from what they had guessed in their minds. What's more, the contrast that Lu Chen brought to them was too great. A delivery man suddenly became a billionaire. Such a reversal is something no one could easily accept. If it weren't for Chang Yuqing's previous preparations, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death, let alone accept it. Xiao Lu, what is going on? This is the question that everyone is most concerned about, but they are too embarrassed to ask. In the end, it was Sister Zhang who raised the question. Lu Chen smiled and said, well, it's a long story. I'll tell you more when I have time. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chang hugged his thigh. Old Lu, tell me honestly, how have you been treated in the past 2 years? I was afraid that you wouldn't eat or drink well, so I bought you 2 servings of everything. But you turned around and told me that you were a billionaire and you were taking advantage of me. Don't you feel bad? Wu Wenle was not to be outdone and hugged Lu Chen's other leg. Brother Lu, last time you broke your leg, I bought you some medicine for the injury. Do you remember? Get lost. Lu Chen looked at the two funny guys with a helpless look. Enough. Fatty Wang suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his face full of anger. Can you guys be more ambitious? Does it matter whether Lu Chen is rich or not? It doesn't matter if he is rich or not. What matters is our brotherhood. Would I tell you that I need investment? I want tea. I'm not like you who only know how to flatter others. Looking at her husband's righteous look, Sister Zhang held her forehead in pain. The turn almost made her dizzy. She rolled her eyes at her husband and looked at Lu Chen. Xiao Lu, don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Chen smiled and said, Sister Zhang, I think what Brother Wang said is right. Every man has the dream of making a name for himself. How about this? I will invest 1 million in you. If it's not enough, you can tell me more. It's not that he was stingy and only gave 1 million, but that he took too big a step and it would easily pull his crotch. Brother Wang's ability is not up to par, so no matter how much money he has, it will be useless. No, no. Sister Zhang waved her hands repeatedly, fearing that Lu Chen would misunderstand that she was a money grubber. Xiao Lu, I. Even Fatty Wang didn't expect that he was just joking, but Lu Chen actually agreed. Sister Zhang. Lu Chen interrupted her with a smile, this is not charity. 1 million is my investment. If you make money in the future, just give me dividends. Fatty Wang and Sister Zhang have taken good care of him over the past 2 years. Now that he has money, it is normal for him to give back. Being grateful and repaying kindness is a traditional virtue. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and transferred 1 million to Su Wanqing. Sister Su, please transfer the money to Brother Wang's account. Although Su Wanqing didn't understand why Lu Chen went to such lengths, she still did as he told. The money has arrived. Fatty Wang was so excited that he almost kissed Lu Chen twice, but was sternly stopped by him. You want to take advantage of me after I give you money? No way. Don't worry, Xiao Lu. You won't lose a penny of the money you earn in the future. If you fail, I will. Sister Zhang, no need. Do you think this 1 million is too much for me? These words stunned Sister Zhang. Indeed, compared to Lu Chen's wealth, this 1 million is nothing. Thinking of this, she felt much more at ease. Old Lu, I've always had a dream. Zhang Chang didn't hesitate much and spoke directly. Bite. Congratulations on randomly triggering the task, dream from a good brother. Good brother Zhang Chang's internet cafe complex. The memories of playing games all night long and teaming up with brothers were some of the few joys in his difficult youth. He once vowed to open an internet cafe after making money so as to always keep the youthful passion in his heart. As a rich man, always remember those who have helped you when you were in trouble, and help them fulfill their wishes. Task content: open an internet cafe for Zhang Chang. Mission reward: 5 times cashback of the internet cafe's monthly turnover, 3 attribute points, and a bottle of kidney tonifying potion. Turnover? Not net profit? There are also attribute points. What the hell is kidney tonifying potion? Can I not have it? Don't say it, I know everything. Lu Chen interrupted him directly. Zhang Chang's eyes widened and he almost cried with excitement. Wow, you are worthy of being my good brother. You even know my dream. Foster father, please accept my child's greeting. Then, he looked at Lu Chen eagerly. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, I will definitely find you a girlfriend. Zhang Chang? Damn, it's too early. Chapter 70. Damn, their essay fourth one? But on second thought, Zhang Chang felt that this was not a bad idea. As the old saying goes, a man should get married first and then start a career. Now that you have a girlfriend, are you still worried that your godfather will not support your 2 children? If Lu Chen knew what he was thinking, he would scold him severely to wake him up. Grandma, you know that's an old saying too. What era is this now? You need to keep up with the times. You want to start a family without a career? Bullshit. Old Lu, what kind of girlfriend are you going to introduce to me? Zhang Chang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he rubbed his hands as he added, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep hold of a pretty girl, so I'll just find someone with Su Tingting's looks. After saying that, she did not forget to explain, don't get me wrong, I don't like Lao Su. Su Tingting? She blinked in confusion. How come she felt like she was hit twice in just a few seconds? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. I don't know why this guy is so happy. He sold out his dream for a woman? I originally wanted to tease this guy and see his lost expression when his dream was shattered, but the boomerang hit me directly in the face. That. Forget it, Lu Chen didn't plan to tell him now. He would give him a surprise after everything was done. After solving the problem of Wulong, Lu Chen looked down at Feng Chu, who was still holding his right leg. He asked tentatively, "Let it go, just tell me what your dream is." This sentence was actually a test to see if it could trigger the system task, but it obviously did not succeed. Lu Chen changed his mind and felt relieved. Although Wu Wenla has a good relationship with me, he is still far behind Zheng Chang. It seems that the system dad also understands the ways of the world and knows who is close and who is distant. Me? Brother Lu wants to help me realize my dream? Wu Wenla's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again, and he stammered, "Well, my brother's family owes a lot of money for his wedding, can you lend me 300,000? As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Chen secretly, and his voice became smaller and smaller. Although he was unsure, he felt that with Lu Chen's current wealth, borrowing 300,000 should not be a problem. After all, Fatty Wang asked just now, and Lu Chen gave him 1 million without saying a word. Wu Wenla was feeling both anxious and expectant at the moment. Sister Zhang on the side seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and ultimately did not interrupt. No. Lu Chen refused directly. Ah. Wu Wenla was stunned at first, then forced a smile from the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I just don't want my parents to suffer so much. I was too much. How stingy." Zhou Yuan muttered a few words, "It's just 300,000, and he is still a billionaire." Shan Yuqing raised her hand and pulled her sleeve, whispering, "The money belongs to others, you can't just hold a grudge if they don't give it to you." "I didn't say that." Zhou Yuan glanced at Wu Wenla, pursed her lips and said no more. Did Lu Chen hear this? Of course he heard it, but he did not choose to compete with Zhou Yuan because that would be too degrading. In fact, he knew a little about Wu Wenla's affairs. Since the second semester of his freshman year, he had not asked his family for a penny and had been working part-time as a delivery man to earn a living. It was indeed not easy. This is also the reason why Zhou Yuan asked him to ask his family for money. Only a girl like Zhou Yuan, who was spoiled by her family, would think that 5,000 yuan a month is just a small amount of money. Because she doesn't know that the small amount of money she talks about is the entire salary of many people after working hard for a month. The reason why Lu Chen refused was, firstly, he and Wu Wenla were not that close, and secondly, Wu Wenla was in the computer department. Instead of giving him money directly, it is better to give Wu Wenla a chance to make money by himself. He had already figured out how to let Wu Wenla make money on his own. Not disappointed? Lu Chen said with a smile. Wu Wenla scratched his head, "Yes, a little bit, but it's normal, I can understand it." Lu Chen patted his shoulder and said, "I can't give you money directly, but I can give you a chance to make money." Wu Wenla looked up suddenly, hope rekindled in his eyes. "What chance?" Lu Chen shook his head, "Keep it a secret, you'll know in a few days." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Wu Wenla was filled with excitement, and he vaguely understood Lu Chen's good intentions. Although he didn't know what Lu Chen wanted him to do, one thing was clear, it would be much better than it is now. If he is worse than the one delivering food, Lu Chen, a billionaire, can't afford to lose face like this. Shan Yuqing looked at Lu Chen thoughtfully. This arrangement not only gave Wu Wenla face, but also enabled him to become self-reliant. She suddenly felt that this boy's charm might be far more than just billionaire. In the current situation, everyone is very happy, except for one person who is not very happy and even a little worried. That is Zhou Yuan. Does Zhou Yuan like Wu Wenla? It's obvious that she likes him, otherwise she wouldn't be with him. However, she always thought that Wu Wenla was trying to get ahead of her. In the past, she could scold or even control Wu Wenla from a high position. But the appearance of Lu Chen broke this balance and confidence. Because, after Wu Wenla got close to the billionaire Lu Chen, any little thing that slipped through his hands would be enough for him to enjoy. Wu Wenla is rich now, so will he still like me? Can he still listen to me? Can he still tolerate himself as he does now? Can you still act bossy? At this moment, Zhou Yuan's original self-confidence was slowly disintegrating. For the first time, she felt the fear of losing Wu Wenla. She was scared. Wenla. Zhou Yuan wanted to say something eagerly, but he just opened his mouth. The self-esteem accumulated over a long period of time made it difficult for him to let go completely for a moment. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Wu Wenla showed a hint of surprise. This was the first time he heard Zhou Yuan call him so affectionately. Suddenly, my heart was filled with joy. Yuan, what's wrong? No, nothing. I just want to say, you should do your best in the future. I will try my best. She just couldn't say the 3 words good for you. Oh, I know. I will work hard and we will get married after graduation. Wu Wenle smiled happily and patted his chest to make a promise. Sister Zhang, Fatty Wang and others were also very surprised. How come Zhou Yuan suddenly seemed like a different person? Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing looked at each other, looked up at Lu Chen beside them, smiled, and understood. And Lu Chen just wanted to say, brother, just let go. Some people are hard to change in their bones, even if they can change for a while, they will change back in the end. By the way, Lao Lu, I heard you have a top-notch duplex in number 1 mansion. I want to go take a look. Zhang Chang remembered the mansion he saw in Lin Chuchua's circle of friends, and he wanted to go and see what the life of rich people was like. This motivates me to make progress in this direction. As soon as they heard about the mansion, everyone else became interested. A mansion worth 50 million, if they didn't know Lu Chen, they would never be able to step into the door in their lifetime. So, naturally, they don't want to miss this opportunity. Although Chang Yuqing is determined to be a little 18, she also wants to take a look at her future dream home first. Su Tingting also had the same idea, even though the original 1-star game difficulty was upgraded to 7 stars. But it doesn't matter, she has a desire to improve herself. Even if I didn't win over Lu Chen, it would be worth the trip if I took some photos and posted them on WeChat Moments to show off. Lu Chen nodded and took out his cell phone to check the auspicious day for moving. Well, today is perfect. He counted the number of people, including Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing, a total of 9 people. Very good. I saved some money again. I really know how to live well. It is now 7:30 in the evening. Lu Chen doesn't have much stuff, so half an hour is enough for 9 people to finish it. Are you guys still eating? What else is there to eat? You won't be hungry if you don't eat a meal. A group of people shook their heads. Lu Chen smiled, let's go then. The group paid their bill and left the food stall in a mighty procession under the gaze of the surrounding onlookers. As a result, he had only taken 2 steps when he ran into Chen Shiyan, who had returned. Next to her was a slightly plump but extremely hot girl. When the two stand together, Chen Shiyan wins in terms of looks, and the girl with a slightly plump figure wins. When I saw the 2 of them. No? Swish, 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 everyone looked at Lu Chen at the same time. The ideas generated were surprisingly consistent. Fuck, there's more? Chapter 71 New Life, New Beginning. What are you looking at me for? I really don't know this. Unexpectedly, Lin Lu gave Lu Chen a middle finger and said, scumbag. I'm not a beauty, how did I provoke you? Lu Chen looked at the strange girl in front of him with a question mark on his face. Lin Lu put her hands on her hips and took a step forward aggressively. Keep pretending. What did you say on WeChat about what my bestie said? Didn't you say the party was cancelled? Didn't you say you were delivering food? Didn't you say that liars are dogs? How does she know everything? He subconsciously looked at Chen Shiyan. No, can he still have some privacy? At this moment, Chen Shiyan was even more confused than him, with her rosy little mouth slightly open. What did Lin Lu talk about with Lu Chen using her WeChat? After hearing Lin Lu's accusation, everyone suddenly realized, wow, it's confirmed, this is definitely the 4th confirmed one. Fatty Wang patted Zhang Chang's arm and said in a low voice, see? This is the self-cultivation of a billionaire. He doesn't even let his best friend go. Zhang Chang stood in awe, a role model for our generation. When her father was criticized, Lin Chuchu was the first to stand up. She pretended to be afraid and hid behind Lu Chen. Oh my, this sister is so fierce. Are you one of those keyboard warriors who only curse people online? Why are you so irritable in real life? I'm so scared, sister, are you going to call me a green tea? Lin Lu was choked. Before she could even finish the words green tea, Lin Chuchu had predicted and retorted in advance. She was so mad. Su Wanqing also took a step forward. Miss, insulting others will only make you look low class. Pretty. Lu Chen gave the 2 of them a thumbs up in his heart. Look, the benefits of having many girlfriends are reflected here. Lin Lu was caught off guard by the series of counterattacks, and only then did she understand why Chen Shiyan was defeated so quickly. But she is not as naive as Chen Shiyan. She quickly regrouped and straightened her chest, determined to fight to the end for her best friend. What are women best at? Of course it's weird. Oh, two beautiful, rich girls fighting over a scumbag, really? Okay. Chen Shuryan stepped forward to stop him at the right time. Lu Chen, she is my best friend Lin Lu. Lin Chuchu was about to fight back, but when she saw that the queen had spoken, she stopped talking. The same is true for Su Wanqing. After all, the queen has to be given face. Lu Chen didn't care. What's wrong with being a scumbag? He wasn't a scumbag before, but what happened? By the way, Sister Xian, we are going to visit our new home. Do you want to come with us? That way we can continue to fulfill our agreement. A new home? A hint of realization flashed across Chen Shuryan's bright peach eyes, and she then remembered that Lu Chen had indeed mentioned moving before. The word promise made her eyes light up. Was this a hint that he wanted her to go with him? Faced with 4 known competitors, Chen Shuryan no longer backed down. Okay, I'll go with you. It was too late for Lin Lu to stop it. Fool. Lu Chen's new home was probably given by this group of rich and beautiful girls. If you go there, you will be a head shorter than him. But since Chen Shuryan agreed, she would also risk her life to accompany her best friend. The group first arrived at Lu Chen's rental house in a mighty manner. Lu Chen went to pack up the memorable items. The others went to pack up Lu Chen's old clothes and unused things and throw them into the trash can. Now that he has money now, Lu Chen will naturally not endure hardship. In less than half an hour, the entire rental house was cleaned up. Lu Chen took a final look around and walked out of the bedroom holding only a small cardboard box. Let's go. I don't have much stuff. These are all. Just then, the landlady appeared at the door. Xiao Lu, I heard you want to cancel your lease? Are you going back to your hometown? Before he could finish his words, everyone in the room was startled. Hello, Auntie. Lu Chen smiled and handed over the key. Here is the deposit slip, please check the house. The landlady glanced around, her eyes lingering over several beauties. Each one was prettier than the other. Xiao Lu, what are you doing? I won the lottery. Lu Chen remained calm. The landlady believed it immediately and said with a smile, Oh, Auntie has long seen that you have great potential. Do you want to introduce me to my niece? No need, Auntie. Everyone interrupted in unison. It is also introduced that this is enough to play mahjong. Do we have to change to playing football? Lu Chen stood at the stairs and took a last look back at the rental house, which was less than 40 square meters. This place has experienced the ups and downs of his life in the past 2 years. Memories of the past came flooding back like a tide, but were hidden by Lu Chen. Let's go. When Lu Chen turned around, a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Life is like this staircase, we must always go up step by step. Although you will miss the scenery along the way, more beautiful scenery is always waiting ahead. He walked down the stairs holding the cardboard box in his arms. The items in the box are his last commemorations of the past. In an online car hailing service, Lu Chen suddenly thought of Tang Tang and looked back at Su Wanqing. Sister Su, you are here today, who is taking care of Tang Tang? Su Wanqing smiled slightly. My sister's daughter is studying in college here, so I asked her to come and help take care of her. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. You have a sister? Yes, there is. Su Wanqing nodded, but the sister I'm talking about is from our former neighbor's family. She always took me out to play, and later she got married and moved to another place. Oh. Lin Chuchu blinked her big eyes and suddenly moved closer to Lu Chen. Brother Lu, why do I feel like you look a little disappointed? The car suddenly became quiet. Lu Chen coughed dryly. What nonsense are you talking about? I was just asking casually. Lin Chuchu's eyes rolled around and she suddenly moved closer to Lu Chen. You're not particularly interested in older sisters, are you? Mature and gentle older sisters or something like that. Lu Chen coughed lightly. Don't talk nonsense, I just care about Tang Tang. Su Wanqing smiled gently. Sister Ling's daughter is a sophomore this year. She is very good at taking care of children. Tang Tang likes her very much and always calls her sister Xiaoning. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanqing's phone vibrated. She looked at the WeChat message and smiled. Speak of the devil, here comes Tang Tang's voice. When I clicked on the voice, Tang Tang's baby voice was heard immediately. Mom, I drew a big white rabbit today, and Sister Xiaoning said it looked like a polar bear. Several people were amused by the childish talk. Wanwan Xingyang, Yining, thank you for your hard work. Have you eaten? Do you want me to order some takeout for you? Lemon is not sour, no need, auntie, I have already eaten it with Tang Tang, you don't have to worry about me, just go on your date and try to find me a new uncle-in-law. Su Wanqing secretly glanced at Lin Chuchu beside her, and when she saw that she was not paying attention, she continued to send WeChat messages. Wan Yang, don't talk about me. You should find a boyfriend soon, otherwise your mother will be worried when you graduate from college. Lemon is not sour, aunt, you know me. My famous saying is that wise people do not fall in love. By the way, if you have a photo of my uncle-in-law, please send it to me. How could Su Wanqing possibly send Lu Chen's photo? If Jiang Yining knew that the person she liked was a 20-year-old boy, she would definitely laugh at her. Wan Xingyang, I'm here. Please take good care of Tang Tang. I won't say anything else. Lemon is not sour, no, auntie, photos. Chapter 72. Let us get married. Brother Lu. Lin Chuchu reached out from behind and hugged Lu Chen's neck. If you like, sister will call you like this from now on, okay? This sweet and sticky voice made Lu Chen's body temperature rise by at least 10 degrees. The physical pleasure only lasts for a short moment, but Lin Cha-Cha can bring him constant spiritual stimulation. He really likes Xiao Cha-Cha more and more. Arrive. The online hailing car slowly stopped. The driver took a peek through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. The little girl kept calling him brother and younger brother, which made even a middle-aged man like him feel numb. But on second thought, it's great to be young. This kind of sweetness will be hard to experience after you are of this age. Come on, let me show you my new home. Lu Chen was the first to jump out of the car. After everyone arrived, he led everyone into number 1 mansion. Welcome home, Mr. Lu. The uniformed butler in the lobby walked forward with a smile and took the cardboard box from Lu Chen with both hands. This scene made everyone completely convinced that this was Lu Chen's home. Zhang Chang looked at the imported marble walls around him and sighed, how much does this cost per square meter? A few years ago, before he went to the university town, he came to number 1 mansion to deliver takeout, but he had never come in. Because delivery men are not allowed in, the food will be delivered to special people who will then pass it on to the owner. Whether it was Cheng Yuqing, Sister Zhang, Fatty Wang, or Su Tingting, it was the first time for them to see such a luxurious living environment. Lin Lu leaned close to Qin Shiyan's ear and said, Sister, is it too late to run now? The competition is too great. She originally thought that the house these rich ladies gave to Lu Chen was worth a few million at most, but she didn't expect it to be the top-notch duplex where she saw 4 people fighting in the fast-paced video. A house worth tens of millions is given to Lu Chen to live in, so how rich are these rich women? She was a little stage frightened, but it wasn't her fault. It was just because the gap was too big and it was a physiological reaction that humans instinctively produced. Chen Shurian looked at Lu Chen's back with a firm look in her eyes, don't run. Finished. Lin Lu previously thought that with Chen Shurian's looks, she had at least a 50% chance of competing with others, but now it seems that hope is slim. If someone gave her a house worth 50 million, even Wu Yanzu would not be able to make her fall in love with him. The elevator went directly to the top floor, and when the door of the duplex mansion opened, everyone held their breath. Oh my god. Zhang Chang's voice trembled, is this really where people live? Lu Chen's face darkened, and he felt insulted. He greeted everyone with a smile, sit wherever you want, just treat it like your home. Want something to drink? Forget it, don't drink it. I don't have anything here. The group rushed into the room and looked around without any hesitation. Chang Yuqing silently took out her mobile phone to take pictures and record videos, and suddenly felt that her little 18 plan might be too optimistic. Just for this house, if Lu Chen really wanted, the harem's serial number could reach 3 digits. She actually envied Lin Chuchu very much, at least she should be ranked in the top 10 of the serial number. As for whether you are in the top 10, top 5, or even top 3, it depends on your personal efforts. Sister Se-yun, do you think this place is too big? I can pay more. Seeing that Chen Shurian did not stand there like the others, but looked silly, Lu Chen asked. Chen Shurian came back to her senses and shook her head gently, no, I was just wondering whether to cancel our previous agreement. Lu Chen asked doubtfully, if Sister Shurian has any concerns, you can tell me. If you really don't want to, I won't force you. At this moment, Chen Shurian was torn between her conscience and her desires. The magnificent mansion in front of her made her realize that if she didn't stop him, Lu Chen would only get deeper and deeper down this path. She suddenly clenched her fists and almost shouted in the surprised eyes of everyone. Lu Chen! I'll support you, can you please not live here? The sound was very loud and spread all around. This sentence was like a bomb, instantly quieting the entire living room. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the two of them. Lu Chen opened his mouth wide. Sister Shurian, what are you doing? I know this is too much to ask. Chen Shurian's voice trembled a little, but her eyes were firm. But this house doesn't really belong to you. This is not a home, but a golden cage. I hope you can live a down-to-earth life. We can work hard together. Hiss. 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 The sound of inhaling in unison was heard one after another. Lin Lu, who was taking pictures, looked over here secretly. My dear sister, are you so fierce? She never dreamed that Chen Shurian could say such words in public. This also includes Lu Chen. Sister Sei Yun, did you misunderstand? I didn't misunderstand. Chen Shurian took 2 steps forward and said, I know this house was given by them. Lu Chen, wake up and don't be blinded by these material things. With your ability, you will be able to get it by yourself sooner or later. Lin Chuchu suddenly laughed out loud. Brother Lu, she wouldn't think. Shut up. Lin Chacha felt aggrieved, the queen was so fierce. Chen Shurian was rarely angry, and this time she was determined to go all out. I know you may think I'm nosy now, but I'm going to say it. She said calmly, let's get married. Not. Marry? Oh shit. Lu Chen opened his mouth wide and his head was buzzing. Did I hear it wrong? After quickly recalling what he had just heard, Lu Chen was sure that he had heard it correctly. What the hell is this? Truth or dare? That's not right. She just said I will support you and then propose to you. Could it be? Could it be that when he was dating Chen Xinyan, Chen Shurian was secretly having a crush on me? It's just that I didn't dare to express my feelings before because of my status, but now I have no worries. What the hell is this? The sister-in-law falls in love with her brother-in-law. At this moment, Lu Chen's CPU was overloaded and smoking. It's too exciting, he wants to be quiet. Not only him, but everyone else present felt the same way, and an eerie silence fell across the entire room. Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing looked at each other and felt admiration in their hearts. Wow, she is worthy of being the queen. Her proposal is so straightforward. What about flowers and rings? That's something only people who lack confidence would do. Look at the queen, she is so direct and domineering. At the same time, worry arose in the hearts of the two. What if Lu Chen agrees? What should they do? The two of them stared at Lu Chen, feeling extremely panicked. No. Lu Chen resisted firmly. Get married? Now that you don't get married, your children can be registered, so does it matter whether you get married or not? Chen Shurian's expression remained unchanged. You must agree. How can this be forced buying and selling? I don't agree. You must agree. I just don't agree. You must agree. Why? Do you like me? Dislike. Are you sick? Lu Chen was so angry that he laughed, and suddenly thought of a possibility. You know I'm a billionaire and you want to divide my fortune, don't you? He said this without thinking, and after saying it he felt that this possibility was not high. But the words were out, and he wasn't going to take them back. This time, Chen Shurian kept a calm face and showed emotion for the first time. You're a billionaire? Yes, didn't you see it? This house is mine. Chen Shurian frowned and looked at Lin Lu. The latter lowered his head and pretended to look at his shoes. Although he couldn't see them, did it matter? All she wanted was to play dead. At this moment, Lin Lu was thinking like crazy. It's over, I've got a big mouth, what's the point of saying I'm supporting someone? This has really screwed Yin Yin over. Who would have thought that a food delivery guy could be a billionaire? No decent person would have thought that. Lin Lu recalled the scene in which she had sworn to Chen Shurian that Lu Chen was being kept by someone. Now his face is swollen. Wait. Then wouldn't Yin Yan's bold words just now, I will support you, let's get married, seem even more awkward? I'm sorry, sister. I really didn't mean it. If you want to blame someone, blame it on this damn reality that is too outrageous. Lin Lu felt sorry for Chen Shurian and closed her eyes in despair. Oh God, please send down a thunderbolt to kill me right now and wash away my sins. I can't live even a second longer. Right now. Chen Shuryan felt very disappointed. Her best friend Lin Lu's confident guess now seemed to be wrong. Thinking of this, she suddenly turned around and faced Lu Chen. So shameless. What did I just say? This time, Chen Shuryan finally understood why there was a word death in social death. Because it really makes people want to die. Chapter 73 Schizophrenic School Beauty. Wrong. The biggest question is, how could Lu Chen suddenly become so rich just a few days after breaking up with his sister? Or has he always been rich? Chen Shuryan recalled a movie she had recently watched starring Shen Tang. The story tells about a billionaire who pretends to be poor in order to train his trumpet because his trumpet is broken. Could it be? She suddenly opened her eyes wide. Is Lu Chen in the same situation? Yes. This is the only reason that can explain it clearly. Is the character who grew up in an orphanage fake? Lu Chen might be the illegitimate son of some hidden rich man, or the heir of a consortium. He was delivering food before, perhaps because his parents wanted him to experience the suffering of the people. Now the time has come for parents to reveal their true colors. In fact, our family is very rich and you are a second-generation rich. The more Chen Shuryan thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. She even suspected that Lu Chen approached her and deliberately showed off his wealth in front of her. Could this be some cliched temptation of revenge drama? But then I thought again and felt that it was not right. If she really wanted to take revenge, wouldn't it be more satisfying to just throw a black card in her sister's face? Why go through so much trouble? Unless he was coming for me? Chen Shuryan was frightened by her own imagination. She secretly glanced at Lu Chen's sunny and handsome face. She suddenly remembered Lin Lu's theory about beasts in human clothing and immediately shrank her neck. The CPU is running like crazy. She even began to wonder if Lu Chen had any special fetishes, such as liking to play with sisters or something. She quickly patted her cheeks that were about to get hot. Ah! Chen Shuryan, wake up! Just as Chen Shuryan was daydreaming, Lu Chen suddenly shuddered and felt inexplicably cold all over. And this chill seemed to come from Chen Shuryan, who had her back to him. Lu Chen showed a puzzled expression, completely unaware that he had already been labeled a pervert in Chen Shuryan's mind. Chen Shuryan turned around abruptly, staring at Lu Chen with her peach blossom eyes. Although she had many guesses in her mind, she still wanted to ask in person. Lu Chen, tell me honestly, where did you get your money? Lu Chen wanted to say something, but couldn't. He couldn't say it was because of the system dad. Who would believe this? Seeing his hesitation, Chen Shuryan's heart sank a little. There is indeed a problem. It turns out that Lu Chen is a pervert who wants to play with the sisters. Now the target is yourself. I am really a little genius in reasoning. Chen Shuryan felt a little smug in her heart, thanks to Lin Lu for tutoring her in so much knowledge, otherwise she would probably not have been able to deduce such a result. At this moment, the importance of learning is reflected. So the plan has changed, the plan to save Lu Chen has failed, and now it has been changed to a campaign to protect innocence. The best way is to stay away from Lu Chen and not give him any opportunity to take advantage. After figuring everything out, Chen Shuryan no longer felt afraid. She raised her chin slightly and tried to tighten her face. I put on a cold look as if I have seen through everything. Lu Chen, I already know your plan. Ah? Lu Chen was at a loss. Stop pretending. Chen Shuryan looked defensive and took a deep breath. You just want to. She was suddenly stuck and couldn't utter the word sisters. In short, don't even think about succeeding. Please don't contact me again in the future, and I won't come to see you again. Please take care of yourself. After saying that, she shook her high ponytail and walked away with her long legs. But the pace of his steps was visibly accelerating. What's going on? Lu Chen frowned. Chen Shuryan's behavior was too abnormal. He was proposing to me one moment, and became cold and heartless the next, like a completely different person. He suddenly remembered the scene when he was chatting with Chen Shuryan on WeChat. Could it be? Lu Chen thought of a possibility. Schizophrenia. The extreme contrast between Chen Shuryan's before and after behavior stunned everyone present. Honey, am I hallucinating? Didn't she just say she wanted to get married? Fatty Wang nodded dumbly. And now you say you want to never have anything to do with me again. Sister Zhang asked blankly, do you understand? Su Tingting at the side said faintly, "This is probably the legendary love you and then leave you." She really loved him. Even though she knew that Lu Chen was a scumbag, and even when facing 2 other women, she still chose to confess her love and still said, "Let's get married." After being rejected, even though she knew that Lu Chen was a billionaire, she still chose to let him go gracefully and put the blame on herself. This kind of love is really too deep, too sad and tearful. As Su Tingting spoke, her eyes gradually turned red. If she were in Chen Shurian's position and loved Lu Chen, she would definitely try her best to snatch him away from other women. There is absolutely no way I can give up my position and leave alone. Even if she had 10 brains, she wouldn't be able to learn how Chen Shurian operated. Sister Zhang nodded in agreement, as if she was about to burst into tears the next moment. Chen Shurian actually likes Xiao Lu so much. What a pity. Xiao Lu doesn't know how to cherish such a good girl. Sigh. Fatty Wang sighed, "What can we do? After all, not everyone can give up the entire forest for a big tree." As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing, and somewhat understood Lu Chen's difficulties. For a billionaire, marriage is a grave. Just look at those top-rich second generations. They change girlfriends like changing clothes, and they are on the hot search every day. Can't people get married? Obviously not, because if you change your partner after getting married, that's called cheating, and if you're not married, that's called breaking up. Can the properties be the same? Confession, proposal, farewell. Even Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing were moved by the Queen's series of actions. They felt an inexplicable sense of guilt in their hearts, as if they had let down a loving girl. But it is absolutely impossible to let them let go. Etc. When Chen Shurian was about to leave, Lu Chen suddenly called her and rushed forward. Then, in front of everyone, he hugged her tightly from behind. Ah! Chen Shurian screamed, her body stiffened instantly, and her mind went blank. She could clearly feel Lu Chen's warm chest pressed against her back, and his strong arms holding her tightly. This was the first time she felt a boy's breath at such a close distance, which made her heart beat faster and even her breathing quickened. "Let me go." She struggled to break free, but her voice trembled inexplicably. Everyone in the living room opened their mouths wide, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Crack! The sound of pressing the camera shutter was extremely harsh at this moment. Chun Yuqing's face flushed with embarrassment. I just wanted to record this touching scene." At this moment, Lin Chuchu and Su Wanqing became anxious. Lu Chen 1T agreed to Chen Shurian's proposal, right? I know everything. Lu Chen hugged Chen Shurian's delicate body tightly, his voice gentle but firm, and with a bit of heartache. "Sister Xian, I know you must be having a hard time. Don't worry, no matter how much it costs, I will definitely cure you. I promise you." Chen Shurian? Lin Chuchu? Su Wanqing? Everyone? Chapter 74. He wouldn't want me to wear a maid outfit. What are you talking about? Chen Shurian turned her head with difficulty, her delicate face full of astonishment. Lu Chen sighed, his eyes full of pity. He was about to speak, but suddenly realized that pointing it out directly might embarrass her, so he lowered his voice even more. "The you who proposed to me just now was your alter ego, right? It's okay, I understand." As he spoke, he hugged her a little tighter with his arms. I didn't." Chen Shurian stamped her feet in anxiety, and her fair cheeks turned red in an instant. The pair of strong arms were tightly wrapped around the most sensitive part of her waist, making her feel weak all over and almost unable to stand. "Don't be afraid," Lu Chen said seriously, "let's go find the best psychiatrist. Don't worry, even if I can't cure you, I will take care of you for the rest of your life." Lu Chen couldn't imagine how much Chen Shurian loved him to be able to say something like, "I will support you, let's get married." How can I let down a girl like this? Lu Chen. Chen Shurian was completely furious. She could no longer maintain her usual cool image and gritted her teeth. "You are the one who is crazy, let me go." "Look." Lu Chen shook his head disapprovingly, his tone becoming more and more determined. "You were so calm before, but now you are so irritable, with such obvious symptoms. I can see it. You." Chen Shurian was so angry that she didn't want to talk and wanted to break free, but she couldn't move because she was held tightly in his arms. She was embarrassed to find that the more she struggled, the tighter Lu Chen's arms tightened, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. There seems to be something in Lu Chen's pocket, top. Swoosh. Chen Shurian thought of the study materials she had read and understood what was happening. Her cheeks, which had originally turned red due to embarrassment, now looked like they could bleed. Ah. Lu Chun. She gritted her teeth and said coquettishly, "If you don't let go, I will." "So what?" Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and deliberately leaned close to her ear, "Then go back quickly and let Sister Shurian come out." He just wanted to force Qin Shurian to see if he could make his second personality appear. As for the body's natural reaction, although it is embarrassing, it is good to adapt in advance when thinking about filming intimate scenes soon. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Lu Chen did such a thing in public, shocking everyone. "Are you guys filming a romance drama here?" Lin Chuchu was somewhat tempted and decided to go back and ask Professor One to add this part to the skit. A domineering president falls in love with me. However, she wants to be the latter. Lin Chuchu's eyes lit up and her little face flushed with excitement. She had already completely pictured the scene in her mind. She was wearing a high-heeled secretary uniform and hugged Lu Chen tightly from behind. The slightly trembling eyelashes and the pair of tearful eyes pleaded in a crying voice. "Mr. Lu, please don't leave, I can't live without you. I am willing to give you everything. Please give me a chance." Woo woo. The scene in her mind was too real, and Lin Chuchu gradually became immersed in it, pursing her lips subconsciously. She had even planned the expression in her mind. There has to be that sense of brokenness, with 1 part of reluctance, 3 parts of sadness, 3 parts of provocation, and 3 parts of innocence. Perfect. Choo choo. Su Wanqing's voice brought her back to reality. "Why is your face so red?" "Ah. No, nothing." Lin Chuchu waved her hands hurriedly, but she began to look forward to it in her heart. How excited Brother Lu must be in front of Shen Zhaoxia and Jiang Yining. He will definitely reward himself handsomely afterwards. She encouraged herself in her heart, "Lin Chuchu, you must work hard." Among the crowd, Lin Lu was actually the first to react. She wanted to go over and help her best friend out of the situation. But after taking 2 steps, he stopped again. She didn't agree with Chen Shurian pursuing Lu Chen before because she felt that if her best friend didn't marry into a wealthy family, it would be a waste of talent. But after learning Lu Chen's true identity, she changed her mind. Because Lu Chen is from a wealthy family. So when she saw Lu Chen's sudden hug and Chen Shurian's shy reaction, she just covered her mouth and chuckled, happy to see it happen. "Come on, sister. Is this all I can do for you?" She muttered to herself, took out her cell phone from her handbag, secretly took a picture of Chen Shurian's blushing face, and set the photo as her cell phone wallpaper. Lin Lu completely forgot about her embarrassment and even felt a little smug. If she hadn't misunderstood, how could Chen Shurian have said something like "I will support you"? If I didn't say such things, how could I see such a good show now? Speaking of which, Lu Chen should thank her very much. "Lu Chen, can you let me go first?" Chen Shurian's tone softened a bit, but she was even more certain in her heart that this boy who was good at disguising himself, seeing that his plan had failed, was taking advantage of her with such a ridiculous excuse. This pervert likes to play with sisters. Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he asked in surprise, "Sister Shurian? Are you back?" This trick really worked. Since Chen Shurian has proposed to him, as a boy, he must express his opinion. "So," he said, "Sister Shurian, although I don't know when you fell in love with me, I was really touched when you proposed to me. But we are still young, so why don't we?" "Don't say anything, I promise you." Chen Shurian is determined to escape from Lu Chen's clutches. Since Lu Chen said that she has a second personality, then she has it. Really? As he came into contact with Chen Shurian, Lu Chen gradually realized that Sister Shurian was a girl who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. "Really, let me go first." "Oh, okay." When Lu Chen finally let go, Chen Shurian jumped away 2 steps like a frightened rabbit. "That's Sister Shurian." Lu Chen asked tentatively, "When does she usually come out?" Chen Shurian gritted her teeth and cooperated in the acting, "I don't know, more at night?" She made up a time at random, just wanting to end this farce quickly. "Ah." Lu Chen was a little disappointed. "What's her name?" Her name is. "Never mind, it doesn't matter, I'll just call her the light bulb." Chen Shurian had just proposed to her when she suddenly jumped out and wanted to break up with him. What else could she be but a third wheel? "By the way, Sister Shurian, you don't have to rent a house anymore. Just move in here and you can help me clean the room." Living together? This word seemed to turn on a memory switch, and a series of names of learning materials popped up in Chen Shurian's mind involuntarily. Living room in the early morning. Nighttime lessons from my cohabitant. Maid's punishment time. My sister's secret contract. No. Chen Shuryan shook her head like a rattle. I've been working lately, so I don't have much time. How could Chen Shuryan agree? She was already worried when she was in the rental house before. What's more, now that she knew that Lu Chen was targeting her, she would be even less likely to agree. Lu Chen suddenly stepped forward and put his hands on her shoulders. Then don't go to work, I will support you. Support me? Still want to live with me? Chen Shuryan never thought that one day she would be teased in public like this by Lu Chen. What made her even more ashamed and angry was that she had actually thought about marrying him before. Scumbag, bad guy, beast. He wouldn't want me to wear a maid outfit, would he? Ah, that is too much. Chapter 75. Two women living together. Chen Shuryan took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in her heart, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. Lu Chen, do you think this is interesting? She slammed Lu Chen's hand on her shoulder away with such force that Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. You cheated on me, lived with me, and now you want to support me? Chen Shuryan sneered, with a hint of wisdom that saw through everything in her eyes. Do you think I'm just a plaything for you to manipulate? Lu Chen opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Chen Shuryan raising her hand. I'm warning you. She took a step back, straightened her back, returned to her usual cool demeanor, and took out her cell phone. If you dare touch me again, I will report you to the police for sexual harassment. This scene stunned the people who were watching the show. No, are you Sun Wukong? You can reverse the situation as you wish. The plot development is even more ridiculous than a soap opera. Proposal, breakup, hug, and falling out, without even a buffer zone. Sun Wukong needs to rest for a while after doing a somersault, but you guys don't even take a break. Regarding Chen Shuryan's sudden change of attitude, Lu Chen suddenly showed a look of realization. Damn it. The light bulb came out again. Paranoia, sudden personality changes, irritability, these symptoms are too typical. Needless to say, this time the personality turned back into a light bulb. Chen Shuryan was so angry that she was shaking all over. You are sick. She turned around and was about to leave, but Lu Chen stopped her and held out his hand. Pay back the money. As for the light bulb, he decided to take a hard approach. What? I remember you still owe me hundreds of thousands, right? Either continue to work or pay me back, it's your choice. Chen Shuryan's chest heaved violently. She had never thought that Lu Chen would be so despicable as to threaten her with this. You are shameless. Yeah, so what's your choice? Of course, you don't have to pay it back. I don't really care. If it were in the past, Chen Shuryan would not have such a strong desire to pay back the money, but now she wants to throw the money in Lu Chen's face immediately. Unfortunately, she didn't. Are you moved? Lu Chen smiled and said, Shoes, move in with me, or pay me back now. Moving in can pay off the 20,000 yuan a month, and you can also save on rent, so why not? I'll move. Chen Shuryan gritted her teeth and said, but you have to agree to one request of mine. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. I want Lin Lu to live with me. Chen Shuryan spoke in a firm tone, as if she would never obey unless Lu Chen agreed. Lin Lu? Lu Chen's eyes involuntarily turned to Lin Lu, who was hiding at the bedroom door and peeking. Although she is a little chubby, her figure is very hot, and with her round face, she is definitely a beauty. Is there such a good thing? Lu Chen was delighted in his heart, but frowned on the surface. Well, I don't like others living in my house. Seeing that Chen Shuryan was about to explode, he reluctantly gave in. Okay, since it's Sister Shuryan's request, I agree to it. Chen Shuryan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With her best friend by her side, she should be able to at least protect herself from this pervert. She quickly took out a pen and paper from her bag and spread them out on the coffee table with neat movements. The slender fingers held the pen and began to write on the paper. Cohabitation Agreement. Article 1, the monthly debt repayment amount is 20,000 renminbi, and the rent is waived. Article 2, Party A shall not enter Party B's bedroom for any reason. Article 3, any form of physical contact and verbal harassment is prohibited. Article 4. When she had almost finished writing, she suddenly looked up at Lu Chen and asked, Do you have anything else to add? Lu Chen leaned back on the leather sofa. One more thing, Party B is responsible for daily dinner. Seeing Chen Shuryan about to get angry, he immediately added, 200 for the debt. Chen Shuryan almost broke her pen. Okay, 200 is 200. It's too high. Lu Chen shook his head, but it didn't matter, the last thing he lacked was money. Chen Shurian made 2 copies and each of them signed one. Now the contract was complete. Welcome to your new home. Lu Chen stretched out his hand, but was directly ignored by Chen Shurian. As expected, the personality of the light bulb is far less gentle than Sister Cian. Unconsciously, as his wealth accumulated, Lu Chen himself did not realize that he was becoming more and more of a scumbag. The inferiority complex he once felt in front of Chen Shurian had long since disappeared, replaced by absolute self-confidence. Money is always a man's strongest support. Chen Shurian folded the contract neatly and put it in her bag, then ignored Lu Chen. Instead, she turned and walked towards her best friend who looked confused, and pulled her into a bedroom. Next, he told Lu Chen about the agreement between him and Lu Chen. Chen Shurian lowered her head guiltily. I'm sorry Lulu, for involving you, but if you weren't here, I would be really scared. Unexpectedly, Lin Lu didn't even listen to her explanation and just rushed over with a bear hug. Sister! You still think of me for such a good thing. You are worthy of being my best friend. Woo woo woo. Ah. Chen Shurian was stunned. Aren't you afraid? I'm scared? Lin Lu waved her hand disapprovingly. I think Lu Chen should be the one who is scared. Chen Shurian's face suddenly changed, and she suddenly realized something. Lulu, you can't be. He is a scumbag and a big pervert. What are you talking about? She is clearly a considerate little baby. Lin Lu stared at her best friend in front of her. Honestly, have you really given up on Lu Chen? Give up? Chen Shurian now wished she could hide far away immediately. Well, since he's not being kept, I just want to stay away from him now. Lin Lu poked her fair forehead and said, let me tell you something. You like the poor Lu Chen, but you hate the billionaire Lu Chen. Can you think more normally? Now the rich family is right in front of you, you should fight for it. I don't like it. Chen Shurian shook her head stubbornly. Lin Lu was speechless. When she saw Lin Chuchua's Quayin video before, she envied her for having a good father. Now that she knew that this father was Lu Chen, she also wanted to recognize him as her father. But because of her best friend Chen Shurian, she had to endure it. Now she saw that she was so persistent and looked like she would never obey. Then Lin Lu decided to let herself bear everything. Let's go. Lin Lu suddenly grabbed Chen Shurian's wrist. Stupid, of course we should go back and pack our bags and move. Now. Chen Shurian glanced at the sky outside the window. Now. Lin Lu nodded repeatedly. There is an old saying that goes, the longer the night, the more dreams you have. She wanted to make it a fait accompli to prevent Lu Chen from regretting it. Yes, move overnight. Bring some clothes first. The rest doesn't need to be moved for now. Chapter 76. Her uncle-in-law is very powerful. Lin Lu took Chen Shurian away in a hurry. Before leaving, upon learning that they were moving in tonight, Lu Chen couldn't help but give a big thumbs up to the fat girl Lin Lu. The best assist expert is none other than Lin Lu. It seems that I must find some time to reward her well. So, Lu Chen entered the fingerprints of the 2 people into the electronic lock, and called the property management to open the rights for the 2 people to enter number 1 mansion. Wait until Lu Chen is done. Sister Zhang also stands up to say goodbye? Xiao Lu, we're leaving first. We'll come back in a couple of days to wish you a happy new home. Everything that happened today has shocked Sister Zhang and the others so much that they need to go back and digest it. However, Sister Zhang was still happy for Lu Chen from the bottom of her heart. Thinking of the suffering he had endured, he deserved it all. Old Lu, don't forget my girlfriend. Goodbye, brother Lu. Lu Chen stood at the elevator entrance and watched them leave. He knew that his 2-year delivery career was now a thing of the past, but his brilliant life had just begun. Turn around and go back to the living room. As soon as he entered, Lin Chuchu suddenly jumped out from behind him. Brother Lu. She put her arms around Lu Chen's waist from behind. Are you really going to let Chen Shurian move in? Then can I move in too? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. What? Are you jealous? Lin Chuchu let go of her hand and walked in front of Lu Chen and stood on tiptoe. She raised her delicate little face, her red lips almost touching Lu Chen's chin, and spoke with her mouth open. Yeah, not only am I jealous, I also want to eat you. She grabbed Lu Chen's collar and acted fiercely. Is it okay, little brother? The next moment, Lin Chuchu suddenly took a half step back with an innocent smile on her face. It was as if the seductive little goblin just now was not her. Hey, what do you mean by flirting and then running away? Lin Chuchu put her hands on her hips and said, "Stinky brother-in-law, how can you talk to your sister like that? I'm your girlfriend's sister, how dare you have any improper thoughts about me?" But she suddenly turned around and blinked her big eyes. "Brother-in-law, do you still remember the underwear you bought from Dior? They are now on my sister." This half-hearted action is more provocative than direct exposure. Would you like to see it? She tilted her head, her eyes innocent and teasing. "This is your favorite one, brother-in-law. This little goblin." Although he didn't get to eat a single bite of meat, he was already quite attracted by her. Lu Chen really liked Xiao Cha Cha more and more. If I didn't know that Xiao Cha Cha was acting, it would have been nice to find a girlfriend who was fun and flirtatious like this. Which boy wouldn't like it? Ahem. Su Wanqing, who was sitting on the leather sofa, couldn't stand it any longer. Isn't that a bit too much? I'm still here. You guys continue, I'm leaving. I'll go back with you. Lu Chen suddenly said. Su Wanqing was stunned. She looked at Lin Chuchu and then at Lu Chen. She never expected that Lu Chen would go back with her. Su Wanqing was happy. He really loves me more. Su Wanqing seemed to have thought of something and hesitated, but there are people at home, I'm afraid it will be inconvenient. Lu Chen laughed secretly. Sister Su, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about unhealthy things? No, Su Wanqing retorted subconsciously, but then thought that she couldn't lose to Lin Chuchu, so she simply chose to agree. Lu Chen smiled and said, Sister Su, you think too much. I haven't given Tang Tang extra lessons today. Su Wanqing finally reacted and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt inexplicably disappointed. Tang Tang should be asleep soon, we can catch up with him another day. That won't work. Lu Chen interrupted righteously. Tang Tang knows that this age is the time to strive, how can we not support it? Lin Chuchu almost laughed out loud. Well, I hope you have fun tonight. I'm leaving now. Lin Chuchu laughed. He left so quickly and decisively that even Su Wanqing was a little surprised. Let's go too. When there were only two of them left, Su Wanqing naturally took Lu Chen's arm, like a wife, enjoying the moment when Lu Chen belonged to her alone. Although the U8 was now parked in the underground garage, since both of them were drunk, they called an online taxi. In the car, Su Wanqing was already considering not letting Zhang Yining live next to the master bedroom because the soundproofing of the room didn't seem to be very good. As for bringing Lu Chen back, Zhang Yining would discover their age difference, but Su Wanqing had already decided to accept it. After all, she couldn't keep it a secret forever. Even if her parents knew about it, she decided to face it bravely, and she believed that her parents would definitely like Lu Chen. By the way, Su Wanqing leaned her head on Lu Chen's shoulder. The Civil Affairs Bureau has notified me. I will go to handle the formalities tomorrow. So soon? I thought it would take a few days. This conversation caused the driver to look at them a few more times through the rearview mirror. I secretly guessed that the rich woman's kept gigolo was about to become her regular girlfriend. He couldn't help but feel envious. Who wouldn't want such a rich and beautiful woman? Finding a rich woman not only means you don't have to struggle, but you can also get everything in one go: money, women, and maybe even children. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone, and you'll be a winner in life. Lu Chen didn't know that he had inadvertently given a strange young man a dream to fight for his whole life. What's the matter? Su Wanqing whispered in his ear, are you reluctant to give up my identity? Lu Chen smiled and remembered Lin Chuchu's words, I wonder if Sister Su has ever heard of a profession. Su Wanqing raised her head, confused. Lu Chen leaned over and whispered in her ear, cosplay, any character you want. Su Wanqing smiled slyly, what role do you like? How about trying it tonight? Depend on. The driver couldn't help but swore, then apologized awkwardly, sorry, I couldn't help it. When we get home later, my little niece might play a joke on you, don't mind it. Arriving at the door of the house, Su Wanqing gave another worried instruction. Zhang Yining is a girl who dares to say anything when she opens her mouth. She might ask all kinds of questions. It's always a good idea to be prepared in advance. Lu Chen straightened his clothes and took a deep breath. It was his first time meeting the parents, and he was actually a little nervous. If it wasn't too late, he would have said he would buy something to appease his little niece. Su Wanqing looked at Lu Chen's slightly stiff movements and couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out to help Lu Chen straighten his clothes. Why are you so nervous? Xiaoning is a very nice person, she won't really eat you. Lu Chen grabbed her hand and said with a smile, I'm afraid she will ask some strange questions. For example? Su Wanqing tilted her head and teased him intentionally. For example. Lu Chen lowered his voice, how did we meet, or? He paused, his eyes drifting to Su Wanqing's rosy lips, how far have we come? Su Wanqing's face suddenly turned red. She coughed lightly and opened the door pretending to be calm. Don't worry, if she dares to ask, I will tell her that her uncle-in-law is very powerful, and then she will know. Chapter 77 Jiang Yining, are you my uncle-in-law? The door lock opened with a click. Lu Chen followed Su Wanqing in. Sister Xiaoning, it seems like Mom is back. Tong Tong's childish voice sounded. Mom, Dad. Tang Tang was wearing pink bear pajamas and running to the entrance with bare feet. She tilted her little head back and forth, and her big black eyes moved back and forth between Lu Chen and Su Wanqing, and finally she chose Lu Chen. Dad. Su Wanqing, who was about to hug Tang Tang, had her hands frozen in midair, and then she watched Tang Tang pounce on Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled happily and winked at Su Wanqing, who failed to win favor. Then he picked up Tang Tang and said, Tang Tang is so good. Did you miss Daddy today? Tang Tang happily hugged Lu Chen's neck and rubbed her little head against his shoulder. Yes. Very much. Dad, I want a toy? Lu Chen rubbed her little head and said angrily, buy it. As long as Tang Tang likes it, Dad will buy it for you. Daddy is the best. Tang Tang kissed him on the face and then blinked her big eyes, I want a little brother. Brother? Su Wanqing was anxious and said with a red face, Tang Tang, don't talk nonsense. Why? Tang Tang pouted in grievance, but Sister Xiaoning said that you will give me a little brother to play with in the future. I don't want that. I want a little brother, Daddy, okay? Lu Chen glanced at Su Wanqing, who turned away in shame and anger, why are you looking at me? I can't have a baby alone. Lu Chen looked at Su Wanqing's blushing face and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I live my life alone. He lowered his head and said to Tang Tang, tell Dad, what else did Sister Xiaoning say? Tang Tang tilted her head and counted on her fingers. Sister Xiaoning also said that Mom and Dad need to sleep together to give birth to a brother. She asked me if my dad has ever lived at home. This stinky girl. Su Wanqing walked quickly to the living room. Xiaoning, what did you say in front of Tang Tang? A wronged voice came, I just said it casually. Aunt, is my uncle here? I'll go say hello. Then there was the sound of brisk footsteps in the living room. No, this voice sounds so familiar. Lu Chen looked over in confusion and saw a girl with pink hair appearing at the entrance. Oh my god, why is it you? Lu Chen, why is it you? When Lu Chen saw the pink-haired girl wearing Su Wanqing's pajamas, he was numb. He never dreamed that the little niece Su Wanqing mentioned would actually be the little wild cat Jiang Yining. The same thing happened to Jiang Yining. She widened her eyes in shock and pointed at Lu Chen with trembling fingers. You are my aunt's boyfriend? Tang Tang in Lu Chen's arms didn't understand what was going on, and she was shaking her feet excitedly. Sister Xiaoning, you are so smart, this is my dad. Su Wanqing glanced back and forth between the two of them. She had a bad feeling in her heart that Xiaoning would not, also, with Lu Chen. My aunt and she are the same. Although they are not relatives, if people knew about it. Su Wanqing came between the two and asked tentatively, do you know each other? No? Jiang Yining suddenly got angry and her pink hair stood up. More than knowing him, he is, Lu Chen quickly put Tang Tang down, stepped forward, and covered Jiang Yining's mouth with his hand. Jiang Yining was almost suffocated to death and stepped hard on Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt pain and let go, and Jiang Yining immediately jumped to Su Wanqing's side. Aunt, he's the one I told you about, the one who flirted with two girls at the same time, and he did it in front of me. Jiang Yining was suddenly speechless. She couldn't say that I had secretly seen him kissing another girl. Anyway, no matter what, you have to believe me, he is a scumbag, don't be fooled by him. Su Wanqing's focus was not on this, so she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Jiang Yining and Lu Chen's relationship was not what she had imagined. Then she felt relieved. As for the two girls, Su Wanqing could only say that she saw more than two today. Seeing that Su Wanqing didn't believe her, Jiang Yining became anxious. She pointed at Lu Chen and said, tell me yourself, are you having an affair with Lin Chuchu behind Xia Xia's back? I'm telling you, don't try to lie to me. Yes. Lu Chen admitted it generously. If he said this in front of Shinjiaxia, he might not admit it so readily, but after what happened today, he didn't think Su Wanqing would care. Hearing Lu Chen admit it so readily, Zhang Yining was a little confused. Isn't it so direct? You don't even struggle. Never mind, just admit it. Aunt, you heard it, he is a complete sea king, a complete scumbag, don't be fooled by him. I know. Su Wanqing smiled helplessly. Zhang Yining was stunned. Aunt, what are you talking about? Su Wanqing took a deep breath and said, Xiaoning, I actually know everything. Zhang Yining's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. You know? You know this scumbag is flirting with 2 girls at the same time. Well, I know he has other girls, but that doesn't stop me from being with him. If possible, Su Wanqing didn't want others to know, but now that they knew, she had nothing to hide. Lu Chen touched his nose. Even he didn't expect Su Wanqing to be so direct. Tang Tang clapped her hands and said, Mom is the best. Zhang Yining's worldview seemed to be overturned. She stammered, Auntie, have you been brainwashed by him? Do you know why you would? Su Wanqing chuckled and suddenly reached out and pinched Zhang Yining's face. Silly girl, you will understand when you grow up. Some people are worth sharing with others. Etc. Zhang Yining raised her hand to stop her, and her brain was rapidly processing the theoretical knowledge she had learned, trying to understand what Su Wanqing meant. But she, who claims to be an expert on love, simply couldn't understand it. Is it because I only have theory but no practice? But I don't want to fall in love. Even dogs don't want to date. Seeing that Zhang Yining was confused, Lu Chen quickly pulled Tang Tang away. Su Wanqing also prepared to take a shower, giving Zhang Yining time to digest everything. Zhang Yining looked at the family of 3 who were doing their own things and living happily together, and suddenly felt that either she was crazy or the world was crazy. Recently, she has felt a series of shocking blows from Lu Chen that have shocked her worldview. She stamped her feet angrily, crazy, all crazy. In Zhang Yining's opinion, no girl would not care if the boy she likes has an ambiguous relationship with other girls. She couldn't understand why her aunt didn't care even though she knew that Lu Chen was a scumbag. Could it be that Lu Chen has some magical power that she doesn't know about? Chapter 78 Zhang Yining's second witness. Tang Tang is asleep. After Su Wan took a bath, her skin looked even whiter, tenderer and more delicate. Her mature face made her even more beautiful. Well, I'm not leaving this time. Real? Su Wanqing was still frightened by Lu Chen's escape before, and a smile appeared on her face when she heard this answer. A woman who has been dehydrated for a long time will easily feel thirsty if she suddenly drinks enough one day. Su Wanqing is very thirsty now. How about we have some wine? Still drinking? Xiaoning is in a bad mood, I want to drink with her. Lu Chen understood, do you want to drink? It was obvious that he wanted to get Zhang Yining drunk so that she would not disturb the good thing. He didn't expect that a woman like Sister Su would have such a dark side. It's terrifying when you think about it. But it's good. A knowing smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips as he looked at Su Wanqing, who was pretending to be calm. Okay. Lu Chen agreed readily and deliberately asked, how much can Zhang Yining drink? Don't let her not get drunk by then, but you, Sister Su, get drunk first. Su Wanqing understood that Lu Chen was talking about the time she got drunk that day, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Then I thought, it was obvious that Lu Chen could have succeeded that day, but he didn't take the opportunity. What does this mean? This shows that Lu Chen is a man with his own bottom line. So, she loved him even more. Su Wanqing took 2 steps forward, hugged Lu Chen, and whispered in his ear. She'll be drunk in 1 glass. I specially prepared some low-alcohol fruit wine so she won't get too drunk. The 2 smiled at each other, understanding each other tacitly. After a while, an exquisite fruit plate and pink sparkling wine were placed in the living room. Zhang Yining was still angry when she was pulled out. I don't want to drink with a scumbag. She sat on the sofa with her head tilted, not looking at Lu Chen. Su Wanqing shook the sparkling wine and said, Xiaoning, this is your favorite peach flavor. I know you are unhappy, but people are different. Someone may like what you don't like. You can't define others based on your own ideas. Yes, someone also said that he doesn't like money. Can you say he is wrong? Lu Chen smiled and deliberately pushed his glass towards her. We're about to start filming. Are you being rude to Professor Wen and Shinjiaxia by arguing with me at this time? Or are you doing this on purpose? Are you afraid to act with me? Who's afraid of who? Jiang Yining grabbed the wine glass and drank it. She naturally knew what Lu Chen was talking about acting. Wasn't it just hugging, kissing, and pushing down? She was not afraid. After a few drinks, Jiang Yining's eyes began to wander. She leaned on the sofa, her cheeks flushed, and she was still mumbling, "Aunt, your vision, hiccup, is too bad." Su Wanqing gently took the wine glass from her hand and winked at Lu Chen. "I'll take her back to her room." "Well, I'm going to take a shower." When Su Wanqing came out again, the lights in the living room had been dimmed, leaving only a few warm yellow wall lamps. Lu Chen was sitting on the sofa with only a bath towel on his body. Asleep? Yeah. Su Wanqing walked closer slowly, her nightgown swaying gently with her steps. She was talking in her sleep while hugging the pillow, saying something about wanting to expose your true face. Lu Chen smiled and reached out to hold the person in his arms. Su Wanqing could smell the faint scent of shower gel and the hot breath on Lu Chen's body. "Let's go back to the room." Lu Chen did not answer, but just held her head and replaced all words with a kiss. Outside the window, the city lights are still bright, but the sounds inside the room erupt in suppression. During this period, Dian Pingju also called to discuss what time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for divorce tomorrow, and Su Wanqing answered the phone. This phone call left the sound of communication in the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and balcony. I have to say that Lu Chen's physical fitness is really good. After going to so many places, he is still energetic and not tired at all. After hearing Su Wanqing's feedback, Lu Chen realized that his younger brother Koan seemed to have really grown up. It has become stronger and tougher. That's right, if I had known earlier, I should have given all the attribute points to my younger brother. Height and other things are not important at all. Fortunately, after completing the internet cafe task, attribute points will be credited to your account. We'll figure out what to add then. I don't know how much time passed. Jiang Yining climbed out of bed in a daze, his throat dry as hell. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her pink hair sticking up in a mess, and she staggered towards the kitchen on bare feet. Water. It was dark outside, and she held onto the wall to grope for the switch. As she walked into the corridor, a muffled sound reached her ears. Jiang Yining thought it was an illusion and shook her head, trying to clear her mind. The voice appeared again. Jiang Yining tilted his head and looked in the direction of the voice. The door of the master bedroom was ajar, and the warm yellow light from the desk lamp leaked out from the gap. She saw Su Wanqing being pushed against the wall, the shoulder strap of her nightgown had slipped to one side, her usually meticulous bun had already come undone, and her hair swayed gently with her movements. "Aunt?" Jiang Yining sobered up instantly and her eyes widened. Jiang Yining's face was red as if she had a fever. She hurriedly tried to retreat back to her room, but accidentally bumped her head against the bedroom door. There was a dull thud. The noise in the master bedroom came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Yining was so scared that she covered her mouth, hid in the bed in panic, and covered her head with the quilt. My mind is full of the scene I just saw. My aunt, who is always so elegant and calm, actually had such an out-of-control expression. Crazy, all crazy. She screamed in her heart, but found that her heart was beating abnormally fast. Jiang Yining couldn't sleep. That's right, I didn't sleep all night. He compiled a Canon King identification guide overnight and wrote down all of Lu Chen's behaviors. Canon King basic configuration. Deal with 3+ girls at the same time. Everyone says it is true love. Like to use money offensive. Admitting to cheating in public with a clear conscience. Ask other women to help cover for you personally. A scheming boy who gets others drunk. Likes to hook up with divorced young women. Surname Lu. Looking handsome. Rich. In the morning, Jiang Yining woke up with dark circles under his eyes. If she didn't have class today, she would never step out of the room no matter what. After washing up quietly, she put on her bag, lay down in the corner, and looked around secretly. When he saw Lu Chen peeling eggs for Tang Tang and Su Wanqing pouring milk at the dining table. She didn't know how to face the two of them and tried to sneak away, but was spotted by Tang Tang's sharp eyes. Sister Xiao Ning. Tang Tang held up the peeled eggs and called in a baby voice, "Come and have breakfast." Jiang Yining froze in place, unable to move forward or backward. Su Wanqing turned around when she heard the voice, and there were still red marks on her neck from last night. "Good morning, Xiao Ning." Su Wanqing looked normal on the surface, but she was actually extremely embarrassed. On the other hand, Lu Chen was very calm and asked while peeling an egg. Did you sleep well last night? Jiang Yining's face turned red. She walked quickly towards the dining table with her head down, almost tripping over her own feet. Be careful. Lu Chen appeared beside her at some point and held her arm firmly. The warmth of his palm came through her clothes, causing Jiang Yining to struggle subconsciously. Chapter 79: The owner of the seafood market. I'm fine. Jiang Yining stuttered, his eyes wandering, and he didn't dare to look at Lu Chen. At the dining table, Tang Tang asked innocently, Sister Xiaoning, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? No. Jiang Yining denied hastily and almost knocked over the cup of milk. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Yesterday, the two of them heard some noise, and Lu Chen came out to check. He originally thought that Tang Tang had woken up. But when he walked into the room, he saw the little girl drooling and sleeping soundly. If it's not Tang Tang, then who it could be is self-evident. Lu Chen stopped teasing her and patted Tong Tong's little head. Eat quickly, Dad will take you to kindergarten today. Great. Tang Tang cheered. Jiang Yining felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He mechanically stuffed the bread into his mouth and chewed it mechanically. Her mind was filled with the scene she saw last night and the Canon King illustration she had compiled late at night. I'm full. Jiang Yining stood up suddenly, and the chair made a harsh sound on the floor. I'm going to class first. After saying that, she grabbed her bag and rushed out. Wait. Lu Chen suddenly stopped her. Professor Wen sent you a message, saying that the short play will be filmed in 3 days. Let's add each other on WeChat so that we can go over the script. Jiang Yining's steps suddenly stopped. She turned around stiffly and saw that Lu Chen had taken out his mobile phone with a QR code interface on the screen. Add WeChat? Her voice changed in tone and her fingers tightly grasped the straps of her school bag. The image of her aunt being pressed against the wall last night came back to her mind, making her cheeks burn. Yes. Lu Chen shook his phone and said with a smile, you don't dare, or, are you afraid of acting with me? He deliberately emphasized the word acting and glanced meaningfully at Jiang Yining's flushed cheeks. Thinking of Jiang Yining's fierce look before, Lu Chen knew that he was just teasing her on purpose. Jiang Yining took a deep breath and slowly took out his cell phone. I was just feeling uneasy and my hands were shaking a little, so I entered the QR code 3 times before I successfully scanned it. Okay. She stuffed the phone back into her pocket like it was a hot potato. Lu Chen's voice came again. For some scenes that you are not good at, we can rehearse them in advance. Don't force yourself. Bang. Jiang Yining rushed out of the door. She almost ran away without even noticing that she had put her shoes on the wrong way. Tang Tang tilted her head and asked, Dad, why does Sister Xiaoning run so fast? Lu Chen rubbed her little head and said, Your sister Xiaoning is in a hurry to go to class. He turned to look at Su Wanxin, who rolled her eyes at him. At this time, Jiang Yining, who had rushed into the elevator, was staring at the message on her mobile phone that her friend request had been approved. Lu Chen's name was the letter H. She gritted her teeth and wanted to delete it, but after thinking it over, she put her hand down and changed her name in the WeChat note. Originally it was changed to a fish pond scumbag who raised fish, but later I thought it was not a good thing. So he simply changed his name to the owner of the seafood market. While eating breakfast, Lu Chen recalled the plot outline of the short play The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me. The story begins. The heroine, who was working in a casino to raise money for her mother's medical expenses, was accidentally drugged by gangsters. While she was fuzzy, she mistakenly entered the top-floor presidential suite and met the cold-blooded CEO who was discussing important matters. The male protagonist mistakes her for his long-missing by Yue Guang and takes possession of her directly. After waking up the next day, the heroine fled in a hurry, unaware that the hero had secretly sent people to conduct a comprehensive investigation. After returning home, her mother's condition suddenly worsened. Faced with the sky-high surgery fees, the desperate heroine was forced to sign the 3-year contract marriage agreement worth 50 million. The plot officially begins. To the outside world, the male protagonist is still the decisive and ruthless business emperor. Internally, however, he showed shocking indulgence towards the heroine. He secretly resolved the crisis for her, but deliberately kept it from her. This contradictory behavior makes the heroine always live in the shadow of the stand-in, unaware that the hero has already fallen deeply in love with her. The turning point comes when the vicious female secretary frames him. The strong return of Bai Yue Guang's ex-girlfriend. When the heroine became unexpectedly pregnant, she heard Lu Chen say to his ex-girlfriend with her own ears, "She is just your substitute." She was completely heartbroken and chose to run away with the baby. 5 years later. When the heroine returns with her cute genius baby, the mystery of her life is suddenly revealed. She turned out to be the illegitimate daughter of the world's richest man who was stranded abroad. Those who had bullied her knelt down and begged for mercy. However, the male protagonist knelt on one knee in front of everyone, starting a vigorous wife-chasing crematorium. To atone his sins, the hero signed a contract of sale, willing to be at her disposal for the rest of his life. Just when the heroine agreed with red eyes, the shocking truth came to light. It turns out that the person who actually saved the hero back then was the heroine herself. The ending is warm and humorous. The heroine who inherited the family business became the queen of the business world, while the hero happily played the role of a house husband. "My naughty daughter complains to me every day, Daddy, it's really embarrassing to see you doting on your wife like a madman." Finished with flowers. There are 80 episodes in total, each episode is about 2 minutes long. It's obvious at first glance that this script was written by Professor One. Only a short play would dare to be shot like this. If it were put in a male-oriented novel, it would probably be criticized by readers. Lu Chen has already made up his mind and is ready to spend all the 50 million given by the system on the filming of the short drama. After all, the system only requires Lin Chuchu to spend all the money within a month, but there is no rule that it must be used to show off wealth to Chen Xinyan. This way, we can complete the task without leaving any real assets behind. Using the system's show-off funds to complete the system's filming tasks, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, taking advantage of 2 tasks at the same time, it's simply perfect. However, as a layman, Lu Chen has to consult professionals like Professor One about the specific operations. As for revenge on Chen Xinyan, he has plenty of ways. He would have to be out of his mind to squander 50 million just to make her regret. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Spending this money on the skit can not only complete the task but also make money, which is much more cost-effective than mindlessly showing off wealth. After delivering the candies, he planned to go to Professor One to discuss how to spend the 50 million. After dinner, since Su Wanqing had to go through the divorce procedures, Lu Chen took a taxi to send Tang Tang to the kindergarten. Today, the long-legged lowly teacher Xiao Xia and 2 other teachers were waiting at the door to greet us. Xia Xingchen was wearing the kindergarten teacher's uniform today, but she managed to look unique. A pair of slim-fitting beige cropped pants made her amazingly proportioned long legs look even straighter and longer. She wore a simple light blue shirt with the hem tucked neatly into her trousers, highlighting her slender waist. Especially when standing with the other 2 teachers, his pair of long legs were particularly eye-catching, and he looked like a character from a comic book. "Good morning, Teacher Xia." Tang Tang waved her little hands happily and got down from Lu Chen's arms. Chapter 8200 Carnivals. Xia Xingchen bent down and gently rubbed Tang Tang's head. "Good morning, Tang Tang." "Tang Tang, your braids are so cute today. Who braided them for you?" Tang Tang immediately puffed out her chest proudly and said, "Daddy did it for me." Xia Xingchen looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "I didn't expect that Tang Tang's father has this skill." Lu Chen shrugged and said with a smile, "I'm learning as I go. It's my first time, so it's a little crooked." Xia Xingchen looked down at Tang Tang's hairstyle. One side was indeed a little loose, but it was still neat overall. She couldn't help but chuckle. "It's amazing that you can get it like this on your first try." She paused and added, "However, if Tang Tang's dad wants to learn a more beautiful hairstyle, he can watch my live broadcast." Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. "Teacher Xia is also doing live broadcasts." "Yes, sometimes I do live broadcasts on Quyin for parent-child interaction, teaching parents how to braid their children's hair, do handicrafts, and play some parent-child games." Xia Xingchen smiled embarrassedly. "The salary of a kindergarten teacher is not high, so I thought about making some extra money through live streaming. Last week, a viewer gave me a carnival, which was almost equal to half a month's salary for me. I can make money and help others at the same time. I really like doing live streaming." Tang Tang looked up and asked curiously, "Teacher Xia, what is the carnival?" "It's..." Xia Xingchen thought for a moment. "It's a gift from the audience, something sparkling like a little star." "Wow! I want to see Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." Tang Tang's big eyes sparkled. "Teacher Xia, my father is rich, I'll ask him to send you a carnival." "I'll give you 2. Tang Tang counted her chubby little fingers seriously. Finally, she stopped counting and just stretched out all her fingers. "I'll give you 10. Xia Xingchen was amused and laughed out loud. He squatted down and gently pinched Tang Tang's little face. Tang Tang is so generous. But teachers cannot accept gifts from children. I am very happy that you come to watch the live broadcast. Bite. Trigger random task, daughter's wish. As a rich man, I have to satisfy all my daughter's requests. If she wants to see Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, I will pick some for her. Mission: deliver 200 carnivals in front of your daughter. Mission reward: 10 times cash back, charm point +2. Lu Chen was no longer surprised by the sudden appearance of the mission. These days he also gradually discovered that System Dad was very doting on his family and would almost grant their every request. Lu Chen looked at Xia Xingchen. Teacher Xia, can you give me your account? No problem. She took out her cell phone, found Lu Chen's WeChat ID, and forwarded her Quyin account to him. Lu Chen took out his mobile phone and took a look. The account name was Teacher Xiaoxia's Small Classroom. It didn't have many fans, only 20,000, but the number of likes and comments on the videos was not low. He casually clicked on a recent video, which showed Xia Xingchen wearing a cute apron and teaching kids how to make clay crafts. Coupled with her gentle and patient explanation and her good looks, she is indeed very attractive. Originally, Lu Chen thought that the messages were all comments from children, most of which should be smiley faces and hearts. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few messages with unique styles. Teacher, are you still accepting children in your kindergarten? Are you accepting children aged 3 years and 240 months? I can look at this hand all day long. Teacher, please consider opening a hand model. I want to buy it. My daughter has graduated from college, but I suddenly want to have another child. After casually reading a few comments, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Xia, it seems that there are a lot of strange people among your fans? Xia Xingchen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The platform has been promoting parent-child content recently, and the algorithm may have recommended it more widely. I have deleted all these comments. Lu Chen smiled. As long as the person is pretty enough, no matter how serious the content of the live broadcast is, it will always attract hungry wolves. Everyone loves beauty, it's totally normal. Lu Chen didn't dwell on this topic anymore. When does Teacher Xia usually broadcast live? At night, around 8 or 9 o'clock, but it's not live every day. Xia Xingchen pointed to her account on Lu Chen's phone. There are a lot of videos in there that teach parents how to dress their children. Tang Tang's dad can also learn from them. When Tang Tang heard this, she raised her hand in support. Dad, I want to have beautiful braids, I want to have beautiful braids. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll give it to you after I learn it from Teacher Xiaoxia. Then he rubbed Tang Tang's head and said, Okay, Tang Tang, it's time to go to kindergarten. Xia Xingchen took Tang Tang's little hand and said to Lu Chen, Don't worry, Tang Tang, I will take good care of her. Lu Chen nodded. Thank you, Teacher Xia. After saying goodbye to Tang Tang, Lu Chen contacted Professor Wen and learned that she was at school. Lu Chen opened Route 11 and headed for Professor Wen's office. Lu Chen also learned a lot about Professor Wen these days. Thanks to his education at a top overseas art academy, Wenman was directly promoted to a third-level professor upon returning to China, becoming the youngest backbone of the academy. She specializes in new media film and television creation, and has unique insights into the short drama market in particular. She has published many innovative papers on the era of short videos, which caused quite a stir in the industry. Although she is only 29 years old, she has already gained considerable fame in the film and television circles, and many film and television companies want to recruit her as a consultant. But she prefers to stay on campus and teach. Boom boom boom. Lu Chen came to the door of the office on the easternmost side of the third floor of the teaching building and knocked gently. Please come in. A cold female voice came from inside. Lu Chen pushed the door open and what came into view was a whole bookshelf filled with professional books. Weinman was sitting at his desk. She was wearing a black tank top with a cream-colored suit jacket today, and her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses were staring intently at the computer screen. She looked up when she heard footsteps, and a smile appeared behind her lenses. Our leading man looks very handsome today. Wenman folded his hands and supported his chin, looking at Lu Chen with interest. Why, did you dress up specially today? Damn it. In just 2 sentences, Lu Chen was aroused, and his level was even higher than Lin Chuchu's. Lu Chen smiled and said, We are here to see Professor Wen, so we have to pay attention to our image. Wenman pushed his glasses up, with a hint of amusement on his lips. Call me sister. For a billionaire like Lu Chen, calling her sister is much more intimate than calling her professor. Just a matter of addressing someone can bring 2 people closer together. How? Weinman stood up, her cream-colored suit jacket falling as she moved. She walked around the desk, her high heels making crisp sounds on the floor. I asked you to change your tone last time. You're only 9 years older than me. What's wrong with calling me sister? Are you unhappy? She stopped in front of Lu Chen and looked down at him. Lu Chen looked up at her and suddenly felt that this posture was a bit disadvantageous. He stood up, his 1.81 meter height immediately giving him the upper hand. What are you talking about, Sister One? How could I not be willing? I just think the title of professor is more respectful. When Man reached out to help Lu Chen straighten his collar, then patted him twice. That's good. Let's get down to business. Wenman turned back to his seat, his tone returning to normal. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lu Chen walked to the chair opposite her and sat down. Regarding the skit, I think only Sister Wen can give me the answer, so I came here to ask you for advice. Lu Chen flattered him without leaving any trace. Then, I mentioned that I wanted the skit to be posted on a new account. Of course, this account can belong to a school or an individual. Chapter 81, Rewards in the Professor's Office. I can't promise you that. Wenman was silent for a moment, and finally shook his head. You have to know that the purpose of filming skits is to make a profit and raise funds for the society. It is also to enrich the resumes of students in the club and increase their employment opportunities after graduation. Wenman smoothed his dark green hair. But if we publish our works on the new account as you said, these goals will be greatly reduced, or even all our efforts will be wasted. She turned on the computer, pulled out a data report, and turned it over to show Lu Chen. You see, our Drama Club's official account already has 800,000 followers, and the average number of views for each video is around 2 million. If it is posted on a new account, at least 500,000 yuan of promotion fee will be needed in the early stage to achieve the same exposure effect. Lu Chen was about to speak when Man waved his hand. The club is very poor, otherwise they wouldn't have to borrow money from everywhere. The most important thing is that the skit can make a profit. Do you think I can agree to this? Even if I agree, will others agree? Moreover, short dramas are different from videos. Basically, they need to cooperate with the platform. Otherwise, it is difficult to get a lot of views, let alone make a profit. The personal account you mentioned is basically impossible to post. After listening to Wenman's analysis, Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the students coming and going on campus, then suddenly turned around and said, Professor Wen, what if I am willing to bear all the promotion costs of the new account? And I will invest in the club. He held up 3 fingers, but I need the account to have over 1 million followers within 3 months. Wenman took off her glasses and rubbed her brows. She pulled up another document on the computer. Lu Chen, the profit model of the short drama industry cannot be solved by just throwing money. We must follow the laws of the market. Generally, there are 3 types of short video profit models: revenue sharing model, buyout model, and advertising model. Lu Chen walked over and took a closer look. I learned a lot immediately. The first one is the profit sharing model, which is a profit sharing model in which traffic platforms cooperate to earn profits, and users pay by episode or recharge their membership. In the second buyout model, the short drama producer sells the content to a platform or organization and earns sales profits. The third advertising model is that the brand pays for customized content or embedded advertising, and the 2 parties are commissioned to cooperate in subcontracting. When Man saw Lu Chen looking up and explained, generally, the investment in a short play is around 500,000. More than 500,000 is considered a big production. With our investment scale of 50,000, the buyout price is usually no more than 100,000, and advertisers will not even look at us. She switched to the last PPT, which was a cooperation plan with a media company. So the most feasible way is to cooperate with the platform through a professional media company to share the profits. Although the profits will be taken by 30%, it can at least guarantee a chance of becoming popular. She looked at Lu Chen. Now you understand, this is not about money. Lu Chen stretched out 5 fingers. Seeing this, Weinman shook his head. 5 million? This skit can't possibly make a profit of 5 million, and don't you understand? We can't make a profit on our own. 50 million. Lu Chen smiled and repeated again, I'll invest 50 million. The air in the office seemed to freeze. When Man suddenly looked up at Lu Chen. What did you say? Lu Chen directly gave his thoughts. The 50 million will be divided into 3 parts. 20 million will be used for content production, 20 million will be used for platform promotion, and the remaining 10 million. I can give 5 million as compensation to the drama club, and I will keep 5 million to buy fans and likes. As for why he only left 5 million to buy fans, it was mainly because Lu Chen was afraid that the system would not recognize this cheating behavior. Wenman stood up suddenly, his long dark green hair shaking slightly. Are you crazy? There is no way this investment will pay off. Who said we're going to get our money back? Lu Chen chuckled. What I want are likes, comments and fans, nothing else matters. Wenman was stunned. You're going to use such a large sum of money to buy fans? Buy likes? What are you doing? Using 50 million to become an internet celebrity? 50 million. It's not 500,000, not 5 million, but a full 50 million. Is it all wasted? The only thing she could think of was that Lu Chen was too rich and had nowhere to throw it away. I originally thought that Lu Chen was a billionaire, but now it seems that he is far more than that. At this moment, Wenman really couldn't understand what the purpose of this young and handsome boy was. Lu Chen smiled and said, I don't know how to do it specifically, I can give you 5 million as a reward, and you can help me realize it. Having money means you can do whatever you want. Wenman was convinced. Are you sure you want to do this? Lu Chen nodded. Of course, the premise is that the 50 million must be spent within 30 days. Wenman's pupils suddenly contracted, her breathing quickened, and she suddenly pulled off her gold-rimmed glasses, revealing an excited look. The reason why she planned to shoot the short drama A Domineering President Falls in Love with Me. One was to save the dying drama club, and the other was to fulfill his dream of becoming a director. Previously, she participated in filming as a screenwriter and director. Now, thanks to Lu Chen, she can not only realize her dream, but also shoot the short play as a movie. I even have to worry about how to spend the money. Short dramas are different from movies. The bulk of the movie budget comes from the stars' salaries, but short dramas don't have stars. With a total of 50 million, she really doesn't know how to spend it. But Lu Chen wanted her to spend it all in a month. She never thought that one day she would be troubled by having too much money. However, she was happy to accept such a rich battle. The professor, who was usually calm and composed, now looked like a child who had gotten his favorite toy, with a flush of excitement on his cheeks. Wenman stood up and walked step by step in her high heels to the seated Lu Chen. The creamy white suit jacket opened slightly as she leaned forward, revealing the tight black suspenders underneath. She placed her hands on the armrests of the chair, trapping Lu Chen in the seat. The hot fragrant wind blew on Lu Chen's face. Do you know what investors are most looking forward to? Lu Chen sat in the visitor chair and looked up at Wenman, who was approaching. Return on investment? Wenman leaned over, put his red lips close to his ear, and said with a hint of temptation in his voice, it's a reward. Lu Chen's breathing became a little rapid, and he watched the red lips getting closer and closer. Just when their lips were about to touch, she suddenly turned her head and passed by. Hee, what are you expecting? Wenman straightened up, chuckled, and smoothed his slightly messy hair with his hands. The long dark green hair has a charming luster in the sunlight. Wenman's red lips curled up into a smile. Do you think I want to kiss you? However, if the number of views exceeds 100 million, I can reward you. Wenman was wrong. She misjudged Lu Chen. The last time she could tease Lu Chen like this was because Lu Chen had not yet come out of his previous identity. After moving, his life started anew. Lu Chen has stopped eating beef now, and if Wenman continues to tease him like this, the consequences can be imagined. Lu Chen suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled Wenman's mature and beautiful body into his arms. Wenman was caught off guard and fell on Lu Chen's lap. The creamy white suit jacket was completely opened, revealing the sexy black suspenders underneath. Lu Chen, she exclaimed, and her gold-rimmed glasses tilted to one side. Lu Chen adjusted her glasses with one hand and held her lower back firmly with the other hand. Sister One, the investors will collect the interest now. Wenman struggled to stand up, but found that Lu Chen was incredibly strong. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and her chest heaved violently under the black suspenders. Don't mess around, this is an office. Lu Chen gently pressed his thumb on her red lips. Why, Sister One only allows the governor to set fires? The common people are not allowed to light lamps. Then. Woo. Chapter 82, Crazy Professors Teaching. Bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Professor, are you there? Woo. Shut up. No, I want more. You let me go. Stop, there's someone outside. I'm not afraid. I'm afraid. I was wrong, Sister One. My mouth is swollen. Humph. Do you still dare to act like a hooligan? Wenman then stepped back a little, still unsatisfied, her red lips glistening with water. Lu Chen was breathing heavily, but he was complaining in his heart, who was being a hooligan. Wenman straightened up with satisfaction and slowly straightened his messy clothes. She looked down at the wrinkles on the black suspenders, calmly gathered up her cream-colored suit jacket, and buttoned it up one by one. Click. Her high heels tapped the ground crisply as she walked gracefully towards the office door. Before opening the door, he did not forget to look back at Lu Chen, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses filled with the pride of a winner. Lu Chen sat in the chair and blinked blankly. His shirt collar was open and there were traces of Weinman's lipstick on his lips. If someone hadn't come, the woman would have met his family. That's not right. Lu Chen realized belatedly, I was the first to make the move, so why am I the one at the bottom? The transition from active to passive happened too quickly. By the time he reacted, Wenman had already pressed him down on the chair and kissed him so hard that he was completely dizzy and had lost control. The shyness of a little girl does not exist in front of her. This woman is a psychopath. But having said that, it's actually quite exciting. The moment Wenman opened the door, his face had returned to its dignified look, with only a barely noticeable blush on his cheeks. Professor Xiao Zhang, the teaching assistant, was outside the door holding a stack of documents. I have prepared your information. Put it on the table. Wenman moved sideways to make way, pointing his slender fingers at the desk. The cuffs of his suit slid down, revealing a piece of his white wrist. Xiao Zhang walked into the office quickly and nodded politely when he saw Lu Chen. But I accidentally saw the corner of his lips, and immediately knew that the single professor actually had a boyfriend? I'll be leaving now, Professor. Xiao Zhang put down the documents, secretly glanced at Lu Chen before leaving, and closed the door. After Xiao Zhang left, Wenman turned around and looked at Lu Chen, who was still sitting on the chair, and found that he had not wiped the lipstick marks on his lips. Did you do this on purpose? Seeing Wenman narrow his eyes, Lu Chen immediately felt the danger. Wenman approached step by step. Don't come over here. When she got closer, she suddenly raised her high heels and slammed them between Lu Chen's legs. Oh my god. You crazy bastard. Seeing that her life was in danger, the high-heeled shoe finally stopped 1 centimeter away from the target. Lu Chen broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. Wenman leaned over, reached out and grabbed his collar, his red lips moved closer, his eyes cold. If you dare to act like a hooligan again, I will let you experience what it means to lose everything. Lu Chen carefully used 2 fingers to gently push away the tip of her shoe, muttering, such a good shoe, it's such a pity to break it. Whoa whoa. You, what are you doing? Shut up, I'm not done yet. 10 minutes later. When Man regained his dignified appearance, sat back in his office chair, and looked at the disheveled Lu Chen, don't tell anyone about what happened today, just pretend it never happened. As a strong woman, Wenman is used to controlling everything, just like designing a script. She doesn't like the plot to be out of her control. So when Lu Chen teased her first, it immediately aroused her strong desire to win. She can tease Lu Chen, but Lu Chen cannot tease her. Although this is an advantage for Lu Chen, as long as she is in a dominant position, it is enough. And she really enjoyed Lu Chen's reaction, which was like a carefully designed climax of a drama, and every change in his expression was a cheer for her directing ability. Weinman pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, that was just private instruction. Now let's get down to business. Lu Chen licked the corner of his mouth that was bitten by Wenman, and muttered softly, this teaching is really terrible. Wenman glanced over immediately. Nothing. Lu Chen immediately sat up straight, Professor Wen is right, let's talk business. Wenman crossed his legs. Although I don't know what you want to do, if you want to raise an account, I can help you. Maintain an account? It is to guide fans to follow the account through the content of the short play, and prepare for the account to sell goods through live streaming in the future. It only attracts traffic and does not charge any fees. Lu Chen understood that this mode was most suitable for system tasks. He was indeed a professional and knew much more than him. Since he knew nothing, Lu Chen didn't plan to interfere too much. He only needed to see the results, the process was not important. Okay, then I'll trouble Sister Wen. I want to know why you have to start from scratch and open a new account? You know, 50 million is enough to start a media company. I really don't see the point of doing this. Lu Chen licked the corner of his bitten mouth, and his eyes suddenly became deep. Does Professor Wen know the process of emerging from a cocoon and becoming a butterfly? A mature account is like a butterfly specimen, which is beautiful but has lost its vitality. Lu Chen leaned down and was close to Wen Man. And what I have to do is to witness every moment of its emergence from the cocoon from scratch, watching it flap its wings for the first time, and fly into the wind for the first time. Professor Wen should understand this sense of accomplishment of nurturing with one's own hands the best, right? Wenman's gold-rimmed glasses reflected a slight light, hiding the shock in his eyes. Interesting. She opened her red lips slightly. Okay, in that case, I can help you break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Lu Chen extended his hand, happy cooperation. Seeing Wenman's reaction, Lu Chen suddenly understood a truth. As a rich man, one must not only be rich, but also be able to brag and make big promises. If he had just come to Wenman honestly to discuss cooperation, nothing like this would have happened. And today's little secret between the two of them can take their relationship to the next level. It's been a pleasure working with you. Hold your hands together. Lu Chen subconsciously glanced at Wenman's slender fingers and thought to himself, this was not the place it was holding just now. I will transfer 30 million to Lin Chuchu first, and she will be responsible for all expenses. Oh? This sentence surprised Wenman a little. You trust Lin so much? Aren't you Shin's boyfriend? Lu Chen smiled. I only have one wife, but who says I can only have one girlfriend? Wenman raised his eyebrows. Your classmate Lu is enjoying the blessing of having two wives, but I wonder if classmate Shin knows about this? Scare me? Sister Wen doesn't want anyone to know what just happened, right? He. The two smiled at each other, understanding each other tacitly. Chapter 83 The Anger of the Ex-Girlfriend. After counting over and over again, Lin Chuchu suddenly jumped up from the bed and hit the bedboard directly. She rubbed her aching forehead, but didn't bother to cry out in pain, and tapped her finger on the bank account information on her mobile phone. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. She counted quietly, her voice becoming increasingly shaky. 30 million? The roommate on the upper bunk was awakened by her noise and groaned. Choo-choo, did you see a ghost so early in the morning? This girl is everyone's wife in the WeChat group who wanted to send a small umbrella to Chung Yuqing. Her real name is Wenwen. It's more exciting than seeing a ghost. Lin Chuchu put the phone screen in front of her roommate. Pinch me now. Wenwen squinted at the screen, then suddenly came to her senses. She jumped down from the upper bunk and stepped on the ground barefoot. She snatched the phone away, her eyes wide open. Fuck, you won the lottery? It's Dad. Dad gave it to me. Lin Chuchu got up quickly and frantically took out her makeup bag. I have to dress up nicely to thank my dad. 30 million? That's 30 million. Just giving it to you like this? Wenwen said with an incredulous tone. What does 30 million mean? It is an amount of money that 99% of people will never be able to earn in their entire lifetime. At this time, Chung Yuqing pushed the door open and walked in, holding a breakfast bag in her hand. I looked at my roommate in the dormitory with a confused look on my face, whose face was flushed with excitement. What 30 million? What are you discussing? Wenwen rushed forward, grabbed Chung Yuqing's shoulders and shook her madly. Yuqing, Chuchu's father gave her 30 million, 30 million. Her voice was inflected with excitement. Chang Yuqing felt dizzy and almost dropped the bun in her hand. Wait, what dad? She suddenly thought of something and her face changed. Could it be Lu Chen? Lin Chuchu was applying lipstick in front of the mirror. When she heard this, she turned around and said, yes, it's my father Lu. Snap. The freshly bought buns fell all over the floor. Chung Yuqing was already very regretful and she didn't sleep the whole night when she came back yesterday. The opportunity was clearly right in front of her, but she judged him by his appearance and missed the chance to become a phoenix. Now facing Lin Chuchu's attack, she still eats breakfast? What the hell are you eating? I'm not in the mood for that now. Lin Chuchu pursed her freshly painted red lips in front of the mirror and turned her head. Why? Yuqing, you also want to recognize a father? I want to, but I'm afraid there's no chance. Chung Yuqing said with a sad face. It doesn't matter. Wait until I take down Father Lu, and then we'll do it together. After what happened to Su Wanqing and Chen Shiyan, Lin Chuchu has already started making plans to win favor. The method is very simple, focusing on the principle that there is strength in numbers. Wenwen's eyes widened at the side. Fuck. Chuchu, are you planning to form a harem? Lin Chuchu shook her head. This is called a strategic alliance. She picked up her bag and walked towards the door, ready to find Professor Wen and thank her father for his trust. The moment the door closed, Chang Yuqing finally came to her senses. She looked down at the buns on the ground, and suddenly felt that maybe there wasn't all hope left. One came over and poked her waist. Hey, do you think I should prepare some small umbrellas for you in advance? Chang Yuqing immediately shook her head. No, this will make me miss out on hundreds of millions. Lin Chuchu left the dormitory, took out her phone immediately, and posted a screenshot of the bank account on her Moments, with the caption "Thank you, Dad, for the reward." The only one visible is Chen Xinyan. Although Lu Chen didn't say that she would take revenge now, she didn't mind giving Chen Xinyan some hope. Sure enough, not long after, Chen Xinyan sent a message. The implication was that she had sent many messages to Lu Chen but had not received any reply. Lin Chuchu only had one thing to say: the sugar daddy has so many women, why would he choose you? How can you win if you don't impress him with your sincerity? When Chen Xinyan saw Lin Chuchu's message and then looked at the screenshot of 30 million, her heart, which was almost in despair, was filled with hope again. Just as she was about to put down her phone, she suddenly saw a new post on WeChat Moments. It was sent by Lin Lu. In the video, Lin Lu leaned on the leather sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking around with her mobile phone to capture the surrounding environment. She said that this would be her new home from now on. At first, Chen Xinyan was shocked by the luxury of the house and how Lin Lu could possibly afford to live in such a house. But the more she looked, the more something seemed wrong, and the more familiar it looked. Finally, Chen Xinyan suddenly realized that this was the mansion that Lin Chuchu had photographed in her circle of friends. Could it be? Could it be that Sister Lin Lu is also hooking up with Mr. H? Thinking of this, Chen Xinyan immediately called Lin Lu. The moment the phone was connected, Lin Lu's lazy voice sounded. Sister Lin Lu. Chen Xinyan asked the question she was most concerned about right away. Are you in #1 mansion now? There was a chuckle from the other end of the phone. Yeah, what's wrong? Didn't you break up with him? Break up? What break up? Chen Xinyan didn't care about this. She quickly asked, is Mr. H here too? Mr. H? Lin Lu, who was admiring the comfort of the sofa, was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Although she didn't have Lu Chen's WeChat, she knew his WeChat name when she was using Chen Shiyan's WeChat to communicate with Lu Chen. It turns out that Chen Xinyan doesn't know that this house belongs to Lu Chen. But she was tactful enough to choose not to say anything more. He's not in now. Chen Xinyan showed a disappointed expression, and the next moment she suddenly thought that she could go and wait. As long as she can meet Mr. H and have the help of Lin Lu and Lin Chuchu, her chances of success are still very great. Sister Lu, can I come and play with you? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and Lin Lu's voice suddenly became serious. Xinyan, I think you'd better not come. Really, believe me. Please, Sister Lu. Chen Xinyan's voice was filled with tears. She was anxious. Just let me go, Sister Lin Lu, I beg you. Lin Lu listened to Chen Xinyan's almost pleading tone on the phone and sighed helplessly. Xinyan, it's not that I don't want you to come, but it will be very painful if you come, so I can't agree to you. Sister Lin Lu, for my sister's sake, please give me a chance to contact Mr. H. As long as you agree, I will listen to you in the future and can help you deal with Lin Chuchu. Chen Xinyan's voice became more and more urgent. I'm sorry, I can't promise you privately. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Chen Xinyan stared at the hung-up phone, her face flushed with anger. She threw her phone on the bed. Lin Lu, this bitch, must have been forbidden by my sister to say it. The two roommates were startled by the sudden noise and looked at each other. Xinyan, are you okay? Good. I'm fine. Chen Xinyan was so angry that she was going to die. They all hooked up with Mr. H, and now they wouldn't even let her meet them, yet they still pretended to be noble in front of her. Wrong. Since Lin Lu doesn't let her go, she can find Lin Chuchu. Chuchu will definitely help her. Thinking of this, Chen Xinyan picked up her phone again, only to find that the screen was black due to her dropping it. This is a devastating blow to Chen Xinyan, who is now penniless. This also made her more determined to get close to Mr. H. Lend me your phone. Chen Xinyan did not give up. She took her roommate's phone, logged into her WeChat, and contacted Lin Chuchu. Chapter 84, Revenge on the Ex-Girlfriend. Lin Chuchu just arrived at Wenman's office. But he found that Lu Chen was not there, and he couldn't help showing disappointment. Professor 1. Lin Chuchu said sweetly, with her signature smile on her face. Has Lu Chen left? Wenman didn't even raise his head, his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses still fixed on the document. Lu Chen had something to do and left first. He asked you to connect with me, right? Yes. She shook her phone and a notification of 30 million renminbi arriving appeared on the screen. Lu Chen has transferred 30 million to me and told me to follow your teaching. When Man then raised his head and looked at Lin Chuchu with a smile, student Lin is very capable. It's unexpected that Lu Chen has such a high opinion of her. Lin Chuchu felt a little uncomfortable with this look, but she still puffed out her chest proudly, but what she said was, "Oh, Professor, you're too kind. I'm not that great. It's just that Lu Chen is such a nice person." She blinked her big watery eyes, with an innocent look on her face. "Actually, I don't know anything. I will need to rely more on Professor Wen's guidance in the future. I dare not teach you. You are my god of wealth now." Wenman pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "Just don't act in front of me in the future. You act too fake." "Ah. I didn't. This is me acting in my true colors." Lin Cha-Cha felt wronged, she was telling the truth. "By the way, Professor, where is Lu Chen?" Weinman slowly took off his glasses and gently wiped the lenses with a glasses cloth. "He is very busy. He is going to see Xin Zhaoxia now." After listening to this, Lin Chuchu still had a sweet smile on her face, and even her eyelashes didn't tremble. When Man narrowed her eyes slightly, she thought she would see an expression of jealousy or loss on Lin Chuchu's face, but she didn't expect Lin Chuchu's reaction to be so indifferent. "You don't mind?" Wenman asked directly. "Why should you mind?" Lin Chuchu tilted her head with an innocent look on her face. "Xia Xia is Lu Chen's girlfriend. It's normal to go find her." Wenman smiled and recognized Lin Chuchu's acting skills for the first time. Lin Chuchu is indeed very good at disguising herself, and ordinary people may not be able to tell at all. But from Wenman's perspective, some of Lin Chuchu's micro-expressions still betrayed her. Perhaps even she herself was not aware of the subtle changes in herself. In short, Lin Chuchu is indeed a good actor. If she follows Lu Chen, she may become a big star in the future. At this time, Lin Chuchu's cell phone in her handbag rang. "Excuse me, Professor. I have to take a call." She originally thought it was Lu Chen calling, but it turned out to be a voice call from Chen Xinyan. She likes Chen Shiyan the most. The two of them exchanged a few polite pleasantries first, and Chen Xinyan couldn't help but get straight to the point. "Chuchu, do you know that my sister's best friend has moved into Mr. H's mansion?" Lin Chuchu blinked her big innocent eyes, with just the right amount of grievance in her tone. "How would I know such a thing? I am just one of Mr. H's many women. How could he tell me this?" Chen Xinyan on the other end of the phone immediately became indignant. "Lin Lu, that bitch, is the best at hooking up with men. Chuchu, you better be careful. Mr. H might be fooled. We are in the same group. Chuchu, you must help me. Let's defeat her together." "Really?" Lin Chuchu's voice couldn't help but jump up and down. Xin, are you willing to stand by my side?" "That's great, you are worthy of being my best friend. Don't worry, I will definitely help you. Chuchu, can you tell me the specific floor where Mr. H lives? He didn't reply to my message, so I have to go find him myself." Chen Xinyan finally revealed her real purpose. Lin Chuchu suddenly realized that Chen Xinyan had been laying the groundwork for this for so long. "It's no use telling you. The access control of number 1 mansion is very strict. You can't get in." "Ah." Hearing the disappointed sigh from the other end of the phone, a smile flashed in Lin Chuchu's eyes. "But I do have an idea. You can wait for him at the gate of the community. Wouldn't that make you look more sincere? And he's a very emotional person. If you do that, he will definitely accept you." Chen Xinyan's voice immediately became excited. "Yeah. Why didn't I think of that, but..." She hesitated again. "But I don't know Mr. H. Do you have a photo? Send me one. You know him." "Ah. I know him? How could I know him?" Lin Chuchu said meaningfully. "Don't worry, as long as you see him, you will be able to recognize him, believe me." Chen Xinyan, who was on the other end of the phone, immediately had an image of a middle-aged wealthy man with extraordinary temperament and uniqueness in her mind. Thinking of this, she suddenly became confident. Okay, I'll go right away. Shoot you, you're so nice. Come on, Shinshin, don't leave before he comes. I'll tell him, and then it'll depend on your performance. Yeah, don't worry, Choo-choo. After hanging up the phone, Lin Choo-choo finally couldn't help laughing out loud. She could imagine Chen Xinyan's expression when she waited anxiously at the gate of the community and found out that the so-called Mr. H was actually her ex-boyfriend Lu Chen, whom she once despised. It's even more exciting than watching a comedy. Chen Xinyan. She whispered to herself, you are the one who wanted to jump into the fire pit. You can't blame me. When Man watched the whole process, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were a little playful. Student Lin, is it okay for you to do this? Lin Choo-choo tilted her head and showed an innocent smile. Professor Wen, you are joking. She did this voluntarily. You really protect Lu Chen? Of course. Lin Choo-choo blinked. Dad Lu is so good to me, of course I have to help him vent his anger. And don't you think that letting Chen Xinyan know what she has missed is the best revenge? Wenmin shook his head. I don't think so. Even though that girl wants to be with a rich man, she wouldn't let you do this. Oh, Lin Choo-choo then realized that Professor Wen didn't know the relationship between Chen Xinyan and Lu Chen. So I explained, she's not just trying to hang out with a rich guy. She's trying to hang out with her ex-boyfriend who she despised and betrayed, but she doesn't even realize it. Do I need to be polite to a girl like this? Wenmin showed a look of surprise. It turned out there was such a bloody relationship. But she couldn't understand why the girl who just called would betray the handsome and rich Lu Chen. Is it because you've eaten too much good stuff and want to change the taste? Wenmin chuckled, you tease her like this, aren't you afraid of playing with fire and getting burned? But she knew that when a woman goes crazy, she can do anything. I'm afraid, but so what? If she dares to betray Lu Chen, I will dare to retaliate against her. Besides, Lu Chen is here, he will definitely protect me. Wenmin shook his head helplessly. Okay, it's time to get down to business. Now that Lu Chen has invested, the things I originally prepared can no longer be used. You accompany me to check out other venues and rent some luxury cars. Oh, and you also need to prepare the photography equipment. Yes, Professor. With tens of millions in her card, Lin Choo-choo is now confident in spending. She also added, Lu Chen said that it can only be rented and not purchased. Okay, you really take Lu Chen's words to heart. I get it. Let us go. Chen Xinyan stood in front of the luxurious gate of number 1 mansion and adjusted her clothes. She specially changed into a black tight skirt that showed off her figure today, wore 10-centimeter high heels, and even took good care of her hair. Hello, who are you looking for? The security guard at the door asked politely. Chen Xinyan raised her chin and said, I'm waiting for someone. The security guard looked at her suspiciously, but his professional ethics prevented him from asking any further questions. Then please wait in the waiting area. Chen Xinyan found the most conspicuous seat and sat down, taking out a small mirror from time to time to check her makeup. She was already rehearsing in her mind the scene of her meeting with Mr. H. Time passes by every second. Chapter 85 Training Plan. But Lu Chen knew nothing about all this. At this moment, he and Shin Jiaxia were inspecting an internet cafe that was to be transferred. This internet cafe is a bit remote, with 2 floors totaling 400 square meters. The decoration is not very stylish and the equipment is all old. Shin Jiaxia was carefully checking the transfer list. Wait, the depreciation rate on these equipment is wrong. She looked up at the owner of the internet cafe and said, these machines are old models from 3 years ago. According to the current market conditions, the residual value is at most 30% of the marked price, or even lower. The owner of the internet cafe smiled awkwardly. Well, we have taken good care of it. She shook her head slightly and looked at Lu Chen. After we take over, all the equipment will have to be updated, and this part of the transfer fee will have to be recalculated. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with appreciation. Go on. We can update it in stages. We can keep 50% of the old equipment on the first floor as an affordable area to attract students, and replace the second floor with new ones to set up a high-end esports area. Shin Jiaxia did quick mental calculations and wrote them down on paper. This will save 200,000 yuan in initial investment and shorten the payback period by several months. Facing Shin Jiaxia's analysis, the internet cafe owner was stunned and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Little girl, you know your stuff. Shin Jiaxia smiled slightly and continued to look through the account book. Also, your water and electricity expenses are obviously too high. The air conditioning electricity consumption in summer is 7 times that of other seasons. This means that many of the air conditioners in your store have problems. Generally, about 4 times is considered normal. Shinjaxia walked to the window and observed the flow of people on the street. This location is actually not very good. She pointed to the school across the street and said, "That's a vocational and technical college, but they only have holidays on Sundays. Although there are many people, their spending power is limited." He pointed to the office building in the distance and said, "It is a commercial street, but most of the people there are white-collar workers. There are very few people who come to internet cafes. Basically, they can be ignored." Then Shinjaxia analyzed one by one like a machine gun and mentioned the shortcomings of the internet cafe again. This scene made the owner of the internet cafe nearby break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly stepped out to interrupt her. If the pretty girl continued talking, he would be afraid that he would have to pay for the transfer, not to mention the transfer. Then let's go back and think about it. In fact, Lu Chen was not satisfied with this internet cafe. The equipment is not a big deal, the main problem is that the location is too remote and the area is too small. Come to think of it, if all the advantages were there, how could we not be able to do it? The system's reward is based on the monthly turnover, and this internet cafe obviously can't offer much, even if it's 5 times the amount. Get out of the internet cafe. Lu Chen couldn't help but give Shinjaxia a thumbs up. I just discovered today that our Jiaxia is so business-minded. Shinjaxia raised her head proudly. Why? Do you think I only know how to study? It seems I have to get to know you again. Lu Chen suddenly stopped and said, "By the way, ask your former boss if her internet cafe is for sale?" Shinjaxia tilted his head and looked at Lu Chen with a puzzled look. Are you talking about Midnight Oasis? That's one of the most popular internet cafes in the university town. How could the owner transfer it? That's not necessarily true. What if the business seems to be good, but in fact it is facing problems such as skyrocketing rent, increased labor costs, and aging equipment? What if the boss wants to transform into a more profitable industry? How can you know if you don't ask? Shinjaxia hesitated for a moment and took out his cell phone. Okay, I'll ask. She took out her address book and called Sister Zhou, the owner of Midnight Oasis. Hello, Sister Zhou, it's me, Xia. How are you doing recently? Sister Zhou's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. Oh, our Xia still remembers Sister Zhou. I thought you found a boyfriend and forgot about Sister Zhou. Shinjaxia said, Sister Zhou, please stop making fun of me. Actually, I want to ask, how is the internet cafe business recently? Sister Zhou on the other end of the phone suddenly paused and said, Business, hey, it's just like that. Shinjaxia was keenly aware of something strange. Sister Zhou, are you having any trouble with your business? There was a sudden silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, followed by Sister Zhou's surprised voice. Did you hear that? She sighed, forget it, we are family, it doesn't hurt to tell you. You also know that I have a beauty salon in the east of the city, and there were some problems recently. Shinjaxia quickly asked, Sister Zhou, what happened in your beauty salon? Oh, don't mention it. Sister Zhou's voice was a little low. My partner tampered with the accounts and ran away. Now the capital chain is about to break. I am planning to transfer the internet cafe out for emergency. Shinjaxia looked at Lu Chen in surprise, covered the microphone and whispered, You're right, Sister Zhou really wants to transfer it. Lu Chen nodded and said, Ask her a meeting. Sister Zhou, Shinjaxia understood, I have a friend who is very interested in internet cafes. How about setting up a time to chat? This. Sister Zhou hesitated. Xia, you know my internet cafe is in a good location, and the transfer fee is not low. Most people can't afford to take it over. It's okay. Shinjaxia glanced at Lu Chen, who made an okay gesture. My friend is very sincere. Sister Zhou's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Sure. I'll be in the store at 10 o'clock tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Shinjaxia was still a little bit unbelievable. Ms. Zhou's beauty salon business has always been good, and the partner is her best friend. How could it be? Lu Chen chuckled, there is no permanent winner in the business world. You will be in charge of the negotiation tomorrow, and I will be in charge of the signing. Wait. Shinjaxia frowned, aren't you going to negotiate terms together? Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, I believe in your judgment. Through what happened today, he discovered that Shinjaxia had business talent, so he wanted to take the opportunity to train her. Because as the system rewards more and more industries, he needs his own people to manage them for him. Training should be started as early as possible, even if it costs some money, it is actually nothing. After all, you can use money to buy experience, which is still very cost-effective for Lu Chen. The same principle applies to training Lin Chuchu. Of course, if that's not possible, then there's nothing wrong with letting them just be vases. Chapter 86, Ex-Girlfriend Enters Number 1 Mansion. Chen Xinyan waited at the gate of Number 1 Mansion for a full 7 hours. She took out her mobile phone to check the time for the umpteenth time. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but there was still no sign of Mr. H. However, she was not discouraged and needed to concentrate more from now on. Because after this point in time, Mr. H may come back at any time. Miss, has the person you are waiting for not arrived yet? Or has he already entered through another entrance? The security guard came over for the third time and kindly gave a reminder. Chen Xinyan forced a smile and said, "No, my friend asked me to wait for him here." Just then, a black Maybach slowly drove over. Chen Xinyan immediately stood up, walked forward, and tapped the car window. When the glass was lowered, the face of a middle-aged woman was revealed. "I'm sorry, I got the wrong person." Chen Xinyan retreated angrily. "Miss, you can wait here, but you can't harass the owner." The security guard came over again, but this time he came to stop her. If he allowed Chen Xinyan to continue like this, he would probably be fired the next day. It's not easy to find a job. Even if the girl is pretty, he will drive her away without mercy. "Miss, are you really waiting for your friend? Don't you even know what kind of car your friend drives?" This question stumped Chen Xinyan, and she stammered, not knowing how to answer. She asked Lin Chuchu, and Lin Chuchu told her that Mr. H had many cars and he didn't know which one he was driving. However, Chen Xinyan was not completely without gain. At least from this information, she could infer that Mr. H should not be very old, even under 30 years old. Because only rich people of this age group don't like to hire drivers. It was past 6 o'clock and the sky was getting dark. Chen Xinyan was tired, hungry, and thirsty, but she didn't dare to leave. She gritted her teeth, took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag and took a sip. This was her last reserve, and she was reluctant to even drink it in a big gulp. "Miss, it's not a good idea for you to keep waiting like this." The security guard's tone was already a little impatient. "Why don't you call your friend and ask him when he will be back?" Chen Xinyan forced a smile. "No, I'll wait a little longer." After she finished speaking, her voice suddenly stopped and her eyes were fixed on the figure riding an electric bike towards them. "Sister, why are you here?" Chen Xinyan suddenly jumped in front of the electric bike, scaring Qin Shiyan, who was riding the bike, and she quickly pressed the brakes. When I came to my senses, I realized that the person standing in front of me was my sister. She asked in confusion, "Xiao Xian? What are you doing here?" "Sister, this is my question to you. What are you doing here?" Chen Xinyan grabbed the handle of her sister's electric bike and suddenly thought of something. "Sister, you're here just in time. Can you tell Sister Lin Lu to take me in?" Chen Shiyan frowned. What are you doing in there?" I'll go in and find someone." Chen Xinyan's eyes were vague and she felt a little guilty. "Do you know anyone here? Then ask your friend to pick you up. My phone is broken." Chen Xinyan was afraid that her sister would not believe her, so she quickly took out a phone with a black screen from her bag and shook it. "Look, it's completely unavailable. I'm using my roommate's backup phone, and it doesn't even have the address book." She suddenly put on a pitiful expression. "By the way, sister, can you transfer some money to me to repair my phone?" Chen Shiyan frowned even more tightly. "Don't you have a lot of friends? Aren't they always scrambling to spend money on you?" "I've cut ties with them completely." Chen Xinyan raised 3 fingers and swore, "Sister, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I promise to listen to you in the future." After all, she was her sister, so Chen Shiyan still softened her heart. But she didn't have much money, and she couldn't touch the 10,000 yuan that Lu Chen gave her for groceries. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and transfer the last 2,000 yuan he earned from his part-time job to Chen Xinyan. "Take it and go back to school early." Chen Shiyan put the phone back into her pocket and her tone softened. Chen Xinyan received the transfer notification and a hint of joy flashed across her face. After seeing the amount, she said, just 2,000 yuan? Chen Shiyan frowned. "Don't give it back to me." Yes. Chen Xinyan changed the subject. "Sister, just take me in. It will only take a while. I promise not to cause any trouble for you." How could Chen Shiyan let her sister go there? That was Lu Chen's house. If her sister found out, who knows what would happen? No, go back. Why? Chen Xinyan suddenly raised her voice, attracting the security guard to look over here. She quickly lowered her voice and said, "Sis, if you don't let me in, I'll wait here." You don't want to see me starve to death here, do you? Chen Shiyan was silent for a moment, sighed, took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Lin Lu. When she learned that Lu Chen was not there, she reluctantly agreed. Chen Shiyan let out a long sigh and turned to her sister who was looking expectant. Let's go, but you can only stay for a while, then you have to leave. Sister, you are the best. Chen Xinyan cheered and jumped on the back seat of the electric car. Chen Shiyan arrived at the door and facial recognition directly opened the side door. The image guard at the door bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome home, Miss Chen." One of their jobs is to get to know every owner. Chen Shiyan felt a little guilty, so she turned the accelerator and sped into the community. Chen Xinyan sat in the back seat of the electric car and asked suspiciously, "Sister, whose home is this? How do they know you?" "I often come to see Lin Lu, so." Chen Shiyan had already guessed why her sister knew Lin Lu was here. She probably thought that Lin Lu had posted something on WeChat Moments and it was seen. Go back and delete all her friends on WeChat. This time Chen Shiyan made up her mind what to do if she appears in the circle of friends in the future. No matter how much she disliked her sister's behavior, she was still her sister after all, and after finding out that Lu Chen was also lying to her, her anger had almost subsided. Ever since entering number 1 mansion, Chen Xinyan has been exclaiming in amazement, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, everything she sees is new and new. I have already started imagining myself moving in. Taking the elevator to the top floor, Chen Shiyan did not dare to unlock the door with her fingerprint, but instead pressed the doorbell. The door opens. Lin Lu was wearing a black suspender pajamas, revealing a bulge of white flesh on her chest. Sister Lin Lu. Although Chen Xinyan criticized Lin Lu 100 times in her heart, she still looked friendly on the surface. After changing into the slippers brought by Lin Lu, Chen Xinyan happily walked into the living room. He looked around, exclaiming in amazement. Sister, how long are you going to keep this a secret? Lin Lu came close to Chen Shiyan and asked in a low voice. Chen Shiyan shook her head. I don't know. I'll keep it a secret for as long as I can. Also, stop posting on WeChat Moments. Or block Xiaoxin and don't let her know that I live here too. She was worried and quickly gave some instructions. Okay, I was wrong. Lin Lu raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, and this action made the peaks of her chest even more towering. I have to say, Chen Shiyan is pretty, but her figure is definitely not as good as that of Cao Lin Lu. Because Lin Lu perfectly demonstrated what a plump figure with a protruding front and a curved back is. Broken. Chen Shiyan's expression suddenly changed. My things are in the bedroom. The house has 5 bedrooms, 1 master bedroom and 4 secondary bedrooms. The 2 secondary master bedrooms with an area of more than 50 square meters are her and Lin Lu's rooms respectively. It would be difficult to explain if Chen Xinyan saw it. Go pack your things quickly, I'll hold her back. Lin Lu pushed Chen Shiyan and walked towards Chen Xinyan who was taking pictures. Chapter 87, It's hard to persuade the damned ghost with good words. Chen Xinyan looked around the house as if she had discovered a new continent. I held up my phone and took pictures, and every picture was a photo of myself with the room. Whose bedroom is that? Chen Xinyan pointed to a bedroom. Lin Lu's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly tried to stop her, but she was still a step too late. Chen Xinyan had already opened the door to the master bedroom and was completely stunned. What comes into view is a huge leather bed. This bed is so big that it can easily accommodate at least 5 people. The leisure and entertainment area is furnished with a set of leather sofas arranged in a semicircle, with an obsidian coffee table in the middle, facing a huge projection screen, and professional-grade audio equipment next to it. The layout of the entire master bedroom is simply the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Too luxurious. Chen Xinyan murmured to herself, her eyes attracted to the cloakroom again. Lin Lu then hurriedly checked the room, looking for things belonging to Lu Chen. Fortunately, there was nothing there except a box. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Xinyan's running around in the master bedroom just happened to buy Chen Shiyan some time. So Lin Lu was happy to see it happen. She folded her arms, leaned against the door, and watched Chen Xinyan quietly go to the cloakroom, then to the bathroom to take a photo, then to the balcony to take a photo and exclaimed a few times. She was busy and having a lot of fun. Well. The more excited Chen Xinyan became, the more Lin Lu sighed. I don't know how she will react when she finds out that this house belongs to Lu Chen. Lin Lu smiled, it must be very interesting. 10 minutes later, Chen Xinyan walked out of the master bedroom with satisfaction and looked around. Sister Lin Lu, where is my sister? Her. Lin Lu said casually, maybe in the bathroom. By the way, how are you doing in school recently? Have you found a boyfriend? Sister Lin Lu, my previous boyfriend broke up with me, and I don't want to be in a relationship now. Ever since Chen Xinyan came in, she felt that the house was too clean and tidy, and there was a sense of desolation and desertedness everywhere. Sister Lin Lu, how long have you moved in? Will Mr. H come back to live in this house? Why is there no sign of life at all? Lin Lu paused as she was pouring water. He is usually very busy and rarely comes here to live. I just moved here too. Ah? Chen Xinyan was shocked. That didn't mean she didn't know when she would be able to meet the other person face to face. Sister Lin Lu, what is your relationship with Mr. H, and how did you move in? Chen Xinyan asked knowingly. She already thought that Lin Lu was being kept, but she also wanted to find out about the process so that she could take action on her own. Of course, Lin Lu also knew Chen Xinyan's purpose, and told the truth. I am her nanny, responsible for cleaning and tidying the room. I'm afraid she will have to take care of her daily life, provide personal care, and even serve on her knees. Chen Xinyan complained in her heart. The next step is to inquire about the salary. How much does he pay you per month? 20,000 a month. How is that possible? Did you miss a digit? Chen Xinyan couldn't believe how such a rich man could give such a small amount of support money. Oh, I see. You're not talking about salary, you're talking about how much money it will cost to support me. Lin Lu told the truth, you are wrong. I am here to work honestly. It is not as complicated as you think. Oh, I see. Lin Lu said with a look of realization, you moved in because you thought I was your sponsor? So you want me to introduce you to a connection? Chen Xinyan's face flushed instantly. She didn't expect Lin Lu to be so straightforward, but she soon changed her expression to envy. Yes, Sister Lu, I do want to. Can you introduce me to someone? Lin Lu complained in her heart. Do I need an introduction? You and he are very familiar with each other. At least there are some things about him that I haven't seen before. But she said, I'm just a babysitter, I don't have this ability. Still pretending. Chen Xinyan was extremely angry. Then tell me what Mr. H looks like and how old he is. Is that okay? You don't need my help with this. You will recognize him when you see him. Chen Xinyan sounded familiar with this, as if Lin Chuchu had said the same thing. No, after being kept by someone, even the way of speaking becomes the same? Last time she just listened, but now Chen Xinyan has begun to recall in her mind all the people she knows, but after thinking for a long time, there is no one who meets the identity of these billionaires. Sister Lin Lu, just tell me directly, please. Unable to figure it out, Chen Shuryan asked directly. Lin Lu sighed and decided to give her some final advice. Xinyan, I think you should just forget it. Believe me, you won't get what you want. The best choice is to return to normal life as soon as possible and go to school well. Chen Xinyan's face changed. Was she afraid that she would compete with her for favor? She is my sister's good sister, but she didn't even give me this chance. Lin Chuchu is many times better than her. At this time, she once again felt how good Lin Chuchu was. Sister Lin Lu, don't worry, I won't argue with you. I really just want to meet Mr. H. I don't have any other intentions. No matter what Chen Xinyan thought in her heart, she still said words that showed weakness. Before she went to college, she was considered a second-generation rich, the little princess of the family, with everything provided for her, leading a carefree life and not knowing what money meant. But since her parents went bankrupt, she fell from heaven to hell. It was then that she gradually realized that without money, it would be difficult to get ahead in this society, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with selling her feelings and body for money. Even if there were mistakes, it was not her fault, as it was caused by her tragic past. She is not wrong. Lin Lu looked at her flickering eyes and knew that she could no longer persuade her. She sighed, it's up to you, but it's impossible for me to help you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You will definitely regret it. I understand, Sister Lin Lu. Chen Xinyan nodded obediently, but her eyes secretly glanced at the master bedroom, fantasizing about becoming the hostess here and then driving Lin Lu away. At this time, the door of the bedroom opposite opened and Chen Shiyan walked out. Sister? Chen Shiyan paused, trying to calm herself down and pretending nothing had happened. What's wrong? Chen Xinyan curiously poked her head in, wanting to see what the room looked like. Is that Sister Lin Lu's room? No, mine is next door. Chen Xinyan walked into the next room and saw Lin Lu's photo on the bedside table. It looks like a photo, and it's very sexy. Humph, you still say you're not supporting someone, but whose nanny lives in the bedroom? There is clearly a nanny's room here, and the fact that Lin Lu lives in this room looks like the second master bedroom says it all. Chen Xinyan had an inexplicable suspicion in her heart, so she walked out again and opened the room behind her sister. Chapter 88, Scheming Against My Sister. Chen Xinyan pushed open the door and saw an empty bedroom. The snow-white sheets were smooth without a wrinkle, and every place was empty except for a few pots of green plants. The whole room was as clean as a model room that had never been lived in. Obviously no one lives here. She turned to look at her sister behind her, frowning slightly. What are you doing here? Chen Shiyan's heart skipped a beat. She was really not good at lying, especially in front of her sister. Lin Lu, a good friend, immediately said, "Your sister is helping me clean. It's such a big house that I can't handle it alone sometimes." Yeah? Chen Xinyan nodded doubtfully. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, I suddenly caught a glimpse of the three-piece set on the bed, and a question immediately popped into my mind. The three-piece set on the bed clearly does not match the bed. She walked slowly to the bed and touched the sheets, which were obviously one size too small. Why does this bedding look so familiar? Hearing this, Chen Shiyan's fingers clenched involuntarily. She then remembered that they had bought this set of bedding together in their hometown last year. Sister, do you live here? Chen Xinyan stared at her sister. When you don't care about something, many small details are easily overlooked, and conversely, many details will be infinitely magnified. For Chen Xinyan now, anything unreasonable will arouse her suspicion. Chen Shiyan was silent for a while, then nodded directly, yes. Ha! Lin Lu, who was about to make up an excuse to get away with it, suddenly heard Chen Shiyan admit it directly. She turned her head and looked at her blankly. No, sister, you've changed too quickly. Do you really live here? Chen Xinyan was just asking casually, but she didn't expect it to be true. The scene where the access control system directly recognized a person's face suddenly came to my mind, and I immediately understood it. She blurted out, "Sister, are you also being kept by Mr. H? What are you talking about? I'm here helping to clean the room." Chen Shiyan shouted. Being a nanny again? Ha, do you think I'm a fool? Nanny? Chen Xinyan snorted coldly, "Sister, when did the campus beauty of Jiang University fall to the point of having to work as a nanny? What's wrong with the school belle? She's just pretty, how noble can she be?" To be honest, Chen Shiyan is quite confident. I'm telling the truth. I just work here. If you don't want to believe me, that's up to you. Work? Chen Xinyan suddenly laughed out loud. She opened the closet door and said, "Since you live here, where are your clothes?" She turned and pointed to the dressing table. "Where are your skin care products? Did you clean them up? If it was really just work, why did you hide it from me?" Lin Lu interrupted, "Your sister's things are in my room. We can live together." Of course Chen Xinyan didn't believe it. Oh? Then why did I only see Sister Lin Lu's things in her room just now? She approached Chen Shiyan step by step. "Sister, you are not working as a special nanny, are you? That's why you deliberately hid it from me and didn't want me to know that you were being kept by someone. You?" Chen Shiyan's face turned pale with anger. "I'm your sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm talking nonsense? The two largest secondary bedrooms in this mansion are all given to you. Can you explain that this is the treatment for a nanny? There are many things involved. I can explain them to you." "No need." Chen Xinyan interrupted directly, her voice raised a few notes. "Sister, you don't have to pretend to be noble on the surface and do the same thing as me secretly. If I say I am better than you, at least I am still upright. That's enough." "Why, you're so angry because I said it, right?" "It's nothing, sister. Being Mr. H's lover is better than marrying those poor boys. I envy you so much." Since it couldn't be explained clearly, Chen Shiyan didn't want to say more. Let it be a misunderstanding. Seeing that her sister ignored her, Chen Xinyan suddenly took Chen Shiyan's arm affectionately, and her expression turned from gloomy to bright. Sis, since you've already climbed up the social ladder, why don't you introduce someone to your younger sister? Wouldn't we sisters have an advantage? Chen Shuryan suddenly shook her hand away, her eyes full of disappointment. Chen Xinyan, you make me sick. I'm sick? Chen Xinyan's smile instantly turned cold. What about you? You pretended to teach me a lesson, but you are acting like a canary here. You are so rich, but you only gave me 2,000 yuan. You are such a good sister. After hearing what her sister said, Chen Shuryan was so angry that she wanted to slap her. I worked hard part-time for a year and saved most of the money, and used it to pay off her debts, leaving only 2,000 yuan for her living, which I now gave to her. What she got in return was disgust and ridicule from her own sister. How could she not be angry and furious? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chen Xinyan's face became even colder. Either you introduce me to your sponsor, or I will tell my parents that their most proud daughter is now a mistress. Lin Lu couldn't bear it any longer. Xinyan, you can't say that about your sister, she did this. Okay, Sister Lin Lu, you don't have to pretend here. Who are you? I. Lin Lu laughed angrily and was ready to go up and argue with her. As a result, a snapping sound was heard. A clearly visible slap mark appeared on Chen Xinyan's face. Get out of here. Chen Shuryan pointed to the door. Chen Xinyan covered her face, her eyes full of disbelief. Her sister, who had always given in to her since childhood, actually dared to hit her. She covered her face with her hands and said, Okay, I'll go. You wait and explain to your parents. Xinyan. Lin Lu wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Chen Shuryan. Let her go. Chen Shuryan shook her head. She won't listen to anything I say now. After saying this, Chen Shuryan suddenly lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground, finally unable to hold back her tears. She could never have imagined that she had become such a person in her sister's heart. But if she really told your parents, how would you explain it? After all, if I'm not involved, I wouldn't believe it. Lin Lu was a little worried, because she knew that Chen Shuryan's parents were very strict. Tell the truth. Oh my God. Lin Lu slapped her forehead speechlessly. If she told anyone about what happened between Chen Shuryan and Lu Chen, no one would believe it. To tell the truth was the same as saying nothing. At this time, Chen Xinyan was walking into the elevator angrily. She gritted her teeth and thought about how to complain to her parents. No. Not only my parents, but also my relatives must know who Chen Shuryan is. Given my parents' personalities, they would definitely come to Jiangcheng without hesitation after finding out. Because in their eyes, Chen Shuryan has always been a good girl and they would never allow her to learn bad things. When the time comes, I'll just have to wait and see how my sister can continue to pretend. Chapter 89. Jiang Yining wants to fall in love. Day. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen and Shenjiaxia separated, put their hands in their pockets, and paced slowly. Each of his steps was deliberately small. After all, the system only counts the number of steps, but does not specify how far one step should be. Compared to the hurried running when delivering food before, this leisurely way of delivering food now is obviously much more relaxing. He turned into a convenience store on campus and picked up a bottle of mineral water. At the cashier counter, the clerk looked at the customer who had walked around the store 3 times with curiosity. Student, are you looking for something? Oh, no. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head, then deliberately walked around twice before going to pay the bill. These little actions quietly increased his step count by more than 30 steps. Exit the convenience store. Lu Chen continued to stroll along the school's lake. The reason why he doesn't go to the gym to increase his step count is that although high-intensity exercise can increase step count quickly, he simply can't keep it up for long given his physical strength. This leisurely walk can complete the task without overdrawing the body. 29,500. Lu Chen looked at the time and decided to walk around the river again. As time passes by. Finally, a ding sound came from Lu Chen's phone. He stopped and looked at the numbers displayed on the screen of his mobile phone with satisfaction. He had taken 30,003 steps today. Knock off. Mission accomplished. Lu Chen stretched, turned around and walked out of the school. He was not in a hurry to give Tang Tang tutoring today because she had already done it in the morning. When passing by a dessert shop, he thought about it and decided to push the door in and buy a piece of cake to celebrate himself and Chen Shuryan moving into their new home. When Lu Chen came out with the cake, he didn't walk far when he suddenly saw a pink-haired figure on a bench by the lake. There were a lot of beer bottles at his feet. Jiang Yining? Pink hair is not common, and the only person Lu Chen could think of was Jiang Yining. He unconsciously slowed down his pace and approached slowly. Jiang Yining? Lu Chen called out tentatively. The figure on the bench moved and turned around when he heard the words. A familiar face appeared before my eyes. It was indeed Jiang Yining. But her cheeks were flushed with drunkenness, her eyes were half closed, and she was holding a half can of beer in her hand. Why are you so drunk? Lu Chen walked over and stood in front of her. Jiang Yining opened her eyes dazedly, and her dilated pupils stayed on Lu Chen's face for several seconds before suddenly lighting up. Lu Chen? Her voice was drunken. What are you doing here? Looking for Xia again? Do you have any shame? Lu Chen was so amused by her hostility that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, I didn't cheat on you. Why are you drinking here to drown your sorrows? Okay, I'm wrong, okay? Let's go back quickly. Wrong? Jiang Yining curled her lips and was about to say that you broke up with my aunt and only date Xia, but suddenly she felt sorry for her aunt. I also want to say that you broke up with Xia and are only dating your aunt, but I feel sorry for Xia. In the end, Jiang Yining was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and could only point the spearhead at Lu Chen again. Stop being hypocritical, then break up with Lin Chuchu and don't have anything to do with that little green tea. She was so excited that she almost fell off the bench. Lu Chen quickly supported her. Only then did he notice Jiang Yining's outfit today. Her usually delicate makeup was a little smudged, and her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Let me go. Jiang Yining pushed him away with force, but because she was drunk, she couldn't exert any strength and fell into Lu Chen's arms instead. The strong smell of alcohol on her body mixed with a light scent of perfume. It smelled quite good. How much did you drink? Lu Chen looked at the cans under his feet and found that 3 of them were empty. It's none of your business. Jiang Yining struggled to get up. You should go and take care of Lin Chuchu. Lu Chen was puzzled. Why should I care about her? Oof. Weren't you having a great time kissing her? Jiang Yining took the can and took another sip. No, how did you know? Could it be? Yeah, what's wrong? I just peeked. Who told you to be in that place? Jiang Yining drank too much and became bolder, finally telling the secret in her heart. I say, if you want to peek, just peek. Do you really need to drink to drown your sorrows? Jiang Yining suddenly raised her head and stared at Lu Chen with a dazed look. Don't be so self-indulgent. You think I am drinking because of this? I am drinking because they laugh at me. Who's laughing at you? Jiang Yining burped and shook his head drunkenly. My roommates, they talk about boyfriends every day. Whenever I talk, they laugh at me for never having been in a relationship, and say, what does a fledgling know? Lu Chen almost laughed out loud. So, just because of this? Yeah, that's not enough? What's wrong with never having been in love? Jiang Yining stood up suddenly and patted his chest. I have a lot of theories, and I have evidence. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone, swiped it a few times, and then put it in front of Lu Chen. Look! On the screen is a document titled Diary of the Cannon King. Lu Chen took a closer look and almost vomited blood. There is no mention of him in the content, but he is in every sentence. This is clearly an allusion to him. You. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Just write my name directly. Jiang Yining raised his chin proudly. How is it? I wrote, hiccups, professionally, right? Awesome. Lu Chen didn't know what she was so proud of, but as long as she was happy, it was fine. I believe it, don't drink it. Lu Chen sighed, put the cake aside, and wanted to support her. I'll take you back to the dormitory. I won't go back. Jiang Yining suddenly became excited. If I go back, they will laugh at me again. Then why don't you just find a boyfriend? Lu Chen understood that the little wildcat wanted to fall in love. Jiang Yining did not answer, but suddenly grabbed Lu Chen by the collar and moved her face closer. Lu Chen, do you want to be my boyfriend? Her face was close at hand, and the smell of alcohol on her breath hit me. Just one day is fine, let me experience it. You've drunk too much. Lu Chen wanted to run away now. She didn't dare to provoke this girl. I'm not drunk. Jiang Yining insisted. Do you know how many people are chasing me? You actually rejected me? Lu Chen, I'll fight for you. As he said that, he opened his mouth wide and bit Lu Chen's hand. Hiss. Shut up, no, just let go. Woo woo. I understand, she said. I don't. You are a dog, I will break your teeth. Woo woo. Chapter 90 Family Member Number 2 is coming online. Let go. Woo woo. I was wrong. Woo woo. Lu Chen grimaced in pain. If you don't let go, I will really break your teeth. You won't have teeth to eat tomorrow. Aha. Jiang Yining finally gave in. Taking advantage of the gap, Lu Chen immediately withdrew and left. I'm leaving first, go back and be careful. You want to scum my aunt again? Stop right there. Lu Chen stopped and turned back. What are you talking about? Can I go home? Jiang Yining staggered to his feet and shook his phone. Why are you running? You look so guilty. Are you so impatient to scum the next person? Lu Chen rubbed the back of his hand with teeth marks on it. Why am I so impatient? I'm afraid that if I stay any longer I'll be bitten to death by the dog. You are the dog. Jiang Yining stamped her feet in anger. Who told you to be such a scumbag? You know I'm a scumbag, but you still want me to be your boyfriend? Lu Chen laughed angrily. Are you sick? Jiang Yining stared at Lu Chen with drunken eyes for a while, suddenly opened the photo album on her mobile phone, and then raised it in front of Lu Chen. Look, what is this? Lu Chen moved closer and saw on the screen a photo of him and Lin Chuchu kissing on the balcony of number 1 mansion. Lu Chen didn't expect there were still photos. You pervert who secretly took photos of others, delete them for me. I took a sneak shot, so what? Jiang Yining took 2 steps back drunkenly. First you hooked up with Xia Xia, then you hooked up with my aunt, and then Lin Chuchu. You were a jerk and a big shot. It's not enough that I'm not a scumbag. Lu Chen stepped forward and tried to grab the phone. Don't meddle in other people's business, delete it immediately. Are you scared? Jiang Yining's reaction was even faster under the influence of alcohol, and she immediately put the phone into her clothes. Are you afraid of being seen by Xia Xia? Then I will show it to her so that she can recognize your true face. Lu Chen stopped and suddenly realized that if Jiang Yining wanted to show it to others, he would have finished watching it long ago. Why wait until now? However, that only applies to sober people. Drunk people are not clear-headed and are in an excited state, so they can do anything. So we have to stabilize her first. Lu Chen immediately put on a smiling face. Xiaoning, you've had too much to drink, let's talk about it? What are we talking about? Jiang Yining burped and stuffed the phone back into his clothes. Don't try to deceive me, you scumbag. How could I lie to you? Lu Chen approached slowly. Look, I didn't even lie to your aunt, you know that. Jiang Yining tilted his head and thought about it. Through his drunken eyes, he seemed to think it made sense. It seems, yes. So give me your phone and I'll make a call for someone to pick you up, okay? Lu Chen stretched out his hand, his tone as gentle as if he was coaxing a child. Jiang Yining hesitated for a moment, and suddenly became alert again. No. You must want to delete the photos. She turned around and tried to run, but stumbled because she was drunk. Lu Chen took the opportunity to hold her and his eyes quickly locked onto the location of the phone through her collar. Snap. Jiang Yining slapped his hand. You rascal, you're trying to take advantage of me. I'm saving you. Lu Chen withdrew his hand helplessly. Humph. Jiang Yining curled her lips, and her fierce look suddenly changed. Unless you agree to one condition of mine, I will delete the photos. What conditions? Pretend to be my boyfriend for a day. Jiang Yining gestured drunkenly. Lu Chen held his forehead. Here it comes again. If you don't agree, I will post the photos on the campus forum. Jiang Yining pretended to take out her cell phone. Okay. Lu Chen quickly held her hand. I promise you, but you have to delete the photos. Jiang Yining smiled proudly and stretched out her little finger, pink. Lu Chen reluctantly shook hands with her. As a result, Jiang Yining's next sentence was yet another shocking statement. Also, take me to a hotel and get a room. Get a room? Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Get a room? Are you sure you know what you are talking about? You look down on me too? Jiang Yining showed his little fangs. No. Lu Chen waved his hands repeatedly. I mean, do you know what it means for a boy and a girl to go to a hotel together? Jiang Yining stood up shakily, looking serious. Of course I know. She burped, but I just want to let those roommates who laugh at me see that I, Jiang Yining, can find a boyfriend in a matter of minutes. Just for this? Lu Chen hurriedly took 2 steps back. When you sober up tomorrow, you will kill me. Are you trying to trap me? He didn't dare to provoke Jiang Yining. This little wild cat would really bite people when it went crazy. I won't. Jiang Yining scratched her pink hair randomly and suddenly moved closer. Do you think I want to take advantage of you? Don't be so conceited. I have to warn you, don't try to take advantage of me. We are just taking a picture and leaving. Lu Chen sighed helplessly. No, this matter is not negotiable. Just take a picture and leave? It would be better not to go. Not going? Jiang Yining took out her phone this time, as if she was serious about it. Then I'll send the photos to Xia Xia now. As a result, one of them didn't hold it firmly and fell to the ground with a plop. Lu Chen picked it up quickly and opened it quickly, but forgot that he needed the password. Give it back to me. Jiang Yining pounced on him like a kitten and almost hung on Lu Chen. Be good. The commotion here immediately attracted the attention of many passing students. The group of spectators is ubiquitous across the country. Wow, is this going to be live? A boy passing by whistled. Lu Chen wanted to pull Jiang Yining off his body, but the little wild cat clung to him tighter and tighter like a koala. Soon, a dozen students gathered around to watch the fun, and some even took out their cell phones to start recording. Fuck, is it so exciting? That's right, is it so exciting to play by the lake so late at night? That girl is so pretty. I didn't expect she's so open-minded. What do you know? The better the car, the faster it goes. The constant booing made Lu Chen's forehead black. Jiang Yining was completely unaware and kept mumbling in his ear, take me to a hotel, or I'll send you photos. Stop it. Lu Chen lowered his voice, so many people are watching. I don't care. Jiang Yining suddenly raised her voice, you promised to take me to a hotel. Grandma's. Lu Chen was afraid, let's go. After saying that, he quickly carried Jiang Yining away. It's just about getting a room, who is afraid of who? Hey. Are you in such a hurry to get a room? Take it easy, bro. Come on. Remember to take safety precautions and buy the strawberry-flavored ones. Everyone who uses them says they are good. There were bursts of laughter and whistles behind me. Chapter 91 Taking Photos. Lu Chen had a dark face and half-dragged and half-hugged Jiang Yining to a motel near the school. The receptionist saw the drunk Jiang Yining and smiled knowingly. King room? Lu Chen said directly, standard room. At this time, Jiang Yining suddenly raised her hand, a room with a big bed, I want a room with a round bed. Okay. The receptionist held back her laughter, check me in, and handed back the room card and ID card. 608 is our special couple's suite. She deliberately emphasized the word couple and winked at Lu Chen when she handed over the room card. Have a nice evening, both of you. Thanks. Lu Chen dragged Jiang Yining into the elevator in annoyance. As soon as she entered the room, Jiang Yining excitedly rushed to the exaggerated round bed and rolled around on it. Wow! So soft. She muttered drunkenly, no wonder they always like to come to places like this with their boyfriends. Lu Chen stood beside the bed, looking at Jiang Yining who was defenseless on the bed. Every movement she made seemed to challenge her self-control. Does he have this thing? Yes, but not many. On the bed, although Jiang Yining was very drunk, she still did not forget the important things. She took out her cell phone with drunken eyes. Come take a picture. Lu Chen stood at the door without moving. Leave after taking the photos? Although he is not a saint, he doesn't want anything to happen between him and Jiang Yining under such circumstances. Because the next day he would be died without a complete body. Of course. Jiang Yining sat up drunkenly and took out her cell phone from her bag, but almost dropped it on the ground because of her shaking hands. She shook her head, trying to sober herself up. Quickly take a picture. I want to show them. Lu Chen sighed and took a step forward. Jiang Yining stood up shakily and hugged Lu Chen's neck. Come on, smile for me. Lu Chen. With a click. In the photo, Jiang Yining was smiling brightly, while Lu Chen looked hopeless. Perfect. Jiang Yining admired the photo proudly, and suddenly frowned, but not intimate enough. She tilted her head and thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Another intimate one. That's about enough. Lu Chen's face was full of vigilance, but before he could finish his words, Jiang Yining had already stood on tiptoe, put her arms around his neck, and pressed herself close to him. Her warm body temperature and the softness of her chest made Lu Chen feel warm all over. Click. This time the photos are more ambiguous. From the camera, the two looked like a couple kissing passionately. Jiang Yining nodded with satisfaction, swiping her fingers across the screen. This must be sent to Yuan Yuan, let her laugh at me again. Lu Chen took the opportunity to break free from her embrace and retreated to a safe distance. We've finished taking the photos, should we go now? Jiang Yining suddenly pouted, not yet. Not enough. Lu Chen was convinced, what are you going to do now? Jiang Yining turned a deaf ear and staggered over. My roommate said that they all took bed photos with their boyfriends. Go to hell. Lu Chen refused. Jiang Yining, wake up. But it was too late. Jiang Yining pounced and pressed Lu Chen directly onto the big round bed. Wait, you can take pictures. Lu Chen took out his cell phone with difficulty. Come on, record a video for me, and just say that everything that happened tonight was your request, and you will never cause trouble for me tomorrow. Jiang Yi's long lemon pink hair fell on his chest. She tilted her head drunkenly. Record? She suddenly leaned down, her nose almost touching Lu Chen's face. Are you afraid that I will default on my debt? Lu Chen looked straight into her eyes and nodded. Yes, it must be recorded. Okay. Jiang Yining suddenly laughed and reached out to grab the phone. I'll record it. She shakily raised her phone, the camera facing her flushed face. It's 2025. What day is it? She counted on her fingers, then leaned closer to the camera and lowered her voice. Jiang Yining, voluntarily, checked into a room with Lu Chen to take bed photos. As he spoke, he burped. The camera turned and pointed at Lu Chen lying on the bed. It's all. I forced him to do it. He is so honest. Okay? Can we take pictures now? Okay. Lu Chen took back the phone. Come on. The next moment Jiang Yining opened the collar of her clothes, half exposing her shoulders, and snuggled into Lu Chen's arms. If you dare to cause trouble to me tomorrow, I will send your video to Xinjiaxia. No. Jiang Yining raised her face, her eyes blurred. I promise. Her fingers unbuttoned another button. Just shoot here, it's more realistic this way. Snap. 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 Jiang Yining lowered her head, put her red little face on Lu Chen's chest, and took another photo. Listening to the crackling sound, Lu Chen resigned himself to his fate and closed his eyes. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Jiang Yining chasing him with a kitchen knife tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Yining was flipping through the photos with satisfaction, muttering, this one is pretty explosive. After saying that, he packaged the photos and sent them to the dormitory group. Ha 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 ha. I wonder who dares to laugh at me for being a theoretical king in the future. Jiang Yining's phone screen suddenly started flashing wildly. The message alerts in the dormitory group rang one after another. Yuan, holy crap. Is this true or false? At Xiaomei, oh my god. Jiang Yining, you actually went to get a room. Who is that boy? He is so handsome. Shocked.jpg. Jingjing, Ningning, don't be upset. We were wrong in what happened today. We were just joking. Don't do anything stupid. Lemon is not sour, I didn't do anything stupid. I have a boyfriend and we have done that for a long time, but I just didn't tell you. The group was completely in an uproar. Yuan, at Jiang Yining, is this true or not? Sisters are awesome. Xiaomei, please give me details. Please give me the process. Jingjing, you must tell the truth when you come back tomorrow. Why didn't you tell us that you have a boyfriend? Bring him to us and let him treat us to a meal. Lemon is not sour, I'm busy, he is very powerful, we are going to fight for 300 rounds tonight. Yuan, nosebleed gushing out. Xiaomei, at Jiang Yining, please pay attention to safety measures. Jingjing, remember to take videos, I like watching them. Jiang Yining looked at the messages on the screen with drunken eyes, and suddenly handed the phone to Lu Chen. They want a video. Lu Chen looked at the messages that kept popping up and his face darkened. Why did he feel that girls' chat content was even more obscene than boys? Do you girls usually chat like this? Yes. Jiang Yining touched his nose, but they didn't play with me before. Thanks to you, it's all right now. Jiang Yining came over. Come on, take a video. Chapter 92, Taking a Bath. Lu Chen looked at Jiang Yining's drunken appearance and said unhappily, what video are you shooting? Are you shooting a video of you acting crazy while drunk? Jiang Yining shook his arm relentlessly. Let's shoot something exciting, just like in the movies. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. What? Jiang Yining suddenly perked up, stood up shakily, and began to give orders. You lie down, I'll do it. She picked up her phone and adjusted the angle so that the camera only captured her face. This way they wouldn't be able to see clearly. Lu Chen cooperated helplessly, then what? Jiang Yining suddenly leaned down, face to face with Lu Chen, and then ripped off her clothes. Ah! She suddenly screamed and covered her chest in panic. How could you do this? Lu Chen was confused. What's wrong with me? He was about to say something when a hand covered his mouth. Jiang Yining began to perform in front of the camera, struggling with herself. Stop, don't do this. Lu Chen finally understood what she was acting, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're really dramatic. Jiang Yining became more and more involved in the performance and made a shameful and angry expression to the camera. You've gone too far. After saying that, he pretended to hit Lu Chen. Then she suddenly leaned in front of the camera and lowered her voice. Sorry, my boyfriend is too fierce, let's stop here. Poochie. Lu Chen couldn't hold it in anymore. Is it so funny? But are you sure you want to send it? Jiang Yining stopped and tilted his head to think about it. What else? Lu Chen was helpless. Don't you think about it? If this video gets out, will you still want to live? Jiang Yining blinked her drunken eyes, paused with her finger on the phone screen, and asked hesitantly, I only sent it to the group. How did it get out? Lu Chen took the opportunity to take her phone and said seriously, think about it, if your roommate receives this kind of video, she will definitely share it with her bestie, and her bestie will share it with her bestie. Jiang Yining suddenly reacted and shuddered. Then, won't the whole school know about it? Not only that. Lu Chen continued to scare her. Maybe it will be uploaded to a short video platform with the title A girl from a certain university. Stop talking. Jiang Yining's face turned pale instantly. She snatched back her phone and deleted the video in a hurry. No. It's too embarrassing. Lu Chen looked at her panic and teased her deliberately. Are you scared now? Jiang Yining pursed her lips and nodded aggrievely. I just wanted to prove it to them. Jiang Yining suddenly became quiet and looked at him with wet eyes, like an abandoned kitten. Just when Lu Chen thought she was going to cry, she suddenly burped loudly, and then vomit. Don't. Lu Chen covered her mouth with his hand, then stood up, picked her up, and threw her on the toilet in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yining lay on the toilet and vomited all over the place. Lu Chen hid far away and waited until she had almost finished vomiting before he came over and handed her a tissue helplessly. Wow, it hurts. Jiang Yining raised her head, tear marks on her face and her makeup was smudged, making her look like a little cat. Lu Chen sighed, picked up a towel, wet it, and gently wiped her face. I told you to drink, why didn't I drink you to death? Jiang Yining pursed her lips in grievance, stood up, and stood unsteadily in front of the sink, her long pink hair disheveled. She picked up the toothbrush, squeezed a large amount of toothpaste, and muttered incoherently, wash, brush, wash, brush. Lu Chen. Toothpaste foam flowed down the corners of her mouth. She brushed her teeth and smiled foolishly at the mirror. Lu Chen leaned against the doorframe, looking at her helplessly, and couldn't help but wonder, is this what happens to him when he's drunk? Jiang Yining rinsed her mouth and frowned again. I feel so uncomfortable, I want to take a shower. She tried to unbutton her clothes clumsily but couldn't get them to work. She stamped her feet anxiously. Why can't I unbutton it? Help me. Jiang Yining pouted aggrievedly. I have no strength left. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't move, she simply staggered over and threw herself into his arms. Hurry up. It hurts. Holding the warm and soft beauty in his arms, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. She really thinks I am a gentleman. Lu Chen unbuttoned his clothes. Don't touch me. Jiang Yining giggled. It's itchy. Then she looked down and immediately protected her chest. You hooligan. Lu Chen rubbed his brows and sighed. I just knew it. Don't move. I'll go drain the water. After the bathtub was filled with water, Lu Chen helped Jiang Yining into the bathtub and then walked out. Wash it yourself, and don't call me if you need anything. Jiang Yining was soaking in the bathtub, drunkenly shouting out the door. You are not allowed to peek. Peep? Lu Chen leaned outside the bathroom door and sneered. It's enough for me to just listen to the sound. Ah. Jiang Yining was stunned for a moment, and then there was the sound of splashing water. You are a pervert. Is this perverted? Lu Chen curled his lips. Which pervert wants to take a video? That's different. Jiang Yining's voice came from the bathroom. I did it for acting. Lu Chen ignored her and lay down on the big bed, browsing his phone. Jiang Yining's voice suddenly came from the bathroom. Hey! Lu Chen, I saw you, didn't you say you wouldn't peek? Lu Chen. Before he could answer, another voice came from inside. Then you can watch if you want. Anyway, you are my boyfriend today, you are lucky. Seeing no response from outside, she deliberately made a louder noise. Why is the door lock broken? What should I do? If you want to peek, I can't stop you. This guy can't be dealt with. She was drunk. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and continued to scroll through his phone. After playing another round of PUBG, the sound of water finally stopped. Wash. Wash. I'm done. The bathroom door opened again. Lu Chen raised his head and saw Jiang Yining wrapped in a bath towel, her wet pink hair sticking to her snow-white skin, and she walked out staggeringly. Lu Chen quickly stepped forward to support her. Can't you wipe it dry before coming out? Jiang Yining leaned on his shoulder and said dazedly, tired. Help me. Lu Chen simply hugged her waist, lifted her to the hairdryer, picked up the hairdryer, and helped her dry her hair. This isn't checking into a hotel, this is simply taking care of a baby. Jiang Yining half closed her eyes, leaned drunkenly in Lu Chen's arms, and let him play with her hair. The warm air from the hairdryer made her hum comfortably. Don't move. Lu Chen held her head with one hand and held the hairdryer with the other. It will be ready soon. Jiang Yining twisted her body restlessly. It's hot. With this twist, the already loose bath towel suddenly spread out and fell to the ground with a plop. The two looked at each other, and for a moment the time in the room seemed to freeze. Chapter 93 Family member number 2 is online. Jiang Yining blinked her drunken eyes, looked down at herself, and then looked up at Lu Chen. Ah! A scream cut through the night. Lu Chen quickly squatted down, grabbed the quilt and wrapped it around her. Why are you yelling? I didn't do anything to you. Jiang Yining grabbed the quilt in a panic, her face as red as a ripe apple. You saw everything? Lu Chen said unhappily, I'm not blind, don't tell me, I can't tell with your clothes on, it turns out you are quite well endowed. What do you think? I am born beautiful. Jiang Yining immediately became proud. It's not like you are so proud of yourself. Lu Chen was speechless. Jiang Yining leaned her face closer, but, you've seen it all anyway, do you still want to see it? Lu Chen held his forehead, you have a really bad drinking habit. Jiang Yining was not happy with it anymore. The quilt suddenly slipped down, revealing 2 white balls. She quickly grabbed it and said, don't you want to see? In no mood. When Jiang Yining heard this, she stumbled towards Lu Chen. Why don't you want to see it? I just don't want to watch it. Lu Chen took 2 steps back, but was tripped by the edge of the bed and sat down on it. Jiang Yining took the opportunity to rush over to him, with her hands on both sides of him, her long pink hair falling on his face. I want you to see. She said drunkenly, pretending to pull open the quilt. Lu Chen quickly grabbed her wrist and said, stop it. Just making trouble. Jiang Yining struggled hard, and the quilt slipped down a little more. Didn't you say that I have a bad drinking habit? Jiang Yining, do you think I'm a gentleman? If you keep making trouble, don't blame me for being a jerk to you. Lu Chen gave the final warning, he had done his best. Ha! Jiang Yining suddenly stopped, stared at Lu Chen with drunken eyes for a few seconds, and then blurted out, then teach me how to kiss. She added, aren't we going to shoot a skit? Just treat it as an advance rehearsal. I don't want to delay the progress because of me. Are you sure? Jiang Yining nodded heavily, his eyes gradually becoming blurry. I want to practice. As she said that, she suddenly moved closer to Lu Chen. Teach me, just mouth to mouth, and then. Grandma. Before she could finish, Lu Chen suddenly grabbed the back of her head and kissed her. Jiang Yining's eyes widened and his whole body froze. Lu Chen just touched it lightly and then stepped back. That's it, are you coming again? Jiang Yining was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly pouted in dissatisfaction. You are lying. It's not like that at all. So what do you think it should be like? Should. Jiang Yining tried hard to recall the plot of the movie she had seen. Should stick out your tongue. Lu Chen almost laughed out loud. You really don't treat me as an outsider. I don't care. Jiang Yining said seriously, I want to learn the whole set. Lu Chen looked at her pure and lustful appearance and said, "Okay, since you want to learn so much, I will teach you what the full set means today." Woo! Jiang Yining first grabbed Lu Chen's collar stiffly, then slowly loosened her hands and unconsciously wrapped them around his neck. After the kiss, Jiang Yining was out of breath, her eyes were even more blurred. So that's how it is. Have you learned it? Do you want to learn something more advanced? Jiang Yining licked her lips and said, "Yes, I want more." As she spoke, she took the initiative to move forward. This time, she learned quickly and even boldly tried to fight back. Lu Chen's breathing became heavier because of her clumsy but passionate movements, and his hands tightened unconsciously. Wait. Jiang Yining suddenly wanted to push him away. Unfortunately, now that it has come to this, there is no turning back. Now it's not like anyone can stop whenever they want. 22-28-230. Bite. It was detected that you had an intimate relationship with Jiang Yining. Unlock the Family Guardian Fund. The Family Illustrated book is opening. Generating family member number 2 information. Name, Jiang Yining. Age, 20 years old. Comprehensive evaluation, 90 points. Note, the comprehensive evaluation depends on factors such as appearance, personality, and intimacy. A comprehensive evaluation of 80 points or above can be included in the family picture book, which will greatly increase the probability of random tasks and obtain the Family Protection Fund. Jiang Yining meets the requirements to become a family member. Should she be included? Bite. The inclusion was successful. Family member number 2 Jiang Yining is now online. The Family Protection Fund is being distributed. Note, the Family Protection Fund is limited to use for specific family members. Note, if the family relationship breaks down, the system will automatically take back all the money, items, real estate, vehicles, etc. spent by the family members. It was detected that family member number 2 was a virgin. Additional reward, 10 attribute points. Bite. The Family Protection Fund has arrived, amount, 200 million yuan. Fuck. Lu Chen suddenly sat up from the bed, staring at the numbers that popped up on the system interface, his pupils suddenly contracted. 200 million. He originally estimated the reward amount to be 100 million, but he didn't expect it to double. Is it because Jiang Yining's overall score is higher? Lu Chen quickly analyzed the system rules. The overall score depends on factors such as appearance, personality, and intimacy. In other words, the prettier the girl, the better her personality. And the more intimacy you have with a girl, the more family protection funds you will get? In other words, even if she is beautiful and has a good personality, but the intimacy is too low, will the evaluation not be very high? Given Jiang Yining's looks and personality, she should have received a higher score. But because the relationship took place while they were drunk, the level of intimacy was not actually very high, so the score was only 90? If we follow this algorithm. Lu Chen's eyes gradually lit up. If we cultivate feelings first and then have sex, will the score exceed 90? What about 100? A bold guess flashed through his mind. If you reach the maximum intimacy, will the reward soar to 500 million? 1 billion? The thought made his breathing quicken. But on second thought, the system rules are not yet clear, and these are just speculations. Lu Chen lowered his head to look at Jiang Yining, who was sleeping in his arms. Although he felt sad about missing the opportunity for a higher reward, he did not regret it. Because no man could tolerate the situation at that time. Anyway, Lu Chen, can't do it. Oh, and there are 10 more attributes. Lu Chen truly realized how valuable attribute points were, and quickly opened the character panel. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 20 years old. Height, 181 centimeters. Wealth, 3,530,238 yuan excluding Family Protection Fund. Charisma, 90. Physical fitness, 52 sub-options include strength, energy, speed, kunkan and other physical fitness. Skills, none. Family Illustrated book, 100. Attribute points, 10 points. This time, Lu Chen did not choose to increase his height, but added 2 points on Kuan without hesitation. The remaining 8 attribute points are directly divided equally among the other 4 attributes. Sub-properties panel. Strength, 11 burst amplification LV1. Speed, 10 instantaneous acceleration level 1. Defense, 10 damage reduction LV1. Energy, 12 super endurance LV1. Kuan, 17. Note, the attribute can be upgraded after reaching 20 points. Am I going to become a native of my country? Lu Chen was surprised when he saw the additional features in the sub-attribute panel. He had no doubt that as his attribute points increased, he would become a superhuman one day. After the excitement, Lu Chen is in a bit of a pickle. Because next he would have to face Jiang Yining after she woke up, and he didn't even dare to imagine that scene. No. He had to come up with a solution as soon as possible, otherwise the little wild cat would bite him to death. Chapter 94 Jiang Yining after waking up. The morning sun shines into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Jiang Yining frowned and slowly opened her eyes. The headache caused by the hangover made her groan. She subconsciously wanted to rub her temple, but found that her arms seemed to touch something. Woke up? Suddenly, a familiar male voice came to my ears. How could there be a boy's voice? Jiang Yining turned her head suddenly and met Lu Chen's face, which was very close to her. Her brain froze instantly, and she screamed the next moment. Lu Chen, why are you in our dormitory? As he said that, he picked up the pillow and threw it at Lu Chen with a look of horror. I just fucking know it. He had long anticipated Jiang Yining's behavior of turning his back on him. Lu Chen caught the flying pillow and sighed helplessly. Miss Jiang, can you take a good look at where this is? Jiang Yining was startled, then she looked around. The unfamiliar hotel decoration made her freeze instantly. Why am I here? She sat up suddenly and her face changed suddenly. Ah! She screamed and rolled to the other side of the bed, but almost fell because of her huge movement. Lu Chen quickly grabbed her and said, "Be careful." Jiang Yining threw him away and stared at Lu Chen with tears in her eyes. What did you do to me? Lu Chen rubbed his aching brow. The reason why he restrained himself again and again yesterday was because he was afraid that the current situation would occur. And it turned out that he was right. What to do? Lu Chen could only explain, you drank too much yesterday. So you. Jiang Yining's tears suddenly welled up. You took advantage of me when I was drunk, you bastard. Jiang Yining suddenly pounced over, grabbed Lu Chen's wrist and bit it hard. She bit so hard that her pink hair fell down and her tears wet his arm. Lu Chen did not struggle and let her bite him. He was surprised to find that the pain was still there. But it was much lighter than he had imagined. It seemed that the improvement in defense attribute had made his skin more resilient. Have you had enough bites? After Jiang Yining let go, Lu Chen looked at the shallow teeth marks on his wrist and asked, do you want to change your hand? Jiang Yining was stunned and subconsciously wanted to pounce on him again, but suddenly she felt a strange pain in her body. It hurts a lot. She suddenly remembered something and pulled back the quilt to check the sheets. The glaring red color made her completely collapse. My first time, just like this. She covered her face, choking with sobs and unable to speak. Lu Chen did not take out the video to explain, but spoke directly, with a rare serious tone, don't worry, I will be responsible. Who wants you to be responsible? Jiang Yining held her head, her voice filled with tears, you and Xia, and you and my aunt, but you and I, whoa. Lu Chen wanted to pat her shoulder, but was slapped away. Don't touch me. Jiang Yining was like a furious cat, get out of here, I don't want to see you. Lu Chen didn't say anything more, put on his clothes, and stopped at the door. You vomited so much yesterday that your clothes are all dirty. I'll go buy you a new set of clothes. You wait here. Jiang Yining buried her face in the pillow and said in a muffled voice, who asked you to buy it? I can handle it myself. It's up to you. Lu Chen shrugged, but I remind you that you can go to the bathroom first and then decide whether you can leave in your old clothes. Jiang Yining raised her head abruptly, her long pink hair sticking up in a mess. Lu Chen had already closed the door and left. What did I do? Jiang Yining muttered to herself, sitting alone on the bed. I don't know how much time had passed, but she suddenly seemed to remember something and looked around for her cell phone. I picked up the phone on the bedside table, unlocked it, and checked the WeChat group immediately. When she saw the message 99+ in her dormitory group, her face changed. Click to take a look immediately. Yuan, at Jiang Yining, how is the battle going? Xiaomei, where is the video? Where is the practical teaching? Jingjing, are you too tired to fall asleep? Jingjing, I bet 50 cents that she is definitely pretending to be dead now. Yuan at Jiang Yining, stop playing dead. Come out and report the battle situation quickly. Xiaomei, if you are kidnapped, just blink. Dog head. Jingjing, it's over, it's over. It looks like it's going to be a bad situation. Xiaomei, it seems there is no hope. Let us prepare for the funeral. Jingjing, at Jiang Yining, we will miss you, crying. Hiss. She gasped, as fragments of last night's memories flooded into her mind. Drunk, check-in, kissing instruction, and all that. Lu Chen's face. The feeling of being pressed onto the bed. Hot breaths intertwined. And, those breathtaking images. She collapsed on the bed in despair, covering her face with a pillow. Whoa. Just let me die. Jiang Yining remembered it completely. The scene where she forced Lu Chen to take pictures kept appearing in her mind. The scene where she forced Lu Chen to teach her how to kiss. There was a scene in the bathroom where she deliberately shouted to you, just watch it if you want to. There is also a scene where she pulls his clothes and wants to learn the whole set. That's enough. Jiang Yining's face was so red that blood seemed to drip out. She buried herself in the quilt and muttered tremblingly. This is impossible. Jiang Yining, what are you doing? Crazy woman, you actually did such a thing on impulse. How can you be worthy of Xia Xia? How can you be worthy of your aunt? You are a psychopath, you are a bad woman, you are a scumbag. And you were in front of that guy, like that, you actually wanted to, I'm going crazy. For a long time. Jiang Yining finally calmed down a little. She wanted to go to the bathroom and take a shower to calm down. But when he limped to the bathroom, he thought of the scene of himself passing wine on the toilet. As a result, the mood that had just calmed down was disturbed again. I'm so annoyed. Jiang Yining grabbed her pink hair randomly. Then he turned around and saw the clothes he took off after taking a shower yesterday on the sink. And then there was myself in the mirror, with messy hair, red eyes, and red marks on my neck. Jiang Yining touched the marks with trembling fingers, and the memory of last night became clearer. I'm really crazy. She turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face. Stimulated by the cold water, she remembered more details. The conclusion she came to was that everything was initiated by her, and she had indeed wronged Lu Chen. What to do? Jiang Yining cried to death. If what happened last night was known to others, how would she face Xia Xia? How should she face her aunt? How could she have the confidence to say anything about Lin Chuchu? No, thinking of the photo she sent to the group yesterday, she was completely desperate. It's really over now. Chapter 95, Pretend It Never Happened? More than an hour later. Drop. There was a sound of the electronic lock opening the door of the hotel room. When Lu Chen pushed the door open with shopping bags in his hand, he saw Jiang Yining curled up in the quilt with even her head exposed. I've bought the clothes. He placed the paper bag next to the bed. I bought it in your size. Jiang Yining on the bed did not react at all. Lu Chen looked at the bulge in the quilt and said softly, change your clothes. I'm leaving first. Until the sound of the door closing was heard. After a few seconds of silence in the room, the quilt finally moved. Jiang Yining carefully poked her head out, her face still flushed. Damn it, this guy really left me? As soon as she finished muttering, she saw Lu Chen leaning against the wall, his arms folded across his chest, looking at her with a half smile. You're leaving, aren't you? Jiang Yining was so startled that she almost jumped up from the bed, and quickly grabbed the quilt that was slipping off. It seems you've remembered it, right? Seeing Jiang Yining's reaction, Lu Chen knew what was going on. Jiang Yining turned her face away and said stubbornly, I don't remember anything. Yeah? Lu Chen chuckled and pointed to the shopping bag on the bedside, change your clothes. Jiang Yining opened the bag and took a peek, then looked up at Lu Chen suspiciously, how do you know my size? Even for underwear? What do you think? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows meaningfully and glanced over her. Jiang Yining's face turned red all the way to her ears, and the beautiful scenes from last night came to her mind again. She grabbed the pillow and threw it at Lu Chen, pervert. Pervert. Lu Chen caught the pillow easily, and suddenly leaned closer and said, don't you know who was being a hooligan last night? Shut up. Jiang Yining covered her ears and huddled into the quilt again like a frightened ostrich. Lu Chen looked at her like this and didn't plan to tease her anymore. Okay, change your clothes quickly, I'll take you back to school. A muffled voice came from under the quilt, you go out first. It's not like you haven't seen it before, so why should you be shy? Lu Chen stood there motionless, some things he was not used to for the first time. But it won't be a big deal if it happens too often. What he has to do now is to break this window paper. Jiang Yining suddenly threw back the quilt, her little face flushed with anger. Lu Chen, you are shameless. Lu Chen shrugged, deliberately walked slowly to the bed and sat down. Who insisted that I teach her the whole set last night? Why is she shy now? You. Jiang Yining grabbed another pillow and threw it at him, but Lu Chen grabbed her wrist. Hurry up, if you delay any longer, Xin Jiaxia might call you. When Jiang Yining heard Xin Jiaxia's name, she froze instantly. She bit her lip, her eyes began to turn red again. You still have the nerve to mention Xia. Why am I embarrassed? It's you. Stop talking, I'll change. Jiang Yining stared at him for a few seconds, grabbed her clothes and rushed to the bathroom. As a result, because he moved too hastily, he tripped over the quilt and fell forward. Lu Chen quickly stepped over and put his arms around her waist. The two of them were so close in an instant that Jiang Yining could even feel the heat from Lu Chen's chest. She pushed him away in panic. Let me go. Lu Chen suddenly tightened his arms and whispered in her ear, if you hadn't been drunk last night, would this have happened? Jiang Yining, stop struggling. Shut up. Jiang Yining stepped on him in shame and anger, took the opportunity to break free, and rushed into the bathroom without looking back. Slam the door. Lu Chen looked at the closed bathroom door and a smile appeared on his lips. After a while, Jiang Yining's hesitant voice came from the bathroom, Lu Chen. What's wrong? Lu Chen knew it well and walked to the door immediately. The zipper on the back of this skirt. Jiang Yining's voice was filled with embarrassment, I can't reach it. Lu Chen tried hard to suppress his smile. He knew Jiang Yining couldn't reach it because he had deliberately bought a skirt that required help to wear. He asked knowingly, do you need help? There was silence for a few seconds before a sound as thin as a mosquito's whistle was heard. Lu Chen opened the door and walked in. Jiang Yining, who was wearing a black dress, had her back to him, her long pink hair draped over her shoulders, and her pretty face in the mirror was slightly flushed. There's hope. Jiang Yining's behavior has proved that she has begun to accept it. This dress suits you very well. Lu Chen took 2 steps forward and when he pulled up the zipper, his fingers accidentally touched the skin of her back, causing Jiang Yining's body to tremble. Okay. Jiang Yining's voice was trembling. All right. Lu Chen took his hand back and said, let's go, let's eat first, and then I'll take you back to school. Jiang Yining lowered her head and walked quickly towards the door, but stopped when she held the door handle. She suddenly turned her head and said, that. Lu Chen. What happened last night? She took a deep breath. Can we just pretend it never happened? Lu Chen walked behind her, gently pulled her shoulders, and his hands began to become naughty. It's too late. Jiang Yining grabbed Lu Chen's restless hand and said coquettishly, don't do this. She raised her head, her eyes sparkling with tears. What if they find out? Lu Chen kissed her on the forehead, scaring her so much that she quickly turned her head away. Just know it, you've seen it, Sister Su doesn't care about it. But Xia. Jiang Yining bit her lip, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Lu Chen said seriously, what can we do? It has already happened, we have to face it bravely. Jiang Yining's body trembled slightly, how can I face? Xia is my best friend. Then start by telling the truth. Lu Chen held her face in his hands and said, tell her, we. No. Jiang Yining pushed him away fiercely, you must not tell me. She opened the door in a panic, I'm going back to school first. Lu Chen grabbed her and said, escape won't solve the problem. So what do you want me to do? Jiang Yining's emotions finally burst out, tears welling up in her eyes. On one side is my best friend, and on the other side is my aunt. She couldn't continue speaking, and tears fell down her face. Let's go. Lu Chen said no more, this matter was not urgent. Take me somewhere. After going downstairs, Jiang Yining sat in the car that Lu Chen drove specially from No. 1 mansion and spoke. Where are you going? Go buy a gift for Xia. It's her birthday? Jiang Yining shook her head, don't ask, I just want to buy it. Lu Chen nodded, I'll transfer some money to you. There is still 200 million yuan in the card that belongs to Jiang Yining exclusively. Jiang Yining shook her head. You don't need to transfer money. If the things are too expensive, Xia will get suspicious. As soon as the words fell, she suddenly realized what was happening, lowered her head and tugged at her black dress, then asked with wide eyes, wait, how much is this dress? Lu Chen held the steering wheel, turned his head, and smiled. Not expensive, just a few hundred yuan. Hearing that it was a few hundred yuan, Jiang Yining breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the dress cost tens of thousands of dollars, and if Shen Zhaoxia asked about it, she really didn't know how to explain it. Lu Chen secretly held back his laughter. He didn't tell the truth. After all, he was still his family member and she gave him her first time. How could he buy clothes worth hundreds of dollars if he had enough money? In fact, this black dress costs more than 30,000 yuan. Of course, he would not tell Jiang Yining this. Otherwise, given her personality, she might take off her clothes in front of him in the car. Although it is exciting, it is too early to adopt this kind of gameplay. Chapter 96 Solutions to Troubles. The car stopped outside a shopping mall near the school, and Jiang Yining took Lu Chen straight to the jewelry store. She carefully selected at the counter and finally chose a simple silver bracelet which cost more than 800 yuan. Does this look good? Jiang Yining tried it on her hand and said, Xia Xia will definitely like this one. Lu Chen nodded and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. You know her well. Jiang Yining slapped his hand away, her cheeks slightly red. Don't touch me, what if someone we know sees us? Pay the bill. Jiang Yining packed the bracelet carefully. When she walked out of the mall, she suddenly stopped and said, I'll go find Xia Xia by myself. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Why? Am I so shameless? No. Jiang Yining shook her head. I was afraid that Xia Xia would be suspicious. I understand. Lu Chen did not comment. Go ahead, I'm leaving. Jiang Yining nodded, turned and walked towards the school. Halfway through the journey, she suddenly turned back. Lu Chen. Never mind. It's all right. Jiang Yining pursed her lips as if she wanted to say something, but finally just shook her head slightly, turned around, and walked quickly towards the school. Wrong. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and checked the time on his phone. Shen Zhaoxia was not in school at this time. Instead, they should be discussing the acquisition at Midnight Oasis. Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining paused and turned around in confusion. What's wrong? Lu Chen quickly caught up with her. Shen Zhaoxia is not in school at this time. Ah? Jiang Yining blinked. How did you know? I asked her to go to Midnight Oasis today to discuss the acquisition. Lu Chen checked the time. She should be there by now. Oh. Jiang Yining nodded, then I'll wait for her to come back. Lu Chen hugged her waist and ignored Jiang Yining's struggle. I know you gave Shen Zhaoxia a gift to make up for the debt in your heart. Jiang Yining's shoulders trembled slightly. Since you want to do this, I have a better idea. Lu Chen took out his mobile phone and operated it quickly. The next second, Jiang Yining's phone beeped. She looked down. 1 million? She turned around abruptly and glared at Lu Chen. What are you doing? I don't want your money. Lu Chen shrugged. Are you sure you don't want it? As far as I know, hasn't Shen Zhaoxia's mother completed the operation? The follow-up treatment will cost a lot of money, right? Do you have the money? Does Shen Zhaoxia have it? Are you sure you don't want it? The series of questions stunned Jiang Yining. She hesitated for a moment, then if I take your money, what will I become? Don't worry, this money is for Shen Zhaoxia. Lu Chen teased. Besides, you are not a mistress, at least you are a mistress. Jiang Yining glared at him. Why am I the waiter? Lu Chen spread his hands innocently. Because your mother's best friend is the boss. My mom's best friend? You. Jiang Yining reacted. Lu Chen, you bastard. Who wants to be a waiter? Lu Chen raised a wicked smile. So you want to be the boss? I. Jiang Yining was speechless for a moment, then realized that she had been misled again. That's not what I meant. Who wants to be your boss or second in command? So what do you want to be? Lu Chen took a step closer and looked at her with a smile. Jiang Yining stomped her feet in anger. Lu Chen, if you do this again I. What? Lu Chen took another step forward, almost sticking to her. Bite me? Jiang Yining stepped back subconsciously, but Lu Chen grabbed her waist and said, You were not like this last night. You were very proactive at that time. Stop talking. Jiang Yining covered her ears in shame and anger. Don't mention last night again. Seeing that the training was almost done, Lu Chen decided to stop while he was ahead. Okay, let's not talk about it. But do you really not want this money? What about the follow-up treatment costs for Shen Zhaoxia's mother? Jiang Yining bit her lip, struggling internally. Finally, she whispered, Then I only want 100,000, consider it as a loan from Xia Xia and me. After some mental calculation, I realized that 50,000 is enough, and I left 100,000 in case of emergency. Then keep it for now and return it to me after you are discharged from the hospital. You want to use money to hit me? Jiang Yining's face was full of vigilance. Lu Chen spread his hands. Just tell me whether you want it or not. 1 million is nothing to him. The most important thing is that this money originally came from Jiang Yining's family protection fund. He used Jiang Yining's money to seduce Shinjiaxia, and he could also make Jiang Yining owe him a favor. For this action, Lu Chen couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone and increase the favorability of 2 girls at 0 cost. It's so smooth. Let's go. Jiang Yining was still a little hesitant, and Lu Chen took Jiang Yining's hand. Let go. Although she said so, Jiang Yining only struggled symbolically for a few times, and finally let Lu Chen hold her hand. What are you doing? Go to the hospital. I'm going to visit my aunt. Jiang Yining stopped and said, You have to go to the hospital too. Why? I can't go. Lu Chen teased, You're not thinking about how to explain my identity, are you? Shinjiaxia's boyfriend? Your uncle-in-law? Or Jiang Yining's husband? You, don't talk nonsense, I don't think so. Then tell me, in what capacity should I go? Just say we are just ordinary friends. Jiang Yining said stutteringly. A normal friend will give you 1 million? Then I'll say you're my uncle, and then I'll see how you explain it to Xia. Lu Chen was not afraid at all. If you have the guts, just tell me and see how Shinjiaxia would react. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, Jiang Yining picked up Lu Chen's hand and bit it. But this time he didn't use any force, it was just a symbolic fight. The two got back into the car again. By the way, is Shinjiaxia's home in Zhangcheng? Jiang Yining shook her head. No, Xiaxia's home was originally in the next city. After Xiaxia's father passed away, her grandparents kicked her and her mother out of the house in order to make room for their second son to get married. Lu Chen didn't say anything and just listened quietly. Auntie took Xiaxia back to her parents' home, that is, back to Jiangcheng, but her grandparents lived with their son, and the son got married, so it was inconvenient for them to live together, so they had to rent a house. At this point, Jiang Yining sighed. Xiaxia had a hard time. She was only 10 years old at the time, and her aunt worked part-time to support her schooling. It was not until a few months ago that she became ill, which completely disrupted their relatively peaceful life. She looked at Lu Chen. Do you know why I don't want Xiaxia to know about our relationship? Lu Chen shook his head. Jiang Yining continued, Don't be fooled by Xiaxia's carefree appearance. She actually lacked fatherly love since she was a child, so she is very sensitive and more mature and independent than others. She is used to solving problems independently and doesn't rely on others easily, which is why she offered you those conditions when you helped her, because she doesn't want to owe anyone a favor. Lu Chen nodded. As an orphan, he could understand this feeling best. So Xiaxia has always envied others for having a complete family. If Xiaxia knew about your relationship with someone else, she would definitely pay you back without hesitation and then draw a clear line between you and her, regardless of whether she likes you or not. Do you understand now? It's that serious. Lu Chen didn't think that this was alarmist. After all, when it comes to understanding Shinjiaxia, he definitely couldn't compare to Jiang Yining. As a candidate for one's own family, hundreds of millions of dollars in protection funds are at stake, which is indeed a big problem. However, there is a solution for Lu Chen. Doesn't Shinjiaxia like to repay debts? What if the debt is so great that you can't pay it off in your lifetime? Lu Chen smiled secretly in his heart. It's a coincidence, the thing he lacks the least is money. Thinking of this, Lu Chen turned to look at Jiang Yining. Let's go to the hospital later, accompany me to a place. What are you doing? Jiang Yining didn't understand. Lu Chen smiled and said, Of course I'm helping you solve your troubles. Chapter 97 PUA. 3 hours later. Jiang Yining stared blankly at the house purchase contract in her hand, with surprise still on her delicate little face. This, you're buying it now? Lu Chen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, held the steering wheel with one hand and rested his other hand casually on the window. Otherwise, the formalities have been completed, and when the time comes, just let Shinjiaxia go and get the property certificate. Jiang Yining turned her head suddenly, and her fair face, which was originally set off by her long pink hair, turned slightly red due to excitement. I mean, a villa worth 20 million was bought in 3 hours? It didn't cost me any money. Lu Chen's lips curled up into a smile. Didn't you say that she is most afraid of owing favors? I just want her to never be able to repay them in her lifetime. Jiang Yining lowered her head and looked at the contract again. The Yunqi Villa area in Jiangchang is fully furnished and has a garden and 2 parking spaces. This is not a gift at all, it is clearly a carefully designed gentle trap. Are you forcing her? Jiang Yining immediately understood what Lu Chen was planning. You want Xia Xia to accept being a fish in your pond? I don't agree. What fish in the fish pond? What fish are so valuable? I'm just sentimental, not a scumbag. Jiang Yining pouted. Is there any difference? Of course there are differences. Lu Chen smiled. For someone like me, although I fall in love with every woman I meet, every one of them is from the heart. Those scumbag men, on the other hand, focus on satisfying their own selfish desires, deceiving people for physical relationships and emotions, and even for money and sex. What about me? I not only gave money but also my feelings. Do you think it can be the same? No, you are clearly making excuses. Jiang Yining widened her eyes in anger. Even if you give me money and love, but doing this to multiple girls at the same time, isn't it still? Or what? Lu Chen turned his head and looked directly into her eyes. I have never cheated on anyone. Your aunt did it voluntarily, right? Lin Chuchu also knew that, right? And you took the initiative, right? Who did I cheat on? Jiang Yining's breathing stagnated. She felt that it seemed to make sense. Seeing that there was a chance, Lu Chen quickly continued with the PUA. Being sentimental is not being promiscuous. It is like the sun shining on the earth. It warms every flower and grass. It never promises to shine on only one person, but it is responsible for everything. Can you say the sun is wrong? Jiang Yining was stunned, staring at Lu Chen blankly, her heart beating uncontrollably. She suddenly realized why her aunt said that some people are worth sharing with. The dangerous thing about this man is that every bit of his gentleness is real, just like the sunshine shining on him at this moment. Warmth. But it cannot be monopolized. Wrong. Jiang Yining shook his head suddenly. What am I thinking about? She never thought that she would need to share her future boyfriend with others. She took a deep breath, her voice a little stubborn. Xia Xia won't want the things you prepared. I know her character. Don't dream. Xia Xia accepted the 200,000 yuan you gave her in order to save her mother's life. There was no other way. And now, I believe Xia Xia will not accept these so-called gifts for no reason. That is true. Lu Chen nodded slowly. So I have to rely on you. Depend on me? Jiang Yining was stunned. Yes, you have to convince her to accept it. Otherwise, after our relationship is exposed, she will definitely break up with me. Then all the faults will be blamed on you. Xin Zhaoxiao will hate you, your relationship will break down, and you will never have any contact with each other again. Is this the situation you want to see? Jiang Yining's expression changed, and her voice trembled slightly. Are you threatening me? Lu Chen chuckled. What threat? This is your fault in the first place. If you hadn't drunk too much yesterday, would this have happened today? He just put the blame on Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining was not happy. Even if what happened last night hadn't happened, you and my aunt and Lin Chuchu would still be the same, right? Is that the same? So what if Xin Zhaoxia knew about the two of them? At most, she would break up with me, but what about you? You are her best friend. I don't need to tell you what would happen if she knew about it. Jiang Yining was speechless, and she admitted that Lu Chen was right. Because this is also what she fears the most. After all, this matter was his fault from beginning to end, and he couldn't even blame Lu Chen. Lu Chen continued to add, so what you have to do is to make her owe me more and more, so that when the truth comes out, she will at least be more likely to accept it, right? But Jiang Yining was still a little hesitant. She didn't want to help Lu Chen force her best friend to become a member of the harem. But Lu Chen's next words made her hesitate. What's wrong with following me? A villa worth 20 million is something many people can't afford to live in their entire lives. I can give her the best life and let her enjoy her old age. What's wrong with that? And even if she finds someone else, will she definitely live happily? You know how high the divorce rate is now. Your aunt is an example. Let me ask you one last question. Do you want Xin Zhaoxia to live a life of luxury or a dull life? Not only do you have to work hard to make money, but you also have to worry about food and clothing. You are more likely to be abused, cheated on, and then divorced. 2 lives, you choose. My choice? Hearing these words, Zhang Yining bit her lower lip as she sat in the passenger seat, struggling internally with both her conscience and her conscience. But her voice was as light as a mosquito's, to deceive her like this. Who said this was cheating? Lu Chen suddenly stopped the car on the side of the road and gently lifted her chin. This villa is my gift to her. As for whether to accept it or not, it's up to her to decide. I won't force her. This is so false. But Zhang Yining was so shocked by his sudden intimate action that she held her breath and had no time to think. Lu Chen got closer and closer, his voice becoming gentler. So, do me this favor, okay? The next moment he kissed those rosy lips directly. Woo! Zhang Yining suddenly felt dizzy and her mind went blank. When she came to her senses, she found that she had responded actively for some unknown reason. Although I had done this before, I was drunk at that time, but now I am sober. So the impact is completely different. It can be said that this was her first time to feel the taste of kissing. So comfortable. At this moment, Zhang Yining knew that she was stepping step by step into the trap carefully woven by Lu Chen, but she was no longer able to break free. Well. Shiu. Number 98 Porsche Panamera. The wet sound of water echoed in the car, and Zhang Yining's long pink hair was scattered messily on the seat. Lu Chen's kissing skills are terrifyingly skilled. I don't know how much time had passed, but when the two separated, Zhang Yining was breathing rapidly, and her pink lips were shining with water. Lu Chen smacked his lips, still feeling unsatisfied. That's right. Now we look like a couple in love. Zhang Yining pursed her lips, glared at him coquettishly, but said nothing more. Let's go, next stop. Lu Chen started the car again with satisfaction. Zhang Yining pulled out another house purchase contract from her bag. This one is for Xia. Who is the other one for? Lu Chen smiled and said, you will know if you open it and take a look. Isn't that another vixen? Zhang Yining muttered something before opening the contract. When the three words Su Wanxing came into her sight, she hurriedly coughed twice. You bought a house for my aunt, and you bought it next door to Xia? Are you crazy? Lu Chen shrugged. Your aunt just got divorced yesterday and will move out in the next 2 days. If she doesn't buy a house, where will she live? Go back to her parents' home? Zhang Yining's chest rose and fell violently. Of course she knew about her aunt's divorce, but then why buy them together? She asked this question almost gritting her teeth. It's convenient. Zhang Yining didn't understand. What convenience? You said that? Zhang Yining was stunned for a moment. You are shameless. Lu Chen pretended not to hear. I just think that they live closer together so they can take care of each other. I'll take care of you. Zhang Yining curled her lips. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You just want to. What are you thinking about? I'm telling you, how can you have such a dirty mind? I just bought it by chance. How can you have so many thoughts? Really? Zhang Yining looked suspicious. Did she misunderstand Lu Chen? Really? Lu Chen chuckled and winked at her. Don't worry, I've asked around, and the sound insulation of these two houses is very good. Zhang Yining was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. What was she expecting just now? Soon, the car slowly drove into the Porsche 4S store. What are you doing again? Zhang Yining looked at the Porsche 4S store sign, then looked at Lu Chen. You don't still want to buy a car for Xia, do you? Lu Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and said, if you want to give it away in full. Isn't that what you said? When did I say that? Zhang Yining was about to put her hands on her hips, but suddenly stopped, as if she had really said that. So she simply stopped talking, opened the car door and got out. Welcome. A male salesperson came up to us enthusiastically. His eyes lingered on Lu Chen's BYD-U8 for a moment, and his professional smile became more sincere. For someone who can drive this car, buying a Porsche would be a piece of cake, right? Then his eyes fell on the two of them. Zhang Yining's swollen lips and messy hair were too easy to make people imagine. The latest Porsche Panamera, do you have it in stock? Lu Chen put one hand in his pocket and put the other hand naturally on Zhang Yining's waist. Yes, sir. The salesperson's smile became even more intense, and his eyes glanced back and forth between the two of them. It seems that an order will definitely be placed today, and it is most likely for this little beauty. He noticed that the girl twisted her waist awkwardly and tried to break free from the man's hand, but was held even tighter. After struggling for several times in vain, she finally gave up resisting and just pouted her lips angrily. The salesperson couldn't help but feel warmed by the embarrassed and annoyed look on his face. Damn it, why can't I get any of these delicious dishes? Sir, please follow me. The sales manager immediately took the two people to a white Panamera and introduced, this standard version of the Panamera is equipped with a 2.9T turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 260 horsepower and an acceleration of 100 kilometers in just 5.3 seconds. Lucien suddenly interrupted, just talk about the configuration. Although he has never bought a Porsche, it doesn't mean he has never eaten pork. Seeing Lucien being so direct, the sales manager's smile widened a little. The standard version has a suggested retail price of 1.138 million yuan, and the store offers a discount of 50,000 yuan. It comes with 21-inch wheels, spare tire, adaptive cruise control, rear axle steering, Bordeaux red interior, sports seats, and seat ventilation. After saying that, he handed over a configuration sheet. Zhang Yining looked at the numbers on the configuration list and became more and more frightened. 21-inch forged wheels are priced at 67,300 yuan. A spare tire worth 6,200 yuan. Adaptive cruise control costs 34,300 yuan. Rear axle steering costs 27,600 yuan. Bordeaux red interior 66,100 yuan. Sports seats are 21,700 yuan. Seat ventilation costs 16,400 yuan. Bose speakers are 21,900 yuan. Panoramic sunroof 32,500 yuan. Panoramic imaging 23,200 yuan. She secretly pulled Lu Chen's sleeve and said, isn't this too exaggerated? Lu Chen glanced at the configuration list and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wow, the price of optional features is almost half of the bare car price. So I spent 1 million just to buy an engine and a frame? Porsche's strategy clearly states targeting the rich. 68,000 for a wheel? Zhang Yining pointed at the configuration list and asked, is this ashtray inlaid with gold? It costs 1,500 yuan? She dragged Lu Chen and was about to walk out. Why don't we just go and not buy anything? It's indeed exaggerated, but you still have to buy it, after all it's a Porsche. Don't forget our plan. Lu Chen gave her a look. Zhang Yining certainly understood what Lu Chen meant, which was to use these things to trap Shen Zhaoxia. But, she muttered softly, this is too expensive. I've already bought a house worth 20 million, what's this little money? The salesperson nearby was secretly surprised when he heard this. This young man was so generous to his girlfriend that he gave her both a house and a car. Moreover, it was the first time he saw a girl refusing to buy something because it was too expensive. It seems that this person should be the principal wife. The ordinary mistress would have already thanked her father in a coquettish voice. Lu Chen said nothing more and looked directly at the salesperson. Let's calculate, how much is the total price? Full payment. The salesperson's eyes lit up instantly. It was the first time he had met such a happy customer, and the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to his ears. Okay sir, please wait a moment. He pulled out his calculator, his fingers flying. After the discount, the car price is 1.088 million, and the options add up to 386,000, plus purchase tax and insurance, so the landing price is about 1.5 million. I want it. Lu Chen didn't hesitate any longer and directly transferred 1.5 million to Zhang Yining, go and pay the money. With the experience of buying a house, Zhang Yining said nothing more and followed the salesperson to swipe the card. Congratulations, Miss Jiang, for becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. Zhang Yining took the car purchase contract handed over by the salesperson, glanced at it and suddenly said, I am not the owner of the car. The salesperson was stunned. Ah? Then who is the owner of the car? Zhang Yining reported Shen Zhaoxia's name and ID number. What's going on? Isn't this the queen? The sales manager's eyes moved back and forth between Zhang Yining and Lu Chen. Even if it's not the case, why are you bringing a girl to buy a car for another girl? Is that outrageous? Judging from their behavior when they got off the car and their behavior just now, he didn't think that they were just ordinary friends. At the very least, it's a lover relationship. So Lu Chen's mysterious behavior shocked her and him greatly. It can only be said that rich people really know how to have fun. I can only feel envy. I'll give you an address, you guys send the car over, and then I'll have the owner contact you to register the car. Hearing what Lu Chen said, the salesperson smiled and said, no problem, we will arrange a trailer to deliver the car to your door. Do you need a banner or flowers to decorate it? The salesperson thought that Lu Chen was planning to give the car owner a surprise, and this situation was not uncommon, so he asked this question. Chapter 99 Conspiracy. Need not. Lu Chen saw that Zhang Yining's attention was attracted by a red Porsche 911 on the other side of the exhibition hall. He leaned over. Do you like it? I'll give it to you. Does Zhang Yining like it? Of course I do. But will she want it? Of course not. I'm not your girlfriend, why should I ask you to give me a car? Lu Chen chuckled. Then when you agree to be my girlfriend, I will buy it for you. Who cares? Zhang Yining turned his head away. Lu Chen whispered in her ear, school will be on holiday in 2 days, I will go home with you, don't worry, you will have what Shinjiaxia has. You want to come home with me? Zhang Yining didn't expect Lu Chen to say this, and she suddenly felt very nervous. Why is Lu Chen going to her house? Do you want to use the same method you used on Xia on her? Don't even think about it. Zhang Yining put his hands on his waist and showed a fierce expression. Lu Chen didn't say anything more and just wait and see. Zhang Yining turned around and walked out the door angrily. Lu Chen followed behind slowly, with a smile on his face. Progress towards conquering Zhang Yining +1. Hey! Zhang Yining suddenly stopped in front of the 4S store, turned around and glared at him. You're not really going home with me, are you? Lu Chen shrugged. Why? Are you afraid that I won't be able to see people? Who is scared? Zhang Yining raised her hands on her waist and raised her voice unconsciously. I mean, my parents are very strict. If they knew about you, my aunt, and Xia, they would definitely break your legs. Break my legs? Lu Chen said, that's not right, Shinjiaxia and Sister Su don't care about their business. Of course it's their business. You took their daughter. Hey. Lu Chen quickly interrupted and said he would not take the blame. You have to be reasonable. It's not me who did anything to their daughter, it's their daughter who did something to me. You have to understand the cause and effect relationship clearly. Zhang Yining stamped her feet in anger. Can't you just let me go? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and walked towards her slowly. You want me to give in to you? You are not my girlfriend, unless. If you don't want to, then don't. Zhang Yining turned her head away. Do you feel proud of having taken my virginity? At this moment, Zhang Yining's emotional fluctuations were like an open book in Lu Chen's eyes, clearly visible. Her shame and frustration were exactly what he wanted. In a hurry? That's right. Lu Chen knew that she was afraid of falling in love with him, so he teased her with words like girlfriend. There is a saying that goes, the more you struggle, the deeper you sink. The more she resists, the more it proves that she cares. The so-called aggressiveness is nothing but bluffing. Now that she even said something like taking away her first time, it was enough to prove that she was really panicked. Zhang Yining was afraid that if he followed her home, Lu Chen would go. I was already thinking about how to use this opportunity to meet her parents to completely break down her psychological defenses. Lu Chen is now like a hunter, watching her struggling in the net he has set, but it is getting tighter and tighter. Although it's a bit embarrassing, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. When the intimacy reaches 100, she will convince herself to accept it all. It's no wonder that Lu Chen wanted to plot against her. He just wanted to take responsibility too much. Otherwise, if we wait for Zhang Yining to figure it out on her own, other people's children might just be able to help out. I'm leaving now. You can take them to deliver the car. Today's training is almost over, and Lu Chen decided to stop here. Zhang Yining frowned and asked, You're not going to the hospital? Lu Chen put one hand in his pocket and shook his head. Why? Can't bear to be separated from me? Who wouldn't want to part with you? Zhang Yining immediately retorted. Lu Chen looked at her hypocritical expression and laughed in his heart. Go to the hospital? The purpose of going to the hospital was to discipline Zhang Yining. Now that the purpose has been achieved, why should he go? The money has been paid, and he is not a doctor, so it doesn't matter whether he goes or not. Besides, Zhang Yining's emotions had already been aroused by him, and forcing her further would only backfire. When fishing, you always have to give the fish some breathing time so that it can bite deeper. If someone delivers a car, someone has to receive it. Zhang Yining didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of being caught by Lu Chen, so she just nodded sullenly. Lu Chen chuckled and turned away. By the way, find a way to get Shinjiaxia to accept these things. What can I do? I'll give you a suggestion. Lu Chen got in the car and lowered the passenger window. If you want Xin Xiaxia to accept it, it's best to start with her mother. Before Jiang Yining could answer, Lu Chen started the car and left. Jiang Yining stood there, watching Lu Chen's car drive away. She bit her lower lip, her heart in a mess. This bastard. Lu Chen's last words kept echoing in her mind. Starting from Xin Xiaxia, she certainly understood what Lu Chen meant. What Xin Xiaxia cares about most is her sick mother. If her mother can accept these gifts first, Xin Xiaxia will have to compromise no matter how stubborn she is. How despicable. She murmured to herself, but she knew in her heart that this was indeed the most effective method. Just at this moment, Jiang Yining's phone suddenly vibrated and the text message alert sounded again. She looked down and saw another bank deposit of 1 million. Before she understood what was going on, drop. A familiar horn sounded from behind. She turned around and saw that Lu Chen's car had come back at some point and was parked steadily behind her. The car window slowly lowered, revealing Lu Chen's handsome face that seemed to be smiling. "Hello, beautiful lady, please help me top up 1 million Kuayin coins." Jiang Yining was furious. "Can't you top up the money yourself? Why do you have to transfer it to me?" She glared at Lu Chen with gritted teeth. "Are you showing off that you are rich?" Lu Chen spread his hands, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He didn't want this to happen, but it was because the system dad was biased. Lu Chen poked his head out and smiled. "I just want you to experience the joy of spending money, don't I? Don't try that. You're clearly trying to corrupt me." Jiang Yining said angrily, "Send me the account number." Lu Chen reported a string of numbers with a smile, and seeing her fingers poking the screen hard, he couldn't help but add another sentence. "Don't make the mistake. If you are wrong, forget it." Jiang Yining put away her phone and said, "It's charged, let's go." "Are you in such a hurry to get me out?" Lu Chen pretended to be hurt. "Weren't you reluctant to leave me just now? Who can't bear to part with you?" Jiang Yining pretended to bite someone. "Okay, bye." After saying that, Lu Chen rolled up the car window and drove away. On the way. "Hello, Shouty, navigate to the nearest liquor store." "Okay, found multiple locations. The first one. The route is being planned on the central large screen. The whole journey is 2.3 kilometers and takes about 15 minutes. As for why Lu Chen went to the liquor store? Because he was going to Su Wanqing's house. And red wine is naturally indispensable. Chapter 100 Rocket Launch. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chen was holding 2 bottles of red wine, standing at the door of Su Wanqing's house, and gently rang the doorbell. The door was quickly opened, and Su Wanqing was wearing a casual white knitted dress for home use, with her long hair casually tied up, revealing her slender neck. When she saw the red wine, her eyes immediately lit up and a knowing smile appeared on the corners of her lips. "You're here." She stepped aside to let Lu Chen in. "I'm packing up. The house is a bit messy." Lu Chen walked into the house and placed the red wine on the coffee table. Looking around, there were several packed cardboard boxes piled in the living room. He smiled and said, "Sister Su, where are you planning to move to?" Su Wanqing asked Lu Chen to sit down, knelt down to help him take off his shoes, and changed him into slippers. Then she raised her beautiful face and said, "I plan to move to my mother's house, where they can help take care of Tang Tang, so I can have time to go to work." "Move to your mother's house? How could this be possible?" Lu Chen firmly disagreed. If that's the case, how can he tutor Tang Tang and complete the task? Su Wanqing saw Lu Chen's expression and said, "If you miss me, you can call me. I am always free. I don't have to be at home." This almost flattering tone revealed her lack of confidence. She originally thought that Lu Chen would come over after the divorce yesterday, but she didn't expect that Lu Chen would not show up after waiting for a long time. At that moment, she was suddenly scared. She was afraid that she had lost her attraction to Lu Chen. Her deliberate flattery at this moment was to carefully maintain her relationship with Lu Chen, for fear that she would be abandoned. In this kind of anxiety. After seeing the kiss mark on Lu Chen's collar, the sense of crisis brought by the age gap became more obvious. Now, as a single mother, she wants to rely on Lu Chen, but is afraid of becoming a burden to him. This contradiction tears at her dignity, forcing her to hold on to Lu Chen in a humble manner. When Lu Chen saw her eyes fixed on his collar, he immediately understood something. To be honest, he couldn't tell whether the mark on his neck was left by Jiang Yining or one man. Lu Chen did not explain. After all, he couldn't say that it was left over from a 300 rounds battle with your best friend's daughter last night, right? So he changed the subject and said, Sister Sue, you don't have to go to work. I can support you. If you don't want to be idle, you can open a store. Lu Chen didn't know what she was thinking, so he quickly changed the subject. Open a store? Su Wanqing was slightly stunned. I have never thought about it. Lu Chen held her hand and said, then start thinking about it now. Isn't the purpose of the Family Protection Fund to take good care of every woman in the family and ensure the harmony of the harem? How about opening a beauty salon? Su Wanqing said after a moment's hesitation. Her idea is actually very simple. Although she is still young now, she is 8 years older than Lu Chen after all, and the years to come will always leave marks on her. The only way to fight against time is beauty care. Bite. Congratulations on triggering the random task, number 1 family member Su Wanqing's wish. As a wealthy man, you must always pay attention to the needs of your family in order to maintain relationships with them and family harmony. Mission: purchase a beauty salon for Su Wanqing. Mission rewards: 5 times cash back of the beauty salon's monthly turnover and a Ferrari 12 Cilindri. Lu Chen smiled. The family fund had not been spent yet, and now there was a new task. After all, they are our family. As long as they are around, we can create wealth continuously. Sister Sue, no problem. I'll take care of it. But I'm afraid that if I don't do it well. Lu Chen waved his hands and didn't take it to heart. Even if Su Wanqing doesn't make any money, the system gives her enough. As long as the turnover is not too bad, she will definitely make a profit. There is no better business in the world. Lu Chen gently patted the back of Su Wanqing's hand. Sister Sue, just do it boldly, and leave the rest to me. He has already figured out where to find the beauty salon. These words made Su Wanqing feel relieved, and she nodded heavily on her beautiful face. Su Wanqing used to sneer at some inspirational quotes, so she thought that life would not be any different even if she got divorced. Although she doesn't believe in those toxic chicken soups. But she is lucky. Because I met Lu Chen. Her life, which had been like stagnant water, suddenly had brilliant ripples. Lu Chen. She spoke softly, with a hint of tenderness. You know what? Before I met you, I thought my life would be like this, watching Tang Tang grow up, and then slowly grow old. Lu Chen said, what about now? Now. Su Wanqing looked up at him, with a strange light in her eyes. Now I feel that every day is full of expectations. She paused, although I am afraid sometimes. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that this is all a dream. I'm afraid that I'll wake up and find that you're no longer Tong Tong's father, and I'll become the abandoned woman. Su Wanqing raised her head, her eyes sparkling. If you get tired of me one day, could you please not leave without saying goodbye? Lu Chen reached out and held her in his arms. At this moment, Su Wanqing felt extremely insecure. Sister Sue, I'm not with you on the road I used to be on, but I will walk with you on the road I'll travel in the future, and I'll never leave you. The words were simple, but they made Su Wanqing feel the long-lost peace of mind. Then I will try my best. By the way. Lu Chen stopped dwelling on this topic and took out the house purchase contract. Sister Sue, I have prepared a house for you in Yunqi Villa District. Don't go back to your parents' home. Just move there. Yunqi Villa? Su Wanqing had only heard that it was a newly developed residential area and didn't know much about it, but the 20 million yuan for the purchase of the house clearly stated on the contract still surprised her. And her name was on it. No wonder Lu Chen called to ask for her ID number today. It turned out that when she was worried about gains and losses, Lu Chen had already made plans for her. 20 million, she murmured, her voice choked with sobs. Lu Chen chuckled and reached out to touch her cheek. Why, do you think it's too little? Su Wanqing shook her head violently, tears finally bursting out. She was not a woman who had never seen the world. Compared to the value of money, she cared more about Lu Chen's attitude towards her. At this moment, she was sure that Lu Chen loved her. Then, she must also love Lu Chen well. Mr. Lu, I want to make up for the lessons. Lu Chen stood up and suddenly picked up Su Wanqing horizontally. Now, let's go to makeup lessons. Su Wanqing lay on his chest with a red face. Lu Chen kicked the bedroom door shut and gently placed her on the bed. Su Wanqing crossed her slender legs and looked at Lu Chen with seductive eyes. There are stockings and high heels in the closet. This obvious hint made Lu Chen's breathing pause. Su Wanqing hooked her nail-painted feet around Lu Chen's waist, leaned over, and whispered in his ear. I also bought a lot of clothes. What character do you like? Lu Chen sighed inwardly. She is indeed a caring sister. The 20 million is worth it. He smiled and said, it seems that student Su is well prepared. Su Wanqing chuckled and moved her toes up slowly along his waistline. That's just to cooperate with the class. As he said that, he turned over and opened the bedside table, which contained neatly stacked uniforms of various styles. Stewardess uniform, nurse uniform, professional suit, each one is matched with corresponding accessories. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. So many? Yeah. Su Wanqing lowered her head and murmured softly, I bought it yesterday. I wanted to give you a surprise. But Lu Chen didn't give her a chance to continue speaking. Wear it now. Wear the black one. Su Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. Under Lu Chen's burning gaze, she slowly put on the sexy stewardess uniform. The slender legs wrapped in black stockings are even more attractive against the backdrop of high heels. Mr. Lu. Su Wanqing turned into a flight attendant. Excuse me, what service do you need? Lu Chen pulled her into his arms and pressed his palm on her long hair. I want a full service. People? Kiss? Bazooka. Fire. Chapter 101 Live Broadcast Room Tanhua Brother. Su Wanqing was busy in the kitchen, and the range hood made a slight sound. She was wearing an apron and stirring the food in the pan with a spatula, with an unconcealable smile of happiness on her lips. But her legs are still a little weak. She couldn't help but think of Lu Chen's tireless way of tutoring in the bedroom just now, and her face flushed again. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but every time she had a different feeling, and it became more and more comfortable. With a click, the door to the living room opened and Tang Tang rushed in carrying a small school bag. Mom! Tang Tang threw herself into Su Wanqing's arms. Dad took me to eat ice cream. Su Wanqing squatted down and ruffled her daughter's hair. Really? Did you thank Dad? Thank you. Tang Tang raised her little face, her eyes sparkling. Dad also said that we are moving to a new house tomorrow, is that true? Su Wanqing glanced at Lu Chen, who was leaning against the doorframe and smiling at her. It's true. Great, I'm going to my new home. Tang Tang broke free from Su Wanqing's arms and ran to her room happily. I'm going to do my homework first. Dad said he wanted to check my math problems. Looking at her daughter's cheerful back, Su Wanqing's eyes felt a little hot. She turned to look at Lu Chen. Thank you. Lu Chen followed her and closed the kitchen door. He put his arms around Su Wanqing's waist from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. What are you thanking me for? Su Wanqing's hand paused for a moment, and a sizzling sound came from the pot. She turned her head and just happened to see Lu Chen's handsome face. Thank you, for being so nice to Tang Tang. Lu Chen chuckled and his fingers restlessly dug into her apron. So how are you going to thank me? Su Wanqing blushed. She nudged him gently with her elbow. Stop making trouble, Tang Tang is still at home. It's okay, she's doing her homework. Su Wanqing didn't say anything and chose to agree. This is the first time Lu Chen unlocked the Chinese kitchen map. I don't know how long it took. Tong Tong's voice came from the living room. Dad, I finished my math problems. Lu Chen let go of his hand and whispered in Su Wanqing's ear, let's continue in the evening. Su Wanqing pushed him out with a red face and leaned against the kitchen counter to calm her heartbeat. Through the glass door, she saw Lu Chen patiently explaining the questions to Tang Tang. The two figures, one big and one small, seemed particularly warm. At this moment, she suddenly felt that perhaps this was the feeling of home she had always longed for. After dinner, Lu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room holding Tang Tang and opened the Quyin app. Dad, are we going to watch Teacher Xia's live broadcast? Tang Tang raised her little face, her eyes full of anticipation. Yes. Lu Chen rubbed her little head. Daddy promised to show you little stars. He entered the name of the live broadcast room and it showed that it was being broadcast live. Fortunately, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that he would not be able to send out the money today. Welcome Tang Tang and Tong Tong's dad. Xia Xingchen saw their ID entering the live broadcast room and immediately greeted them with a smile. Wow! It's really Teacher Xia. Tang Tang twisted around in Lu Chen's arms excitedly. Teacher Xia is so beautiful. In the live broadcast room, Xia Xingchen's innocent lowly face is simply a killer for otakus. She was wearing a light blue princess dress with her hair loosely tied up, looking gentle and homely. At this moment, she is using a mannequin to demonstrate how to braid a child's hair, her slender fingers moving flexibly through the hair. Today we are learning how to tie a double ponytail with a bow. which is very suitable for children to participate in the activity. Xia Xingchen's voice is gentle and sweet. Tang Tang was so fascinated by the scene that she unconsciously grabbed her hair and gestured, "Dad, I want a braid like Teacher Xia's, too." Lu Chen smiled and pinched her little face. "Okay, I'll weave it for you when Daddy learns it." "Then you should learn quickly." "You should learn quickly." Lu Chen started to study seriously. After watching for a while, he noticed that there were more than 500 people online in the live broadcast room, but the barrage area was quite active. Most of them are interactive messages from parents. "Thank you, teacher, for sharing. My daughter likes this hairstyle very much. After learning for a long time, I finally learned how to weave. Teacher, can you teach me how to dress my baby boy?" From time to time, parents would give small gifts, such as lollipops, little hearts, or lightboards. Although the amount was not large, they were very supportive. However, there are also some comments mixed in with those from people who are obviously not from parents but from old-fashioned people. "This sound is so sweet, I just recorded it as ASMR before going to bed." "Teacher, you are so gentle when you teach children, can you scold me like this too?" "Teacher, have you considered becoming a good-looking anchor? I'll send you a rocket." "Teacher, what should I do if my son says he wants to marry you?" "Wake up upstairs, my daughter said she wants to marry Ultraman when she grows up." Xia Xingchen was obviously used to this kind of scene, and she continued teaching without changing her expression. "I would only frown slightly when I occasionally saw particularly excessive comments. Next we are going to cross these two strands of hair." She demonstrated attentively, her voice still gentle. Suddenly, a user with the ID Late Night Explorer swiped 3 private jets in a row. "Teacher, would you like to give me one-on-one lessons privately? The price is negotiable." The barrage exploded instantly. Fuck. This guy's calculations are so good that I can hear them even on Mars. One-on-one? Is this the kind of teaching I want? Teacher, don't pay attention to him. He definitely has no good intentions. Xia Xingchen's fingers paused for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Dear audience, we are teaching children to braid their hair. Please keep the atmosphere in the live broadcast room, or I will ban you. Xia Xingchen, who was broadcasting live, was also helpless. Even though what she was teaching was normal, there were always some people who would make fun of her appearance and figure. She sighed softly, still keeping a gentle smile on her face. Children, let's continue learning the next step. Tang Tang raised her little head in Lu Chen's arms. Dad, why do those people call Teacher Xia their wife? Well. Lu Chen smiled, that's because they think Teacher Xia is very beautiful. Then why doesn't Dad call Teacher Xia his wife? Tang Tang blinked her big innocent eyes. Ahem. Lu Chen almost couldn't breathe, and rubbed her little head. It's wrong to call someone your wife casually, we won't learn from them. Oh, are they all bad guys? Before Lu Chen could answer. At this moment, the Late Night Explorer sent an even more outrageous comment. Teacher, the price is negotiable. You can decide how much it is. The purpose of live streaming is to make money. No matter how you make money, it is still money. Then the barrage below exploded again. That's too much. This is a serious teaching live broadcast room. Where is the administrator? Kick this person out. My child is still watching the live broadcast. Isn't this person disgusting? Teacher, don't be afraid. We will protect you. The photos of this guy have been exposed. Sisters, please stay away. I cursed at people, let me do it. Lonely Tanhua brother sent another series of barrages. Hey, a bunch of poor bastards are pretending to be messengers of justice? Just because you post a few lousy light signs, you think you are someone important? Isn't this anchor just a prostitute? Why is he pretending to be so noble? I have plenty of money. Do you believe that I can make this anchor beg me on his knees tonight? Then he bought 2 more private jets. Don't compare yourself to me. Let me see your strength. A bunch of poor people are worthy of challenging me? Host, name your price. Follow me tonight. I promise I will make more than you make in a year of live streaming. Everyone here is trash, can you afford a cruise? Then I bought another luxury cruise ship. See? This is real strength. If you don't agree, come and fight me. Tonight I will show you what a truly wealthy person is. Then, this guy was kicked out of the live broadcast room. Xia Xingchen took a deep breath and bowed deeply to the camera. Dear parents, I am very sorry for disturbing you all with the accident just now. Let's continue. The words haven't finished yet. A new account with the ID, Lonely Tanhua Brother 2.0, suddenly popped up. You bitch dare to kick me? I spent thousands of dollars on gifts for you, and you treat me like this? Why are you pretending to be so noble? Isn't it just that you think the money is not enough? Do you believe me? I will ban your live streaming account? Interesting. Lu Chen directly picked up his phone and sent a message to Xiaoxingchen on WeChat. Ask her not to kick the other person or mute him. Xiaoxingchen in the live broadcast room received Lu Chen's message and was a little confused. He replied, "Why? Don't ask. I'll make you a lot of money today." Chapter 102, Swish. In the live broadcast room, Lonely Tanhua Gu 2.0 was still shouting wildly. At this time, Lu Chen slowly opened the gift column. This was his first time giving a gift to the anchor. You know what, I was a little excited. Looked at the gift list. Little Heart, 1 Kuayin coin. Love, 5 Kuayin coins. Rose, 10 Quick Note coins. Sunglasses, 99 Kuayin coins. In addition to this cheap one, there are many expensive ones. Private jet, 3,000 Kuayin coins. Luxury cruise, 6,000 Kuayin coins. Kuayin number 1, 10,001 Kuayin coins. Heart of the Universe, 18,888 Kuayin coins. Dream Castle, 28,888 Kuayin coins. Carnival is the most expensive, costing 30,000 Kuayin coins. Lu Chen looked at the balance of Kuayin coins in his account and found that it was 10 million, which means that the exchange rate between Kuayin coins and real currency was 10:1. No wonder people say live streaming is a money printing machine. Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head. Selling a virtual special effect for 3,000 is even more profitable than robbery. He recalled reading a report before that a top anchor earned over 100 million yuan in a single live broadcast. It's no wonder that everyone wants to be an internet celebrity since money can be made so quickly. But internet celebrities are just like other professions. Only those who can be seen are the ones who have made it to the top. There are countless people who are buried in the ground. Lu Chen didn't envy her before, and he doesn't envy her now. Look at Brother Tanhua still shouting in the live broadcast room. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips, and he tapped his finger on the gift column. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away a private jet one. Seeing that Lu Chen dared to send gifts at this time, Lonely Tanhua Gu immediately became angry and mocked him in the barrage. That's it? You're so nervous about selling a $300 plane? Why is this poor guy pretending to be so powerful? Then he bought 2 private jets. Lonely Tanhua Brother 2.0 gives away private jets too. The next moment, the barrage immediately passed over his provocation. Follower, I will double the amount you give me. Don't be a coward. Whoever is a coward is the son of the other party. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was becoming increasingly tense, Xiaoxingchen subconsciously wanted to kick Lonely Tanhua Gu out of the room. But thinking of Lu Chen's words, although he didn't understand what he meant, he still couldn't help but persuade him. Tang Tang Daddy, you really don't need to pay attention to him. Everyone is here to watch the live broadcast to learn. Let's continue teaching you how to make a bow. But Lonely Tanhua Gu 2.0 refused to give in. Are you scared? Why pretend to be rich if you don't have money? Call me Daddy, I'll let you go. Xiaoxingchen thought about it and decided to kick him out of the live broadcast room. At this moment, the gift special effects of 6,000 Kuayin coins instantly filled the screen, and a dazzling cruise ship slowly passed through the picture. The number of comments from parents in the live broadcast room immediately increased. Is Tongtong's dad going to fight with that person? Who is Tongtong's dad? I don't think I've seen him before. Yes, I have never seen him, but my daughter said that Tang Tang's father is more handsome than a celebrity. I've seen him pick up the child, he looks very young, not like someone of our age at all. Is this true or false? What does he do? Does anyone know? I don't know, but it looks like he has some financial strength. No matter what, I think Tang Tang's dad is so handsome. This move is so satisfying. Yes. It's just a luxury cruise ship. You should know that Brother Taohua has already bought several of them. That's right, I also think that everyone should not hold out hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. What are you talking about? It's just a luxury cruise ship. It's only 600 yuan. If you have the ability, you can buy one too. Lu Chen looked at the increasing number of questioning comments and the provocation from Tan Huago, and he was not angry at all, because this was exactly the result he wanted. Come on, keep playing music and dancing. Seeing that Lu Chen had received a luxury cruise ship, lonely Tan Huago was not afraid at all and directly gave him 2 luxury cruise ships. I also added this in the barrage. That's it? Keep going, grandson. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away a luxury cruise 1. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away luxury cruise ships 2. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away luxury cruise ships 3. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away 4 luxury cruise ships. Fuck. They are really arguing. Fight, fight. The other party got 2 luxury cruise ships, but Sugar Dad got 4. What does that mean? What else could it mean? It means, no matter how much you spend, I will double it. Tong Tong's dad is awesome, kill this pretentious guy. Lu Chen typed several barrages in succession. Keep barking. I will double the amount you spend. Who will kneel first? The barrage of comments was flooding the screen like crazy. Tang Tang's dad is awesome. Real money capability. Tanhua dog, come out to fight quickly. The lonely Tanhua brother is still confident and disdainful. Ha, you want to show off with such a small amount of money? You are a level 0 small account, why are you trying to act so high and mighty in front of my level 61 big account? It was at this time that many people noticed his account level. Fuck, it's level 61. If you convert it, this guy has spent at least 2 million. It's over, it's over. Tang Tang's dad is going to suffer. This bastard is really rich. Lu Chen looked at the barrage, chuckled, and typed slowly. Grade? You will be qualified to speak only after you have completed 8 cruises. User Lonely Tanwich gave away a luxury cruise 1. User Lonely Tanwich gave away luxury cruise ships 3. User Lonely Tanwich gave away luxury cruise ships 8. Come on, you are really good at pretending, come on, continue. Oh my god, that's a real swipe. This is 4,800 yuan, which is my monthly salary. This guy is really rich. No wonder he is so arrogant. Tang Tang Daddy is not bad, he has spent several thousand in this short while. I don't think it's necessary to brush it. Why bother with such people? Brush, must brush, I can't stand him. Fight, fight. I love watching rich people fight. The one called Tang Tang Daddy, you are not going to be scared, are you? They have finished brushing, it is your turn. In addition to the parents, there was also a group of audience members in the live broadcast room who were willing to watch the fun and add fuel to the fire. This scene made Lu Chen laugh. The task issued by the system is to complete 200 carnivals, and now the fun has just begun. After 10 times cash back, the reward is 6 million. If there is a chance that the other party can help him to finish the 6 million, then he will admit defeat. Lu Chen smiled, my money was given by the system, where is your money? User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 1. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 2. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 3. After finishing 3 carnivals, Lu Chen stopped immediately. He was afraid that if he brushed too much at one time, it would scare the Tanhua brother away. Lu Chen continued to provoke. Come on, brother Tanhua, it's your turn. Chapter 103, Husband, are you interested in Teacher Xia? Xia Xingchen stared at the gorgeous gift special effects that kept exploding on the screen, and her heartbeat unconsciously quickened. She really didn't expect that Tong Tong's father was not only handsome, but also so generous. In just a few minutes, more than 10,000 gifts were given away. Faced with so much money, is she tempted? It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. But as a teacher, it is obviously inappropriate to accept such expensive gifts from parents. And at this moment, she finally understood what Lu Chen meant by I'll make you a big profit. He is using provocation. Although this would indeed allow him to make a lot of money, Lu Chen himself would also have to pay a considerable price. After all, according to the platform rules, she could only get 50% commission for the gifts. Even if she returned all of it to Lu Chen, she would still be at a loss. After some hesitation, Xia Xingchen decided to turn off the gift-giving function. But abruptly closing the reward function would be tantamount to making Lu Chen admit defeat in public. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she thought of a good idea. In fact, it is very simple. Just return the money spent by lonely Tanhua brother to Lu Chen. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Yes. Xiaoxingchen couldn't help but praise herself in her heart. You are such a clever little ghost. But she still felt heartbroken when she saw the gifts popping up on the screen. That's a lot of money. When she was a child, her parents said that she was picked up from a trash can, but Xiaoxingchen didn't believe it. Now it seems to be true. Xiaoxingchen, you are destined to be a poor ghost in this life. This is so annoying. When Xiaoxingchen was roaring like a dragon in his heart, in the live broadcast room, the golden gift special effects instantly covered the entire screen. Lonely Tanhua Brother paused for more than 10 seconds before responding. Lonely Tanhua Brother 2.0 gives away Carnival 2. Lonely Tanhua Brother 2.0 sent out Carnival X6. The barrage of comments from Lonely Tanhua Brother floated by arrogantly. That's it? You dare to brag about tens of thousands of dollars? I open more than this amount of wine when I go to nightclubs. Come on, keep going. If you can't afford it, just give up. It's not too late to call dad. The audience in the live broadcast room were numb to the sight of it. In just a short while, many of them had already earned what they had worked hard for half a year. And it seems that neither side is afraid. I'm afraid it will cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. In their opinion, it is not worth spending so much money just to prove themselves. But they don't understand the world of rich people, and tens of thousands of dollars is a lot for them. But for rich people, it may only be equivalent to a few hundred yuan. Tang Tang, is the little star pretty? Lu Chen looked down at the excited Tang Tang in his arms. The little girl stared at the gift special effects on the screen with sparkling eyes, and clapped her hands non-stop. It looks great. Daddy is so awesome. Tong Tong's compliment made Lu Chen's blood boil. No wonder many people are daughter slaves. It's really that this emotion is too strong. Although Tang Tang is not his biological daughter, as a child who also came from an orphanage, Lu Chen naturally feels a sense of intimacy with her and naturally chooses to treat her as his own daughter. Although he is still very young now. Daddy, can I show you Twinkle Little Stars again? Okay. Lu Chen smiled and tapped the screen a few times, and another series of special effects appeared. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 6. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 12. Golden starlight exploded in the live broadcast room, reflecting on Tong Tong's surprised little face. She clapped her hands happily. Dad is great. As she said that, she pouted and kissed Lu Chen on the face. Su Wanqing, who had just finished cleaning up, happened to see this scene and a smile appeared on her lips. Then he walked over to Lu Chen and sat down, looking at the special effects that kept appearing on the phone screen, and said softly, "Don't spoil her too much, you're almost spoiling her." Lu Chen smiled and put his arms around Su Wanqing's waist, his hands dishonestly reaching into her clothes. Why, are you jealous? Su Wanqing blushed and punched him lightly. What nonsense are you talking about? She whispered again, Tang Tang is still here, you be gentle. Not only did Lu Chen not listen, he even pushed harder. Su Wanqing could only bite her lower lip and endure it silently, not daring to make any sound. As the two of them fought over gifts, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to soar, and the barrage of comments gradually filled the screen. What the hell? What kind of live broadcast room is this? The screen is flooded with gifts. I was blinded by the gifts as soon as I came in. What's going on? The front row is selling melon seed benches. Does anyone know the battle situation? Who is the internet celebrity who hosts this show? Why haven't I seen him before? I checked and found out that it is just an ordinary live broadcast room for children. Where do so many big brothers come from? Who cares? Isn't it fun to eat melons online? When the carnival special effects sent by Lu Chen were about to end, another wave of special effects followed. Lonely Tanhua Brother 2.0 gives away Carnival 2. Lonely Tanhua Brother 2.0 sent out Carnival X6. Lonely Tanhua Brother 2.0 gives away Carnival 12. Lonely Tanhua Brother 2.0 sends out Carnival 24. Come on, it's your turn. This time, Lonely Tanhua Ge did not continue to mock Lu Chen. Because it makes absolutely no sense. After all, it is a bit unreasonable for someone who can give out so many gifts to call the other person a poor person. He wanted to use money to attack people before because he looked down on them, but the facts obviously did not allow him to do so. By the time the gifts were delivered, it had already escalated into a dispute of pride in face. Now it depends on who can't hold on first and who falls on the ground with his face first. 24 carnivals have been cleared out, so if the opponent clears out another 48, it will be 48. With nearly 150,000 yuan, he didn't believe the other party would not hesitate at all. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, he was slapped in the face because he had already seen the gift the other party had sent. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 10. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 30. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 48. Fuck, who is this bastard over there? Is he having an affair with that teacher? Lonely Tanhua Gu is a young man. At this moment, he was lying on the bed in a 5-star hotel and couldn't help but swear. The woman who was serving at his legs was startled by the sudden movement. She looked up blankly with a hint of glistening smile at the corner of her mouth. It's none of your business, go on. Brother Tanhua waved his hand impatiently, but his eyes never left the live broadcast room. Damn, this boomerang is so accurate. If you continue to brush, that would be 100 carnivals, a total of 300,000. It's not that he can't afford it, but if he spends so much money on a kindergarten teacher, he will be laughed to death by those people in the circle if the news gets out. He really didn't expect that there was a real dragon in an ordinary kindergarten. And it's not just Brother Tanhua who has this idea. In the live broadcast room, many parents had the same idea. They originally thought that Lu Chen was just richer, otherwise he would not have attended the same kindergarten as their children. But they never imagined that there was actually a rich man around them. In just a short while, 200,000 had been swiped. What is the concept of 200,000? It is 1 year's or even 2 or 3 years' salary for many people. And Tang Tang's dad actually gave it away so easily? This also leads to many parents making decisions secretly. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, they must let their children have more contact with Tang Tang, and it would be best if they became good friends. It would be a waste not to hold on to this thigh. The continuous gifts gave new viewers in the live broadcast room a big surprise. Fuck! The showdown between two real bosses is so exciting. Dad, do you still need a daughter? A 25-year-old one. Did teacher Xiao Xia meet a super rich man? Welcome His Majesty the Emperor. Tang Tang Daddy, look at me. I have 36D long legs and a much better figure than the anchor. Brother, do you need a girlfriend? I can be sweet or salty and I can take care of children. Private message has been opened, waiting for brother to turn over. There are welfare videos on the homepage, those who understand will understand. Just divorced and have a daughter, looking for a dad like Tang Tang. After hearing what Lu Chen did, even Su Wanqing, who was breathing slightly, couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyes and said something that made Lu Chen confused. Hubby, are you attracted to teacher Xia? Chapter 104, Admit. No, I didn't. Lu Chen was not a coward, but was telling the truth. He just wanted to complete the task. But then again, faced with Xia Xingchen's lowly face and devilish figure, he admitted that he had a little bit of thoughts, just a little bit. Su Wanqing smiled and gently poked Lu Chen's chest with her finger. You still say no? Your body is reacting. I don't. Lu Chen lowered his head and took a look, then refuted with full confidence. Su Wanqing giggled. I said your body temperature has risen. Tell me, are you thinking the wrong thing? Lu Chen secretly complained in his heart. What are you saying? Ask yourself, who wouldn't want to be offended after hearing this? Now people in the live broadcast room are all at. Brother Tanhua, come out to the front line, it's your turn. Where are the people? Didn't you say you wanted to double the number? Tanhua dog is scared. Ha 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 ha. Brother Shenhao, come out and fight the opponent for another 300 rounds. The entire live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments, and more viewers poured into the room. But Xia Xingchen, the beneficiary, couldn't be happy. At this moment, she was staring at the computer screen with her big eyes, praying in her heart, hoping to see the carnival special effects in the next moment. Xia Xingchen was so nervous that she even forgot to breathe. Hurry up, Brother Tanhua, don't be a coward. But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement on the screen. It's over. Xia Xingchen sighed. What should he do? She roughly calculated in her mind that Lu Chen gave 200,000 gifts, so she could get 100,000. While lonely Tanhua brother spent about 100,000, she could get 50,000. In other words, even if she returned all the 150,000 to Lu Chen, how would she fill the remaining 50,000 gap? Fortunately, Lu Chen doesn't seem to be short of money, so perhaps it doesn't make much difference to him whether he has the 50,000 or not. Then her eyes were drawn to the number of fans. The number of followers in the live broadcast room is growing at a visible rate and has already increased by tens of thousands. Xiaoxingchen's eyes gradually brightened, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Although no money was made, these new fans meant longer-term benefits. Even if the popularity fades, her income will still be much higher than before. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. No matter what, this accident tonight had already brought her a lot of gains. At this moment, a private message suddenly popped up in Lu Chen's backstage. When he opened it, he saw that it was sent by Lonely Tanhua. "Brother, that's enough, how about a truce? If I continue to apply, I will only get 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. It's not that I can't afford it, but I just feel that I will get nothing. There is really no need. You are the same, you spent so much money on a kindergarten teacher, but she probably won't sleep with you. Please give me some face and I will do you a favor, how about that?" Su Wanqing came over to take a look and chuckled, "Are you admitting defeat?" Lu Chen played with his phone, a smile on his face. "Rather than admitting defeat, it's better to say that it's a timely stop loss." He glanced at the other party's account level and made a judgment in his mind. Anyone who can easily earn 2 million is basically not a simple person, unless they are a guild account. As for those people who spend tens of millions of dollars at will, many people know the secrets behind it. "So you plan to quit while you're ahead?" Lu Chen nodded. However, since he started the trouble first, he has to pay a price. Tap your fingers lightly on the screen. Play another 50 carnivals, and I'll give you this favor. I'll tell everyone that we didn't know each other until we fought. Soon, Lonely Tanhua brother replied. "It's not expensive, a few 100,000 is enough to buy face." Seeing the reply message, Lu Chen couldn't help but look surprised. Fuck, that's too little. This cannot be blamed on him. Although he is rich now, his thinking pattern has not yet fully caught up with the logic of that class. What is the most valuable thing for those truly rich second generations or successful businessmen? Face. What a few 100,000? It's just some people's drink money for one night. What is the point of working so hard in this life? Buying a luxury car, a luxury house, and building a small house in your hometown, isn't it just for that little bit of face? Even in the virtual world, it is a great bargain to be able to use this little money to buy some dignity. Is the face on the internet no longer face? Lonely Tanhua brother was very happy, and a series of golden special effects exploded in the live broadcast room. Lonely Tanhua brother 2.0 gives away Carnival 20. Lonely Tanhua brother 2.0 gives away Carnival 30. Lonely Tanhua brother 2.0 gives away Carnival 50. Here we go again. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became excited. It was so cool to watch others spend money. And then, nothing happened. "No, didn't you say double it? Go on, big man, don't be a wimp." Various instigating comments emerged in the live broadcast room. Only Xiaoxingchen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw a series of gift special effects appear again. The next moment, she immediately turned off the reward function. She is scared. She was afraid of what to do if Lu Chen wanted to brush again. Lu Chen also kept his promise and announced a truce. After all, life is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. And Lonely Tanhuagu also stood up and spoke at the right time. He spoke eloquently, describing the two as true heroes who understood and admired each other, and there was a sense in his words that they felt they had met too late. He also specially thanked Xiaoxingchen for giving him the opportunity to meet a good brother. This sudden U-turn completely confused Xiaoxingchen. What's going on? You were confronting each other and fighting to the death just now. How come you were so nice now as if you were wearing the same pair of pants? Not only her, but the audience in the live broadcast room were also confused. Are you done yet? I've prepared all the melon seeds. Shit. I've been looking forward to the battle of the century all night? Sure enough, we don't understand the world of the rich. Could it be that some kind of PY deal was reached privately? It's definitely a script. Isn't this how all anchors play now? It's obvious that the two big guys have had enough fun, so they're giving us poor people some fun. Many viewers also began to make fun of it. I suggest you fast forward to the part about swearing brotherhood next time. So love will disappear, right? I hit it. The love-hate relationship is locked. Xiaoxingchen looked at the increasingly outrageous comments and quickly cleared his throat, wanting to resume the normal live broadcast. But at this time, no one was paying attention to the live broadcast content, and it was obviously more important to watch the show. I just counted, the total value of the gifts this time is almost 500,000. That is to say, the anchor made at least 250,000 net profit tonight. I feel jealous. He made 3 years' salary in 1 hour. During the interaction in the live broadcast room, Lonely Tanhuagu took the initiative to add Lu Chen as a friend. Lu Chen did not refuse, thinking that he might be able to use the other party in the future. People are like this. When you are weaker than them, they will look down on you. Even if they pretend to be equals, they can't help but look down on you in their hearts. But if your performance is worthy of attention, then he will treat you as an equal and show his sincere side. As an orphan, Lu Chen had already experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature, so he actually had no feelings towards the arrogance of Lonely Tanhuagu. There was one sentence that he remembered vividly. When you are weak, there are the most bad people. The gentleness of this world comes from your strength. Although the war was over, Lu Chen's mission was not completed. Currently in Teacher Xia's live broadcast room, he has only cleared 63 carnivals, and there are 137 to be cleared. See Lu Chen open the gift interface again. Su Wanqing, who was standing by, took his dishonest hand away and said, "You said you didn't like her." "I won't be angry. Do you have to lie to me?" Lu Chen was choked. At this moment, he finally realized how wrong Doi was. Su Wanqing walked aside with her cell phone, seemingly texting someone. "Forget it. Never mind." Lu Chen, who was about to continue giving out gifts, suddenly froze. Because he found out that he couldn't give rewards anymore. "No, what's the matter?" Lu Chen suddenly panicked. Immediately sent a message to Xiaoxingchen, "Turn on the reward function, quickly." Chapter 105, Charm Increased. In the room, Xiaoxingchen stared at the message sent by Lu Chen, a look of confusion on her face. The not-so-bright brain is working fast. Isn't the gift war over? Didn't the two of them already shake hands and make peace? Why do we need to restart the reward now? She was a little hesitant at this moment. Her principles as a teacher reminded her that she should refuse. But deep down in my heart, there was a voice that kept reminding me, this is what the rich man wants. She recalled the series of breathtaking carnival special effects just now. Thinking of how Lu Chen easily spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, I felt very generous. I remember his calm attitude in the face of provocation. For a man like this, every word he says seems to carry unquestionable power. Forget it, just listen to him. Xiaoxingchen sighed softly, and with the tap of the mouse, his slender fingers reopened the reward function. In fact, this decision does not even require much thought, it is as natural as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. Without her realizing it, her subconscious mind had already made the choice for her. Just like the trembling of the antelope when facing the Lion King, just like the awe of the subjects when facing the king. Obeying the will of the strong is an instinctive reaction engraved in human genes. The next moment when the reward function is turned on, Xiaoxingchen was stunned for a moment. She saw countless carnival special effects lights flashing wildly on the screen. The entire live broadcast room was instantly flooded with bright starlight. What is this? Xiaoxingchen sat in front of the camera, with flickering light reflected in his pupils. Her pink lips opened slightly, but no sound came out. She held her breath and subconsciously clamped her plump, white legs together. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 10. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 30. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 50. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 80. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 100. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 150. User Tang Tang Daddy gave away Carnival 268. Time passed by second, the gift special effects lasted for a long time, and there was even a strange silence in the live broadcast room. These are not 268 lollipops, but 268 gifts worth 3,000 yuan. Adding the one Lu Chen gave before, there are a total of 331 carnivals. The live broadcast room went completely crazy. Look at the host's expression, she herself is confused. The host's hands are shaking, just like me grabbing red envelopes. I thought the war was over, but it has just begun. Seeking the psychological shadow of Lonely Tanhua brother. One live broadcast received millions of gifts, this is truly amazing. Tongtong's dad said, if you don't play with me, I will entertain myself. I didn't believe in novels about overbearing CEOs before, but today I saw the real-life version. Waiting for Sugar Dad to buy the kindergarten, the plot of the novel will shine into reality. Sugar Daddy proved with his actions that if you have money, you can really do whatever you want. This is looking for a mistress in a fair and above-board way. I've paid attention to this. I love watching this kind of drama where a domineering CEO falls in love with his young and delicate wife. Who said that Sugar Daddy is married? What if he is a bachelor? It is recommended to check the Sugar Daddy's household registration book. It is impossible for him to get married at such a young age. I bet that Womatang's dad is a divorced parent who met his true love, teacher Xiaoxia. Waiting for Sugar Mama to appear and a battle between two women for a husband will begin. Can some people be more pure in their thinking? This is clearly a father's love as high as a mountain. What a fatherly love is like a mountain. I agree. Lonely Tanhua 2.0, brother, you are awesome. I am so impressed. I will have a special gathering someday. I will call you then. Xiaoxingchen stared at the screen as more and more outrageous comments appeared. Only then did she realize how ridiculous her previous thought of returning the money was. For a man like Tongtong's dad, these millions are probably not even pocket money. At this moment, she was so nervous that even her hands hidden behind her back could not help but tremble slightly. After one live broadcast, she could earn 600,000 to 700,000 yuan without doing anything, which is equivalent to her salary as a kindergarten teacher for 10 years. What is even more exciting is the number of fans, which has now skyrocketed to 100,000. You have to know that these are real active fans. Even if the popularity will decrease in the future, so what? This is too crazy. Xiaoxingchen murmured in his heart, feeling like he was dreaming. It turns out that Lu Chen's words "I'll make you a lot of money" were not a compliment, but a statement of fact. This man's actions directly made her, a small anchor, become a big star. The screen was filled with barrages of comments. According to this rate of increase in followers, breaking 1 million followers is just around the corner. It is recommended that anchors start selling products immediately. It would be a waste if they don't take advantage of this wave of traffic. Waiting for brands to line up and give money. Xiaoxingchen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. She suddenly realized a more terrifying fact. Why did Tongtong's father spend millions to support her? Is it just because she is Tang's teacher? Xiaoxingchen was not sure whether there was any other meaning behind this generous gift. Thinking about the teasing words in the barrage, Loli's face felt hot as if it was burning. Even thoughts that Xiaoxingchen had never had before emerged uncontrollably from his mind at this moment. It's not her fault, it's just that reality is too tempting. No matter who you are, once you have the opportunity to get rich overnight, you will inevitably have a lot of ideas. It feels good. Looking at the arrival information of 6 million, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he has hundreds of millions of dollars in his card now, in fact, only more than 3 million yuan actually belongs to him. Now that 6 million has arrived in his bank, he is finally a multi-millionaire. However, although the money is not his, the bank doesn't know it. During this period, the bank president called him every day and invited him to participate in various high-end welfare activities, fearing that this big client would transfer the money away. It feels so good to make money. Many men always think that they can keep women by making a lot of money. But actually, it is indeed like that. Su Wanqing put her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Honey, how about I play the role of a kindergarten teacher tonight?" "Mom, do you want to be a teacher?" Tang, who was in Lu Chen's arms, raised her little face and asked. Tongtong's innocent question made Su Wanqing's beautiful face blush. "Baby," Su Wanqing quickly explained, "Mom said, I want to be Tongtong's teacher." Tang blinked her big eyes and suddenly clapped her hands excitedly. "Then can mommy wear a skirt like Teacher Xia's?" "Daddy said Teacher Xia looks best in a blue skirt." Lu Chen almost couldn't breathe. Tang, when did Daddy say? Su Wanqing, who was about to speak, was suddenly stunned. She held up Lu Chen's face and looked him up and down. Her fingertips rubbed gently, and a hint of confusion and surprise flashed in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen was confused by her sudden action. "I don't know." Su Wanqing said softly, "But I have a feeling that you look good again." Lu Chen was stunned, and then he remembered that after completing Tongtong's wish, the system not only gave him a 10-fold rebate, but also rewarded him with 2 points of charm. He immediately got up and went to the bathroom. Lu Chen looked left and right in the mirror and found that his facial features were indeed more three-dimensional and delicate. The originally high nose bridge now has smoother lines, and the curve of the jawline has become more perfect. The most amazing thing is the eyes. The pupils seem to be deeper and brighter than before, and the slightly upward curve at the end of the eyes has a bit of lazy charm. No wonder Sister Sue had this reaction. She has indeed become more handsome. Lu Chen was secretly happy. As the saying goes, 30% is determined by fate, 70% depends on hard work, and 90% depends on appearance. Su Wanqing followed and hugged Lu Chen's waist from behind, and her slender fingers slowly moved down. Go and coax Tang Tang to sleep, and then come back to tutor Tong Tong's mom. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment. He originally planned to return to number 1 mansion after completing the task. After all, Shen Shiyan and Lin Lu have moved there 2 or 3 days ago, so they should at least meet each other. But now, he decided to follow his younger brother. Let's go, sugar. Lu Chen immediately took Tong Tong's hand and went back to the house. At this time, the mobile phone received a WeChat message. When I opened it, I saw it was from Xia Xingchen. Tang Tang Daddy, if you are free tomorrow, I would like to thank you in person. Is that convenient for you? Chapter 106 Iguli. End the live broadcast. Xia Xingchen put down her phone and sat on the pink bed in a daze. Everything today was so dreamy that it made her feel unreal. She slowly looked around. The pink sheets, the lesson plans on the desk, the cartoon stickers on the wall, everything was the same as usual, yet seemed completely different. More than 600,000. She murmured softly. This money is enough for her to buy a small apartment in the city center, or a nice car, or quit her job to focus on live streaming. As soon as this idea came up, it was immediately rejected by Xia Xingchen. Because she knew that all this was not because of how powerful she was, but because of Lu Chen. Xia Xingchen buried herself in the quilt. She needed time to digest it all. Just then, a gentle knock on the door interrupted Xia Xingchen's thoughts. Xinchen, I bought your favorite tiramisu, do you want to come out and try it? A gentle female voice with an exotic accent came from outside the door. Coming right up. Xia Xingchen tucked her scattered hair behind her ears and stood up to answer. The person outside the door was her roommate, Iguli, a Uyghur girl from Xinjiang. This name means moonlight flower in Uyghur. Just like her, it carries the unique mystery and beauty of the western regions. Iguli is now a well-known video blogger who specializes in sharing the customs and food culture of Xinjiang. The two were roommates in college, and after graduation they both chose to stay in Jiangqing to work hard. In the blink of an eye, the two have been living together in this city for 2 whole years. Xia Xingchen opened the door and saw a girl who looked like the famous star Guli Naza standing outside. She was wearing a loose light gray home t-shirt with a wide neckline, revealing half of her snow-white shoulders. She was wearing beige cotton shorts, and her 2 slender and well-proportioned legs were long and white. At this moment, she was cutting the cake with her head down. Hearing the noise, he immediately called Xia Xingchen over happily. Xia Xingchen walked over wearing a pair of plush rabbit ear slippers. Why are you so happy today? Iguli's eyes curved into crescents, and she said in accented Mandarin, the food video I shot at the Grand Bazaar a few days ago went viral, and the platform gave me more than 5,000 yuan. She cut off a large piece of cake and handed it to Xia Xingchen, then licked her fingertips that were stained with cream. So, today I bought your favorite cake to celebrate. Xia Xingchen scooped up a large piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up. We should definitely celebrate. How about we go out? Iguli's eyes lit up. Okay, I know a new Xinjiang barbecue restaurant, they're skewers. She suddenly stopped talking halfway and looked at Xia Xingchen suspiciously. Wait, don't you usually hate going out? What's wrong today? Xia Xingchen swallowed the cake and said, I made some money, and I feel a little complicated. I want to talk to you. Did you make some money? Iguli became interested. Did someone send you a carnival again? Xia Xingchen held the cake and nodded. Really? I'm so jealous. If you keep doing this, I'm going to consider live streaming. Iguli immediately came closer and blinked her big single-lidded eyes. Looking at your expression, there couldn't be more than one, right? She smiled evilly and nudged Xia Xingchen with her elbow. Who is it? Is there someone who wants to pursue you again? Xia Xingchen hesitated for a moment and slowly stretched out 4 fingers. 4? Iguli opened her mouth wide. Then you must treat us today. Add 2 more zeros. Xia Xingchen added. Ah. The cream spoon that Iguli was licking fell to the ground. What did you say? Add 2 more zeros? Wait, let me do the math. She counted on her fingers and muttered to herself, 40, 400. Aigili suddenly raised her head and said in disbelief, 400? 400 carnivals? The next moment, she grabbed Xia Xingqian's shoulders with her slender hands. Oh Allah, a gift of more than 1 million? Xia Xingqian felt dizzy, but still nodded. At this moment, Aigili felt that Xinjiang barbecue suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Tell me quickly, what happened? Aigili pushed Xia Xingqian onto the sofa and said, Tell me quickly, who is this rich man? Do I know him? Xia Xingqian shook his head. You don't know him, he's just a student's parent. Parent of a student? Aigili's eyes widened. Which parent would spend more than 1 million yuan on gifts? She suddenly hugged Xia Xingqian and said, Could it be that she is interested in you? Xia Xingqian's face instantly turned red. Don't talk nonsense, she's already married. Marry? Aigili sighed. Then you must not be tempted by money and destroy other people's families. Xia Xingqian nodded. I know, he already has a daughter, Tang, whom you have met. That pretty girl? When Aigili went to see Xia Xingqian, she met Tang. She had the impression that she was a pretty and cute girl, but she didn't like to talk much. That's not right. Didn't you say her father was an irresponsible man? She still remembered Xia Xingqian saying that Tang didn't seem to be close to her father. I misunderstood before. Xia Xingqian was a little embarrassed. He actually loves Tang very much. He often comes to pick her up from school. He is a very good person. Aigili nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Wait. What about Tonton's mother? Have you seen her? Xia Xingqian was confused and said, Yes, I have seen her. She is a very beautiful and elegant woman. Ah. Aigili was a little disappointed. I thought he was divorced and had a baby. How dare you accept so many gifts from his husband? Could it be that they are preparing for a divorce? What are you thinking? They are in a good relationship. Aigili lives in Bengbu. We have a good relationship, but how dare he give you so many gifts? She suddenly slapped her thigh and said, I understand. They must have some special fetishes. You can't let them corrupt you. Xia Xingqian was almost choked by this idea. Aigili smiled and blinked. To be honest, Xingqian, we don't understand the world of rich people. Since his wife doesn't mind, why don't you? Aigili. Xia Xingqian chased her around the living room in embarrassment and anger. Hey. I was just kidding. Why are you so angry? The next day, Lu Chen got up early to make breakfast, but Su Wanqing was still lying in bed and unable to get up due to the intense exercise yesterday. Although she was very tired, she was happy. I accompanied Tang to wash up and have breakfast. Lu Chen held Tonton's hand and sent her to school. When he arrived at the kindergarten gate, Lu Chen could clearly feel the burning gazes of the people around him. Look, that's Sugar Daddy. A young mother exclaimed in a low voice and quickly pulled her friend aside. Oh my God, I thought he was a middle-aged man, but I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome. The other mother widened her eyes and couldn't help but look a few more times. Several parents who were picking up their children nearby were also whispering. I heard that he gave teacher Tang millions of gifts yesterday. Is this true? Isn't this too exaggerated? It's absolutely true. Many parents saw it yesterday, and there was a video in the parent group. A fashionable young mother said sourly, Teacher Xiao Xia is so lucky to meet such a rich and handsome man. Shoo, keep your voice down. The person next to her quickly pulled her back. Be careful not to let Teacher Xiao Xia hear you. She looked over subconsciously and saw Xia Xingqian at the entrance of the kindergarten, wearing a light blue school uniform. Her long legs under her shorts were dazzlingly white. Coupled with her pure lowly face, I have to say, she is really talented and no one can be jealous of her. Chapter 107, Kindergarten Parents' Concerns. Lu Chen held Tonton's little hand and came to the entrance of the kindergarten. The discussions around them were still going on. He was wearing a simple white shirt and black slacks today. Although he is very handsome, what attracts attention more is the halo of his status as a rich man. Dad, why are they all looking at us? Tang raised her little face and looked around curiously. Lu Chen ruffled Tonton's hair and said, because they all liked to watch the little stars yesterday. At this time, Xia Xingqian walked out around the railing. Good morning, Sugar. She squatted down and greeted Tang, then looked up at Lu Chen. Hello, Mr. Lu. Lu Chen noticed that she had put on light makeup today, which made her eyelashes look longer and her lips a tender pink. But what surprised him was that today Xia Xingchen addressed him not as Tongtong's dad, but as Mr. Lu. What's going on? He doesn't think this is just a random shout. Tang Tang, say goodbye to daddy. Xia Xingchen let Tang Tang enter the school first, then took a deep breath and turned to Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, yesterday, Tongtong's mother sent me a message. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, did Su Wanqing cause trouble for Xia Xingchen yesterday? I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be such a nice person. Xia Xingchen raised her head, her eyes shining with sincerity. Tongtong's mother told me everything. She said that Tang Tang lost her father when she was young. You pretended to be her father in order not to make Tang Tang sad. Lu Chen was stunned on the spot, having never expected the situation to unfold like this. And you don't ask for anything in return, and you are often misunderstood. Xia Xingchen's voice became more and more excited. Tongtong's mother also said that you not only paid for all of Tongtong's tuition and living expenses, but also took time out every week to play with her and buy her gifts. Lu Chen opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond for a moment. He didn't expect Su Wanqing to make up such a story, and he didn't expect Xia Xingchen to believe it. What touched me most was. Xia Xingchen continued, you can clearly explain it, but you would rather be misunderstood as a scumbag than let Tang Tang know the truth and be sad. You are such a good person. This. Lu Chen coughed lightly and looked away awkwardly. It's not as exaggerated as she said. No, Mr. Lu, you are really great. Xia Xingchen said firmly, I have met many people over the years, but it is rare to find someone as selfless as you. Xia Xingchen raised her lowly face with admiration in her eyes. Lu Chen was confused. What did Sister Su say to her? Is this the legendary young woman who loves men? And Xia Xingchen took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. I want to treat you to a meal to thank you for giving me so many gifts in the live broadcast room yesterday. Lu Chen planned to go back to number 1 mansion today, so he refused directly. No need to thank me, we are mutually beneficial. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Xia Xingchen's head. This made her slightly stunned. Lu Chen actually refused? It's not that she is being self-indulgent, but Su Wanqing specifically mentioned last night that Lu Chen is single, and also said that Lu Chen might like her, so he gave her so many gifts. He also mentioned all of Lu Chen's advantages. However, Xia Xingchen was stunned by Lu Chen's rejection just now, and she couldn't help but secretly curse herself for being too sentimental. Lu Chen is handsome and rich, so he can find any girlfriend. Why would he fall for a kindergarten teacher like her? Xia Xingchen lowered her head to hide the embarrassed blush on her face. The reason why Lu Chen gave so many gifts was probably just for Tang Tang and he had no feelings for her. Well, I'll go in first. Xia Xingchen turned around hurriedly, wishing he could escape from this embarrassing situation immediately. Lu Chen looked at Xia Xingchen, who was in a panic, with a puzzled look on his face. He shook his head and was about to leave. Several young mothers dressed fashionably suddenly surrounded them. Mr. Lu. A woman with wavy hair spoke first, with a smile on her face. I'm the aunt of Lin Kushwan from class 2 of the senior class. Can I add my WeChat? The children can play together in the future. Another woman wearing sunglasses stepped forward and said, we have a parent group, would you like to? Lu Chen looked at the women and it was obvious that they did not meet his family's standards. Sorry, I seldom use WeChat. Then you can leave your phone number. The wavy-haired woman was not giving up. She even moved forward deliberately. She smelled strongly of perfume. We will organize a parent-child gathering next week. No need. Lu Chen glanced at these women who obviously had ulterior motives and rejected them directly. Ever since he figured out the system's selection criteria, he no longer plans to add WeChat casually. What's more, most of these women probably have husbands, and he doesn't want to take the initiative to destroy other people's families. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the women standing there awkwardly. Why are you pretending to be so cool? Wavy Curly muttered, you obviously have a wife, but you still have feelings for that teacher Xiao Xia. That's right. The sunglasses girl curled her lips. I also think he has feelings for that teacher Xia, otherwise who would give a gift worth millions for no reason. Their discussions were very quiet, but Lu Chen, whose body had been strengthened, could easily hear them. Lu Chen paused, his eyes instantly turned cold. He slowly turned around, his eyes were unfriendly. How many of you? The sound was not loud, but it silenced the women instantly. If I hear any inappropriate remarks about teacher Xia again, don't blame me for being rude to you. The threat in the words was obvious. Several mothers looked pale. They didn't dare to offend the rich man Lu Chen, so they shook their heads repeatedly. No, we will never say it again. Lu Chen nodded and left without looking back. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Wanqing. What did you say to teacher Xia yesterday? She now thinks I am a philanthropist who adopted Tang Tang. Su Wanqing replied almost immediately. How is it? My script is pretty good, isn't it? But honey, I think teacher Xiao Xia seems to be interested in you. You can give it a try. Lu Chen looked at his phone and almost couldn't hold it in. He could only say that Sister Su still loved him. Su Wanqing was going to move to the Yunqi Villa district today, so Lu Chen didn't plan to disturb her anymore. After getting in the car, Lu Chen prepared to return to number 1 mansion. He wanted to go back and reward Lin Lu, this little assist expert. After all, if it weren't for her, how could Chen Shiyan move into number 1 mansion? Chapter 108 Master. Lu Chen returned to number 1 mansion and opened the armored door by unlocking it with his fingerprint. When I walked in, I saw that the living room was empty and there was no sign of the nanny Lin Lu. Maybe he wasn't awake yet, but Lu Chen didn't care. After taking just 2 steps, I suddenly realized that the house seemed different and there were a lot more things. There are a few cute pink pillows on the brown leather sofa in the living room, a plate of fruit on the coffee table, and a few pots of green plants in the corner. As Lu Chen moved forward, he discovered that the changes were far more than just this. In the restaurant, the dining table was covered with a plain beige tablecloth, and in the center was an exquisite ceramic vase with a few fresh lilies in it. Several newly purchased sets of tableware are neatly arranged on the sideboard. The once empty countertop is now filled with all kinds of kitchen utensils, as is the spice rack, with each bottle and jar having a handwritten label. There are a few more cartoon magnets on the refrigerator door, pressing down on a stack of sticky notes. You know what, it does make the originally cold and quiet house more homely. Sure enough, it's different when there's a woman at home. Just as Lu Chen poured a glass of water, he suddenly heard a faint panting sound, mixed with a few words of Japanese. What? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. He was very familiar with this voice. Looking around, he found that the door of a secondary bedroom was half open, and the sound seemed to come from there. Lu Chen originally didn't plan to find out the truth, but then he thought, this is his home, why should he care? So, he took the cup of water and walked over without any concealment. Fuck! Lu Chen was startled. Through the crack in the door, he could see Lin Lu lying on the bed, the quilt covering her waist, holding a tablet in her hand, staring at the screen intently. He was totally unnoticed. Don't. These sounds came from the tablet. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. This girl was actually watching a romance movie? Still so devoted? Damn it, Lu Chen swore, he thought only boys would like to watch this thing. I never expected that the audience would include all genders. One of the 3 biggest social failures in life is being discovered by your parents when you are moving your left hand and right hand in slow motion. How should I put it? It must be very embarrassing for both parties. So Lu Chen did not intend to experience this feeling, and just as he was about to leave quietly, Lin Lu suddenly turned over and caught a glimpse of a figure at the door out of the corner of her eye. 2 pairs of eyes, looking into each other's eyes. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Lu Chen? Although I can't see clearly who was outside, who else could have come into the house except Lu Chen? It's over. Lin Lu hurriedly exited the video, but because it was set to play in the background, the sound still reached her ears clearly. Turn it off. Turn it off now. Lin Lu was very embarrassed and swiped her fingers across the screen, trying to turn off the video playing in the background. Lu Chen couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he strode into the room, snatched the tablet and pressed the mute button. The world is finally quiet. Lin Lu's face was as red as a ripe apple, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She stammered to explain, I'm learning Japanese. Yeah. Lu Chen didn't expose her, and nodded seriously. The standard pronunciation of Japanese is difficult to learn. If you want to speak standardly, you need to practice more. After saying that, he turned and was about to leave. Wait. Lin Lu called him from behind. Lu Chen stopped walking. Although he felt very embarrassed, he still looked calm. What's the matter? Lin Lu shook the tablet and hesitated. I have a lot of treasures here, and there are also live-action versions. Do you want to watch them together? Since she has reached the point of social doom, Lin Lu decides to throw the jar into the water, turn the passive situation into the active one, and drag Lu Chen into the water with her. But to Lu Chen, this was naked seduction. A boy and a girl are sitting on the bed watching a romance movie. Do they need to imagine what happens next? Not necessary at all, okay? Moreover, with Jiang Yining's previous experience as a lesson, he was not going to accept family member number 3 on impulse when the intimacy between them was not enough. It would be fine if we could become a family, but I'm afraid that the overall score is not high, resulting in failure to be included. This is the worst, which means hundreds of millions of dollars have been wasted. So Lu Chen refused without saying a word. It was not for any other reason, but mainly because he had eaten too much meat recently and had no interest in watching movies. At this time, Lin Lu was staring at Lu Chen. She knew that Lu Chen was very handsome, but when she saw him again today, she found that this guy seemed even more handsome. If Lu Chen was a handsome guy picked out of 1,000,000 before, now he is at least 1 in 100,000, or even 1 in 1,000,000. With such beauty, let alone giving her money, even giving her change would be fine. Too bad, she's poor. In order to prevent the awkward atmosphere from continuing, Lin Lu took a deep breath, and her white tight suspenders trembled slightly twice, and her fleshy legs in black shorts were exposed from under the quilt. Mr. Lu, have you eaten? How about I make it? As a nanny, she couldn't call the billionaire Lu Chen by his name, so it was more appropriate to call him Mr. Lu. No need. Lu Chen had already eaten his fill. Also, don't call me Mr. Lu. You don't have to be so particular at home. Lin Lu tilted her head and thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Then, how about calling me master? There was a hint of excitement in his tone. Puff. The water that Lu Chen had just drunk was sprayed out directly, and he almost died on the spot. The little nanny is worthy of being called La Shiji. She can actually say such an extremely embarrassing name so lightly. Damn, it sounds so exciting, can you believe it? Ahem. Lu Chen wiped the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the babysitter watched him a lot. However, this is a personal hobby and he has no say in it. Whatever you want. Lu Chen said this sentence for some unknown reason. Lin Lu was already excited. Okay, master. Originally, she came for Lu Chen's money because she wanted to live a life like Lin Chuchu and didn't want to go back to the rental house. But now she wants to play a master-servant game with Lu Chen and let the movie shine into reality, which must be very interesting. Moreover, Lu Chen's reaction also made her realize her own advantages. Facing a group of competitors who are more beautiful than herself, she must know how to play to her strengths and avoid her weaknesses. Lu Chen was a little panicked by Lin Lu's burning gaze. He had a feeling that the babysitter wanted to eat him. Looking at the fullness of her chest, the tight suspenders are almost about to burst. Lu Chen coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. Well, since you've already moved in, let me tell you about the salary. 30,000 a month, and you'll be responsible for cleaning, washing clothes, and cooking. Originally, Lu Chen wanted to ask for 10,000, but the owner had already called for it, so what was wrong with giving 20,000 more? Lin Lu's eyes lit up, she held her cheeks with both hands and shook her body exaggeratedly. I completely immersed myself in the role of a maid. 30,000? Just cleaning and washing clothes? Does the master need any special service?